Madman of the Sword Chapter 3259 to Chapter 3342. Buzz, the green bell began to ring, and a terrifying sound spread in all directions. The dark red dragon's body trembled, and countless cracks appeared on its body. Even Lin Xian's body was the same. Cracks appeared. But soon, Lin Xian roared, and endless light erupted from his body to repair the cracks. The dark red dragon screamed, "Damn it, it's so terrifying, how can the two of you be a match for me?" The green-robed man laughed. He would attack the bell in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying shattering sound came from the void where Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were. "Damn it, what kind of weapon is that? Why does it feel like a sacred artifact?" The dark red dragon was frightened, and it struck out a sky full of nomological laws to resist the attack. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes, enveloping the entire space. With his eye technique, he could clearly see the traces of every attack. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he did not dodge. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and countless sword chi rushed out, accompanied by the power of the nomological laws, slashing forward. Green Lotus 13 swords. 13 sword chi streaked across the sky, and terrifying nomological law fragments spread out. A huge flower of sword chi shrouded the entire space, cutting off the void. There was a violent collision in the space, and the green bell's attack all collided with the sword chi lotus. The sword chi lotus also erupted with dazzling sword chi, and the two collided in the air, erupting with an unparalleled light. Buzz, at the same time, the dark red dragon came to the side of the green-robed man, and as it waved its dragon claws, countless thunder condensed, and its claws pierced through the green-robed man's body. Boom, more than half of the green-robed man's body was shattered. However, it instantly recovered to its original state. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, forcing the dark red dragon to retreat. "It's useless. I've said it before, I'm immortal, and you can't hurt me at all." The green-robed man's eyes were filled with disdain. "Damn it, what a strong recovery ability." The dark red dragon's face was gloomy. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Ruffian dragon, let me attack." "You restrain him." "Okay. This emperor understands." The dark red divine dragon nodded. He knew that Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul could restrain his opponent. The dark red dragon continued to roll, and the clouds in the sky condensed, bringing with them terrifying nomological laws. They surged forward, and even formed an array formation around them. It was a wind-thunder array. This formation was mainly used to restrain the enemy. The green-robed man sensed that his surroundings were filled with fog. A formation had enveloped him, cutting off all his escape routes. It was so much so that the terrifying thunder seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Formations, I hate formations the most. The green-robed man's face was cold, and a terrifying green light rose from his body. It turned into a large green palm and grabbed forward. This palm was very terrifying. With a crushing force, it blasted onto the wind and thunder array. Wang, the formation shook violently, cracks appearing on its surface. "Damn it, this guy's strength is so terrifying, and his research on array formations is so profound," the dark red divine dragon frowned. He could tell that this palm strike wasn't done casually. Instead, it had struck the weakest point of his array formation. From the looks of it, he had found the flaw in an instant. This was an array formation expert. The dark red divine dragon was shocked, but he soon understood. This green bubble man must have been studying array formations for thousands of years in order to escape. His attainments in array formations must be very strong. His guess was right. This green-robed man was trapped here by a peerless array formation, and he wanted to get out for the rest of his life. Therefore, he had been studying and breaking this array formation for countless years. His attainments in array formations were terrifying. At this moment, he had almost shattered the wind and thunder array set up by the dark red divine dragon. However, the wind and thunder array wasn't the main attack. His goal was to restrain and even confuse the enemy. Wang, in a corner of the array formation, a figure rushed over, and a terrifying sword light pierced forward. This person was Lin Xian. At this moment, sword chi revolved around Lin Xian's hand, swallowing a terrifying power. In an instant, he arrived in front of the green-robed man. Scram, the green-robed man shouted coldly. He didn't take it head-on. Instead, he activated the green bell beside him and blasted it forward. It seemed that he wanted to blast Lin Xian away. Boom, the two collided, and a piercing light burst out. The green bell blocked the sword. Kid, it's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Seeing this, the green-robed man's lips curled into a cold smile. So what if the other party was powerful? He used a Dharma treasure. He didn't need to do anything to stop the other party. Is that so? Do you think you're saved? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Although the other party blocked his sword, the distance was too close. Could the other party block all of his sword chi? Boom, the energy in his body exploded, forming a monstrous force that covered the area in front of him. The bell was also shaking non-stop, shooting out rays of light that filled the sky in an attempt to block the attack. Although the bell was powerful, Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying. Its attack power was unparalleled. Therefore, although a small part of the sword chi was blocked, there was still a lot of sword chi that pierced through the bell's attack and arrived in front of the green-robed man. The green-robed man was shocked, and his face was filled with fear. Cold wind, his sleeves rolled up countless green rays of light, forming a light screen in front of him. However, his light screen was soon pierced through. Not good, the green-robed man's pupils constricted, and his body swayed, turning into an illusion. Lin Xian's sword chi was too much. Although he dodged some, he couldn't dodge all of them. At the critical moment, the green-robed man could only defend himself again. Boom, he was hit by countless sword chi and was sent flying. This is great. The dark red divine dragon revealed a smile. The green-robed man was sent flying, but soon, he landed on the ground and was bounced back. The surrounding array formation isolated him, making it impossible for him to get out. The green-robed man who was bounced back had his chi and blood in turmoil, and his expression was ugly. He was sent flying by the other party. Damn it! How dare you injure this immortal? This immortal will kill you, the green-robed man walked over, gritting his teeth. The murderous aura around him was astonishing. At that moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered. It was obvious that the other party was really angry. Humph, Lin Xian attacked again. In the sky, 36,000 rays of sword chi quickly rushed into the sky, forming a huge sword chi lotus that rotated above Lin Xian's head. Countless light swords flew out from it, piercing through the void with the power of laws. Countless law light swords pierced forward, forming a sword domain that enveloped the other party again. These light swords were too terrifying. They contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and the power of law fragments. They contained the law of metal and were extremely sharp. They contained the law of fire and were extremely violent. The law of earth was heavy and seemed to be able to shatter everything. The law of water, on the other hand, was incomparably bizarre and pervasive. The green-robed man had just returned and was furious. He did not expect the other party to attack again. This made his lungs about to explode. You're courting death. With a furious roar, he counterattacked crazily. Puff. Puff, however, the green-robed man's body was pierced again. The cracks on his body made it impossible for him to heal in a short period of time. Damn it, what's going on? How is this possible? The green-robed man screamed crazily. He had never encountered such a thing. Although his main body could not go out, when his clone went out, he could dominate the entire elf forest. No one had ever been his match. Even the octatic treasure snake did not dare to fight against him. But now, the scene in front of him really shocked him. He even found it hard to believe. What kind of sword chi is this? Damn it, I don't believe it. The green-robed man roared crazily. He activated the green bell, and a terrifying aura rushed out like a long river. The entire void was torn into pieces like a piece of paper. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his sword chi and resisted it head-on. His sword chi was extremely terrifying, and every move carried the aura of a dragon. This was a shocking battle. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 100 moves. Each time, the green-robed man was injured. However, the green-robed man's recovery ability was too strong. After being injured so many times, he did not weaken at all. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. Boom. Boom. Not good, kid, be careful. He seems to be plotting something. Suddenly, the dark red divine dragon screamed, and his expression became incomparably solemn. Lin Xian frowned and looked in all directions. The green-robed man laughed loudly. Haha, you know it too late. Now, the array formation has been broken. Soon, I'll escape. At that time, let's see how you'll die. It turned out that the battle between Lin Xian and the green-robed man affected a wide range, and the power was too strong. The array formation here was specially used to seal the green-robed man, so the green-robed man's attacks were helpless. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian was an outsider. His sword chi was blasted in all directions, finally causing cracks to appear in the array formation. It was about to shatter. At this moment, the green-robed man absorbed all the sword chi and swept it in all directions. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the formation, and a huge crack appeared. The formations in the surroundings shattered one after another. It was as if the shackles binding the entire space had been broken. The green-robed man let out a long howl. His aura soared into the sky, covering a radius of millions of miles. He stood in the void like a fiend god and roared at the sky. Free, I'm finally free, brat, I have to thank you for this. He was simply too happy. The dark red dragon's face darkened. What should he do? Don't worry, Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't expect this formation to do anything. Even if the other party escaped, so what? Killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. Lin Xian soared into the sky, the aura in his body burst forth, transforming into a terrifying dragon roar, enveloping his entire body. Damned brat, you dare to attack me? The green-robed man lowered his head and looked down with a ferocious smile. Previously, due to the formation, I couldn't use my full strength at all. Now, I'll let you see my true strength. He formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, the green bell below expanded like a green mountain. It shook gently, and millions of people were completely shattered by the sound waves. Go to hell. A dragon-shaped sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand, erupting with a sharp light. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword slashed out and landed on the huge bell. With a bang, the bell was sent flying, and countless cracks appeared on it. Damn it, how is this possible? The green-robed man's voice stopped. It was as if someone had grabbed his neck. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. It cracked, his Dharma treasure actually cracked. This was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that his Dharma treasure was very close to a sacred artifact. However, at this moment, it was cracked by the other party's sword. What kind of sword chi is that? In the next moment, he lowered his head. When he saw the light sword flickering with a dragon-shaped aura, his entire body trembled. Damn it, what is that? Why do I feel so scared? The green-robed man was stunned. Oh no. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, how could Lin Xian give him the chance? He slashed out with his sword and rushed into the sea of clouds. The terrifying sword chi drowned the entire world. With a splurt, the sword pierced through the green-robed man's body. Do you think that I can't do anything to you without the formation? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The sword chi on his body was monstrous. He was like a god of death, releasing a biting cold sword intent. Impossible, damn it, how can you make it so that my body can't heal? The green-robed man's body began to tremble. This time, he could barely maintain his shape. The large cracks on his broken body could not be removed at all. Damn it, I don't believe it. Fuse! The green-robed man roared and quickly fused. In the next moment, he temporarily suppressed the cracks on his body and charged over. His entire body turned into a green bolt of lightning and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian scoffed coldly, not knowing what was good for him. Boom, the dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out, and his body bloomed with light. This sword directly split the green-robed man into pieces again. The green bell in his body was also shaken out. This time, the cracks on it were even larger. Then, with a boom, it shattered into pieces. The green-robed man also vomited blood and was sent flying. His body scattered all over the ground. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. His broken body screamed crazily on the ground. His head was extremely ferocious, as if he had gone mad. He really could not believe that the other party was so powerful. More importantly, his body could not heal. One had to know that he had seen attacks that were stronger than the other party. Those attacks could instantly turn him into a bloody mist, but he could quickly recover. Now that he was seriously injured and could not recover, that was what terrified him the most. The immortal body that he was so proud of could not be used. Immortal body? It's nothing in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged in front of him. He swung out thousands of sword qi and pierced the body again. In the end, the other party was turned into a bloody mist. And in the bloody mist, a green stone appeared in the void. A terrifying aura flowed on it, bringing with it a powerful vitality. A Dao stone, and it was a wood Dao stone. Su Chen's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He reached out his golden hand and directly grabbed the wood Dao stone in his hand. Then, he grabbed it forcefully and pulled it in front of him. He got it. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. This trip could be considered complete. In the distance, when the dark red divine dragon saw this scene, it also heaved a sigh of relief. Ah! Damn it, you dare to steal my Dao stone? Give it back. Accompanied by a furious roar, the blood mist quickly condensed into a ball of green light. Then, it turned into the figure of the green-robed man. This time, there were no more cracks on the other party's body. From the looks of it, the other party must have used some secret technique to forcefully heal. However, the other party's aura was weaker than before. Kid, do you think that my recovery ability is strong because I have the Dao stone? You're too naive. Even without the Dao stone, I'm still incomparably strong. Moreover, without the Dao stone, my attack power is stronger than before. I'm still immortal. The green-robed man roared crazily. The aura on his body suddenly soared. Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-shaped sword shadow shot out. It turned into a giant dragon that circled in the sky. Suppress! With a cold shout, the giant dragon charged towards the green-robed man. The green-robed man's body trembled. He felt that he was being suppressed and could not use any strength at all. The body that had just condensed was pierced by thousands of sword qi and nailed to the ground. Great Dragon Sword Spirit, damn it, could it be the Great Dragon Sword? He screamed crazily. When he saw the dragon-shaped sword shadow, he remembered a legend. There was a sword in the world that had a strong attack power that could destroy everything. That sword was called the Great Dragon Sword. However, the Great Dragon Sword had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. But now, it had reappeared. Thinking of this, the green-robed man instantly understood. No wonder the other party was so strong. No wonder the other party could injure him. It was because of the Great Dragon Sword. Damn it, you're actually the descendant of the Great Dragon. He was terrified. Let me go. If the two of us work together, we can definitely sweep through the entire star field. Your attack is strong, and my recovery is unparalleled. If the two of us work together, we're definitely the strongest. The green-robed man said. Lin Xian did not say anything. The dark red dragon walked up and sneered. You want to cooperate with us? You overestimate yourself. He smashed the other party's head with his dragon claw. With a bang, the other party's head was smashed into pieces. However, it soon began to slowly merge back together. It was covered with cracks. Damn it, you can't kill me. I'm an immortal existence. It can actually heal. The dark red dragon was surprised. F***CKU. He began to swing his dragon claws, striking out 40,000 times in an instant, hitting his opponent directly. His body shattered and he turned into a bloody mist. He had received 40,000 strong attacks. But gradually, the wounds healed, and there were many cracks on his body. There were small cracks on it. It was extremely frightening. Damn snake, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces, a sharp voice could be heard. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Cut the crap, I'll send you on your way now. A piercing light burst forth from his eyes. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit released millions of rays of light that completely enveloped the green-robed man. No, the green-robed man screamed. He might not be afraid of other people's attacks, but he had no way of blocking the great dragon sword's attack. The other party could really obliterate him. "Don't kill me, I'll tell you a secret, a huge secret. Please let me go," the green-robed man screamed. His aura was much weaker than before. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped. Instead, he asked coldly, "Secret? What secret? If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Humph, you don't have the right to bargain with me now. Tell me first." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The green-robed man gritted his teeth. This elven planet was not ordinary, there was a shocking treasure on it. There was an immortal divine medicine on this planet, something that even great emperors would covet. With it, you will be able to live for a second lifetime and live for tens of thousands of years. Spare me and I will bring you to find the immortal divine medicine. How about it, immortal divine medicine? The dark red divine dragon exclaimed as its eyes lit up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The immortal divine medicine was indeed magical, but that thing wasn't something he could obtain now. It was something exclusive to great emperors. Once someone obtained it and the news spread, it would definitely cause the various worlds to chase after them crazily. Moreover, Lin Xian was no longer a youth who didn't know anything. He knew that the immortal divine medicine itself was very powerful. Without extraordinary strength, it was impossible to obtain it. Not to mention the two of them, even if two saints worked together, they might not be able to catch the immortal divine medicine. The immortal divine medicine is indeed very tempting, but it's a pity that it's useless to me. If you can tell me the whereabouts of the other Dao stone, I can consider sparing your life. Lin Xian's current priority was to obtain the Dao stone. Damn it, you don't want the immortal divine medicine? You want the Dao stone. How would I know what a Dao stone is? Indeed, he had been suppressed for countless years, so how would he know about the outside world? Not to mention the Dao stone. He had obtained this with Dao stone by chance. Since you don't know, there's nothing to talk about. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian continued to activate the great dragon sword soul. No, damn it, listen to me, the green-robed man wanted to say something, but in the next moment, his voice was swallowed by the merciless sword light. When everything disappeared, a bottomless void appeared on the ground. The green-robed man's soul had long been destroyed, and not even a drop of blood was left behind. Lin Xian let out a breath and recalled the great dragon sword soul back into his body. In the next moment, he revealed a smile. Great, the wood Dao stone was in his hands. Now, he already had 2 crystals in his hands. Moreover, he had obtained an unexpected surprise on this trip to the elven planet, which was the Eye of Time. This was definitely a good life-saving item. Let's go, let's leave. Lin Xian waved his hand and called out to the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey. But at this moment, the void shattered and an incomparably black spear instantly streaked across, charging towards Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt an incomparable sense of danger. In this situation, he couldn't dodge, so he could only resist head-on. The 9-yang divine body blossomed with light as it resisted the black spear. In an instant, the black spear collided with his body and with a bang, endless demonic chi erupted. Black clouds rolled and pitch-black demonic patterns appeared on them, flickering with a demonic light. Damn it, there's actually someone else. The dark red divine dragon's expression also changed, but he wasn't too worried. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was extremely powerful. This bit of attack shouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. But just as he thought about it, he was stunned. His eyes even widened. He couldn't believe it. This was because the black spear had pierced through Lin Xian's body and sent Lin Xian flying. Damn it, this was impossible, the dark red divine dragon screamed. How was this possible? The 9-yang divine body was pierced through. This shouldn't be. The 9-yang divine body was so powerful and had an unparalleled physique. Even a quasi-sacred artifact couldn't penetrate it at all. However, this scene left him extremely shocked. Could it be that this was a sacred artifact? The successor of the 9-yang divine body was only SOSO. He was like an ant, unable to withstand a single blow. The void within 1,000,000 miles had completely turned into darkness. Demonic clouds surged as if black clouds were pressing down on the city, making it hard for people to breathe. A stalwart, pitch-black man descended from the sky. He floated in the air and looked down with a cold gaze. There was indeed someone. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. The other party's aura was too powerful, and his demonic aura was overflowing. Who exactly was this person? He thought about it and realized that he had never heard of this person before. Aya, Lin Xian is in danger. Little White was also a little anxious. Damn it, who are you? Why did you ambush us? The dark red divine dragon roared, his voice resounding through the 9 heavens. There was actually a dragon? That demon godlike figure looked at the dark red divine dragon, his eyes shining. You should be his companion, right? Looks like you'll have to go to hell with him. Damn it, do you think you can be arrogant just because you have a sacred artifact? The dark red divine dragon's face turned cold. Wait a minute, his expression suddenly froze. Such monstrous demonic clouds, such domineering words, and they were specifically targeting Lin Xian. He had addressed Lin Xian as the successor of the 9 sons when he first came up. Could it be that this is? The dark red divine dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that you are the great demon? You can actually recognize me. It seems that you have some knowledge. The great demon sneered. Damn it, it really is the great demon. The dark red divine dragon's face turned completely cold. He didn't expect to encounter a great demon here. Could it be that the other party was on this planet, or was the other party here to kill Lin Xian? One had to know that not only was Lin Xian the successor of the great dragon, but he was also the successor of the 9 sons. And the great demon was the sworn enemy of the 9 sons' lineage. Previously, when Lin Xian obtained the 9 sons' inheritance at Black Demon Cliff, he already knew about this. The previous generation's 9 sons Sword Saint and the great demon had perished together on Black Demon Cliff. Before this, the 9 sons lineage and the great demon lineage were also fighting each other and could be said to be sworn enemies. Who would have thought that the great demon would actually find Lin Xian again? It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. Every great demon was an extremely terrifying and earth-shattering great demon. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry about Lin Xian. So you're a great demon. A coughing sound came from afar, followed by a cold voice. The great demon turned around and forgot that he was still alive. He noticed that Lin Xian had stood up. Lin Xian was pierced through by the black spear from the left side of his body and out from the right. At this moment, Lin Xian stood up, blood flowing from his body. He reached out with his large golden hand and grabbed the black spear. With a forceful pull, he pulled the spear out. Then, he nailed the spear into the ground. Light blossomed from his body as the law of wood and the longevity art rapidly circulated. The 9 yang divine body instantly recovered. To be able to recover so quickly. The great demon was slightly stunned. You were actually able to easily erase the demonic chi on it. He was simply too surprised. With a wave of his hand, the great demon summoned the black spear from the ground and held it in his hand. Then, the black spear drilled into his hand and disappeared. Using the Great Destruction Spear to deal with you is a waste of talent. Come, successor of the 9 yang divine body, let me see how strong you are. The great demon's body fell down. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. His eyes flickered, and his body shone brightly. He used the 9 yang divine body to the extreme. As he took a step forward, the void within 1,000,000 miles started to crumble rapidly under the might of his foot. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian used the 9 yang divine body with all his might, making him look like a golden god of war. He stomped his foot and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Boom, he waved his fist like the sun, shining in all directions. The dazzling light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. At this moment, even a half-saint would be frightened and their scalps would go numb. A cold light burst out from the great demon's eyes. What a powerful aura. It seems that you've cultivated the 9 yang divine body well. I hope you won't disappoint me. He laughed sinisterly and attacked decisively. He sent out dozens of palm shadows in a row. The terrifying palm carried a monstrous demonic aura, and it was like 1,000,000 demonic mountains that fell down. The sky was clearly divided into 2 halves. The space where Lin Xian was shrouded in light and flames. The space where the great demon was filled with demonic aura and was incomparably dark. Boom. Boom, boom. Their attacks collided in the sky, and countless thunderous sounds spread out from the two of them to millions of miles away. At this moment, no place was intact. The dark red divine dragon had long retreated. He knew that this was a fated battle, and he couldn't interfere at all. He could only retreat a few meters away and watch the battle nervously. The snow-white monkey also jumped on his body, and its big black eyes stared ahead without blinking. In front of them, Lin Xian and the great demon had turned into two black shadows that kept colliding. Every strike was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them quickly separated and stood in different places. Although it was only a blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged close to 100,000 blows. Lin Xian stood in the void, the 9-yang divine fire burning all over his body, and the law of fire surrounding him. He became incomparably solemn. This was the great demon. He was too powerful. He was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. To be honest, he had never seen an opponent who was so powerful that he could be on par with him. Although it was only a short exchange, he could clearly feel that the other party was very strong, far stronger than the green monster from before. As expected of an old enemy, Lin Xian didn't have the slightest carelessness. After all, the previous successor of the 9-yang divine body was killed by the great demon. Not bad, not bad. To be able to block my attack, it really surprised me. The great demon's eyes burst with a biting cold light, and his demonic aura surged into the sky. With a roar, he charged over like a demon king. Berserk demonic aura tore heaven and earth apart. Behind him, the black demonic aura was like a huge black waterfall, falling from the sky and sweeping over. It was densely packed and blotted out the sky and earth. The sky was collapsing, and the earth was shattering. The great demon just rushed over directly and didn't use any divine abilities, and it was already so terrifying. In my opinion, you're just SOSO. Today, I'll kill you. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The boundless flames on his body burned fiercely, engulfing half the sky. The law of fire fragment accompanied him, waving non-stop. The two of them fought together again. The earth trembled, and the sky collapsed. It had already affected a radius of millions of miles. The dark red divine dragon had already been pushed further away. His expression was incomparably solemn. Too powerful. Each of these two people was a peerless powerhouse, a top genius. Any one of them could sweep through an area on the ancient starry sky path. The elven planet was a very special world. The forest here was vast, so there were many spirit herbs and resources. Other than Lin Xian and the other experts also liked to come to this place. At this moment, many cultivators descended from the sky and landed on the elven planet on their spirit boats. There were quite a number of these people, and they came from the 8 great families of the 8 worlds. At this moment, they had joined forces and were preparing to explore the elven forest. Countless powerhouses and prodigies came out of the spirit boats and flew down quickly. Many of them laughed. There are many spirit herbs here. Last time, I picked a 10,000-year-old spirit herb here. This time, there are so many of us, we might have even more gains, a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. When the surrounding prodigies heard this, their eyes burned with passion. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to pick 10,000-year-old spirit herbs this time. Otherwise, we won't be willing to go back. Many people laughed out loud. Of course, some older generation figures said that they had to be careful. The elven planet was very primitive and ancient, and there were many unknown creatures and beasts. They couldn't be careless. Don't worry, Elder, we know. The young prodigies nodded, but their eyes were disapproving. They were all prodigies of their families and were extremely dazzling existences in a star world. The weakest among them had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, and many of them had reached the half-sage realm. A few of them had even participated in the Abyss ranking, and they had achieved extraordinary results in the ranking. Among them, there were 3 orange-ranked top 10, and there was even 1 purple-ranked. With so many of them together, there was no need for the older generation of the family to come, and they were enough to sweep through everything. But at this moment, a handsome man frowned slightly. I received news that Ziyuhao seems to have come to the elven planet as well. Let's not meet him. As soon as these words came out, many people were moved. Ziyuhao was ranked 10th in the Abyss rankings. His strength was extremely terrifying, and they didn't dare to fight him head-on. However, a beautiful girl laughed. Don't worry, with senior brother around, that Ziyuhao isn't that scary. That's true. They looked at the figure in front of them and immediately felt at ease. And Xianxia was ranked 11th on the Abyss rankings. Although he was ranked behind Ziyuhao, the two of them were only one rank apart. Moreover, and Xianxia's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds recently. It could be said that he was full of ambition. Among their 8 great families, it was already spread that Xianxia absolutely had the strength to defeat Ziyuhao. In fact, if he participated in the Abyss ranking this time, he would definitely be able to increase his ranking by more than 2 places. Therefore, with Xianxia around, even if they encountered Ziyuhao, they were not afraid. Furthermore, apart from Xianxia, they still had many geniuses and senior cultivators on their side. No matter how powerful Ziyuhao was, could he do anything to them? Thinking of this, they all smiled. The group of people quickly turned into streams of light and shuttled into the forest. However, as soon as they arrived at the elf forest, they were stunned before they could even pick the spiritual herbs. Their expressions became incomparably grave. That was because there was an incomparably intense light coming from the depths of the forest. Half of the demonic chi was overflowing, almost covering half of the elf forest. On the other side, a brilliant light shone, as if a sun had fallen into the mortal world. What's going on? What happened? Could it be a unique treasure of heaven and earth? A peerless treasure was about to appear? The young geniuses cried out in surprise, while the eyes of the others burned with passion. Such a worldly anomaly was definitely a rare treasure. Let's go and take a look. Everyone, be careful. A senior half-saint warned in a deep voice. The group of people moved forward quickly. They left the outside and set off towards the depths of the elf forest. As soon as they stepped into the depths of the elf forest, their bodies stiffened and they stopped there. They felt an incomparably terrifying energy in front of them that swept in all directions. Moreover, the forest in front of them had long been reduced to ashes. There were terrifying large cracks everywhere in the sky, each of which could swallow a person. The violent energy swept in all directions. It was chaos. The ground was even more cracked, and there were no trees left, let alone other treasures of heaven and earth. All of them were reduced to ashes. Damn it, someone was fighting. Those senior cultivators were shocked, and the young warriors' scalps were numb. What kind of person could affect tens of millions of miles? They were really stunned. They did not dare to go forward. Among them, and Xianxia's eyes were wide open as he stared straight ahead. He looked at the monstrous demonic chi with an incomparably grave expression. Could it be that person, young master, and knew who it was? The other senior half-saints also frowned and asked. They did not know. And Xianxia nodded. Someone had seen such a monstrous demonic chi before. It was said that an extremely terrifying figure had appeared. The moment he appeared, he killed many young geniuses and half-saints, causing everyone to tremble. In the end, someone investigated and said that it was done by the legendary Great Demon. Great Demon? Are you talking about the one in the demon race? Many seniors felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They were no strangers to such legends. After all, great demons were extremely terrifying existences. That's right, and Xianxia also nodded with difficulty. The others gasped. They didn't expect that the legendary Great Demon would actually appear and engage in a life-and-death battle with someone else on this planet. But what made them even more puzzled was that the one with the monstrous demonic chi was the Great Demon, so who was the person with the golden light? What kind of person could fight with the Great Demon? And from the looks of it, they were evenly matched, they didn't know. Hence, they were all prepared to go and watch. But they had just flown tens of thousands of miles when an extremely dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of them. The berserk energy was like a wave that could destroy the world, sweeping towards them. Not good. Retreat, these people retreated crazily. The void that they had just stood in was shattered. The young cultivators were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Previously, they were full of confidence and didn't put anyone in their eyes. They thought that nothing here could threaten them. But now, facing the aftermath of the battle between these two, they didn't even have the ability to resist. The difference was simply too great. Watching from afar, those seniors also sighed and used their respective divine abilities, wanting to explore the area ahead. And Xianfei's eyes flickered as he looked ahead. Ahead. After the shocking attack, they temporarily calmed down. Lin Xian retreated with a grave expression. There were cracks on his body. They were caused by the impact of the demonic qi. Buzz, the divine flame on his body surged and burned the demonic qi, healing his body. The great demon opposite him also frowned. He was also injured. Some parts of his body were charred black, and one of his arms was deformed. His bent arm quickly recovered, but his face was terrifyingly dark. Brat, you've completely angered me. The great demon was very unhappy. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong and be able to fight evenly with him. It seemed that he had to use some methods. With a furious roar, the aura on his body erupted once again. Endless demonic aura surged and swept towards Lin Xian. The demonic aura became extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to devour everything. It wanted to devour Lin Xian's flesh and flames. In an instant, Lin Xian was shrouded by the demonic aura. However, he was still fearless. He unleashed the law of fire fragment to the extreme. The flames burned fiercely. 9 suns opened the sky, he would use his peerless fist to destroy everything. Boom boom boom, the endless demonic clouds were pierced through by him, creating many empty areas. The flames on his body ignited these demonic shadows and burned them fiercely. Clouds of black smoke rose into the sky. How can mere demonic aura suppress me? Today, I'll completely incinerate you, Lin Xian roared and stood in the void. The flames on his body rotated rapidly between his palms. Then, they formed a golden crow. He held it in his hand and blasted it forward. The golden crow was born like a sun. It turned into a shooting star and blasted all the demonic clouds away. This golden crow was too real. It was so lifelike that every single feather could be seen clearly. Its eyes were bright and full of expression, as if it had been bestowed with life. It seems that you have other means besides the 9 suns' divine body. Seeing this scene, the great demon frowned and then sneered. But it's good. I'll let you see my superpower. Demonic origin wheel, he raised one hand and endless demonic aura quickly condensed in his palm, forming a black wheel that spun rapidly. On it, there were pitch-black law fragments. Buzz, then, he threw the black wheel out. The void was pierced through. With this attack, the entire world seemed to have exploded. Countless black lights flickered, like black crows dancing. It was an extremely strange sight. Half of the sky had turned into black light spots. They flickered as if black stars were breathing. Damn it, what is this thing? The dark red divine dragon frowned. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that the energy it contained was too terrifying. In the distance, and Xianfei and the others were even more dumbfounded. The black light spots in the sky made them tremble. They estimated that a single light spot could kill a half-saint. Was this the legendary great demon? This was too terrifying. The older half-saints were also terrified. The bodies of the young geniuses were trembling. They could not wait to run away. One of the white-haired old men's pupils constricted as he screamed, "Not good. That's a devil origin wheel. I've read about this kind of divine ability in ancient books. It's said to be extremely terrifying. It's specifically used to injure one's soul. As long as one's soul is touched by it, one's soul will be damaged." It was very likely that he would be killed directly. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would stagnate, unable to advance any further. What? How could it be so terrifying? A single black spot was already so terrifying. At this moment, there were tens of millions of black spots in the sky. It's over. That person is probably in danger, that's right. I wonder who it is that's fighting the great demon. Lin Xian had a dignified expression. He naturally felt a sense of crisis. One had to admit that this great demon was truly terrifying. He could unleash such a terrifying divine ability just by raising his hand. Humph, he snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he urged the flaming golden crow to quickly charge over. The two collided, erupting into a dazzling light screen. However, Lin Xian frowned. He could clearly feel that the golden crow he had unleashed was rapidly shrinking. Those black spots pierced through the flames with astonishing power. Enraged, they quickly charged toward him. In an instant, the flaming golden crow was completely penetrated. With a wail, it turned into a monstrous fire. It landed on the ground. The black spots that filled the sky flickered with terrifying light and enveloped Lin Xian. "Kid, let's see how you're going to stop this." The great demon sneered. Lin Xian roared angrily. Once again, a terrifying black law fragment flew out from his body. As he waved his arm, it turned into streaks of sword light that surrounded him like a black river. The law of annihilation, as soon as this law appeared, it formed a destructive force that collided with the black spots in the sky. The silent collision was like the melting of ice and fire. The frightening black spots on the black sword mark instantly dissipated rapidly, like moths flying into a flame. It was extremely strange. What was going on? Could it be that it was blocked? The half-saints and geniuses in the distance were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The terrifying demonic origin wheel had been blocked. Who on earth was that person? The dark red divine dragon breathed a sigh of relief and watched with rapt attention again. The great demon frowned. He was able to block his demonic origin wheel. That power was the power of decomposition and dissipation. His eyes were somewhat cold as he stared at the black sword light. Suddenly, he frowned. "It seems that you have mastered more than one law. But you have only blocked it. Let's see how long you can block it." He snorted coldly. Competing with the power of laws? He would not lose to the other party. In the sky, the two kinds of law forces collided with each other. It was extremely terrifying. Every blow could kill a half-saint. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and a sword chi shot out. It was like a fire dragon that soared into the sky. This slash of the sword cleaved apart the black spots, and the sky was once again illuminated by the light. No way, the demonic origin wheel had been repelled? The people in the distance were stunned. Previously, they were evenly matched. But suddenly, a large part of the demonic origin wheel had been destroyed. What was going on? The young geniuses were already stunned. And Xianxia also did not understand. Only a few powerhouses of the older generation were extremely shocked. Sword Chi, that person had struck out Sword Chi and destroyed the demonic origin wheel. What, Sword Chi? Could it be that he was a pure sword saint? That was too terrifying, wasn't it? These people exclaimed. He was definitely a super powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not be able to contend with the great demon for so long. The great demon also frowned. Sword Chi, how did the other party's Sword Chi become so terrifying? 9 revolutions of demonic origin wheel. The great demon roared. His black hair fluttered and his hands danced. Suddenly, the huge wheel in the sky began to rotate. Every time it rotated, it would bring with it a strange and overflowing power. After the 9th rotation, the power was extremely strong. Between heaven and earth, demonic chi was vast and mighty as if a demon god had awakened. That powerful aura was like a wave, vast and mighty. Boom! Boom! The power of the 9 revolutions of demonic origin suppressed the sword chi and the law of annihilation once again. It was as if a part of the world was pressing down from the sky, trying to suppress Lin Xian. What a terrifying power! This was simply a brand new world. This great demon was really too terrifying. The powerhouses of the 8 great families were extremely shocked. They estimated that all of them could not block this attack. They would be turned into ashes in an instant. The dark red divine dragon also frowned and became worried. This great demon was too powerful. Boy, hurry up and use all your strength. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, the earth beneath him trembled, and fragments of the law of earth quickly condensed on his body. Rise! With a furious roar, the law fragments formed a vast mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, forming a terrifying land that soared into the sky. The mountain range was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a boundless land. What's this? In the distance, the powerhouses of the 8 great families almost popped their eyes out when they saw this scene. Did he lift up the entire land? They were too terrified. No, it's the law of earth, it's the law of earth. This person also has the law of earth, and its power is terrifying. What, the law of earth? The young geniuses were dumbfounded. The flames from before must have been the law of fire. That pitch-black sword light must have been another law. Now that he's using the law of earth, who is he? Isn't he comprehending too many laws? Boom boom boom, above, the pitch-black sky pressed down, and the boundless mountain range below turned into a land that soared into the sky. The collision of heaven and earth was the ultimate power. Boom boom boom, this scene was like the end of the world. It was like a pair of boundless hands had slapped heaven and earth together. The void within tens of millions of miles was once again shattered into chaos. Everyone could only retreat frantically as everything in front of them was swallowed up. The terrifying apocalyptic scene lasted for a very long time before it slowly dissipated. The people of the 8 great families widened their eyes and looked carefully. The young geniuses' voices trembled. That's impossible, right? Only a saint would be able to survive this kind of world-destroying energy. Otherwise, the two of them will die together. Not to mention these young geniuses, even the veteran half-sages probably had the same thought. In fact, they were even prepared to wait for the storm to calm down before they went forward to see who was fighting. However, they were soon stunned. And Xianxia's pupils constricted as he looked into the distance and exclaimed. Look, their figures have appeared. They're not dead. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the starry sky. In the void tens of millions of miles away, 2 figures stood opposite each other. Light erupted from their bodies. Both of them had injuries on their bodies. It was obvious that the shocking attack from before had impacted both of them. However, this impact was not fatal to them. The great demon roared. The demonic chi of the 9 heavens and 10 earths gathered towards him. Wang, the cracks on his body healed, and his aura became stronger again. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body released its divine aura, and the law of wood and longevity secret art circulated rapidly to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This caused his body to rapidly heal. In an instant, it was as good as new. Heavens, are these 2 people immortal? The members of the 8 great clans were all scared silly. Against such a violent attack, they would have been reduced to ashes. No one below the Saint realm could survive. Fortunately, although these 2 were injured, they recovered in an instant. What kind of physique was this? That wasn't right. It was rumored that the great devil body was incomparably terrifying. It was one of the strongest physiques in the myriad worlds. It was normal for it to be able to recover quickly. However, what kind of physique did the person who fought with the great demon have? Why was he so powerful? He was definitely a peerless expert, and it was very likely that he had one of the strongest physiques in the universe, otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a scene. They were really curious. Who was it? Was he fighting with the great demon, especially a prodigy like in Xianxia? Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. Was it someone on the Abyss leaderboard? If so, it must be someone in the top 5. Who was it, Zhao Wuliang? Long Zhao Tian, or was it the new successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian, or rather, it was the mysterious Di Ling who ranked first on the leaderboard? He didn't know, but if it was a young prodigy, it was very likely to be one of these people. If it wasn't a young prodigy, then it had to be a super expert. If that was the case, he couldn't be sure who it was at all. In the void, Lin Xian's body recovered, and he looked forward with a cold gaze. That's all you've got? Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, then you can go to hell in peace. You want me to go to hell? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Don't forget that in the battle between the 9-yang divine body and the great demon clan won more. Therefore, there's no exception today. You will be killed by me. The demonic origin wheel is only one of my most powerful abilities, but it's not my strongest ability. It's not even in the top 3. Now, I'll let you witness my unparalleled great divine ability. The great demon's voice was like a clap of thunder, clearly spreading throughout the world. When the experts of the 8 great clans heard this, they were terrified. What? The demonic origin wheel was only one of his abilities, and it wasn't even in the top 3, heavens, just how terrifying was this great demon? That godlike figure was probably in danger. The attack he used to block the demonic origin wheel was probably his strongest attack. The great demon was extremely terrifying. Once he appeared, he could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Very few people were his match. Moreover, according to records, the great demon had a mortal enemy, and it seemed that he was the successor of the 9 yang divine body. The successor of the 9 suns possessed the 9 suns divine body, which was extremely terrifying. Once he matured, he would be one of the super experts in the universe. Moreover, he was very promising on the path to becoming a great emperor. Yet, such an existence was more likely to lose than win in a battle against the great demon clan. One could imagine how terrifying the great demon was. The young geniuses were stunned when they heard this. This legend was like a myth. And Xianxia's pupils constricted. Wait, mortal enemy, what did you say? The great demon clan and the 9 yang divine body were mortal enemies? Yes, they were mortal enemies. Every time they appeared, there would be an earth-shattering battle. As soon as an elder finished speaking, his body trembled, and his eyes widened. Could it be? He didn't finish speaking, but his eyes were already filled with shock. The other older half-sages also seemed to have thought of something, and their scalps went numb. In the next moment, their eyes were like rainbows as they stared at the figure in the distance who was burning with divine flames. He looked like a god of war. Heavens, terrifying flames, and a super-strong physique that could compete with the supreme demonic body. Moreover, the flames were monstrous like the sun. Could it be the 9 yang divine body? As soon as these words were said, the other experts and geniuses of the 8 great clans were all stunned. Their minds were blank. After a long time, they finally reacted and screamed. What, the 9 yang divine body? Was that person the successor of the 9 yang divine body? Heavens, they almost scared the hell out of them. The successor of the 9 yang divine body was fighting the successor of the great demon clan. This was a fated battle. In the ancient legends, the fated battle between the great demon and the 9 yang divine body was one of the most exciting battles on the ancient path of the stars. Countless people praised that battle, and it evolved into a historical myth that spread throughout the universe. In the past, they could only imagine the battle scene in their minds when they heard the older generation talk about it. But now, they seemed to be witnessing this fated battle with their own eyes. After coming to this conclusion, the experts of the 8 great families were stunned. This was a battle that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Among them, a few white-haired elders immediately yelled and took out their formation records. They had to record the battle down. The eyes of the others also lit up. That's right, the fated battle between the great demon and the 9 suns was only a legend. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But now, they were seeing it with their own eyes. This was a blessing that they had cultivated for several lifetimes. However, they did not plan to be the only ones to see it. They wanted to use an array formation to record this battle. They wanted to spread the news throughout the universe. They could not let such a battle be drowned in this vast forest. They had to let more experts and geniuses see it. Thinking of this, the people of the 8 great families quickly took out array discs and formed an array formation to record the battle ahead. At the same time, they quickly retreated a few million miles to ensure their safety. The array formation flickered, clearly reflecting everything in front of them. In front of them. The void shattered. Lin Xian frowned. Was he going to use a new divine ability? Well, it was time to end it. To be honest, from the moment he became the successor of the 9 suns, he knew that there would be such a battle in his life. Moreover, he knew that his opponent was very powerful and was not weaker than the successor of the 9 suns. In fact, it was even stronger, but so what? Lin Xian had grown to this day. What kind of battle had he not experienced? Although today was a fated battle, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt his blood boiling. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, the black annihilation laws around him disappeared. The earth laws under his feet also disappeared. On his body, divine fire surged into the sky. The fire laws became more and more tyrannical. Since it was a fated battle and his opponent was the great demon, he would naturally use the 9 suns' inheritance to fight with his opponent. Sure enough, seeing the energy change in Lin Xian's body, the dark red divine dragon sighed. Sigh, this kid is too stubborn. Why is he talking about rules with the great demon? If it were me, I would use all kinds of methods to kill the other party. Of course, he knew that Lin Xian would not do that. Lin Xian wanted to make the Nine Sons bloodline famous. Oh, he doesn't plan to use other divine abilities? You want to use the Nine Sons' inheritance to fight, brat? Do you think you can contend against him? The great demon could clearly sense the change in Lin Xian's strength. Immediately, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. To be honest, if you didn't have other divine abilities and laws, you would have been killed in the previous battle. With just your Nine Sons' inheritance, you can't kill me. It's impossible for you to contend against me. Humph. Lin Xian didn't say anything. He wanted to prove everything with his actions. Lin Xian let out a long roar as his body blossomed with terrifying flames. At this moment, Lin Xian looked like a supreme sun war god, his hair wildly dancing in the wind. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled along with him. At this moment, he did not hold back in the slightest. He unleashed his 9 yang divine body to its limits. The 9 yang divine body was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. His physique was strong and his attacks were strong. Once the 9 yang divine fire was used, it could burn everything. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of fire as he charged out forcefully. He stretched out his palm, and it was like a terrifying mountain that slammed down from the sky. In an instant, the void in front of him shattered, and the ground below sank once again. This terrifying power shocked the people of the 8 great families in the distance. Their hands that were controlling the array formation trembled. It was too terrifying. The other party's physique had become stronger again. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? That's right, Lin Xian's previous battle with the great demon was just a probing attack. Now, he had already sensed that the great demon was not simple. He wanted to fight with all his strength. At this moment, when he attacked with all his strength, the power was incomparably terrifying. It was even more terrifying than when he used many kinds of laws previously. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His palm landed and spread out in all directions. From afar, it was as if the entire sky was shattered by his palm. The golden palm was very fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the great demon. Before the palm landed, the terrifying storm had already rushed onto the great demon's body. With a crack, countless cracks appeared on the great demon's body. The demonic energy on his body was suppressed until it dimmed and burned. This scene made the dark red divine dragon suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen Lin Xian use the 9 yang divine body to such an extent. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families were even more dumbfounded. Was this the successor of the 9 yang divine body? It was too terrifying. Who could contend with such a physique? The great demon's expression also changed. He let out a long roar, and the demonic energy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged towards him. The supreme demon body quickly healed. In the next moment, he roared. Courting death, chaotic demon fist, the black fist was like a meteor, rushing into the clouds and colliding with the brilliant palm. An earth-shattering sound rang out. This strike was even more terrifying than the collision of the sky and earth from before. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that previously, when the two of them used great magical powers to create the sky and earth, the collision was only one. But this time, after the two of them exchanged blows, they unleashed a terrifying attack. The great demon's chaotic demon fist was obviously a terrifying fist technique. Coupled with his supreme demon body, it was terrifying to the extreme. On the other side, Lin Xian used the 9 yang divine palm. The monstrous palm kept falling, and countless golden rays of light rushed into the clouds. It was an earth-shattering collision. Each blow could easily kill a half-saint. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves, and the sky and earth cracked. Everywhere they passed, everything was turned into ashes. Not good. Run. The people of the 8 great families were scared out of their wits. They realized that this time, the two of them were moving as they fought. Very soon, their sight was affected. These people fled as if they had gone mad. They brought the formation with them and flew further away. Fortunately, this primeval forest was too vast. Although it had affected tens of millions of miles, it was not a problem for the primeval forest. Unless someone could blow up the entire planet with one blow, the forest would always exist. The people of the 8 great families once again came to a safe place. They controlled the array formation and recorded the scene of the battle in the distance. In the distance, a scream was heard. The great demon's fist was grabbed by a large golden hand and clenched tightly. The fist was directly crushed. Not only that, the great demon's entire arm was also turned into ashes. Damn it, get lost. The great demon roared and swept out his right leg. Like a heavenly blade, he kicked directly at Lin Xian. The power it carried shattered the void within millions of miles. With a boom, the kick landed on Lin Xian's arm, causing Lin Xian to retreat. His arm was also broken. However, both of their physiques were super strong. In an instant, they recovered. The next moment, they fought again. Chaotic demon fist, demon dance, he roared angrily and used one of his fist techniques to kill. For a moment, countless terrifying fist shadows appeared in all directions. Each of them was like a black sun. They were extremely dazzling. These black fist shadows danced between heaven and earth like demons, and then flew toward Lin Xian together. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was sealed, forming a closed cage. This terrifying scene made the dark red divine dragon nervous. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families exclaimed. Heavens, what a terrifying divine power! The successor of the 9 sons was in danger. Yes, how was he going to defend himself, facing such a terrifying attack? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The light on his body shot into the sky as he quickly circulated all the energy in his body. The flames on his body formed a huge flaming sword in his hand. 9 Sun Sword Technique. At this moment, Lin Xian displayed a sword technique that was unparalleled in the world. Streaks of sword chi bloomed with resplendent light. They were like fire dragons that shot into the sky. The terrifying power could suppress everything. Pung, pung. Pung, pung. Although the surrounding black fist shadows were terrifying, under the 9 Sun Sword Technique, they were still shattered into pieces. After the fist shadows were shattered, the great demon did not retreat. Instead, he roared again. He formed a seal with his palms and his demonic aura filled the sky. With my demonic aura, tainted with my demonic blood, I will be a demon for all eternity. Heaven and earth will shatter. At this point, he opened his mouth and spat out a drop of bright red blood that surged forward. Instantly, heaven and earth shattered. The black fists turned into demons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Then, they formed a blurry figure. That blurry figure was too terrifying. It was impossible to tell what it was. One could only tell that it was a Taoist. The figure sat cross-legged in the void and chanted a strange demonic scripture. Boom. Boom, boom. Under this strange sound, the 9 heavens and 10 lands quickly split apart. The space around Lin Xian continued to shatter. The flames on his body were suppressed once again, and they even began to tremble. One could imagine that even if the 9 Suns' divine body was powerful, it would not be able to withstand such a strange scene. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter how you change, I will slash you with my sword. His voice rang out like a sword god. Terrifying flaming sword chi surrounded him. The flaming sword in his hand exploded with unparalleled light. When the sword slashed out, it was like an eternal immortal light that could destroy all demons. The demonic aura in the sky trembled violently as if ice and snow had met the sun and quickly melted. Boom. Boom, the blurry figure collided with the 9 Sun Sword Technique. It was earth-shattering. But in the end, that blurry figure was still unable to block this terrifying sword chi and vanished into thin air. The terrifying devil chi had completely disappeared. In the distance, the great demon groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! You can actually break my demon summoning scripture? How is that possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. The demonic summoning scripture was so terrifying that he dared to guarantee that no one below the saint plane would be able to resist it. Even if he was facing a saint, he was confident that he could slaughter him, but now, his demonic summoning scripture had been shattered by a single sword strike from his opponent. This scene was too shocking. In the distance, the people of the 8 great clans were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The great demon was actually injured. Heavens, could it be that this generation's successor of the 9 Suns was so terrifying? He wouldn't defeat the great demon, would he? If that was the case, the entire universe would be shaken. Although you are powerful, you are still a demon. Lin Xian shook his head. You are no match for me. Brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you've injured me. Let me tell you, you still have a long way to go." With a long roar, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Tens of thousands of miles of the void were all shattered. His black hair danced wildly, and a black phantom appeared in his hand. It was like a millstone of destruction that kept spinning. Lin Xian held the Nine Suns' divine sword in his hand and faced the terrifying world-destroying demonic disc. This attack was like two worlds colliding. The energy that was released was too terrifying. Endless light shot into the clouds, breaking through the sky and flying into the outer realm. Roar, the great demon roared. He was incomparably powerful. After that attack, he charged over again. The world-destroying demonic disc in his hand was even more terrifying. It was as if it could really destroy everything in the world. Lin Xian also roared and soared into the sky. Endless flaming sword energy burned fiercely on his body. The terrifying sword swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 9 Suns sword technique and the world-destroying demonic disc kept colliding. Everything that was affected by the two energies was turned into ashes. In the distance, the cultivators of the 8 great clans swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. It was too terrifying. Was this still a half-saint? Why did it feel like 2 saints were fighting? Kid, you can't do it. My great demon lineage will kill your 9 sons' lineage forever. This great demon was incomparably powerful. The demonic aura on his body was monstrous. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Kill me? You don't have the ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, the sword energy on his body became even more biting cold. The sword chi struck the world-destroying demonic disc, causing it to tremble non-stop. Cracks even appeared on its surface. One could imagine how terrifying the sword energy was. Boom, in the end, Lin Xian split the world-destroying demonic disc in half. The violent energy turned into a black sea that slammed in all directions. The entire world seemed to have been split apart by the sword. The great demon retreated. A sword mark appeared on his body, almost splitting him in half. Blood flowed out of his body in an instant. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian was like a sword god. His voice was incomparably sharp. In the distance, the people of the 8 great clans were shocked. Heavens, the great demon was injured again. Could it be that the 9 Suns lineage was really going to win this time? That's great. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also excited. From the looks of it, Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger, right? Damn it, demonic aura surged on the great demon's body. Demonic runes flickered and his cracked body recovered. However, the world-destroying millstone in his hand did not appear again. His eyes were incomparably gloomy. You can actually break my world-destroying divine ability. Kid, you've really exceeded my expectations. However, you asked for it. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With a cold bellow, the black spear from before appeared in his hand. It blossomed in the sky and crushed countless voids. The great demon held it in his hand. Buzz, the moment the black spear appeared, it brought with it countless illusions. In the illusions, there was a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Countless headless experts were wailing and dancing in the air. That terrifying scene caused one's scalp to go numb with just a glance. What kind of weapon was that? How could there be such a terrifying scene? When the people of the 8 great clans saw this scene, they almost knelt on the ground. It was too terrifying. The moment this aura appeared, it was as if it could destroy them. Especially those young geniuses. When they saw the terrifying illusions, they almost fainted. The older generation people also exclaimed. Could it be that this was the treasure of the great demon clan, the Great Destruction Spear? The Great Destruction Spear was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that it had been stained with the blood of many saints. Countless half-sages had died in its hands. The young geniuses held their breaths as their eyes widened. When had they ever seen such a terrifying weapon? Many people exclaimed. The great demon was already very terrifying. Now that he was holding a peerless weapon, could the successor of the 9 Suns still resist? No one knew. From the looks of it, the successor of the 9 Suns had suppressed the great demon. However, now that the great demon had taken out the great destruction spear, he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. If the successor of the Nine Sons couldn't take out a powerful weapon, he would definitely be defeated. That's right. The older generation experts were also frowning. An ordinary half-step sage weapon was nothing in front of the great destruction spear. They kept discussing. In the distance, the dark red divine dragon's pupils shrank when he saw the scene. Damn it, it's that weapon. The weapon had shocked him too much. He had thought that it was a sage weapon, but now it seemed that even if it wasn't, it was close. There were terrifying illusions on it that made his hair stand on end. No, that kid's blazing Qilin sword was inferior to the great destruction spear. What is he going to use? The dark red divine dragon frowned. After taking out the great destruction spear, the great demon's aura rose again. He looked coldly in front of him. Kid, you should be proud that you made me use the great destruction spear. Now, you can die in peace. He took a step forward and waved the great destruction spear, thrusting it forward. Boom, the sky seemed to be pierced through by something. Countless cracks instantly appeared as a black stream of light pierced towards Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. What a terrifying weapon. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He could feel the ferocious aura of the black spear. In the next moment, he pulled out a flaming sword and swept it out. The flaming sword was caught by him and instantly bloomed with light. The sword trembled non-stop and turned into a blazing Qilin, rushing in all directions. This was the blazing Qilin sword that he had obtained from the fire spirit cave. Boom, the sword swept out and slashed at the black light in front of him. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out as an intense collision erupted. The fire Qilin transformed into a Qilin, roaring in all directions. However, the great annihilation spear was too terrifying. With one strike, the fire Qilin was pierced through. With a clang, the blazing Qilin sword was split into two. What was it that could shatter a half-saint tool? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. In the next moment, he was once again sent flying by this force. After flying for over 1,000,000 miles, Lin Xian crashed into the boundless void before finally landing on the ground. On his shoulder, there was a terrifying bloody hole. Around it were countless cracks that covered his entire body. This blow almost tore him into pieces. The people of the 8 great families sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even the 9 yang divine body was shattered. This was simply too terrifying. The 9 yang divine body was so powerful that it could suppress the supreme devil body of the great devil. They even suspected that his physique was comparable to a saint's physique. However, even with such a strong physique, it was unable to withstand this attack. One could only imagine how terrifying the might of the attack was. If it were any other half-saint, their body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Rumor had it that the great annihilation spear had been stained with the blood of more than one saint. It seemed that this legend was very likely true. Damn it, is that kid all right? The dark red dragon also became nervous. He could not help but want to save him. However, in the end, he did not make a move. He knew that this was a battle of fate. Only Lin Xian could face it alone. Boom, under the ground 1,000,000 miles away, countless rocks cracked open. A figure stood out. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was covered in cracks. He looked like a broken porcelain. It was an exceptionally shocking sight. What a terrifying attack. He was also extremely shocked. At this moment, the great devil quickly flew over and rushed near him again, looking down at him from above. You're not dead yet. It seems that your physique is beyond imagination. But so what? Can't you block my second attack? The great annihilation spear in his hand shone with a demonic light again. The surrounding sea of blood and mountains of corpses became more solid as if they were really going to appear in the world. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body vibrated and released millions of rays of light, quickly repairing the cracks. At the same time, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He looked at the long sword in his hand. The original blazing Qilin sword was now broken. This made him sigh. The blazing Qilin sword could be said to be a top half-saint weapon. It was extremely sharp. However, it was still inferior to the great annihilation spear. Shaking his head, Lin Xian put away the blazing Qilin sword. It seemed that he could only use that one. As he spoke, he quickly waved his hand. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in his hand. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 lands quickly collapsed. Countless sword chi rushed into the sky like lightning. Crack! 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 Various visions of heaven and earth danced wildly. Thousands of miles away, the powerhouses of the 8 great families trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. It was as if a sword light had streaked across their heads. In the next moment, they felt the sabers and swords in their hands tremble nonstop. What was going on? They held their weapons tightly. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. In the next moment, they looked into the distance. When they saw the green dragon-shaped sword shadow floating in the void, they were all stunned. Heavens, that was a long sword. When the long sword appeared, it caused a vision of heaven and earth and shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Just the aura that appeared was so terrifying, they were really stunned. The power displayed by the dragon-shaped sword was not any weaker than the great annihilation spear. The successor of the 9-yan divine body actually had such a terrifying weapon. It seemed that the outcome of this battle was uncertain again. These people were extremely shocked. Previously, they had thought that the successor of the 9-yang divine body was going to lose. Now, it seemed that the outcome was still unknown. It was no wonder that the battle between the 9-yang divine body and the great demon was called one of the most dazzling battles on the ancient path of the stars. Now, it seemed that he lived up to his reputation. Although the two of them were only half-sages, the divine powers and power they displayed had already surpassed that of other half-sages. They were not inferior even to a true sage. Even now, the two of them gave off the feeling that they were two sages fighting. The surrounding young elites were stunned. What? No way. They had the strength to kill a sage. A sage was an existence that transcended heaven and earth. No matter how powerful the two of them were, how could they kill such an existence? They really did not dare to believe it. However, the experts of the older generation sighed. A sage was indeed an existence that transcended heaven and earth. However, the weapons in the hands of the two of them were too terrifying. The great annihilation spear had been stained with the blood of a sage more than once. Although they did not know what kind of weapon the other party's dragon-shaped sword shadow was, in terms of power and the vision of heaven and earth, it was definitely not weaker than the great annihilation spear. Hearing that, the skyprides were shocked. And Xianxia began to tremble violently. He was ranked purple on the Abyss leaderboard and could be said to be a top and dazzling skypride. However, compared to a sage, he was insignificant. But now, there were two people who were as young as them who had the power to kill a sage. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The great demon's face also darkened, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. To be honest, in his opinion, the other party was definitely dead because no matter how strong the other party was, he couldn't block his spear of destruction. But now, the other party took out a long sword that was not inferior to the spear of destruction. Damn it, what was that? The great demon's face was gloomy, and his eyes were like a lamp as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. In the next moment, his eyelids twitched. Could it be that thing? But it shouldn't be. How did he get that thing? He was extremely shocked. On the opposite side, Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and in the next moment, the sword shadow erupted with endless power. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow became more and more solid as if it was a real sword. This time, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to use it as a weapon. To be honest, if the other party didn't take out the spear of destruction, he wouldn't have taken out the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Do you think you're the only one who has a weapon? After Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, he snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand bloomed with incomparable light, as if it wasn't a long sword, but a real dragon. As Lin Xian waved his arm, the dragon-shaped sword shadow roared and slashed out. This slash caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Sword light was everywhere in the sky and on the ground, devouring everything. Even the demonic chi was penetrated. Boom! On the other side, the spear of destruction also attacked crazily. The two collided. This time, the power was even more terrifying. It had already spread to a radius of 30 million miles, and it was still spreading. Retreat, retreat 50 million miles away. The people of the 8 great families roared crazily. The dark red divine dragon also pierced through the void and retreated quickly. Within 50 million miles, the scene was simply too horrifying. Everything was reduced to ashes. This was practically a fight between two saints. Boom, after that strike, the great demon stood in the void. He held the great destruction spear in his hand and pierced through the heavens and earth. He was like a demon god. Mysterious demonic runes flickered on his body as he exuded a terrifying aura. He was like a true peerless demon king. Light of destruction, with a loud shout, the great destruction spear in his hand danced wildly. A terrifying black light covered the sky and surged forward. The great demon's black hair danced in the wind as he devoured the demonic energy of heaven and earth. He unleashed a supreme technique, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian was swallowed up by the black light. His surroundings were pitch black, and the sword chi on his body was suppressed and dimmed. Humph, as for him, he snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with incomparable light. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand also stabbed out, colliding with the great wave annihilation spear. The heavens and earth collapsed, the sword chi shattered, and the demonic energy dispersed. Lin Xian opened his mouth and sucked all the shattered demonic energy into his body as if he was drinking water. Boom. Boom, boom. All the demonic energy in his body let out earth-shattering sounds. However, it was soon suppressed by Lin Xian. It was used to temper his body. Seeing this scene, the great demon snorted coldly, and the great destruction spear in his hand moved again. The underworld reappeared. Following that cold voice, the second strike was unleashed. Around the great destruction spear, countless black lights accompanied the sea of blood and the mountains of corpses, forming a world. It was a pitch-black land with countless corpses buried on it. They were all the corpses of peerless powerhouses. After death, they still emitted a terrifying aura and terrifying light. There were also blood of various colors flowing on it. It was as if hell had appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian appeared on the black land, surrounded by a terrifying scene. It emitted a terrifying aura that wanted to refine him. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families screamed when they saw this scene. The underworld. Heavens, this was the legendary land of death in the underworld. It could definitely refine everything and take away one's life force. Even a sage would be turned into ashes if he stayed there for a long time. What? So powerful, the surrounding young geniuses were shocked. Was this the legendary underworld? It could take away one's life force, and even a sage couldn't escape. At this moment, it was used to deal with the successor of the 9 sons. Could the other party block it? Lin Xian was in the underworld. He felt a cold aura that wanted to devour his life force and blood. Humph, he snorted coldly and stomped his foot. The underworld shook continuously, but it didn't shatter. Useless kid, my underworld is not an ordinary illusion. You can't break it. The great demon's voice was cold and there was a cold smile in his eyes. Can't break it? Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Flames burned in his eyes and his body shone, blocking the surrounding black aura. In the next moment, he looked around at the terrifying underworld and said coldly, "Today, I'll break it for you." 9 suns split the heavens. Lin Xian let out a long howl as he gripped the dragon-shaped sword with both hands. The aura from his body continued to burst forth like a sun, emitting a dazzling light. 9 suns split the heavens, the ultimate move of the 9 sun sword technique. When the sword slashed down, it seemed to split the heavens and earth. Boom boom boom, the underworld under his feet trembled violently. The terrifying corpses and blood sea around him also collapsed. Soon, a crack appeared in the world and it became bigger and bigger. Finally, with a crack, it split into 2. It shattered. The other party really split the underworld. This scene made the people of the 8 great families unable to believe it. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian flew out of the crack and quickly rose into the air. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed down again. It was another 9 suns split the heavens. This time, he slashed at the great demon. The great demon's eyes were round as he roared. Endless demonic aura surged from his body. He didn't believe that the other party could break his underworld so easily. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to think. The other party was charging at him, which made him extremely angry. Boom, the great spear of destruction in his hand kept spinning. The demonic runes on his hand illuminated the world. The demon god's fury. Facing the 9 suns split the heavens, the great demon once again used his ultimate ability. At this moment, the great demon's body flickered. An illusory demonic figure in armor rose from his body. Together with the great spear of destruction, they surged forward. The black figure was like a peerless demon god that had awakened from the ancient times. The moment he appeared, he covered the endless void. With a roar, the galaxy shattered and the sun and moon fell. This scene was really terrifying to the extreme. Amidst the violent roar, the phantom of the demon god quickly split apart and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. Not only that, the great demon also spat out a mouthful of blood. A terrifying crack appeared on his body, almost splitting him into 2 halves. On the other side, the fiery sword chi that filled the sky also disappeared. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul once again and stood in the void. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families were stunned when they saw this scene. Heavens, what kind of weapon is that? It can actually suppress the great destruction spear. Crack crack, a crisp sound rang out. Numerous cracks appeared on the great demon's body, covering his entire body. Then, with a bang, he broke into pieces. Broken. The great demon's body was broken into pieces. The experts of the 8 great families couldn't believe it. Ah, the great demon screamed like a madman. His broken body quickly healed, and his eyes burst out with a piercing light. Terrifying demonic chi surged, and the demon god's shadow appeared behind him once again, revolving non-stop. At this moment, the world was constantly shattering. Buzz, the great demon and the demon god's shadow behind him quickly merged. His body burst out with a black light, and the great destruction spear in his hand was extremely sharp. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking, and the entire world seemed to be about to shatter. Ah, the great demon roared, as if a real demon god had awakened. Kid, you've angered me. I want you dead, Lin Xian snorted. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand burst out, and endless sword chi protected him. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and the mysterious runes on it flickered with a terrifying power that could shatter everything. Kill, the 2 of them roared and charged forward again. The peerless divine weapons in their hands clashed non-stop, and every strike was earth-shattering. It was a peerless battle. The 2 of them fought with all their might, and all kinds of terrifying divine abilities and laws were waved without holding back. You can't defeat me. The great demon's voice was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Xian snorted. There was no point in talking. Let's fight. The sword chi in his hand became more and more piercing. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword's shadow hit the great destruction spear, causing it to tremble non-stop. The great demon's arm also trembled. Damn it, with a furious roar, an incomparable light erupted from his eyes. His eyes seemed to have transformed into 2 black vortexes that could devour everything. As far as the eye could see, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. In the distance, the experts of the 8 great clans felt their hearts beating wildly. Many of them vomited mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. It was too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? With a single glance, it could pierce through tens of millions of li, shattering mountains and rivers. Even though they were so far away, they still felt their souls tremble. What kind of person was he? A casual glance was enough to kill a half-saint. The aura of the great devil rose once more. It was as if he had fused with the great destruction spear in his hand. Every strike of his seemed capable of piercing through everything. These 2 gazes swept out, causing cracks to appear on Lin Xian's body. However, Lin Xian let out a furious roar as his body rapidly healed. The great dragon sword soul in his hand pierced through the heavens and earth. Kill, with a furious roar, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body merged. He was like a supreme god of war, splitting the heavens and earth. Carrying flames that filled the sky, he rolled over and collided with the great destruction spear. In the next moment, endless light erupted. Nothing could be seen in front of him. However, soon, screams were heard. Even the heavens and earth were split in half. The boundless demonic chi and sword chi were also separated. Everyone saw an unforgettable scene. The great devil was split in half. Impossible. You can actually suppress my great destruction spear. What exactly are you? Even an ordinary sacred artifact can't suppress the great destruction spear. The great devil's broken body spat out a few words with difficulty. He was too shocked. Was the great destruction spear very powerful? Lin Xian sneered, and the sword light in his hand became even colder. Damn it. Could it really be that thing? The great devil's body trembled. Something terrible came to his mind. The great dragon sword. You actually have the great dragon sword. To be honest, the dragon-shaped sword's shadow made his scalp tingle. He could only search his memory for the great dragon sword. It seems that you're not too stupid to be able to recognize it. Lin Xian sneered. If you have any last words, leave them. His sword chi surged out again. Get lost, the great devil roared crazily and waved the great destruction spear to block. However, he was still sent flying. There were even more cracks on his body. His eyes were filled with endless anger. Damn it, Yan Nantian dared to lie to me, he was furious. To be honest, he thought that the other party was only the successor of the 9 sons, he could definitely kill the other party with the great destruction spear, but he didn't expect the other party to have the great dragon sword. This was an offensive saint art of the world. The successor of the 9 sons and the great dragon sword could definitely block his great destruction spear. He could even suppress it, however, he didn't know any of this. He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. He would at least wait until he broke through to become a sage before killing the other party. Damn it, Yan Nantian was too despicable. He must have known about it, but he didn't tell him. His sinister intentions could be imagined. The great devil was furious. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? Why was the other party shouting Yan Nantian's name? Could it be that this matter had something to do with Yan Nantian? His face darkened when he thought of that. Could it be that Yan Nantian leaked his information and told the great devil? That was why the great devil was here to have a fated battle with him. A cold light appeared in his eyes when he thought of that. Yan Nantian deserved to die. After he dealt with the great devil, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Kid, you actually have the great dragon sword. That's unbelievable. Let's end this battle here. I'll take your life when I break through to the sage realm. The great devil stood in the void with a cold expression and wanted to leave. Lin Xian sneered. Aren't you too naive? This is a fated battle. Do you think I'll let you leave? He slashed the mountains and rivers with his sword and blocked the other party's path. You dare to stop me? The great devil suddenly turned his head. His eyes turned into 2 black vortexes that could melt everything in the world. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A 1,000,000-mile black hole appeared in the void. However, that energy was destroyed by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. So what if I stop you? I'm still going to kill you today. Sword chi erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The endless sword chi formed a world of the sword path that descended from the sky. Scram! The great devil roared. A demonic disc appeared in his left hand and he directly rushed forward, destroying all the sword chi. At the same time, he soared into the sky and pierced through the void with the great destruction spear. It seemed that he wanted to leave. This was a fated battle, and it was also a battle of life and death. How could he let his opponent leave? If his opponent left, then he would always be a hidden danger. This was because once his opponent's strength increased, he would come to kill him. He would not leave such trouble for himself. Therefore, this time, he would directly finish off his opponent to prevent future troubles. This scene happened too suddenly because no one expected the great demon to escape. One had to know that this was a fated battle. They would definitely fight to the death. Why would his opponent suddenly escape? The dark red divine dragon was also stunned. In the next moment, he swung his dragon tail and instantly chased after the great demon with the snow-white monkey. 50 million miles away, the people of the 8 great families were also stunned. Heavens, what did they see? The great demon had escaped, and the successor of the 9 sons had actually chased after him. The experts of the older generation were drooling. Was the fated battle going to end just like that? From the looks of it, the successor of the 9 sons should have the upper hand. This time, the successor of the 9 sons was really too powerful. The young warriors also cried out in alarm. However, a few old elders shook their heads. It was impossible. From the looks of it, the successor of the 9 sons did not seem to want it to end so quickly. This is a huge pursuit. Let's hurry up and take a look. They also rose into the air and flew into the distance. Of course, they did not dare to fly too close. Soon, they laughed bitterly because they realized that they were overthinking. Even if they flew at full speed, they would not be able to catch up with their opponent. They could only follow Gua based on the world-shaking energy they'd encountered along the way. In the void, the great demon transformed into a demonic shadow and flew quickly, bringing with him endless demonic clouds. His speed was extremely fast. Ordinary half-saints could not catch up to him at all. However, he was confident that no half-saint could catch up to him. He even had a way to escape from a saint. But soon, the great demon frowned and his expression became incomparably cold. That was because he realized that his opponent's aura was behind him. Damn it, how is this possible? He can actually catch up to me. Impossible. The great demon hurriedly turned his head and looked over. Indeed, he saw that his opponent was flying rapidly tens of millions of miles away. A sharp sword light sliced through everything and was quickly chasing after him. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The great demon turned his head and accelerated again. Kid, are you going to chase after him? The dark red divine dragon followed behind as well. Lin Xian said, that's right, I'll go after him. Ruffian dragon, you follow behind them. Don't show your face, just in case. The dark red dragon nodded and followed from a distance. In front, Great Demon had already flown around the elven planet and returned to the elven forest. However, he didn't expect that the other party was still following him. Damn it! With a furious roar, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the demonic chi on his back circulated rapidly, forming a pair of black wings. The black wings flapped gently, and his speed exploded. The void shattered as he flew up into the sky. Do you want to leave? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Stepping on a dragon's shadow, his body was covered in sword light. Like a giant sword that reached the heavens, he also charged forward. But soon, Lin Xian froze and came to a stop, floating in the void. Disappeared, the other party's traces had actually disappeared, this greatly surprised him. The dark red dragon following behind him was also shocked. Not good, he probably used some secret technique to teleport away, right? Hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned terrifyingly gloomy. At the same time, in the sky above the elven planet, a figure appeared in the void of the universe. It was the Great Demon. At this moment, the Great Demon's expression was incomparably cold. He turned his head to look at the world of stars below as a cold light appeared in his eyes. This time, he was too careless. He didn't expect the other party to have the great dragon sword. This way, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party at all. But it was impossible for the other party to kill him. As a great demon, he had many divine abilities and secret techniques. What he was using now was a super powerful escape technique. Once he used this secret technique, he guaranteed that even saints wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Indeed, in the past, in ancient times, there was a half-step great demon in their race who relied on a secret technique to escape the pursuit of two saints. It should be easy to shake off the other party now. Damn brat, just you wait. When I break through to the saint realm, I will tear you into pieces. With that said, the great demon turned around and wanted to leave. But in the next moment, his body stiffened because he saw a beam of light shooting into the clouds from the huge world of stars below. In an instant, it pierced through countless astral winds and flew towards the outer realm. Not good, it's that brat. This was the aura of the 9 sons. He had just exchanged blows with the other party and could naturally recognize his aura. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned around and fled. Buzz, the black wings on the great demon's back spread open as he used his secret technique again and fled into the distance. He didn't even use his spirit boat and relied on the strength of his physical body to fly in the void of the universe. After using it 3 times, the great demon completely left the planet. He arrived in the depths of the universe. At the same time, above the planet, a golden figure tore through the void and appeared. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He actually left. He looked around. The surroundings were cold and pitch-black universe. Occasionally, streams of light would flash by, but there was no sign of the great demon. At the same time, a red figure appeared below. It was the dark red divine dragon. He came to Lin Xian's side and also frowned. Damn it, that guy ran away. Let's hurry up and chase after him on the spirit boat. At this point, the dark red divine dragon's blood surged. They weren't saints yet, so it was too dangerous for them to walk in the void of the universe. Hence, they wanted to take the spirit boat. However, Lin Xian shook his head. The golden light in his eyes flickered as his heavenly secret divine eye scanned the surroundings. Soon, he frowned. Disappeared? How was that possible? It seemed that the other party had used that kind of secret technique. Since the other party didn't take the spirit boat, he wouldn't do it either. Aya, do you really want to suppress the other party in all aspects? The dark red divine dragon sighed. It's up to you then. I'll take the spirit boat and follow you. The dark red divine dragon brought the snow-white monkey into the spirit boat. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eye and began to capture the aura left behind by the great demon. He formed a seal with his palms and above his head, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the void of the universe, looking down at the surroundings. The secret technique used by the great demon was very magical and basically didn't leave behind any aura. Not to mention a half-saint, even a saint wouldn't be able to find the great demon as long as they lost track of it. This was the great demon's ability to escape. But he didn't expect that Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary half-saint. Lin Xian had a powerful eye technique and was a prodigy. At this moment, under the full power of his heavenly secret divine eye, he actually captured a trace of the great demon's aura. With this aura, Lin Xian could continue to chase after him. Found it. After Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left, another group of people rushed up from the star realm below. These people were from the 8 realms. They were not floating in the void, but sitting in the spirit boat. They were extremely shocked. Through the array formation of the spirit boat, they looked in all directions. Nothing? They looked at the vast universe around them and were stunned. No, they're too fast. We can't catch up with them at all. An old man shook his head. The other young geniuses were unwilling to give up. They wanted to see the final result. Therefore, many geniuses hurriedly said, let's quickly look around and see if there are any traces left behind. Let's follow them. These people hurriedly probed with their souls and searched in all directions. Some even used array formations. However, their expressions soon became very ugly. They did not find any traces. These 2 people were really too powerful. Even when chasing and escaping, they didn't leave behind any information or clues. It was really hard to believe. Forget it, I don't think we can find anything. Why don't we just find a direction to search? As for whether we can find them or not, it will depend on our luck. Moreover, there should be many people who saw this chase. When the time comes, we just need to search according to the information. These people also left. They really could not find them, let alone keep up with their speed. In fact, if it were other half-saints, they would not be able to find them either. Only people like Lin Xian who had the heavenly secret divine eyes could find them. The great demon hid his aura and fled quickly. Lin Xian chased him all the way and left some terrifying aura behind. However, the dark red divine dragon was following behind him. The dark red divine dragon was behind him, specially dealing with Lin Xian's aura and erasing all of it. After all, Lin Xian had told the dark red divine dragon to be careful and take care of him from behind. He suspected that Yan Nantian might be hiding nearby. After all, Yan Nantian was the one who gave him the information. Buzz, in the cold universe, a black stream of light shuttled quickly. If one took a closer look, they would be shocked to see that this figure did not take a spirit boat. Instead, he flew with his physical body, bringing with him powerful air waves and monstrous demonic chi. This person was the great demon. He had been flying for 3 days, and for the time being, he didn't feel any killing aura behind him, which made him feel relieved. However, he soon frowned. He had been injured in the previous battle. Moreover, he had exhausted a large amount of energy during this escape, so he didn't have much energy left. He had to rest quickly and replenish his energy. The great demon looked into the distance. Soon, he discovered a star. Let's go to this star. With a loud boom, he flew rapidly towards the star realm below. Soon, he tore through the gale and fell down. The great demon's body was wrapped in demonic chi. The demonic chi and astral winds on his body clashed continuously, causing dazzling sparks to erupt. From afar, it looked like a meteor had descended from the sky, bringing with it a torrential blaze. With a loud boom, the great demon landed on the ground and pierced through the ground. Countless cracks spread out for millions of miles. This scene immediately caused many cultivators in this world to exclaim in surprise. Everyone looked up. They saw light flying in the sky. It was exceptionally dazzling, and it illuminated the entire area. The ground in the distance also began to rumble. What was that? Could it be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth had appeared? It was very likely. This was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Only an extremely precious treasure could cause such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Let's go and take a look. Many people soared into the sky, and there was no lack of top geniuses and experts among them. After the great demon landed on the ground, a terrifying deep pit was formed. He didn't leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the deep pit and began to recover. He formed seals with his palms and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, he took out a few black bottles from his storage ring. He poured out some spiritual liquid of heaven and earth and swallowed them. Damn it, how dare this guy make me so miserable? I won't let you off. As the great demon recovered, his face was terrifyingly dark. This time, he had indeed done it. Previously, he had traveled thousands of miles and crossed many worlds to hunt down the other party. However, he didn't expect that the situation would take a shocking turn. The one being hunted was actually him. Fortunately, he had a secret technique, which allowed him to escape. Humph, the great demon's expression was cold as he tried his best to recover. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators all rushed over. When they saw the terrifying cracks on the ground and the terrifying aura ahead, they all swallowed their saliva. Is it really a treasure? Why do I feel like a terrifying monster has been revived? Could it be a peerless monster? I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Even if it's a peerless monster, it's not bad either. Its blood, heart, monster core, and claws are all treasures. Many people's eyes lit up as if they were hunters who had seen their prey. These people walked forward quickly. The further they walked, the more cracks there were. They were densely packed and extremely terrifying. There was also a black light in front of them that surrounded them. They couldn't see clearly at all. What is it? However, they couldn't walk any further. Many people trembled. Some even vomited blood and flew backward. No, it's too terrifying. The aura ahead is too terrifying. Some people gave up. There were also some top geniuses and powerful experts who braced themselves and flew forward. They used their Dharma treasures, divine abilities, and secret techniques to explore with all their might. After walking for a while, they finally came to the front under immense pressure. However, when they saw the situation in the deep pit, they were all stunned. It's a person. It's actually a person. It was a terrifying figure covered in pitch-black flickering demonic runes. That person formed seals with both hands, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily into his body as if he was cultivating. Who is this person? Which sect is he from? They were extremely surprised. However, at this moment, their hearts trembled because they saw that the pitch-black figure sitting in front of them opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably black, like two black vortexes that were about to suck in their souls. Many people were shocked and subconsciously retreated. In the next moment, they screamed. They realized that their souls were really sucked out by the black vortex-like eyes. Buzz, their souls rose into the air and flew forward involuntarily. No. Damn it. They screamed crazily, but soon, they flew in front of the other party uncontrollably. In the next moment, the other party opened his mouth and swallowed their souls. How dare you spy on me? You're courting death. The great demon stood up and sneered. He stretched out his soul and found that other than these people, there were many people rushing over. Do you really think I'm a heaven and earth treasure? He sneered and instantly arrived in front of the corpses. With a wave of his hand, he directly drew out the blood of those people, turned it into pure energy, and swallowed it. Demonic runes flickered on his body as he quickly absorbed the energy. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be scared silly. This method of absorbing energy was too terrifying. If others did this, they would probably explode and die in the end. But the great demon was different. He was a demon and cultivated demonic techniques. This kind of crazy absorption was normal for him. The people outside were puzzled. What was going on? Why were there screams inside? Could it be that there was some danger? Just as they were puzzled, they felt the black light around them disappear. Immediately after, a figure walked out. This person was as black as ink and had a tall figure. His body was surrounded by terrifying demonic chi, like a demon god. Who was this person? They looked ahead and saw a figure walking out of the deep pit. They were extremely shocked. Feeling the aura on the other party's body, their expressions became extremely ugly. This place was too evil. It wasn't good to stay for long. Leave quickly. Many people's thoughts raced, wanting to retreat. Some people even took action. In an instant, they retreated tens of thousands of miles. Want to leave? Stay here for me. Demon swallows the world, the great demon sneered. The demonic chi on his body erupted, instantly enveloping a radius of millions of miles. These people couldn't escape at all. Not good. They roared crazily, wanting to escape. But soon, they were swallowed by the demonic chi. In the next moment, not even their bones were left. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. 5 million miles away, there were still many warriors rushing over. But in the next moment, they stopped in their tracks because they discovered that the space in front of them had completely turned black. Clouds billowed and killing intent surged. It was a scene of destruction. And inside, countless screams came out. There were even law fragments waving, but in an instant, they disappeared into thin air. No way, even a half-sage was killed. The scalps of these people tingled as they retreated crazily. The black space in front had already become a forbidden land of death. No one dared to go. Just like that, a day passed. In front, it was still pitch black. Everyone hid in the distance in shock and curiosity. They watched. But no one dared to take a step forward. Some people really didn't know. They thought that a demon god had descended. They all began to kowtow to the front. Within the boundless demonic chi, the great demon sat cross-legged. He glanced at the people around him and snorted coldly in disdain. These people were not worth his time. Right now, he needed to absorb the energy as quickly as possible so that he could continue his journey. However, at this moment, the great demon frowned. That was because he could feel a golden sword light shining in the sky. Then, it was as if the entire world was being split apart. It formed a wave of air that spread to both sides. This scene was simply too astonishing. It was as if a pillar of flame had descended from the sky. Heavens, what happened this time? The warriors of Xia Feng's world raised their heads to look at the sky. They were all stunned. A miracle, did another treasure appear? Oh no, it's that guy. Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? The great demon's expression changed. His body swayed and the black wings on his back flapped. He immediately used a secret technique to escape from this world. As soon as he left, the golden light came down and split the black space in half. In the next moment, a tall man surrounded by flames appeared in the void like a god of war. His feet moved through the 8 wastelands, and his eyes carried cyan symbols. He looked down and frowned. He's gone. That guy is quite smart. The person who came was none other than Lin Xian. He snorted coldly and looked around him. When the warriors of the surrounding world saw a person rushing down from the sky, they were so frightened that they knelt down. A god! They kept exclaiming. Lin Xian ignored them. Instead, he sent a voice transmission to Ruffian Dragon. Ruffian Dragon, that guy just left this world. Stay outside and blast him down. In the spirit boat, the dark red dragon was also stunned when he heard that. However, in the next moment, he rushed out. He did not attack. Instead, he took out 8 sets of formations. Those formations were the ones that he usually refined. They were 8 peerless killing formations. At this moment, he activated them. They absorbed the power of the sun and moon and circulated it crazily. As soon as the 8 killing formations appeared, they covered the entire world. Immediately, a figure was forced out. How dare you stop me? The great demon roared crazily. The dark red dragon sneered. Get lost. Boom, the sound of a violent collision rang out, and endless light erupted. Fortunately, they had already arrived in the outer realm. The pitch-black universe was illuminated, and cracks appeared on the 8 formations. They were about to shatter. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? The dark red dragon frowned. The 8 peerless killing formations can't even withstand a single attack from the other party? However, at this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. That was because he saw that Lin Xian had made his move. Below, while Lin Xian was transmitting his voice, he made his move. He stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed upward. In an instant, it passed through the starry sky and arrived in the outer realm. The large golden hand directly enveloped the great demon. The great demon could have escaped, but because of the 8 killing formations, he was stopped for a while. However, in that instant, Lin Xian seized the opportunity. In an instant, the golden hand enveloped him. Then, the golden hand grabbed him and dragged him down. With a boom, the golden hand dragged the great demon and landed on the ground. Boom, the ground shattered again, and millions of miles of cracks spread out. Those people in the distance were scared out of their wits. They were sent flying by a terrifying force. They scrambled back, their faces full of horror. This was too terrifying. Just who was this person? A casual strike, but the aftermath of that energy was something they could not withstand. Boom. Boom, boom. In front, black lightning came, directly piercing through the golden light palm. The great demon soared into the sky. He used the great destruction spear to pierce through Lin Xian's palm and flew into the distance again. Want to leave? Can you leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly soared into the sky. The great demon's body emitted an incomparable light. Terrifying fragments of fire laws danced in the air, forming a flame giant that roared at the sky. He wanted to completely suppress the great demon. Chaotic demon fist, the great demon did not turn around. He threw out countless fist shadows with a backhand, piercing through the void and charging downward. Buzz, Lin Xian split these black fist shadows with a sword. At the same time, he frowned. This great demon's strength had actually recovered again. It was truly shocking. He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and terrifying sword energy swept out in all directions. The great demon's pupils constricted, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He could not block the great dragon's sword, so he quickly fled. However, he was still hit by the sword energy and flew into the distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood again. 10,000 demon blood sacrifice, the great demon quickly formed hand seals. Demonic energy overflowed into the sky, and these martial artists within 10 million miles suddenly split open, turning into a blood mist. They screamed crazily, wanting to beg for mercy. But how could the great demon be merciful? He was using an extremely terrifying and cruel divine power. This divine power needed to refine the cultivators alive and sacrifice them to the demon god. Within 10 million miles, those cultivators who were watching from afar and had not run away all had their bodies split apart. Following the guidance of the black chi, they formed black runes. Soon, it enveloped Lin Xian. This array formation was extremely terrifying. It caused ghostly wails and wolf howls. It carried an extremely strong resentment as if it wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian could clearly feel that the blood in his body seemed to be ignited and burning. What a terrifying array formation, he snorted coldly and stomped his foot. A powerful aura swept in all directions. He punched out and directly shattered the array formation. However, the array formation quickly healed on its own and charged towards Lin Xian again. "Little brat, just obediently go to hell," the great demon sneered. However, this was the truth. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to split open the array formation. Boom, a vacuum area was created in the array formation, but it quickly healed. How strange. It could not be completely destroyed, he was too surprised. The great dragon sword soul was so powerful, but this array formation could be reborn. It was really surprising. However, he still created a vacuum area. Therefore, with his speed, Lin Xian rushed out. He charged towards the great demon again. The great demon snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying array formation came to his side and enveloped him. This was equivalent to having an additional set of armor. Moreover, it was a set of armor that could be restored. Terrifying sword chi surrounded Lin Xian. In his hand, the great dragon sword soul released a terrifying light as he slashed forward. On the other side, the great demon activated the blood sacrifice array formation. Ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air as if hell had reappeared in the mortal world. The two collided. The great demon was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge crack appeared in the blood sacrifice array formation in front of him. In the crack, all sorts of souls screamed and blood chi filled the air. A vacuum area appeared. The great demonic will revolved, and the blood-colored array formation began to heal. However, he was actually unable to completely heal it. The remnant aura on it was too strong, and it forcefully split the formation apart. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The demon was shocked and his face was really ugly. If it was any other half-saint in his place, then that half-saint would have probably died 1,000 times by now. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary half-saint, but now, he was unable to stop the other party. The black wings on his back appeared once more as the great demon madly displayed his secret technique. This time, crimson light shrouded his body. Clearly, he had activated his bloodline ability. Wung, his body instantly disappeared into the void. Not good, the dark red godly dragon unleashed an array formation to isolate it. But this time around, the secret technique of the great demon was extremely terrifying. It disappeared directly from the starry sky. Golden light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. They transformed into two golden beams of divine light that pierced through the void as he stared fixedly into the distance. What incredible speed, this time, even he was moved. He had to admit that the great devil was indeed a powerful enemy. But this time, he was determined to kill him. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the sky and charged out as well. Soon, the two of them disappeared from this world of stars. Only then did the people in the world below dare to raise their heads. They looked at the shattered void and the remnant sword energy in the sky. They were extremely shocked. Heavens, have these two demon-like figures finally left? The great demon used his secret technique to avoid Lin Xian's pursuit. He flew again. 5 days later, his face completely darkened. Because he discovered that the other party had caught up to him again. Damn it, how did the other party find him? He didn't know. One had to know that if he wanted to leave, even a saint couldn't find him. The other party must have some other treasure that could see his tracks. On the 7th day, Lin Xian completely caught up to the great demon. The two of them started a huge battle. The great demon didn't hesitate and directly used the great destruction spear. Lin Xian also used the great dragon sword soul. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two of them fought as they flew. Everywhere they passed, endless light flickered, illuminating the dark universe. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. In the end, the great demon's body shattered and was slashed apart by the sword. He dragged his broken body and used his secret technique again to escape. Just like that, he fled and fought. Lin Xian actually chased after him for more than half a year. During this half a year, the records of the array formations brought back by the 8 great families spread. Everyone knew that an unknown battle had happened in the elven forest on the elven planet. Moreover, it was very likely that it was the most dazzling battle in the past few thousand years on the ancient path of stars. The great demon actually appeared. The successor of the 9 suns was actually so terrifying. Heavens, was the power of the great demon's great destruction spear so terrifying? It could definitely pierce through a saint, damn it, what was the successor of the 9 suns holding in his hand? It could actually contend against the Great Destruction Spear? Many powerhouses were shocked after watching the video of the battle. At the same time, they were even more puzzled. Where had the two of them gone, they didn't know. Those people from the 8 great families sighed. We don't know either. We chased them out of the planet, but the two of them were too fast and we couldn't catch up at all. This news spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, many worlds knew about it. When those young geniuses and older powerhouses saw this scene, they all sighed. Strong, they were simply too strong. Among the half-sages, no one could suppress the other party. In fact, even saints probably didn't have the confidence to suppress these two people. They might even be killed by these two people instead. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, another piece of news quickly spread. Lin Xian had chased after the great demon for more than half a year. This time, he actually came to the vicinity of the Xianxia star. The Xianxia star was a very strange star world. In the outer realm, there were countless figures who had come to seek information. These people came from different worlds of stars. This time, the great demon flew to the vicinity of the Xianxia star. His demonic aura overflowed into the sky. The powerhouses near the Xianxia star looked at him and their pupils constricted. Who was this person? The aura on his body was too terrifying. They were facing a great enemy. Great demon, you can't escape. Right at this moment, a biting cold voice came from the distant void. It was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Immediately after, a golden war god figure whose entire body was like fire rushed over. He held a divine sword in his hand and slashed out. A terrifying crack spread in all directions. Not good. When those people saw this scene, their scalps went numb and they hurriedly left. Countless spirit ships flew into the distance, and a vacuum appeared in the universe. The great demon turned his head and looked behind with a sinister expression. Damn successor of the 9 suns, don't go overboard, what? This was the great demon and the successor of the 9 suns. The people who had fled in the distance were stunned when they heard this news. These people were truly stunned. They didn't expect that this was actually a battle between the 9 suns and the great demon lineage. Is that true? They didn't even dare to believe it. This was a legendary battle. Among them, a small portion of people's expressions suddenly changed. Damn it, it's really them, I've heard about it before. Someone used an array formation. It recorded the battle between these two people. I've seen a little bit of it before. It was exactly the same as now. One was covered in monstrous demonic aura while the other was covered in flames. The two of them were the successors of the 9 suns and the great demon lineage. The one who spoke was a highly respected old man. His strength had reached the half-sage level and he was very powerful. Furthermore, he was very knowledgeable. Hence, everyone was convinced by his words. Now, all of them knew that the battle ahead was between the great demon and the 9 suns lineage, at this moment. That old half-saint who was of virtue and prestige. He spoke again. It was rumored that they were fighting in the elven forest of the elven planet. And it was half a year ago. Unexpectedly. They actually fought here, what? Elven planet, the surrounding powerhouses gasped when they heard this. That place was very far from here. It would take more than half a year to fly there. Did these two people fight from that place all the way here? They didn't dare to imagine how earth-shattering this battle was. And from the looks of it, these two people didn't even have a spirit boat. Could it be that they relied on their physical bodies to fly? Heavens, this was an incomparably cold universe. Only saints would dare to do this. They were extremely shocked. Some young geniuses didn't think much of it. In their opinion, the legends were definitely exaggerated. In terms of true strength, these two people were only SOSO. But soon, when they saw the battle ahead, they were all stunned. Those arrogant young geniuses from before trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Because of the battle between these two. It was simply too terrifying. No one among the half-sages could compare to them. In fact, they guessed that even saints were only SOSO. Retreat, retreat quickly, these people retreated crazily. At the same time, people from the Xianxia planet also came out. These Dao children originally wanted to shout coldly. Who was fighting here? One had to know that no one was allowed to fight in the star field around the Xianxia planet. This was the rule. However, at this moment, there were actually people fighting. This made them extremely furious. However, when the two Daoist children came out, they were stunned. The scene in front of them also shocked them. Not good. At this moment, in the world below, several elders rushed over. He hurriedly brought the two kids away. At the same time, the news spread to the people below. Soon, the Xianxia star shone brightly, and countless arrays appeared around it. These were all earth-shattering formations. They shone brightly and covered the entire Xianxia star, as well as the surrounding space. Whoosh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were also enveloped by the array formation. The defensive array of the Xianxia star was a world-level array. It was extremely terrifying and was set up by a sage. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. One should know that even the top geniuses and terrifying half-saints would be punished if they fought on the Xianxia star. At the very least, they would be chased out. At the very least, they would be crippled and thrown out. But now, the great demon and the successor of the Nine Yang lineage had received tacit approval. Even the Xianxia star had activated the array formation. It seemed that they did not want to interfere in this matter at all. Thinking of this, they gasped. The great demon and the Nine Yang lineage were indeed worthy of their reputation to be treated like this by the Xianxia star. Seeing that the Xianxia star had activated the defensive array formation, Lin Xian no longer had any worries. On the other hand, the great demon did not have any worries at all. He did not care about the Xianxia star. He would kill anyone who dared to stop him. The great spear of destruction in his hand swept out. The light of destruction directly shattered the void in front of him. Lin Xian swung the sword shadow in his hand and slashed out, shattering the space around him. The terrifying sword chi formed a world and flew forward. The collision of the two turned into a ray of light in the cold universe, illuminating millions of miles of the dark void. Inside the Xianxia star's array formation, the powerhouses and geniuses saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This was the attack of two half-saints? What a joke! This kind of energy could kill all of them. If not for the array formation's defense, they would have been dead by now. Could it be that two sages were fighting? They trembled in fear. The dark light from the great spear of destruction was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Not only that, the endless demonic chi in front of them was also split open, creating a large crack. The great demon spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression became incomparably ugly. He once again activated the blood sacrifice array formation beside him, forming a set of battle armor that completely enveloped him. In the next moment, he roared angrily. Supreme demonic body, black light appeared all over his body. He absorbed the surrounding energy and the aura of the sun and moon. His body was infinitely huge. He turned into a terrifying giant demon. His strength also skyrocketed. With a loud boom, this power was even stronger than before. Do you think you're the only one who has a physique? I have one too. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the light on his body suddenly erupted. The Nine Yang divine fire burned. Lin Xian's body also continued to grow. He turned into an indomitable golden giant. At this moment, he was like a god of fire walking in the mortal world. This scene was too terrifying. It was simply like a legend. When the powerhouses in the array formation saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because in the originally cold void of the universe, only the stars were dazzling and huge. The others were as insignificant as dust. Only the powerful light on their bodies could illuminate everything. As for their bodies, they were very small. But now, the bodies of the successor of the Nine Yang divine fire and the successor of the great demon had become very terrifying. It was as if two giant gods were fighting. This was not just an ordinary body enlargement, which was meaningless. After the two of them transformed, their strength also increased terrifyingly. An ordinary semi-sage wouldn't be able to do this. One must have an extremely powerful physique to be able to do this. The supreme devil body, the Nine Yang divine body, these were the strongest and most powerful physiques in the myriad of worlds. Perhaps only such physiques could cause such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. To be able to see such a top-notch battle, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Many veteran half-sages exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes lit up, and they were extremely excited. The young geniuses were extremely shocked. They thought that they were powerful geniuses and did not put anything in their eyes. At this moment, in front of these two supreme existences, they were incomparably small. Any one of their physiques was an existence that they could only look up to. Some people frowned. Normally, these two people would be popular candidates to compete for the throne on the ancient path of the starry sky. But now, in this fated battle, one of them would probably die. When these words came out, everyone trembled. Their eyes widened. What? One of them was going to die here, there was no other way. These two people had supreme physiques. It would be a pity if one of them died. But there was nothing they could do. The two of them were mortal enemies. Chaotic Demon Fist. After transforming, the great demon's power was even more terrifying than before. The moment the chaotic demon fist was unleashed, countless demonic shadows flashed between heaven and earth. The terrifying fist exploded in all directions. However, Xianxia had also transformed. He also had the appearance of a flame giant, so the 9-yang divine palm he unleashed was also incomparably terrifying. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The great destruction spear once again swept across all directions. The great dragon sword soul also roared, transforming into a dragon's shadow that shook the 9 heavens. The two's law fragments danced in the air, clashing in all directions. The half-saints inside the array formation felt their scalps tingle. Boom, the great dragon sword soul became more and more courageous as it fought. The surrounding law of fire danced, and at this moment, it was like a huge dragon that constantly attacked. It caused the great destruction spear to tremble repeatedly. In the end, one of its arms was severed, and the great destruction spear was sent flying again. Damn it, the great demon roared. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul swept out and cut him in half. Ah, a miserable sound rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle. Although the great demon was cut in half, he did not die. His upper body erupted with a biting cold light. He opened his mouth and spat out a black demonic wave that directly pierced through Xianxia. A bloody hole also appeared on Xianxia's body. The battle between the two of them was extremely fierce. Both of their bodies were shattered, and both of them exploded into a bloody mist. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying sea of blood surged. However, in the end, the two of them recovered once again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The three of them fought for 9 days and 9 nights. Inside the array formation, the spectators were stunned. Was this the power of the great demon and the successor of the 9-yang bloodline? It was too terrifying. A casual move from the two of them could kill any one of them. Why do I feel that if they continue fighting like this, even if they fight until the end of time, the two of them won't be able to determine the victor? Some of the geniuses sucked in a cold breath, but there were also a few top half-saints who frowned. No, the victor would be decided soon. They could feel that the successor of the 9-yang bloodline's aura was becoming stronger and stronger. It could even be said that the great demon was being suppressed from the beginning to the end. However, the great demon was too powerful and his physique was terrifying. He could not die in a short period of time. Furthermore, a manual great destruction spear was extremely terrifying. It could penetrate Xianxia's body. If not for the great destruction spear, the great demon would have been killed long ago. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, countless dragon shadows erupted from Xianxia's feet, densely packed together, causing his speed to reach the extreme. At the same time, Xianxia activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to analyze the opponent's flaws. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia dodged 33 attacks. In the next moment, he disappeared from the world. When he reappeared, he was behind the great demon. His speed was so fast that most half-saints couldn't even catch him. Boom! Xianxia's entire body shone with a golden light. Flames burned fiercely, and the great dragon sword soul in his hand roared. All of a sudden, the great demon's hair stood on end. He flipped his hand and attacked. The great spear of destruction also pierced out. It was like a black demon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The great destruction spear was sent flying once more. The great demon was pierced through and split into pieces. Ah! The great demon screamed. He was broken into 8 pieces. He wanted to heal, but at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The great demon wanted to heal with this slash. Suddenly, he stopped in midair and hugged his head as he screamed. Damn it, how dare you injure my soul, he was crazy. His opponent's slash had actually injured his soul, this battle could end now. Lin Xian shouted coldly as he absorbed the spiritual energy of the world. The great dragon sword soul in his hand became more and more piercing. Nine-yang sword technique, the terrifying sword technique turned the great demon's body into a bloody mist. At the same time, he attacked his opponent's soul. Not good, the great demon was probably going to be defeated. Who would have thought that the successor of the nine-yang sword soul would be able to injure the great demon's soul in the end? With his soul injured, the great demon's power would be greatly reduced. At that time, he wouldn't be a match for Lin Xian at all. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. They were simply too shocked by Lin Xian's methods. In the distance, a spirit boat floated in the void. When the dark red dragon saw this scene, it immediately became excited. Great, if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. He was too excited. For the past half a year, he had been following behind silently. He had watched the battle between the two of them. Although Lin Xian had the upper hand, it was too difficult to kill the great demon. But now, Lin Xian had finally seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent's soul. Next, it was time to slay the great demon. Lin Xian stood in the void of the universe. Sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a peerless god of war. He looked at the screaming great demon with a cold expression. The fated battle could end. Now, since ancient times, the great demon and the nine-yang lineage had been fighting each other. Among them, the nine-yang lineage had more victories than losses. The previous nine-yang sword saint was directly killed. However, the previous great demon was too heavily injured and eventually died at Black Demon Cliff. As the successor of the nine-yang lineage, Lin Xian had also encountered a peerless enemy. However, he had not been defeated. Not only that, but he also had the strength to kill his opponent. He wanted to let the entire universe know that this time, the nine-yang lineage would not lose. Everything was over. Lin Xian's figure was tall. With an aura that could devour mountains and rivers, he strode forward. Every step he took shattered the void. Opposite him, the great demon's scream softened. Clearly, he had stopped the injury to his soul. However, it was impossible for him to return to his peak. At that moment, his body was barely healing as his entire body trembled. Defeated, I've actually been defeated. The great demon's eyes lost their luster. He had charged out forcefully and killed his way over. Half-saints could not even withstand a single move from him. In his opinion, the successor of the nine-yang lineage was only SOSO. He could easily kill him. However, the other party was too powerful. Before he used the Great Destruction Spear, he was unable to do anything to the other party. In fact, he was even injured by the other party. Later on, he was furious and used the Great Destruction Spear to kill the other party. However, he did not expect the other party to have the Great Dragon Sword. In the end, his soul was injured and he ended up in his current state. Damn it, I can't accept this. Since ancient times, the Great Demon lineage had been incomparably powerful and suppressed the nine-yang lineage. However, he was actually suppressed by the other party. He had utterly disgraced the Great Demon clan, so what if he was unwilling? Lin Xian walked over with a cold expression. He quickly raised the Great Dragon Sword in his hand. Now, I'll send you to hell, a cold voice sounded, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Was the Great Demon going to die? Ha 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 ha, kid, are you trying to kill me? Too naive. I've lost to you today and I no longer have the face to continue living in this world. However, you can forget about living either. I can go to hell, but you can go to hell with me. The Great Demon revealed a sinister smile. At this moment, he was really like a demon. His voice made people tremble. In the distance, those people exclaimed. Heavens, are they trying to perish together? The Great Demon had failed, but it would not be easy to kill him. An elder said. 3,000 years ago, I once heard a dying living fossil say that the previous 9 suns and the Great Demon seemed to have perished together. What? There's actually such a thing? The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect that the previous generation would have perished together as well. Could it be that this generation is going to perish together as well? Some people sighed. Thinking about it, it was normal. After all, both of them were peerless powerhouses who could support heaven and earth. When such people fought, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would perish together. In the distance, in the spirit boat, the dark red dragon saw this scene and immediately became anxious. Damn it, what is this guy trying to do? Kid, hurry up and kill him. When Lin Xian heard this, he also frowned. You want to perish together with me? You don't have the right to do so. He attacked crazily, and the great demon opposite him revealed a sinister smile. A pair of black wings appeared on his back. He trembled gently and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was in another place. He had successfully dodged the sword. He stretched out his palm, and on his 5 fingers, there were 5 pitch-black demonic runes. Each of them was incomparably mysterious. The demonic runes spun crazily in his hand. I'll sacrifice my blood to the demon god. The great demon began the blood sacrifice again. However, this time, he did not kill the surrounding powerhouses. He used his own blood to carry out the blood sacrifice. The palm that was burning with the 5 demonic runes pierced through his body and then grabbed his heart out. The heart was covered with countless black runes that were burning rapidly. A terrifying and shocking power erupted from the great demon's body. This scene was too strange. The great demon was actually using his own life to increase his power. It seemed that the other party did not want to live anymore. The aura on his body quickly erupted. Endless demonic aura surged, causing his power to continuously rise. It had already far surpassed what it used to be. Above his head, his heart continued to burn, providing him with constant power. The great demon's power kept on rising, and it looked like he was about to break through to the Saint Realm. What kind of technique was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? This increase in strength was too terrifying. It seemed that the 9 Suns' descendant was in danger, the half-saints in the distance exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer and had to act quickly. His strength was raised to the extreme, and the great dragon sword soul in his hand was constantly brandished. He had to stop the blood sacrifice. With a slash of his sword, the giant dragon soared through the air and flew forward, wanting to crush the other party's heart. The demon laughed and slapped out. A black demonic palm covered the sky, and it was like a black sky was pressing down. Boom, their attacks collided, causing the sky to fall and the earth to split. Fortunately, the people around them were inside the peerless formation. Moreover, it was set up by a saint, which was why the Langya star was in perfect condition. Otherwise, the entire world would be affected. Brat, it's useless. You can go to hell with me. The great demon attacked in a frenzy, unleashing all sorts of terrifying powers. Chaotic demon fist, world-destroying demon disc, great destruction spear, and demon swallows the world, all kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another, and the area in front of them was drowned by endless demonic chi. Lin Xian was sent flying in an instant, his body was torn apart. However, he quickly used the great dragon sword chi to wipe out all the demonic chi. At the same time, his eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. The fated battle has ended. My 9 Suns' descendant has won this palm strike. Now that you want to kill me with your blood sacrifice, I won't hold back either. In addition to the Law of Fire fragment, several other law fragments appeared around Lin Xian. They surrounded him and danced crazily. His strength was also rapidly increasing. What? When the people inside the formation saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Heavens, this 9 Suns' descendant actually didn't use his full strength. There were many more law fragments than before. He had actually grasped several law fragments: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elemental laws. Was he going to walk the path of the 5 elemental laws? The half-saints of the older generation were also stunned. They didn't expect that after the great demon, the 9 Suns' descendant would also use all his trump cards. The great demon also frowned. Other law fragments? It's useless. Although you can increase your strength, it won't increase by much. The current you is no match for me. The great demon snorted and used all sorts of divine abilities. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. This battle was even more tragic than the previous one. However, even though Lin Xian unleashed several types of nomological law fragments, he was still suppressed. There was no other way. The great demon opposite him was burning his life force to fight. The power that erupted was too strong. Sure enough, in the next moment, the great destruction spear appeared and disappeared unpredictably. A powerful force pierced through his body and nailed him in the void. The great spear of destruction pierced through Lin Xian's body, causing it to explode into pieces. It was too tragic. Lin Xian gave a cold shout. The law of wood instantly enveloped him. His shattered body rapidly recovered. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power surged towards him. After Lin Xian used all his strength, his recovery ability was astonishing. In an instant, he was as good as new. I said, "It's over, no matter what trump card you use, this battle is over." Lin Xian's expression was cold. The 6 great law fragments revolved around the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He poured all his strength into the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul let out a long cry. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The surrounding array formation started to tremble. The people inside were terrified. What kind of sword was this? How could it be so terrifying? Lin Xian disregarded everything and urged the great dragon sword soul. Its power increased once again. With one sword, the various divine abilities of the great demon were all shattered. The great destruction spear was sent flying again. The great demon was also cut in half by the sword. This time, the great demon's soul was severely injured. If it weren't for the great demon burning his life force, this sword would have been able to completely kill him. The great demon recovered with difficulty. His expression was incomparably ugly. Good boy, I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to seriously injure me even now, but unfortunately, you still couldn't stop me. Now, everything was over. Great demon laughed. The others felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He discovered that the great demon's heart had completely disappeared. Only a small part of the figure appeared. It was a head and 2 hands, but it was still struggling to get out. As soon as the figure appeared, the surrounding starry sky and universe trembled. The people in the array formation were also out of control. Many young prodigies knelt on the ground. Among them, there were many half-step sage prodigies. However, at this moment, they were kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Even those veteran half-saints were doing their best to resist, and many of them exploded with a loud bang. What was that? They knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. It was too terrifying, the aura of a sage. That was at least the phantom of a sage. Damn it, what did this demon summon? The phantom of the demon ancestor, damn it, he couldn't have summoned a first-generation great demon, could he? What? The first great demon? Hearing that, everyone's heads were about to explode. What level was that? Even among the sages, it was a super powerful existence. It might even be a demon emperor. How was that possible? How could the great demon have such a method? Damn it, we were fooled by him. An old man who was like a living fossil screamed crazily. His blood sacrifice just now was not a summoning, but to increase his cultivation. He used his life as the price to temporarily increase his strength to the sage realm. Now, it was a summoning. Indeed, they saw the great demon's face turn pale. He was trembling, and the blood in his body was quickly flowing out. Many wrinkles also appeared on his face. It was as if he had aged hundreds or thousands of years in an instant. However, his hands continued to form seals. One terrifying seal after another was reflected in the void. He was summoning now. Crack! 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 As the great demon summoned his life, more and more cracks appeared in the void above. More than half of the blurry figure's body had already squeezed out. Many cracks appeared on the surrounding sage array. This scene caused all the people inside the formation to be terrified. Oh heavens! Even the sage array could not withstand it. Not good, kid, run. It's too dangerous. In the distance, the dark red dragon saw this scene and quickly retreated. At the same time, he quickly transmitted his voice. It could not be helped. It was too dangerous. Even though he possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon, he could not help but shiver in the face of this illusory figure. This meant that the other party's bloodline power was no weaker than his. In addition to the aura, this was definitely a super saint level phantom, damn it. Even if he wasn't the first-generation great demon, he wasn't far from it. Lin Xian roared and used all of his strength to push the great dragon sword spirit to unleash a world-shaking attack. That sharp sword chi was tens of thousands of miles long. It slashed down from the sky and slashed forward. He wanted to send that figure flying. However, the moment his sword chi reached the vicinity of the demonic shadow, it began to crumble. It didn't even touch the demonic shadow before it disappeared without a trace. Brat, it's useless. What I've summoned is a first-generation great demon. You, go to hell, I'm in hell, waiting for you. At this point, he had completely aged. His hair had turned white, and his body was hunched over. In an instant, he aged several thousand years. In the end, the great demon's body shattered into pieces and fell into the void. Dead. It was incomparably terrifying. The successor of this generation's great demon had exhausted his life force and turned into dust. Meanwhile, the phantom of the first-generation great demon, which he had used his life as the price to break through to the saint realm and then summoned, had completely broken free from the spatial rift and stood in the void. Although it was just a phantom, the moment it appeared, it suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, everyone uncontrollably knelt down. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, the surrounding saint's array shattered with a loud bang. Many terrifying cracks appeared on it, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The half-step saints' prodigies in the array formation also screamed crazily. Some of the weaker half-step saints' bodies had already shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The others were also kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up at all. It was too terrifying. The phantom of the first-generation great demon was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. His body shattered, and endless blood dyed his body red. However, he did not kneel down. He summoned the great dragon sword spirit back and fused with it. He became one with the sword. Lin Xian opened a domain and enveloped himself. Damn it, what is this? Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. The great demon had died, but he had left behind such a disaster. At this moment, the alarm had already sounded on the Xianxia star. All the powerhouses had gathered together, and the young disciples were trembling. In the depths of the earth, in some dragon and spirit veins, powerful and sleeping figures opened their eyes. His gaze pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, when they saw the terrifying phantom standing above the 9 heavens, they all trembled. The first-generation great demon. Damn it, who summoned him? In an instant, figures flew up from the dozen or so dragon veins, bringing with them terrifying laws. They were true saints. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the worship of countless people. Patriarch, what should we do? Patriarch, please make a move and kill the powerful enemy. Protect the Xianxia star. Countless people shouted. However, the saints' faces were gloomy. They said coldly, everyone, enter the array formation and activate it to the extreme to seal the entire Xianxia star. Patriarch, why aren't you attacking? That's just a phantom. The few powerful half-sages could not understand. However, the saints frowned. You don't know, that's not an ordinary phantom. That's the first-generation great demon. Even if it's just a phantom, it's not something we can resist. Only death awaits those who oppose him. Unless we're a super saint, we might be able to resist him. What? Is he that terrifying? All the cultivators on the Xianxia star were stunned when they heard the words of the saints. They knew that they had underestimated the phantom. They did not understand the word first generation and did not know how powerful the other party was. However, they believed that their patriarch would not make a mistake. Therefore, everyone went underground. Mountain and river formations flickered one after another. Looking from the 9 heavens, countless large formations lit up on the Xianxia star, completely enveloping the entire star world. The Xianxia star was very powerful. There was only one faction in the star world, so after countless years of reproduction, it could be said to be impregnable. They were even confident that they could resist an extreme weapon. There were even rumors that there were super saints on the Xianxia star. However, it was obvious that those were the trump cards to suppress everything. They would not be activated unless they had no other choice. Although the phantom of the first generation had appeared, it did not directly attack the Xianxia star. Therefore, the saints were not willing to fight to the death with the other party. The Xianxia star shone brighter and brighter. Countless arrays were formed by mountains and rivers. Once they were activated, their power was terrifying to the extreme. Outside the Xianxia star, the half-step saints who came to ask questions were in danger. They couldn't enter the Xianxia star at all. At this moment, the saints' arrays that enveloped them had already shattered. Boom! 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 In an instant, they all turned into a bloody mist and kept shattering. The scene was extremely terrifying. Between heaven and earth, there was a rain of blood. The phantom of the first demon god was not limited to that. In addition to the Xianxia star, there were 2 other planets nearby. These 2 planets were relatively weaker, and their martial arts were relatively less developed. However, they had also evolved into saints. At this moment, the warriors of these 2 worlds all looked up at the sky. What exactly happened? Why was there an extremely terrifying power coming over? The half-step saints couldn't help but kneel on the ground. In the worlds, a few saints woke up. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Oh no, some super terrifying existence had probably arrived nearby. Who exactly was it? They had arrived outside the realm. In the next moment, these saints froze. They saw a figure in the distance. It was abnormally blurry, but the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Even though they were saints, they couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, hurry up and leave. The 2 saints immediately made up their minds and fled into the distance. They did not even look back as they used their strongest abilities to escape. The other 3 saints hesitated for a moment. But this time, they lost their chance to escape. In front of them, the illusory figure that looked like a demon god suddenly let out a roar. Endless demonic chi surged in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It engulfed everything. Oh no, hurry up and leave. The remaining 3 saints' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly fled. They originally wanted to go down and save their sects and families. But now, they couldn't care less. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, this was the world-engulfing demon. He recognized it because he had fought with the great demon for half a year. Of course, he knew this ability. However, the world-engulfing demon that the demon god used was tens of thousands of times stronger than the great demon. Terrifying nomological laws danced in the air. Demonic chi surged into the sky and engulfed everything in an instant. Lin Xian flew quickly, but he was still surrounded by the demonic chi. It wanted to devour him. Damn it, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He fused with the great dragon sword spirit and poured all his power into it. In the next moment, he was engulfed. Outside the Xianxia star, the half-saints who were still alive were swallowed in an instant. Wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The Xianxia star was shrouded in endless darkness, and the demonic aura was still spreading. The 3 sages who were fleeing in the distance were instantly enveloped by the demonic aura as soon as they moved. Immediately afterwards, their scalps went numb. They did everything they could to resist, using all types of natural laws. This was the true might of the laws. It was many times stronger than that of a half-saint. But in the end, they were still swallowed up. Boom, not only them, but the 2 worlds around them were also enveloped by demonic chi. The boundless universe was temporarily plunged into darkness. There was not even a trace of light. Damn it, the dark red divine dragon felt its scalp go numb as it fled like a madman. Previously, when the great demon had just summoned this devil shadow, he had already begun to flee. Now, he had already left the star field far away, so he managed to avoid the calamity. Damn it. Looking at the endless demonic aura in front of him, the dark red divine dragon's face was extremely pale. It was too terrifying. Such a scene had only appeared during the great darkness turmoil back then. However, at that time, those ancient sages and human sages had held back. Because once they attacked with all their strength, they would destroy the entire star world. Therefore, the scene back then was not as terrifying as it was now. This was equivalent to the attack of an extreme weapon. It's over, the people inside probably won't survive, damn brat, you must let the great dragon sword soul retain a drop of your blood or remnant soul, the dark red divine dragon prayed in his heart. There was another reason why he had escaped. That was, the black earth was in his hands. Previously, when Lin Xian was chasing after the great demon, he had handed the black earth to the dark red divine dragon as a precaution. The octatic treasure snake was sealed inside, there were 7 eyes of time behind the octatic treasure snake. As long as he had the eyes of time, so what if he died, he could still revive him. Thinking of the eyes of time, the dark red divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. He began to waiting for the dark demonic aura to recede. However, this demonic aura was too terrifying. It couldn't dissipate in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and there was no change in front. 3 months had passed, half a year had passed, and there was still dead silence in front. At the same time, the battle between the 9 suns and the great demon had completely spread, because the scene recorded by the 8 great families array formation had also completely spread. Many Star World powerhouses and Heaven's prides had seen this battle. Was this the great demon and the successor of the 9 suns? It was too terrifying, that's right. I wonder who this successor of the 9 suns is. They couldn't see clearly, his entire body was wrapped in flames. They could only see a pair of golden flame-like eyes and a majestic figure. Other than that, they couldn't see anything else. They couldn't guess who he was at all. These 2 people were definitely the greatest enemies on the path of the great emperor. Many top explorers and peerless powerhouses had cold faces. They wanted to walk the path of the great emperor. They would definitely encounter these 2 people in the future. Could they beat them? They deduced in their hearts and soon smiled bitterly. Damn it, they couldn't beat them. These 2 people's abilities were too powerful. Facing such people, they had no chance of winning at all. They didn't know where these 2 people were now. What was the result? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Many Heaven's prides and powerhouses from all over the universe began to search. Soon, they realized that the situation was not right. This was because some Heaven's prides and powerhouses wanted to go to the Xianxia star to seek answers to their questions, but they found that the Xianxia star had disappeared. The star field where the Xianxia star was located was drawn into darkness. It was extremely dark, and some people tried to force their way in. A half-step saint was instantly killed by the black aura. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. When a half-step saint entered, he didn't even cause a ripple. This was definitely an extremely terrifying aura. But why would such a thing appear? Could it be that the Xianxia star was surrounded by this black aura? More and more powerhouses came to investigate. In the end, even the saints came. 3 saints descended from the sky. They looked at the demonic aura in front of them with incomparably cold expressions. In the end, they concluded that this demonic aura seemed to be the demonic aura of the great demon clan. What, the demonic aura of the great demon? How was this possible? How could that great demon be so terrifying? This demonic aura, which had the might of a saint, impossible. Wasn't the great demon a half-step saint? After coming to this conclusion, everyone in the universe was stunned. It was indeed the aura of the great demon clan, but where did this demonic chi come from? We don't know. What kind of divine ability did this great demon use? The black chi near the Wolf Fang star attracted everyone's attention. Many experts came over to investigate, but in the end, they didn't know what kind of divine ability it was. The great demon and the successor of the 9 suns. Could it be that they had perished together? They didn't know that all of this was a mystery. At the same time, some families and sacred grounds were also anxious. They discovered that the people they sent to the Xianxia star had disappeared. There was no news at all. Why do I feel that something went wrong? Yes, it was too strange. Some sacred grounds and sects joined forces with many worlds and invited a few sages to take action. Vast sage laws danced between heaven and earth, and the demonic chi in front of them trembled violently. However, these sages frowned. They couldn't get rid of the demonic chi. The demonic chi even began to surge, sending a few sages flying. Those sages vomited blood, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Not good. they quickly retreated. When the others learned of this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Even the sages were defeated. What was this? It was over. Everything within the range of the demonic chi would probably be turned into ashes. Nothing could be left. This was the consensus of everyone. After all, if even the sages couldn't resist the demonic chi, who else could? It seemed that they could only wait for the demonic chi to dissipate on its own. Everyone left. They were no longer disappointed. The star field where the Xianxia star was located had become a land of death. A sage used his laws to set up a stone tablet here, warning people on the ancient starry sky path not to approach. The cold universe returned to silence once again. Of course, no one knew that there was a spirit ship floating near the black chi, waiting quietly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The area ahead was still silent and pitch black. This was still a forbidden land of death. The battle between the great demon and the 9 suns had caused an uproar in the past 3 years. The experts of all worlds were discussing it. However, recently, it gradually calmed down because the two of them had completely disappeared. In the past 3 years, they had never appeared even once. Many people guessed that the two of them had perished together, swallowed up by the demonic chi. Peerless geniuses and experts were nothing when they died. Only those who were alive would be remembered forever. The world of cultivation was just that cruel. Moreover, although 3 years wasn't a long time, it was enough time for the top geniuses to shine. Over the past 3 years, many geniuses had risen to prominence and made their names known on the ancient road of the stars. There were also a few who fell, becoming a pile of yellow earth and dust. The world of cultivation was a cruel place. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. The 9 suns inheritor and the great demon had become legends. However, there were a few people who were like dazzling superstars that rose to power. One of them was like the sun at noon. His name was Xianxia, and he was the successor of the great emperor. Other than him, the others were also very strong. For example, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were all ranked in the top 5 of the Abyss leaderboard. Of course, even though their rankings were at the bottom, Willow Wood and the others' cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds. They even decided to go to the Abyss rankings once more to refresh their rankings. This action made countless people look forward to it. One had to know that some people's rankings were from decades ago, or even hundreds of years ago. No one knew how much these people's strength had grown in the past 100 years. However, there would definitely be a storm on the Abyss leaderboard. However, when they went to the Falling Abyss, they found that the Falling Abyss was temporarily closed. They couldn't enter to test it. This made many people sigh. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Therefore, these people were relatively calm. However, many experts sighed. They couldn't see the changes in the Abyss leaderboard. Of course, some people began to evaluate the strength of these people based on their own speculations. Xianxia has been too strong recently. He's like the sun at noon. I think if he enters the Abyss leaderboard again, he'll probably get first place. Yes, although Di Ling is terrifying, in recent years, he has become very mysterious and elusive. There's no trace of him at all. Therefore, we don't know what his situation is now. There's also this Lin Wudi who is tied with Di Ling for first place. He seems to have mysteriously disappeared recently. This Lin Wudi actually has an advantage. When he took the test, many top geniuses at that time had been ranked for decades or centuries. Therefore, it didn't count at all. He stood in this gap and took first place. Otherwise, if they compete now, his ranking will probably fall. I think he won't even be able to enter the top 5. Indeed, I think Xianxia has the strength to be first. After him, the second should be Long Zhaotian. Zhao Wuliang is also very strong. I wonder how he compares to Long Zhaotian? Perhaps the two of them are tied. Perhaps Long Zhaotian is a little stronger. However, these 3 people will definitely be the new top 3. These people became more and more excited as they talked. Some people even wanted to take the first place of Di Ling and Lin Wudi. Regarding the Abyss leaderboard, many experts and geniuses from the stellar realm were discussing it. Some people had even started to challenge and compete. Most of them were the top geniuses on the leaderboard. It could be said that for a time, the ancient path of the stars was very lively. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the star field where the Xianxia star was located. There was still no one here. Because no one dared to come here, not even the saints. There was no one around. However, on this day, there was a change in the endless dark demonic chi in front of him. In the past 3 years, the monstrous demonic chi had not weakened at all. However, on this day, it rapidly weakened. It was even disappearing at the speed of collapse. What was going on? The dark red dragon in the nearby spirit ship was immediately alarmed. He looked at the scene in front of him and was very surprised. What was going on? Why did the demonic chi disappear? According to his speculation, the demonic chi would exist for at least 100 years, or even a few hundred years. However, he was already prepared to wait here. Even if he had to wait 500 years, he would wait until the demonic chi dissipated. He was using the Eye of Time to save Xianxia. However, he did not expect that in just 3 years, the demonic chi in front of him would disappear. Could it be that the demonic shadow had disappeared? The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. Thinking about it, it was possible. Although the great demon was terrifying and had burned its life to summon it, it was still a summon after all. It could not exist in this universe forever. The dark red dragon guessed, but he did not care about the specific reason. As long as the demonic chi disappeared, it was a good thing for him. The demonic chi disappeared very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it disappeared between heaven and earth, and the scene inside was also revealed. The shattered void was quickly healing, and the surroundings were pitch black. There were originally 3 worlds here, but 2 of them had disappeared. If one looked carefully, they would find that the worlds were full of cracks and were torn apart. The 2 worlds had been completely destroyed, the warriors and billions of living beings on the worlds were all killed. No one could escape. Even the saints were destroyed in body and soul. The dark red dragon steered the spirit boat and quickly shuttled through the void. When he saw this scene, his scalp went numb. Damn it, it's too terrifying. What kind of strength does he have to be able to create such a terrifying scene? With one strike, 2 worlds were destroyed. The dark red dragon's face was extremely gloomy because he felt that Xianxia was probably in danger. The demonic chi retreated very quickly, and the dark red dragon shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. Finally, he saw a speck of light in front of him. It was the Xianxia star. At this moment, the array formation on the Xianxia star had become dark, and many places were full of cracks. Some places were cracked, however, most of the places were fine. It seemed that the Xianxia star was not destroyed and had survived. As expected of a mysterious world on the ancient path of the stars. It could actually survive. The dark red dragon was surprised. He glanced at it and no longer paid attention. He quickly searched for Xianxia's figure. The surroundings were dark and cold, and resentment was monstrous because countless powerhouses and half-step saints had died here. Damn that kid, he's not dead, right? The dark red dragon was a little anxious. He still could not find any trace of Xianxia. No, the great dragon sword soul should not have been destroyed. He quickly sensed his aura. The dark red dragon searched his soul in all directions. Whoosh, when the darkness faded a little, the dark red dragon suddenly screamed. I sensed it. He flew out of the spirit boat and quickly flew forward. Soon, he arrived at a place. In front of him, the shadow of a dragon flickered and coiled up. The light it emitted was much dimmer, like a lonely lamp in the night. I found it, the great dragon sword soul. The dark red dragon became excited. Not only did he see the great dragon sword spirit, but he also saw Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was surrounded by the great dragon sword spirit. His body was damaged beyond recognition. His entire body had turned into a skeleton, and all his blood had flowed out. However, the dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. He had originally thought that there were only a few drops of blood left, but now it seemed that the situation was much better than he had imagined. Kid, are you all right? The dark red dragon rushed over and asked a few questions, but there was no response. He struck out with a great divine ability, wrapping around Xianxia and bringing him away. At this time, the golden bone suddenly trembled slightly, and two small golden flames lit up in its eye sockets. Following that, Lin Xian sent a spiritual message. He wasn't dead yet, so he had to leave quickly. After saying those words, the flame in the golden eye sockets disappeared. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. Great, he wrapped Lin Xian up and sent him into the spirit boat. In the next moment, he activated the spirit boat, streaked across the void, and instantly disappeared. Not long after he left, all of the darkness in the entire starfield vanished. After a while, the Xianxia star suddenly emitted an incomparable light, and the array formation on the mountains and rivers quickly disappeared. The martial artists on the ground quickly woke up and flew up. They waited for a while and found that the darkness had indeed retreated. They heaved a sigh of relief. Some powerful half-step saints and geniuses flew away and came to the outer realm. When they saw the cold universe around them and nothing was left, they were all shocked. Could it be that the darkness had really retreated? What about the successor of the 9 suns? If they didn't know, they would have died long ago. Damn it! The great demon actually attacked our Xianxia star as well. Many people's faces turned cold. Indeed, a portion of the Xianxia star's array formation had been shattered, and demonic chi had entered. The monstrous aura there had formed a forbidden land of death. But overall, they were already doing very well. Soon, they sent people to search the entire star field, and they found 2 destroyed star worlds. When the news came back, the warriors of the Xianxia star were all stunned. Were the 2 worlds destroyed just like that? None of them escaped. How was that possible? Some of the younger martial artists were trembling. They also knew about those 2 star worlds. Because they were not far from them. Although the martial path was not as developed as theirs, there were still saints there. But now, everything was reduced to ashes. Xianxia star, Xianxia pavilion. A few old men sat there with cold expressions. They were holding ancient tortoise shells in their hands. It seemed that they were divining something. Crack, suddenly, a tortoise shell in front of them quickly formed a military formation. It split into 2 halves from the middle as if it was split by a saber. Seeing this scene, an old man in a star robe sighed. The great demon should be dead. Let's see what happened to the successor of the 9 suns. Next, they divined again. This time, the tortoise shell shattered into pieces with a bang. That energy gave them a fright. Their expressions were incomparably cold. At that moment, an old voice sounded from the void. Stop divining the successor of the 9 suns. In addition, inform everyone that no matter who asks about the successor of the 9 suns in the future, they are not allowed to spread the news to avoid causing trouble. Yes. In the main hall, the old men quickly responded. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. One had to know that they were using extremely advanced and terrifying divination techniques. Previously, when they were divining the life and death of the great demon, the tortoise shell had split into 2 halves from the middle. That meant that the person was already dead. When they recommended the successor of the 9 suns, the tortoise shell had also cracked, but it did not split from the middle. Instead, it split into pieces and exploded. That was a warning. That meant that the successor of the 9 suns had some kind of energy that prevented them from divining. It even posed a threat to them. Could it be that the successor of the 9 suns was not dead? These elders were extremely shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. No way. That terrifying demonic energy had destroyed the 2 nearby worlds, but the successor of the 9 suns was not dead. They really did not dare to believe it. How did the other party block it, or could it be that the other party had some way to revive the dead? However, with such terrifying destruction, even a saint had been killed. Could it be that the other party had an immortal medicine? They did not know that. However, they felt that the successor of the 9 suns was not dead. However, they were the only ones who knew about this. They would never spread the news. The demonic aura receded and the reappearance of the Xianxia star alarmed the others once again. Many people from all the realms in the universe flew over to investigate the ancient starry sky path. Where was the great demon? Where was the successor of the 9 suns? They were extremely shocked. Did they really perish together? When they saw the 2 star realms shatter into pieces, they were stunned. Heavens, I remember that these 2 worlds used to be full of vitality. Moreover, there were billions of living beings, And there were sages among them, why is there no vitality at all now? Furthermore, they were torn apart. Could it be caused by the demonic aura? Thinking of this, they gasped. It's over. The successor of the 9 sons is definitely dead, both worlds were destroyed. He definitely wouldn't be able to survive. These people shook their heads and sighed. They felt that there was no need to ask anymore. In fact, some of the young geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. They had all seen the battle between the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons and were shocked. If the two of them were alive, the threat they posed would be too great. Perhaps only a few people, such as the princes and princesses and the successors of thearchs, would be able to fight against such existences. Other than that, the others were simply not enough. But now, these two extremely powerful experts had actually perished together. Well, that meant that they had lost 2 super powerful enemies, planet Suzaku. In the spirit vein of the mountains, a handsome man stood with his hands behind his back. There was a formation in front of him, and news was coming from it. They were really dead. They had perished together. What an unexpected harvest. This man was Yan Nantian. When he learned that Lin Xian and the great demon had perished together, he smiled. This way, there would be very few people who could threaten him. What successor of the 9 sons? What great demon? They were all killed by my little trick. The only one who can become a thearch is me. Yan Nantian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the cold void of the universe, a slender man with a serious look in his eyes was followed by a beautiful woman. At this moment, she was also frowning. Was that kid really dead? Sigh. The slender man sighed and shook his head. The news had already spread and it seemed like it was true. After all, the demon was his nemesis. Moreover, according to the people of the Xianxia star, the great devil burned his life to summon the first devil king. That was an extremely terrifying existence. That person's attack had destroyed 2 worlds, it was likely that Lin Xian would not be able to survive. The news spread everywhere. Those who were ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard all received the news. They all had different thoughts. Some were regretful, some were gloating, and some were happy. However, they didn't know that there was an extremely ordinary world of stars on the ancient path of stars. Inside, the dark red mystical dragon descended. He found an extremely secluded place and set up an array formation. Then, he brought Lin Xian into the black earth. The dark red divine dragon did not hesitate to use an eye of time. The octatic treasure snake was already confused by the illusion, so it obediently used the eye of time. A scarlet eye appeared on its back, flickering with incomparably mysterious runes. Then, it slowly healed. Buzz, something miraculous happened. An incomparably mysterious aura appeared on Lin Xian's body. That was the power of time. Time reversed, causing Lin Xian's heavily injured and dying body to rapidly recover. In almost the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already recovered. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Even saints would be scared to death. One had to know that the injuries he suffered could not be healed without a few hundred years, but now, Lin Xian had recovered in the blink of an eye. To be able to cause such a scene, it was probably only the legendary elixir of immortality. What a magical thing. The dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva wildly. Now, there were only 6 Eye of Time left. No wonder there was still a certain number of octatic treasure snakes in the past. But it was because of the Eye of Time that the octatic treasure snakes were extinct. Lin Xian being able to subdue an octatic treasure snake was really a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, although he wouldn't be dead now. But if he wanted to recover to his peak, it would take 1 to 200 years. And this time was too long. Especially on the road to becoming a great emperor, he would be left far behind. Kid, how do you feel? The dark red divine dragon raised his head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked at his own body. What a miraculous power. I actually recovered completely, not only that, but my memories haven't reversed. I still remember the previous battle. Was this the Eye of Time? It was really too mysterious, the power of time was too strange. Even Lin Xian couldn't capture it at all. He couldn't even understand it. The first thing he did after recovering was to use the eye technique on the octatic treasure snake again. After tasting the magic and terror of the Eye of Time, Lin Xian felt more and more that he had to subdue this octatic treasure snake. He wouldn't kill it. He wanted it to live well and even reproduce. After using the illusion technique on the octatic treasure snake again and making sure there were no accidents, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he asked about what happened after he was wrapped up by the world devourer demon. The dark red divine dragon gave a simple explanation. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Other than the shocking news of his battle with the great demon, there wasn't anything else. Kid, what do you plan to do next? The dark red divine dragon asked. I'll go into seclusion to comprehend and cultivate. Because I came back from the dead this time, I have a new understanding of heaven and earth. I even have a new understanding of life. After that, it's time to look for Yan Nantian to settle things. Mentioning Yan Nantian, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. It was Yan Nantian who leaked his information to the great demon, causing the great demon to chase after him. This method of borrowing a knife to kill someone was really sinister. Although Lin Xian had killed the great demon, he still wouldn't let Yan Nantian off. Alright, then you go and cultivate. The dark red divine dragon said. Then, he called Little White and the two left. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. This time, it was as if he had died once and come back to life. He had a new understanding of heaven and earth, nature, and life. Therefore, he had to quickly comprehend it. Previously, the world devourer demon used by the first great demon was too shocking. That power that could destroy everything was shocking. This was the same for Lin Xian. Moreover, he had a deeper feeling than others. Because this attack was aimed at him, Weng, his fire laws of nature fragment was also rapidly improving. A trace of destructive power was channeled out from the middle. Lin Xian comprehended the fire laws of nature, and based on his experience of the world devourer demon, he created an ultimate move, Annihilation Fiery Lotus. This was called a law mystique. Compared to the fragments of ordinary usage methods, the power of these fragments was much stronger. Generally, only a true sage could create a law mystique. But now, Lin Xian had succeeded in creating it in advance. This was not the end. Lin Xian created a new law mystique based on the power of annihilation and the terrifying scene from before, snap of the fingers. Lin Xian tried this law mystique. He condensed the annihilation law fragment to his fingertip and flicked it lightly. Instantly, the area in front of him turned into ashes. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also amazed. He continued to comprehend. He had experienced death. Although he had the protection of the great dragon sword soul, this devourer of the world was too terrifying. Even saints could be easily killed, so he was also seriously injured. His flesh and blood were all dried up, and the golden bones in his body were also broken. Not a single part of him was intact. Those 3 years were really torturous, however, he had managed to endure it all. Of course, in addition to the protection of the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian had been using the law of wood to maintain his vitality. He created his own mystique, recuperation. This mystique was created using the law of wood. It was not an offensive mystique, but a mystique for daily recuperation. Of course, he also had another experience, and that was being seriously injured and on the verge of death, instantly recovering. This experience was too shocking. Probably not many people had experienced it. Perhaps only the great emperor back then could have such an experience after eating the elixir of immortality. Lin Xian used the law of fire, the law of wood, and combined this experience to create his own mystique, Nirvana Rebirth. This mystique was different from recuperation. Recuperation was suitable for a long time, the kind of cultivation that moistened the rain silently, while Nirvana Rebirth was very suitable for battle. Serious injuries in battle could be recovered immediately. Lin Xian had experienced life and death, comprehended heaven and earth, and created 4 great mystiques. These 4 great mystiques were very terrifying, enough to fight against saints. With Lin Xian's current strength, if he wanted to fight against the great demon, he probably would not give the great demon a chance to use the blood sacrifice. He could use these 4 great mystiques to kill the other party. Now, his strength had improved comprehensively compared to before. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. The benefits he had obtained from the battle were simply too great. so great that Lin Xian could not imagine it. What powerful strength! He could clearly feel the increase in his strength, and he was overjoyed. After cultivating for a while, Lin Fan stabilized his condition. Lin Xian once again sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, 3 days later, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Not good." Outside, the dark red divine dragon also rushed in and said anxiously, "Kid, what are you feeling?" Snow White little Marquis was also blinking her big eyes. It seemed like she was going to be struck by lightning. That was indeed the case. Outside, countless thunderclouds were gathering. It seemed like a lightning tribulation was about to happen. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. "I wonder if I'm about to break through." "What?" The dark red dragon widened its eyes in disbelief. "What breakthrough? Could it be that you want to break through to the Saint Realm?" Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian had just broken through to the half-Saint Realm. Was he going to break through to the Saint Realm now? What kind of cultivation speed was this? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone to death. Such a young saint. There were probably only a few of them in the entire universe. However, when he thought of Lin Xian's experience, he understood. Lin Xian had fought with the great demon for half a year. That battle was truly earth-shattering. After that, he suffered from the great demon swallowing the world. That 3 years of suffering was something that others would not experience in 3,000 years. Lin Xian instantly recovered from the realm of death and reached his peak. The feeling of being reborn was probably something that other saints could not experience. This kind of experience was simply too precious. No wonder Lin Xian could break through to the Saint Realm so quickly. Alright, then break through with all your strength. We'll retreat and wait in the surroundings. This world is relatively ordinary. There are no powerful people here, and it won't attract the attention of other powerful enemies. It's best for you to break through here. As he spoke, he was about to leave with Little White. No. Lin Xian shook his head. No, Ruffian Dragon, hurry up and help me suppress it. I can't break through. I feel that this should be a fragment of the law of fire. I want to break through and become a true law of fire. That way, I'll become a fire-type saint. But my goal is to become a 5-element saint. I want to collect 5 elements Dao stones and fuse the power of the 5 elements. That way, once I break through, my strength will undergo a tremendous change. Even among saints, it's extremely terrifying. Now, breaking through to the Saint Realm of Fire conflicts with my goal. Moreover, if I want to fuse the laws of the 5 elements in the future, it will probably be much more difficult than now. Therefore, I can't break through now. That's true. Hearing this, the dark red dragon fell silent. That was indeed the case. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, there would be an astonishing difference in strength. Therefore, it was understandable that Lin Xian did not want to break through now. "Sigh, I have no choice but to help you. Kid, you have to think carefully. Suppressing your cultivation is very dangerous, especially for you. Now that you're about to break through to the Saint Realm, the lightning tribulation will probably be much more terrifying than before. There's even the danger of dying. Don't worry, I've already survived the great demon swallowing the world. I'll definitely be able to withstand the lightning tribulation." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. "Good," the dark red dragon said. "I have a way. Previously, I even thought about what would happen if I broke through to the Saint Realm of Fire." "What is it?" "Hurry up and tell me," Lin Xian quickly asked. In the sky, there were more and more thunderbolts. Even the martial artists in this world were terrified. What was going on? Why was there so much terrifying thunder? Fortunately, this world was too ordinary. In the face of such a terrifying lightning tribulation, no one dared to inquire and could only hide far away. Therefore, there was no one near Lin Xian. Inside the array, the dark red dragon quickly said. "With the great dragon sword soul as the core, we'll set up an array and forcefully suppress your cultivation temporarily. This way, you can hold on for 2 years. However, it's only 2 years. Next time, it probably won't be so easy to suppress. After 2 years, if you don't break through to the Saint Realm, the lightning tribulation will definitely be at the level of destruction. Kid, you have to think carefully. 2 years. It's too short. Lin Xian sighed. In these 2 years, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to find a 5-star Dao stone. However, he had to take a gamble, otherwise, he would definitely not be satisfied if he did nothing. Alright, 2 years. 2 years it is, hurry up and do it. Lin Xian said. The dark red dragon quickly waved its dragon claws. You control the great dragon sword soul. I'll use it as an array to form a cultivation suppression array in your body. You have to withstand it. This process lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the sky, the thunderclouds gradually gathered. However, on the 10th day, they disappeared in a strange manner. It was a success. The snow-white monkey looked at the disappearing clouds in the sky and squeaked. The dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. You're too abnormal. You broke through to the saint stage in such a short time. You're really envious of me. The dark red divine dragon bared its teeth and said. He hurriedly swallowed a heaven and earth treasure and said, there are only 2 years left. We don't have much time, let's hurry up and leave. Lin Xian nodded. He had 2 Dao stones in his hands now, and he still had to find the other 3. And the most important thing was the magnetic stones. It could be said that there was still a long way to go. He didn't waste any time and quickly packed up. His goal was still the Xianxia star. Only the Xianxia star could tell him where the remaining Dao stones were. The last time he asked, he had already consumed most of his divine crystals and didn't have much left. He did have some gains on the elven planet, but most of them were spirit herbs that he needed. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to give it to them. As for the Eye of Time, it was even more impossible for him to reveal it. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to agree to the Xianxia star's conditions and help them in exchange for information. The Xianxia star was fully open at this moment, so the nearby star field was bustling again. When those powerhouses and geniuses arrived at this star field, they all sighed. This was because 3 years ago, this place was still a land of death. No one dared to come here, not even saints. But now, this place had regained its peace. However, the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons who had stirred up a storm that day had already disappeared. Near the star field, a spirit ship flew over. Inside, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that the Xianxia star was fine. This way, they could enter and ask. As it wasn't his first time coming to the Xianxia star, Lin Xian had a certain understanding of the rules here. So this time, his speed was even faster than before. He arrived at the 12th district, the 8th hall again. This time, the one who received him was the same woman from last time. The woman looked at Lin Xian and was extremely surprised. The other party had come to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao stone so quickly. Could it be that he had obtained that Dao stone? Of course, she was just curious and wouldn't ask. The rules of the Xianxia star forbade anyone from inquiring about their guests. Lin Xian asked again. I don't have enough divine crystals, but the last time I came, I heard that I could help you complete a task to obtain information. Would it work this time? Oh, you want to work for us in exchange for information? This time, the woman was extremely surprised. She looked at Lin Xian seriously and then nodded. Okay. Just as she was about to mention the mission, her eyebrows suddenly twitched. She heard a voice transmission. The voice transmission took her by surprise. Asking him to go to the void ocean meant that this kid's identity was not simple. The woman was stunned and then said, Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll go organize the missions. With that, she turned into the void and disappeared. When she appeared again, she was in a sealed space. There were 2 old men sitting there, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. The woman respectfully came to the front of the 2 elders and greeted them. What was so special about that kid? Why did they want him to go to the void ocean? The void ocean was not a simple place. Ordinary half-sages would not be able to return after entering. Wasn't it too risky to let this kid go? One of the red-robed elders raised his head. You might not have noticed it yet, but don't forget where this kid went last time. The last time he asked about the wood Dao stone, I gave him 3 pieces of information. The beautiful woman frowned and pondered. At this moment, the red-robed elder said again, among your 3 pieces of information, is one of them about the elven planet. Think about what happened on the elven planet in the past few years, I think you should understand. Elven planet. The woman was stunned for a moment before she seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. The elven planet was where the battle between the 9 Suns successor and the great demon began. Could it be that this kid was related to those two? Take another guess. The red-robed elder asked with a smile that was not a smile. Could it be that this guy was the successor of the 9 Suns? The woman thought of a possibility that shocked even herself. She quickly shook her head. Impossible, the great demon and the successor of the 9 Suns perished together. It was impossible for the other party to be alive. This kid definitely couldn't be the successor of the 9 Suns. At this moment, the white-robed elder also turned his head. We're not sure if he's the successor of the 9 Suns because the heavenly secrets of the 9 Suns successor are covered and we can't deduce it. If we forcefully deduce it, I'm afraid it will attract heavenly tribulation. However, the saint ancestor sent news that the moment the other party entered the Xianxia planet, the demonic aura in a certain place that still had terrifying demonic aura trembled violently and seemed to be roaring out. When others came here, there was no change at all. Even the saints had no problem descending. But when he came in, the demonic aura became crazy. This demonic aura was produced by the great demon. To be able to make the demonic aura of the great demon so violent, other than the successor of the 9 Suns, I can't think of anyone else. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression changed and her mind went blank. She really couldn't imagine that the young man she received had such a background. Of course, she knew that all of this was just speculation because they didn't have any evidence to prove that the other party was the successor of the 9 Suns. But these speculations were enough to shock her. Taking a deep breath, the beautiful woman asked, "May I know what the 2 elders mean?" The saint ancestor sent news that although the demonic aura scattered on the Xianxia planet isn't much, it's still a hidden danger. If we don't get rid of it quickly, there might be unforeseen events in the future. And the demonic aura is related to the first great demon. It won't be easy to get rid of it. Moreover, once the demonic aura goes crazy, who knows what kind of unforeseen events will happen. After all, the great demons are all lunatics. If the demonic aura self-destructs, the Xianxia planet will be severely damaged. Therefore, according to the saint ancestor, we should find a peaceful way to suppress the demonic aura. There's a Saint Dharma idol in the Void Sea. Take it out and suppress the demonic aura. This will ensure the safety of the Xianxia planet. After hearing this, the beautiful woman frowned. A Saint Dharma idol? Our Xianxia planet has more than one saint. Why do we need someone else's Saint Dharma idol? This isn't an ordinary saint. It's the great sage's Dharma idol. Moreover, in addition to being the great sage, that saint was also a king. He cultivated the righteous energy of heaven and earth, which had an extremely strong suppressive effect on demonic aura. His Dharma idol was the most suitable. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's body trembled and fear appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect there to be so many things behind this. However, the Void Sea was too dangerous. Could this kid really do it? She was still very doubtful. The red-robed elder said again, according to our calculations, the Void Sea will open soon, but that place is controlled by a few great powers. If you want to enter that place, you can't force your way in. Let him go to planet Suzaku, get a good ranking, and then get the right to enter the Void Sea. Why don't we just let him represent us and go to the Void Sea? Why go through so much trouble? The beautiful woman was puzzled again. What we want is the great sage Dharma idol. That thing is also a treasure to others. If we don't give that kid some benefits, do you think that kid will give us the great sage Dharma idol for nothing? Tell him that if he gets first place in the battle on planet Suzaku, he will get the Earth Dao Stone. At that time, he will go to the Void Sea and get the Water Dao Stone. I think this kid wants the 5-element Dao Stone. Maybe he wants to comprehend the 5-element law. So he definitely won't refuse this news. After he gets the great sage Dharma idol, we will give him some free information and give him the title of honorary elder of planet Xianxia. I don't think he will refuse. Indeed, although the great sage Dharma idol is precious, it is only to some people. For example, to us, it is incomparably precious. But to that kid, although it is precious, it is still a bit inferior to the Dao stone. So, hurry up and tell him this news. Yes. The beautiful woman quickly nodded and returned to the 8th palace. May I know what mission Senior has for me? Lin Xian quickly asked. He really didn't have much time left, only 2 years. This is a chain mission. Can you do it? If you can, you might get more than 1 Dao stone. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. You know that I want other Dao stones? Based on your body temperature, I can guess a thing or two. But don't worry, our planet Xianxia has its own rules. We won't reveal your secrets. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that the Xianxia star must have strict rules for it to be able to stand for so many years and was highly respected. He wasn't too worried about this. So he said, okay, what's the mission? The beautiful woman said that in 3 months, there will be a competition on planet Suzaku. Battle on planet Suzaku? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What did this have to do with him? The beautiful woman said. Planet Suzaku organized this competition to give the most recent geniuses a ranking. Because recently, it was time to challenge the Abyss ranking again, but for some reason, the falling Abyss was closed. For the time being, those geniuses were unable to be ranked again. And at this time, there were still many geniuses who were fighting amongst themselves. This caused a lot of commotion. Therefore, Planet Suzaku wanted to organize a competition to gather all of the geniuses from the ancient path of stars and battle it out to determine the winner. Then, a vermilion bird leaderboard appeared. Vermilion bird roll. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What good would this do for Planet Suzaku? Naturally, it was to create momentum. Their planet Suzaku had recently obtained a genius, and they had spared no effort in promoting this genius. Oh, a genius? What kind of genius could make a planet go through so much trouble? The beautiful woman said, the successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. After hearing this name, Lin Xian's pupils shrank and killing intent appeared in his eyes. But soon, the killing intent disappeared. What does Yan Nantian have to do with planet Suzaku? You don't know. This time, the beautiful woman was extremely shocked. This was a big thing that had happened in the past few years. Although it wasn't as big as the battle between the successor of the 9 Suns and the Great Demon, it was still something that everyone knew about. The successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian, had joined the Suzaku Palace. Yan Nantian was very powerful, his talent was even better, and he had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was constantly improving. He was a popular candidate to become a great emperor on the path to becoming a great emperor. Many people had placed their bets on him. Think about it, if Suzaku Palace nurtured Yan Nantian to become a great emperor, then Suzaku Palace would reach the peak and suppress all the worlds. How could Suzaku Palace give up such an opportunity? There was such a thing. Lin Xian was really shocked. In these past few years, he had been suppressed by the demonic energy, so he naturally didn't know what was going on outside. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to collude with Suzaku Palace. It looked like Suzaku Palace was an incredible monster. Of course. Suzaku Palace occupied the entire planet and was one of the top powers on the ancient path. Also, in order to attract powerful geniuses, Suzaku Palace had put in a lot of effort. If they could get a good result in the battle rankings, they would be able to obtain a lot of treasures. Also, they would have the right to enter the Void Sea. Void Sea? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of place was that? Seeing Lin Xian's curiosity, the beautiful woman said, the Void Sea is still in the universe. It is a very strange place. To be honest, the main mission we are giving you is in the Void Sea. However, entering the Void Sea is very dangerous and requires a lot of strength. Therefore, we will test your strength first. You will go to planet Suzaku to fight. If you can get into the top 5, then we will recognize your qualifications. Of course, don't worry, we are letting you go to planet Suzaku for your own good. If you can get to the top of planet Suzaku, then you will be able to obtain an Earth Dao stone. Of course, even if you can't get first place, we will still give you information about the Earth Dao stone. At the same time, entering the Void Sea is also beneficial to you. Because there is the whereabouts of the Water Dao stone. When you retrieve what we want from the Void Sea, we will give you a metal Dao stone. This way, you will be able to obtain 3 Dao stones. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. 3 Dao stones, and from the looks of it, if everything went well, he would be able to gather 5, this made him very tempted. One had to know that he only had 2 years. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to complete it in 2 years. This was because it took him more than half a year just to go to the elven planet. After that, he still had to search for a battle. It was possible to gather all of them together. But it was impossible to gather all 3. But now, the beautiful woman told him that he might be able to gather all 3 at once, this made him extremely tempted. Once he obtained these 3 Dao stones, his 5-element Dao stones would be complete. Next, he only needed 1 origin magnetic stone. I wonder what you want me to get from the Void Sea? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. The beautiful woman smiled mysteriously. Let's talk about that after you get into the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking, sure, but I have another request. If I bring back something from you, not only must you give me a metal Dao stone, but you must also give me a piece of information for free. Don't worry, not only will we give you a metal Dao stone and a piece of information for free, but we will also invite you to become an honorary elder of the Xianxia star. What do you think, honorary elder? Lin Xian asked. What's the use of that? With the protection of the Xianxia star, no one will dare to provoke you. Also, after becoming an honorary elder, you can enjoy half the benefits when you ask for information. What? Half the benefits? After Lin Xian heard this, he exclaimed. He didn't care about being protected by the Xianxia star, but this half the benefits were too tempting. Who knew if he would still need information in the future? The price of every piece of information was very high. If he only had to pay half, that would be great news for him. Deal. Lin Xian quickly nodded. Then young master should prepare to go to planet Suzaku to participate in the battle. I hope young master can get into the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. The beautiful woman smiled and then disappeared into the void. Lin Xian turned around and left the 8th palace. The information this time made him happy. However, he didn't expect Yan Nantian to work with the Vermilion Bird Palace. From their previous discussion, he found out that the Vermilion Bird ranking was created specifically for Yan Nantian. From the perspective of planet Suzaku, Yan Nantian was the successor of the emperor and was very powerful. His strength should have increased by leaps and bounds recently, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get first place. However, this was without Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was here, Yan Nantian still wanted to get first place? What kind of joke was this? It was said that the first place would get the Earth Dao stone. Lin Xian wouldn't give it to anyone else. Also, he had a grudge with Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He would definitely return this grudge. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and rose into the air, intending to leave. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt someone using their soul to quickly scan his body. He immediately stopped and turned around to look. Not far from him, there was a young man in a green robe. His eyes were also flickering with green light, forming mysterious runes. Clearly, he was using an eye technique. The other party dared to spy on him. Humph! Immediately, he coldly snorted, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. In the next instant, he activated his ocular technique. With a boom, invisible energy collided in the air. The azure-robed man grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. What's going on? What happened to you? His companions seemed to be nearby, and they immediately flew over to support him. Nothing, let's go. The green-robed man waved his hand and quickly left with the help of his companions. Before he left, he looked at Lin Xian with shock and greed in his eyes. Lin Xian saw the other party's last gaze, and he was baffled. What was going on? He didn't know this person. He shook his head and didn't pay any more attention. Time was of the essence. He had to quickly leave and head to planet Suzaku. He didn't care about anything else. His body flickered, then he flew into the sky and completely disappeared. The injured green-robed man revealed a cold gaze and said to his companions, "Where's my big brother? I want to see him. I have to see him quickly." Are you talking about Big Brother Zhao? He's in the third region. Let's go. The green-robed man flew into the air and quickly flew. His two companions followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived at the third region. The green-robed man sent a voice transmission, "Big brother, are you there? I need to see you. I have an urgent matter." Buzz, the space before them fluctuated and a ray of white light rushed out from the third region. It turned into a shadow. It was a stalwart man with a powerful aura, but from the looks of it, it was only an illusion. The other party's main body was still inside. Seeing this illusion, the green-robed man was very happy. What happened? Are you injured? When the illusionary man saw this, he frowned. Big brother, I saw a person earlier. I felt an extremely terrifying power from him. That power was very obscure. If I didn't cultivate my family's eye technique, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. Hearing this, the illusionary man quickly sent a voice transmission to ask what happened next. What did you sense? I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's not any power I've seen before. It's very likely that it's one of the strongest powers. That kid definitely has it on him, and it shouldn't be his own power. Perhaps it's some kind of treasure. Hearing this, the illusionary man frowned. One of the strongest powers, time reigns supreme and space reigns supreme. Could it be the power of space? As for the power of time, he didn't dare to imagine it at all. In his opinion, no one could control that kind of power. The power of space was already very terrifying. It was very likely that it was a space treasure. The other party actually had a space treasure. Who is it? Do you know his identity? The illusionary man said. I don't know, but I've already memorized his appearance. Also, I left the 10,000 miles incense on him. With our eye technique, we can definitely catch up to him. Big brother, hurry up and act. You mustn't miss this opportunity. Obtaining the space treasure will be of great help to you when you participate in the battle on planet Suzaku. Hearing this, the illusionary man became silent. I still have things to do in the third region, so I can't leave. This matter is very important to me. Right, what's that person's cultivation level? I don't know. I've never seen him before. He doesn't have any terrifying aura, but his soul should be stronger than mine. He injured me in an instant, and even my soul is injured. Oh, soul attack type? How about this? I'll create an avatar and enter your body. Then, I'll find a few people to capture that kid. Big brother, is this okay? That kid isn't simple. The green-robed man frowned. The illusionary man sneered. So what if he isn't simple? My avatar isn't something an ordinary half-saint can resist. Besides, the people I've found this time are all the top ones on the Abyss leaderboard. Don't worry, it'll be very easy for them to capture that kid. However, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit if my avatar enters your body. Don't worry, big brother. The green-robed man shook his head. The next moment, more white lights rushed out from the third region. They became stronger and stronger. Then, the illusionary man's figure became more and more terrifying. His aura was much stronger than an ordinary half-saint's. Even the top geniuses couldn't compare to him. This man's avatar was so terrifying. Boom, the illusory man entered the green-robed man's body. The green-robed man let out a miserable scream. His eyes were filled with madness and pain. However, he soon stopped screaming. His eyes were incomparably deep and a cold smile appeared on his face. Someone with a spatial treasure? You can't escape from the palm of my hand. This illusory man was actually Zhao Wuliang's avatar. Zhao Wuliang was ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. His strength was very terrifying. He was a veteran prodigy and a peerless expert. Moreover, it was said that he was ranked 5th 90 years ago. No one knew what level Zhao Wuliang had reached now. However, it was definitely terrifying. My current body should be able to use about 70% of my strength. However, just in case, I have to find a few helpers. After entering his younger brother's body, Zhao Wuliang frowned. He found that his younger brother's soul injury was very strange. It seemed that the other party's soul was also very powerful. He had to be careful. Also, when he read that person's appearance in his mind, he found that although the other party looked very ordinary, his calm eyes contained a sense of vastness. It seemed that he was not a simple person. As for the other party, he had never seen him before and didn't know who he was. No matter who you are, no one is my match. I remember that those purple-ranked fellows should be here as well. If I let them attack together, it will be absolutely safe. Lin Xian flew into the sky, left planet Xianxia, and flew toward the outer space. He was still thinking that planet Xianxia didn't help him and directly teleported him to planet Suzaku, saving him the trouble of flying back and forth. However, he also knew that planet Xianxia was still testing him to see if he was qualified to enter the Void Sea. He was afraid that planet Xianxia wouldn't provide him with any help before he obtained a ranking on the Suzaku leaderboard. However, he didn't care because 3 months should be enough to fly from here to planet Suzaku. However, after flying for half a day, he stopped, frowned, and coldly said, "After following me for so long, it's time to come out." He was surrounded by the dark universe and there was no one around. There were only occasional flashes of light. There was no one around. Was Lin Xian talking to a ghost? "Kid, your soul is quite powerful to be able to sense my presence." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a figure walking out from behind. He was very young and had a heroic bearing. His eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. "I am Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss rankings." An arrogant voice sounded. If anyone else was here and heard this, they would definitely be scared silly. This person was actually Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss leaderboard. It was truly shocking. The people ranked on the Abyss ranking were all top experts. Being ranked 13th was enough to show how powerful the other party was. Ranking 13th, Gao Chong? Lin Xian was also stunned. The other party was looking for him, Lin Xian asked. "Why are you looking for me? I heard that you have a magic treasure in your possession. I wonder if you can give it to me." Gao Chong's voice was still cold, with a hint of arrogance, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. "The magical equipment on my body?" Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? He did have the Eye of Time. Were these people here for the Eye of Time? It shouldn't be. No one should know about this thing. Could it be that the news had been leaked? But how could it be? Lin Xian's mind raced in an instant. Suddenly, he remembered that when he left the Wolf Fang planet, a man in a green robe had once used his soul to spy on him. Could it be that that man had discovered his secret? No, no one could discover the secret on his body, not even a sage. Moreover, although that man in a green robe was powerful, his soul was still much weaker than his. How could he discover his secret, then? What was going on? Magic treasure, what magic treasure? He asked with a frown. "Don't hide it. We have already found out that you have a spatial magic treasure on you. Hand it over and we can let you live." At this moment, the void behind Lin Xian split open, and another voice sounded. Lin Xian glanced behind him. That person was surrounded by terrifying lightning, like a god of thunder. His powerful strength was enough to suppress an area. "I am Yan Kuan, ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard." Even more arrogant, this voice sounded. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's name. He was now thinking about what the other party said before. He had a spatial magic treasure on him? How was that possible? How could he have a spatial magic treasure on him? Did I mistake these people for someone else? What spatial magic treasure? I didn't. You must have recognized the wrong person, right? Lin Xian said. Hee, kid, don't quibble anymore. The news we received is absolutely true. Right at this moment, another voice sounded. Immediately after, a woman walked out. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a long blue dress and was slender and elegant. Her skin was like ivory, and nothing could be more beautiful. Beside this woman, there was seawater surging, carrying her. Standing in the void of the universe, she was like an unharmed sea god. I am Zhong Wuqing, 8th on the Abyss leaderboard. Heavens, these 3 people were all on the Abyss leaderboard. Moreover, they were all top purple-ranked geniuses. They appeared together and firmly surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, it should be the green-robed man from before. He seemed to have detected something on you, but I think he guessed wrong. He thought you had a spatial magic treasure on you. The dark red divine dragon could easily pass through the black soil. Do you need my help? No need? Lin Xian also transmitted his voice. Just focus on your cultivation. I don't care about these three people. It just so happens that I've recently been reborn and my strength has broken through. Besides, I've also created a few skills. It's not a bad idea to use them as practice. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a shocking light. He looked at the three top powerhouses beside him and sneered. Oh, the purple rank on the Abyss leaderboard, the three of you together are not bad, but unfortunately, you're still no match for me. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three powerhouses around him sank. They were geniuses, half-sages. His strength was so great that no one could compare to him. Any one of them could easily defeat a group of people. If the three of them worked together, they could suppress everything. No one could escape from their hands, and yet, this kid in front of them dared to be so arrogant. How insolent. Another cold laugh was heard. I didn't care when you invited me here, but now I'm a little interested. Kid, what right do you have to be so smug in front of us? This time, it was an old voice, followed by an old figure walking out. It was an old man with silver white hair and red eyes. His figure was not tall, and there was no terrifying energy surrounding him. The Giant Demon Clan. The three purple-ranked clans. The Giant Demon Clan. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this wasn't a young genius, but an expert of the older generation. He had heard of the Giant Demon Clan before. It was a very terrifying clan, one of the four ancient races. Normally, they were short and could store energy, but once they started fighting, their power was truly terrifying. They were like human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Their physiques were unimaginably strong. You think you can defeat them with just the few of you? Lin Xian didn't show any fear. If I'm not wrong, you were invited here by someone, right? Where is that person? Tell him to come out, are you talking about me? The sky suddenly split open, and a figure descended from the sky. Like a peerless saber light, he instantly appeared in front of everyone. He brought about a powerful storm, causing the expressions of the four top experts to change. But soon, they smiled. They didn't expect that the other party would come personally. This way, there would be no mistakes. Even if this kid was a true dragon, they would be able to suppress him. Sure enough, it's you. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light as he stared at the figure. The other party was a handsome man with a sinister smile on his face. It was the person who had used his soul to spy on him before. Sure enough, these people were all called by the green-robed man. However, what made Lin Xian frown was that he could sense that although the green-robed man's appearance hadn't changed, his aura was different. This aura was much stronger than before. His soul was very powerful, so he could recognize at a glance that although the man from before was also a half-saint, it seemed that he had just broken through not long ago. In front of him, his strength was not enough. However, although the young man in front of him didn't deliberately release his aura, he could sense that. This green-robed man was the strongest among these people. I didn't expect Brother Zhao to come personally. The beautiful woman, Zhong Wuqing, laughed coquettishly. Kid, kneel down obediently and hand over the spatial treasure. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make a move and you'll definitely die. That's right, do you know who the man in front of you is? He's Zhao Wuliang, ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. Do you think you can contend against him? This was immeasurable. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He had never imagined that the person before him would have such a background. Zhao Wuliang's ranking was very high. Furthermore, he knew that this ranking should be the ranking of Zhao Wuliang from several decades ago. Zhao Wuliang's true strength should be even higher. But why was it that when he first met the other party's aura was very weak, and he was able to easily enter the other party with soul collision? Could it be that the other party had been hiding all this while? This made him extremely puzzled. Alright, kid, are you going to obediently hand over your magical treasure now, or are you going to be suppressed by us and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhao Wuliang, who was at the front, put away his smile. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, enveloping this part of the world. With just you guys? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian circled around, completely unconcerned. He really didn't care. After all, the strongest person here was Zhao Wuliang, but Zhao Wuliang was only ranked 5th, he was ranked 1st on the Abyss leaderboard, probably only Di Ling could compete with him. As for the others, Lin Xian really didn't put them in his eyes. Not to mention, he even killed his old enemy, the Great Demon. He was even reborn, and his strength had greatly increased. How could these people be his opponents, on the opposite side? Those people also laughed. What an arrogant kid. Well, my strength has increased greatly over the years, and I can use him to practice. Their eyes burst out with bright light. Buzz, at this moment, someone made a move. It was Gao Chong, who was ranked 13th on the leaderboard. He rushed over in an instant, and the terrifying law fragments all over his body were constantly waving. One of his hands blasted forward. His entire palm quickly turned black, like black gold, and pierced through the clouds. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He also stretched out his palm and slapped forward. On the other party's fist, there were terrifying law fragments, and in an instant, it turned into metal. Moreover, it was a very terrifying metal. Obviously, the other party had comprehended the law of metal. Although they were both of the law of metal, the other party's comprehension was different from Lin Xian's. Lin Xian was able to increase his attack power, while his opponent was able to metallize his body, making his physique even more powerful. However, so what if he was stronger? Who dared to compete with him in terms of physique? Even the supreme demon body of the Great Demon was not his opponent. Not to mention, his body was now metallized. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as the two collided. It was like two mountains clashing in the sky. A terrifying aura instantly exploded, sweeping in all directions. In the endless void cracks, a figure flew out. His entire arm was completely split open, and it was covered with cracks. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it! What was going on with his physique? How could he be so strong? The one who flew out was Gao Chong. His face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe it. He had comprehended the law of metal. This punch of his was so powerful that no one could withstand it. He could even compete with the old man from the giant demon clan. But now, he had been injured by the other party's punch, and even his arm had been shattered. It was really hard to believe. The others were also shocked, and their pupils shrank. However, at this time, another person made a move. The one who made a move was the old man from the giant demon clan. When he saw the strength of Lin Xian's physique, his eyes lit up. Obviously, Lin Xian's physique had aroused his interest. His entire body shot out, instantly crashing through the void, and arrived in front of Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to solidify, forming an invisible cage that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, his right leg kicked out like a coiling dragon. His target was Lin Xian's head. Boom, this kick did not have any light, only an incomparably heavy force. The void within 1,000,000 miles completely collapsed in an instant. Moreover, the aftermath of this energy quickly spread in all directions. Soon, it spread over millions of miles. This kick was truly terrifying. As expected of a powerhouse from the giant demon clan. This kick could blast a half-saint into pieces. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. He still struck out with his palm, and a golden light flashed. It was like a heavenly monument had been blasted out. An even more terrifying sound rang out, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The other experts also unleashed their law fragments to resist the attack. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. They found that during the collision, the giant demon clan old man's right leg quickly split open and then exploded into a mist of blood. The giant demon clan elder was also sent flying. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Gao Chong couldn't believe it. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were also shocked. Zhao Wuliang's face darkened. He was indeed strong. He should be a top expert. Don't be careless. There are countless experts in the universe and many of them aren't even on the rankings. He might be one of them. Show me your full strength. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. However, they knew that Zhao Wuliang was right. There were countless living beings in the universe and the Abyss rankings couldn't rank them. There were many hidden experts. The young man in front of them might be one of them. However, so what if he was strong? The five of them could suppress him if they joined forces. Buzz, Yan Kuan roared. Lightning exploded from his body, forming a lightning sun that pressed down from the sky. On the other side, Zhong Wuqing also attacked. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the black seawater that filled the sky came crashing down. Boom! Boom, boom. Both of their attacks covered a large area and Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. Both of them sneered. Their opponent would definitely be injured if he were to be hit by their attacks. Although they weren't close combat powerhouses, their mystiques were terrifying. Lin Xian's body began to tremble under this attack. Light blossomed from the surface of his body, but it quickly stabilized. Lin Xian roared. His body emitted millions of rays of light that rushed in all directions. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The bronze spear in his hand pierced forward. The sky was filled with the law of metal like a tsunami, rushing forward to kill. Lin Xian stretched out his golden hand and grabbed the bronze spear. Then, he swung it forcefully. With a clang, the bronze spear was broken in half. Gao Chong retreated. At the same time, the giant demon clan elder attacked. His physical body had become extremely terrifying. He punched out with the force of a million mountains. The large black palm pressed toward the void. Instantly, the space around Lin Xian shattered, turning into countless large black holes. Lin Xian's body began to sway once again as light flickered on it. It was clear that the old man from the giant demon race was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's physique far surpassed their imaginations. The nine-yang divine body only shook a little before it became as stable as Mount Tai. However, before Lin Xian could counterattack, the other two divine abilities came at him again. Ruoshui 3000. 3,000 waves rushed over, bringing with them terrifying law of water fragments. Like 3,000 black pythons, they quickly coiled around Lin Xian and bound him. It wanted to crush his body into pieces. This power was extremely terrifying and pervasive. At the same time, the lightning laws that filled the sky began to descend from the sky. They turned into tens of thousands of lightning whips, and with a gentle wave, the starry sky in outer space collapsed and the earth cracked. These four people were all top-notch half-saints. They were extremely terrifying. At this moment, the four of them attacked together, destroying everything. However, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. Like a golden god of war, he stepped on the 8 wastelands and suppressed a part of the world. These energies circulated around his body, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Explode, no one knew who shouted coldly, but the energy around Lin Xian instantly exploded, and a black hole swallowed him. This time, he should be dead. The four of them sneered as they stared at the black hole in front of them. But soon, the black hole was broken by a punch, and a golden figure rushed out. It was Lin Xian. You're just SOSO. However, if you want my life, then go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. Previously, he wanted to see how terrifying these experts on the Abyss list were. Now, it seemed that they were just SOSO. Now, these people were no match for him at all. I've seen your divine abilities. Next, you'll see my divine abilities. There was a terrifying power circulating around Lin Xian's body. How is this possible? He's not injured? When the four people saw Lin Xian rush out of the black hole, they were dumbfounded. Damn it! Their faces darkened, but in the next moment, they screamed. This was because they found that countless fire laws danced on Lin Xian's palm, forming a lotus. The flaming lotus continued to burn and expand, carrying with it a destructive power. It was as if it could destroy the world. Now, take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Flame Lotus. With a wave of his hand, the Annihilation Flame Lotus flew out and instantly enveloped Gao Chong and the giant demon clan elder. No. Damn it. The two of them roared crazily. One of them circulated with green light and completely turned into metal. The other giant demon clan elder took out a white giant hammer and waved it. Boom, the Annihilation Fire Lotus enveloped the two of them and erupted with unparalleled power. Everything in front of them was annihilated. When the Fire Lotus disappeared, Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were stunned. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled and their scalps split open. Because Gao Chong and the giant demon race old man had disappeared, only blood floated down from the sky. The two of them had died without leaving behind a corpse. How was this possible? Gao Chong was an expert ranked 13th on the rankings. The law of metal made his body abnormally strong after turning it into metal. The giant demon race old man was the same. In fact, he was even more terrifying than Gao Chong. The two of them were extremely terrifying physique experts among half-sages. But now, the two of them had been reduced to ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. Who was this kid? What on earth was that flame lotus just now? Was it a self-created ability? What a joke, they didn't believe that a young man could create such a terrifying ability. Brother Zhao, we don't care about this matter anymore. We don't want the reward you gave us. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing hurriedly turned around and fled. It was too terrifying. If that annihilation fire lotus had flown towards them, they probably wouldn't have been able to block it. Originally, Zhao Wuliang had found them and offered them extremely high rewards to lure them into action. In their opinion, with so many experts attacking together, they would even dare to fight a saint. But now, they discovered that they had been too naive. They had met this person who was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. He could kill an expert on the Abyss rankings with a raise of his hand. They absolutely couldn't provoke such a person. The two of them were both peak half-sages and were extremely powerful. In an instant, they were a million miles away. Facing the two fleeing people, Lin Xian didn't chase after them. His eyes flickered with golden light as he stared at the two figures a million miles away. In the next moment, he clasped his fingers and gently flicked them. The black nomological law fragment quickly fused into the void and disappeared without a trace. A million miles away, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, they would be able to travel 20,000 miles away and leave this place completely. Then they would leave and no longer care about this matter. But in the next moment, before they could move, they were frightened to the point that their bodies went numb. An extremely terrifying force surged towards them. Not good, their expressions changed. Even though they were millions of miles away, the other party was still able to attack them with such precision. This truly surprised them. However, the two of them would not sit still and wait for death. Yan Kuan opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying bolt of thunder. Endless fragments of thunder laws wove together to form a thunder Dao diagram that revolved around him. Zhong Wuqing was even more powerful. She was ranked 8th on the Abyss rankings. At this moment, with a wave of her hands, she actually summoned the first heaven water. This was an extremely terrifying type of water, incomparably thick and heavy. It was rumored that the first heaven-heavy water could crush a half-saint to death. At this moment, she summoned it to block in front of her, blocking that terrible attack. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief after summoning their strongest defensive measures. However, in the next moment, their hair stood on end. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They saw that the lightning Dao diagram and the heavenly water were quickly disappearing and melting. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Not only that, but their bodies were also gradually disintegrating, as if they were about to be annihilated. No, the two of them screamed and blocked crazily, but they couldn't block this annihilation power at all. In the next moment, their minds were destroyed, and they didn't even have time to scream. Dead, 2 experts on the Abyss rankings had died again. Now, 3 top experts on the Abyss rankings and a giant demon expert had all been killed. This was really too unbelievable. In the distance, Zhao Wuliang looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party actually had such a method. Who was this person? He realized that he seemed to have made a wrong decision by coming to find the other party. He wanted to leave, but he knew that he couldn't leave. Because he was locked onto by the other party's gaze. Stop, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. I'm ranked 5th. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. Maybe we'll all die together. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? I know the whereabouts of the void treasure, and we'll join forces to search for it. How about it? If there were others here, they would definitely be stunned. Because Zhao Wuliang actually admitted defeat. This was really too unbelievable. This was Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 5th on the Abyss rankings, but at this moment, he had no choice but to lower his head in front of Lin Xian. No need. Since you dared to come and kill me, and you even joined forces with so many experts. Do you think I'll let you go? You're courting death. Zhao Wuliang was furious. Who dared to not give him face? He raised his hand and a ray of light shot out. However, his body flew into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian's methods were too terrifying. With a raise of his hand, 4 top half-saints were killed just like that. He didn't dare to fight such a person head-on. Lin Xian blasted the blade light away with a punch. He looked ahead at the figure that had escaped into the darkness, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said, you can't escape. In an instant, he flicked his finger. He flicked his finger, and immediately, the power of annihilation flew out again. The void in front of him quickly collapsed. Zhao Wuliang screamed like a madman. He shot out shocking blade light, but he was still unable to stop the power of annihilation. Buzz, suddenly, he stopped in place. A ray of white light merged into the void and disappeared. Pucci, the body of the green-robed man. He turned into ashes in the air. During this process, a scream was heard. It was very painful, but it only lasted for a moment. There was no trace of him. Zhao Wuliang was also killed. The 5 top half-saints who came to kill Lin Xian were all killed here. This was really too shocking. One had to know that this wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a one-sided massacre. After Lin Xian was reborn and created his own divine ability, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. The current half-saints were no match for him at all. Perhaps only a sage would be able to contend against him. However, Lin Xian frowned and seemed to be a little puzzled. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. So that's how it is. You actually have 2 souls. Although I don't know what's going on, come out. He waved his hand. In front of him, in the dark void, a scream was heard as someone flew away quickly. The original darkness was shrouded in endless flames and burned fiercely. Then, a hazy white figure appeared and floated in the void. Its eyes were cold. Damn it, how did you find me? He looked very similar to the green-robed man from before, but his eyes were more terrifying. It was obvious that this wasn't the green-robed man from before. The figure in front of him snorted coldly. I am the real Zhao Wuliang. Is that so? I'm afraid this isn't your true body either. You actually dared to send a clone to kill me. You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian immediately understood what was going on. At their level, it wasn't difficult to create a body of energy and inject their soul into it to form a clone. Lin Xian could create multiple doppelgangers, but such doppelgangers were created from his own energy and soul. If they were killed, it would cause considerable damage to his main body. Therefore, after using the doppelgangers, he would usually retrieve his soul and the doppelganger's energy form. It seems that your true body can't move. What will happen if I kill your clone? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it. You dare to kill my clone? Zhao Wuliang roared crazily. If his clone was destroyed, his body would definitely be injured. It would be dangerous for him to participate in the Vermilion Bird List competition. Kid, I didn't want to attack you at first, but you forced my hand. In front of him, the white figure quickly formed a seal. A piercing light burst out from its eyes, forming a strange pattern. Then, the space in front of him was instantly torn open. Lin Xian was also sent flying. With a clang, his body swayed, and a crack appeared on it. This is? Saber technique, he was surprised. He quickly suppressed the roiling blood in his body, and the crack on his body also healed. He was surprised that his opponent's eye technique attack was so powerful. It was really rare. One had to know that ordinary eye techniques attacked the soul. For example, he had mastered many kinds of eye techniques. He could burn the soul, control the soul, and even cast illusions on the soul. However, it was rare to see an eye technique that directly attacked the true body, especially one that was so powerful. His opponent's eye technique was very strange. He didn't die? Zhao Wuliang was surprised. His face was cold. Damn it, he was only slightly injured. He found it hard to believe. His eye technique was very famous. It was called the Divine Eye of the Heavenly Saber. His saber light was too cold. No one among the half-saints could withstand it. He had even used his eye technique to cut open a half-saint artifact. Originally, he thought that if he used his eye technique unexpectedly, he would definitely be able to cut his opponent in half. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill his opponent, but who would have thought that even though the other party was pushed back, cracks would also appear on his body. However, that was all. With a slight sway of his body, he recovered to his original state. From the looks of it, he was not seriously injured at all. What a strange ocular technique, Lin Xian flew over and said coldly. However, even if your main body was here, you might not be able to hurt me, let alone a mere clone. Damn it. You dare to destroy my clone? My main body will definitely not let you off. The white silhouette in front of him roared crazily. If your true body dares to come here, I'll kill you as well. A fiery red lotus appeared in Lin Xian's hand and flew forward. Zhao Wuliang's clone frantically counterattacked. However, the power of the destruction lotus was something he could not block at all. Thus, in an instant, the clone vanished into thin air. Lin Xian didn't care about Zhao Wuliang's original body at all. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, 5 storage rings flew over from the sky. They were the storage rings of the 5 half-saints from before. Lin Xian's soul entered the storage rings and he smiled. It looked like his harvest was not bad. At least, he had earned back all the divine crystals he had lost from collecting information, and even more. It was time to go to planet Suzaku. Lin Xian entered the spirit boat and quickly threw out a shield. 2.5 months later, they arrived at planet Suzaku. At this moment, planet Suzaku was very lively. The moment the news of the Suzaku ranking competition came out, countless powerful cultivators and geniuses rushed over. After all, everyone wanted to become famous and gain the support of a powerful force. For example, Yan Nantian was so famous that he could gain the support of the Suzaku Palace. And if someone else rose up during the Suzaku ranking competition, then they would definitely gain the support of other top forces. If that happened, there would be an endless supply of cultivation resources in the future. Lin Xian's spirit boat landed on the ground and found that there were many spirit boats flying by. Each of them carried a powerful aura. Wow, there are actually so many people. The dark red dragon was startled. Lin Xian also circled the area. There were indeed a lot of people, but he didn't care. Aside from a few people who could threaten him, the others couldn't even withstand a single blow. Kid, let's keep a low profile later. After all, Yan Nantian is in cahoots with the Suzaku Palace. And the Suzaku Palace is the overlord of this planet. If we are discovered, Yan Nantian will secretly mobilize powerful cultivators of the Suzaku Palace to kill us before the competition even starts. Then the situation won't be good. Okay, I'll try to keep a low profile. Lin Xian nodded, but a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The dark red dragon sighed. However, he knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. Even a sage might not be able to suppress him. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still changed his form. He was no longer in his dragon form but a man in a black robe. After the dark red dragon transformed into his human form, he was extremely handsome and elegant. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. Come, kid, take a look at my human form. What do you think? Am I handsome? Would he be able to charm those girls to death? Lin Xian. After leaving the atmosphere, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon left the spirit boat and looked around. Let's find a city to land in first. The two of them chose a direction and quickly flew away. Yeah, let's go in that direction. Along the way, the little white monkey pointed to the left. Okay, let's go there. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon changed directions. After flying for about 4 hours, they saw a huge city appear in front of them. Their luck was not bad. The two of them flew toward the huge city. Sunset City. Looking at this city, it should be one of the main cities of planet Suzaku. After entering, they learned that this was indeed one of the 12 main cities of planet Suzaku. It was very lively inside, and there was an endless stream of powerful cultivators. It was obvious that these people had all come from other worlds and landed here. Suddenly, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon also looked up at the sky. Someone was coming. Sure enough, everyone else also looked up at the sky. They all felt a powerful pressure crushing down from the sky. There was no doubt that this was an extremely powerful cultivator. Whoosh, a few figures descended from the sky. However, these figures were soon taken away. Their powerful auras still lingered in the air. Who were those figures just now? He couldn't see them clearly. There must be something on their bodies that was concealing their auras. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The vermilion bird trial had indeed attracted countless powerful cultivators this time. Of course, they couldn't enter the abyss for the time being. If others wanted to become famous, they could only enter the vermilion bird trial. Who would be coming this time? It had to be Xianxia. He was like the sun in the sky, and he was the successor of a great emperor. More importantly, he had joined the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was said that the Vermilion Bird leaderboard was created for him. Indeed, Xianxia was very powerful, and there was probably no one who could contend against him. How terrifying was the successor of a great emperor? Unless the successor of a great emperor or the son of a great emperor came, not necessarily. Someone retorted, I think that if the successor of the 9 sons and the great demon came, they would definitely be able to compete with him. As soon as he said this, the surrounding warriors all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the news of the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons had spread throughout the universe. Many people knew about it, and they had even seen the recorded images. However, some people shook their heads. It was useless. The two of them had died together, and they would never appear again. Yes, the dead were not qualified to compete with Xianxia. However, there were still a few people alive who could threaten Xianxia. Yes, the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard definitely had the strength. There was also Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. They were both very terrifying. You seem to have forgotten someone. Yan Ruyu, that peerless beauty. Her name was only above Zhao Wuliang's. Everyone discussed animatedly, and the names on the leaderboard appeared one after another. At that moment, someone said, if that's the case, then you've missed out on one person. That was the number 1 on the leaderboard, Lin Wudi, who was on par with Di Ling. That Lin Wudi was indeed very strong. He was actually ranked first on the leaderboard. However, recently, Xianxia, Zhao Wuliang, and the others' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They should be able to compete with Lin Wudi. They were all talking about the top 5 existences on the Abyss leaderboard. That was because those people were the most likely to compete with Xianxia, and most of them were candidates for the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. However, someone said, don't be too careless. As far as I know, many hidden experts have appeared this time. There are even rumors that a saint has arrived. What? A saint-level expert? When those words were said, the surrounding people were stunned. What kind of concept was that? A saint had come to participate in the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. Xianxia, Di Ling, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were all half-martial Sacred Realm experts. Of course, I've only heard about it. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if there will be any saints, but I heard that there might be a few new top geniuses who will be born soon. Among them, there seemed to be a few geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They hadn't stood out before, nor had they participated in the Abyss rankings, but their talent and strength were abnormally strong. This time, he might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and defeat those veteran experts. Everyone was discussing this. Without exception, it was clear that the competition for the Vermilion Bird leaderboard was even more intense than the Abyss leaderboard. There were actually so many experts here. It seemed like there was no hope this time. Many people sighed. Initially, they had thought that the battle this time might not be that famous, and that not many people would come. Other than Xianxia, they might be able to take advantage of the other rankings. But now, it seemed that they had been too naive. The influence of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard had far exceeded their expectations. It had actually attracted so many experts, and it was even rumored that saints were about to descend. These people could only be bystanders. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. After Lin Xian and the dark red dragon heard this, their eyes flickered. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He saw a person looking at them from a few streets not far from him. He was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe it. That person was wearing a red robe with 2 patterns embroidered on it. It was very strange. When he saw Lin Xian's gaze, he immediately trembled and withdrew his gaze. He turned around and disappeared into the void. What's going on? The dark red divine dragon asked when it saw Lin Xian's expression change. I saw someone very strange, so I'll go take a look. After saying this, his body flickered and he also disappeared. While the others were still discussing which experts had arrived, a figure quickly shuttled back and forth. He was sweating profusely. This man was wearing a red robe. He was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, he was extremely frightened because he saw someone who shouldn't have appeared. How could the successor of the 9 Sons still be alive? This person had seen Lin Xian before because he had seen Lin Xian's portrait from Xianxia. At that time, he was only curious about the true appearance of the successor of the 9 Sons who could compete with the great demon. Therefore, he saw Lin Xian's portrait. But today, he saw a person who looked exactly like the successor of the 9 Sons. This made him extremely frightened. Could it be that the successor of the 9 Sons wasn't dead? No, this news had to spread. He had to inform the Vermilion Bird Palace and Xianxia. They had to be on guard and even take action in advance. There was no other way. The successor of the 9 Sons was too terrifying. Even the great demon was no match for him. Now that he was alive, he was a huge threat to Xianxia. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Immediately after, the Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's body trembled and he turned around. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it, it's you, you're the successor of the 9 Sons. You're not dead? He was extremely shocked. Looks like you do recognize me. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. If I'm not wrong, you should know Xianxia. That's right. Not only do I know Xianxia, I'm also from the Vermilion Bird Palace. This is our territory. Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, if you anger me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will destroy your body and soul. You still dare to threaten me. Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Since you're Yen Nanshan's man, then die. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light. Courting death, you dare to attack me? The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's expression changed. Ah, he roared crazily. Men, the successor of the 9 Sons is here. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Don't waste your energy. I've already set up an array. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, the people outside won't know. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior roared crazily. A flaming saber appeared in his hand. The fragments of the law of fire on it burned fiercely. He was also a half-saint. The saber slashed down like a vermilion bird pouncing over. Buzz, Lin Xian pointed forward, and a wisp of sword chi flew out. The next moment, he retracted his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. How was that possible? He discovered that his life force had been extinguished, his body was turning into nothingness. The other party had killed him with one move. Was this the successor of the 9 Sons? How could he be so terrifying? He wanted to struggle, but in an instant, he disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed. It seemed that this was a little troublesome. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to recognize him. The other party was right. After all, this was Vermilion Bird. He didn't want to attract the attention of a few sages before the competition. If it was a normal ranking, he would just cause a ruckus here and leave. However, he couldn't do that now. He had an agreement with Planet Langia, and first place in the Vermilion Bird rankings was very important to him. He had to get the Earth Dao stone. The next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and a hazy light appeared around his body. His face was especially mysterious. It blocked all gazes. Even one's soul couldn't see through it. This way, no one should be able to discover him, right? At least before the competition, he would be safe. After doing all this, he returned to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was shocked at first. Who was this person? When he reached out with his soul, he couldn't see the other party's face clearly. Lin Xian said, "It's me." Kid, it's actually you. What's going on? One of Yan Nanchan's subordinates discovered me, but I already killed him. Damn it, has Yan Nanchan's faction become so powerful? Even the people of Vermilion Bird Palace can work for him. It seemed that he didn't just join Vermilion Bird Palace. Just ignore him. When the competition starts, I'll just kill him. Lin Xian didn't care too much. Let's go find a place to stay. They waited for the Vermilion Bird rankings to begin. The two of them left. They found a place to stay. Originally, the place was overcrowded and there wasn't even a place to stay. However, Lin Xian had just killed 5 peak half-sages. He had a lot of resources in his storage ring. It could be said that he was filthy rich. He directly used resources to forcefully build a courtyard. After entering, the Crimson Divine Dragon set up a formation. Lin Xian also looked around. Not bad, the environment here was not bad. There was a spirit gathering formation in the surroundings and a spirit vein underground. It was indeed a good place to live temporarily. The two of them rested for a while. When it was late, they prepared to go out and eat something. At their cultivation level, eating and drinking was no longer important. However, there were still many half-sages and even sages. They weren't eating, but tasting delicious food. The dark red mystical dragon was even more so. He was drooling. On the way here, he had heard that someone had hunted a heaven and earth variant. He wondered how delicious it would be. Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon were walking out. There were a few young experts around them who were extremely excited. He had heard that the people from the Xianxia Palace had come, and that they were going to play the zither today. He had to listen to that peerless celestial music. He definitely could not miss it. That's right, I wonder who is so generous to actually be able to invite people from the Xianxia Palace. If it was those geniuses, it would be even better. Rumor had it that their music contained the Tao of heaven and earth. After listening to it, it would be very beneficial to one's cultivation and comprehension of heaven and earth. As they spoke, they turned into streaks of light and shot forward at high speed. Sunset Pavilion, Xianxia Palace, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Vermilion Bird beside him was also shocked. Is it that sect? They actually came too. Oh, you know? The Vermilion Bird Palace nodded. The Xianxia Palace is very famous. It probably isn't any worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace. However, the Xianxia Palace isn't on planet Suzaku. It's on another world. Their sex weapon is the zither. Their spells are also related to the zither. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The Vermilion Bird was also a bit excited. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. The two of them also walked toward the Sunset Pavilion. The Sunset Pavilion was very lively at the moment. It was packed with people. They weren't ordinary people, but very powerful cultivators. There were even a few half-sages here. However, none of them entered the Sunset Pavilion. The reason for that was because the fee to enter the Sunset Pavilion was extremely high. Even a normal half-sage would feel the pinch. Damn it, the Sunset Pavilion is taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the crowd gritted their teeth. Lin Xian and the Vermilion Bird walked to the front. Their eyes lit up. There were also many people inside. It was obvious that they were all even more terrifying existences. Lin Xian didn't care about the huge entrance fee. He took out the corresponding amount from the storage rings of the Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators he killed and then walked in with the Vermilion Bird Palace with the Vermilion Bird Palace cultivator. There were indeed many people inside, and all of them had outstanding talents and powerful auras. It was obvious that they were powerful cultivators. There were already many people sitting at the front. The Sunset Pavilion's standards were very high. Everyone here had status, so no one was willing to squeeze with others. Therefore, everyone had a certain area where they sat. It was really carefree and happy. There were only 2 seats left. Lin Xian and a Vermilion Bird Palace walked to them. The two had just sat down when they heard a cold voice. This place is already occupied. Get lost. As soon as this voice sounded, countless gazes looked at Lin Xian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Xian's face flickered, so his expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace beside him was furious. Someone actually told them to get lost. Did they have a death wish? Who's making a big fuss here? Get over here. The Vermilion Bird Palace also snorted coldly. As soon as this voice sounded, many people became interested. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. They actually dared to oppose Brother Yun. They really had a death wish. Who were these two people? Did they have a powerful background? They didn't recognize them. They looked unfamiliar. However, they must have some status to be able to come here. So what if they had status? They would definitely end up in a miserable state. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Indeed, as soon as the Vermilion Bird Palace's voice sounded, a figure walked over from the front. It was a tall man in a cloud robe. His face was cold. At this moment, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the Vermilion Bird Palace. You were the one who dared to scold me just now. Damn, you dare to provoke me? The Vermilion Bird Palace was about to go berserk, but it was held down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. We paid to enter this place. Naturally, we can sit here. I don't want to kill you. Get out of my sight. Although Lin Xian wasn't angry, his words sounded even more arrogant. The surrounding people started discussing. Damn, this kid is even more arrogant. Who is he? He doesn't want to kill. Heavens, he still wants to kill the other party. I think this kid's mind will be destroyed. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Kid, don't force me to kill you. At this moment, another person walked out from behind the Vermilion Bird Palace. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Our brother Yun's elder brother is a peerless prodigy known as Guijian. Our brother Yun's uncle is Cloud Sky Saint. Can you afford to offend him, Cloud Sky Saint? Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that the other party's background was not small, but so what? The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. What Guijian? Never heard of him. You guys really don't know what's good for you. You haven't even heard of Guijian. Let me tell you, Guijian is the favorite to win the championship this time. Do you know that? Now that you dare to provoke Guijian's younger brother, hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. As the voice sounded, the atmosphere in the entire space froze. Everyone was sneering. They knew that Lin Xian and Yun He were dead meat. However, Lin Xian raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. So it was a fox pretending to be a tiger. After saying so much, it's just that your brother and uncle are powerful. You should be a good-for-nothing. If you want to find trouble with me, at least get your uncle and brother here, right? You don't have the right. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You're courting death. In front, the tall man was enraged. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He raised his hand, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. However, in the next moment, he flew out with a bang. Lin Xian slowly retracted his palm. I hate it when people threaten me. Boom, the tall youth flew out. He shattered the void with a sound like thunder. The surrounding elite cultivators were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to attack Yun He. Did he want to die? The dark red dragon laughed loudly. Kid, how satisfying. I've long wanted to attack you. Yun He was sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the void, and the blood in his body roiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face was terrifyingly black. He attacked. The other party actually dared to attack him. No one had ever dared to touch him. One had to know that once his brother and uncle's names were out, even the top prodigies did not dare to touch him. Even Yan Nantian did not dare to touch him, yet, the other party dared to touch him. He wanted the other party dead. He wanted the other party's soul to be destroyed. Kill. With a roar, Yun He rushed over. He struck out with his palm with terrifying power. Mysterious cloud patterns appeared between his fingers. Clearly, this was the law of clouds. Lin Xian wasn't afraid as he stared at the terrifying white cloud hand. He waited until the hand was right in front of him before he shot out a flame. The fire burned, igniting the white cloud palm. Ah, Yun He screamed. His body was on fire, and white smoke rose from his body. The pain drove him crazy. Damn it, he was really mad. He could not believe that the other party's comprehension of laws was actually above his. Just as he screamed, in the next moment, he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That was because the overflowing flames had turned into a fire dragon, spiraling around him. Like a coiling dragon, it suppressed the other party to the ground. "Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you." He screamed like a madman as a terrifying force rushed out of his body. A large azure banner flew out of his eyes. It fluttered in the wind and turned into a storm, entangling the coiling dragon phantom. Whoosh, he rushed out. A silver sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Both of them were half-step sacred artifacts. The biting cold sword Qi stabbed forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. But in the next moment, he was sent flying again. Lin Xian stretched out a large golden hand and slapped forward. It was like a golden mountain, and it instantly turned the other party's arm into a bloody mist. The half-step sacred artifact sword fell to the ground, and he spat out blood as he flew backward. Lin Xian pointed again, and the terrifying law of water surged out, turning into a monstrous wave that surged in front of him. Boom! Boom, boom! The seawater hit Yunhe's body, smashing his body. Yunhe's body was like a broken piece of porcelain, covered in cracks. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the wave, unable to resist at all. The surrounding people gasped, and their faces were full of shock. He was actually suppressed. And he was easily beaten up. This was simply too inconceivable. Some of the people who knew he were even more shocked. They knew that he was arrogant, but he was not weak. His opponent was a half-step sacred, and a genius. It was just that he was overshadowed by his uncle and brother's brilliance. But if anyone underestimated He because of this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, or even lose their lives. But such a genius expert was actually beaten up. Who was this person in front of them? Why was his strength so terrifying? For a moment, the air was terrifyingly quiet. Damn it, how dare you attack Brother Yun? The few people who came with He were also furious. Two of them attacked wildly, charging towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian pressed him to the ground with a slap. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying smell of blood made one's scalp feel like it was about to explode. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions with a trace of terrifying coldness. The others did not dare to act rashly. After suppressing the three of them, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He slowly walked to the side, sat down, and poured himself a glass of spirit wine. He raised the wine glass and looked at Yunhe, who was being suppressed by the monstrous sea, and sneered. "Do you think I'm qualified?" There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Yunhe was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Damn it, not only did he beat him up and suppress him, he even dared to mock him. This was a slap in the face. The people around him were all heaven stage experts. If he could not fight back, how could he survive in the future? Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. He screamed like a madman, and his killing intent soared to the sky. But he could not rush out at all. Lin Xian sneered. You? Ada, kill him for me. Tear him into pieces. He roared. Boom, as the voice fell, the ground sank, and then a figure walked over. This was a burly man. He walked like a tiger and exuded the might of a dragon. His physique was extremely strong. The moment he appeared, the surrounding void shattered rapidly, unable to withstand a single blow. It was obvious that Ada was Yunhe's guard, and his strength was probably stronger than Yunhe's. Ada usually protected Yunhe's safety, but at this moment, his master was being suppressed here. He had long wanted to take action, and now that he received Yunhe's order, he no longer had any scruples. A large bronze hand stretched out and covered the sky. In an instant, it was above Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, trying to catch them. But his main target was still Lin Xian. You want to compete with me in close combat? Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. The dark red divine dragon beside him also sneered. He shook his head, knowing that Ada would end up badly. In the next moment, he raised his fist and punched forward. Boom, their palms collided, and cracks spread out in the void. However, the Sunset Pavilion was not an ordinary place. The array was immediately activated and covered everything. The entire Sunset Pavilion was shaking. The violent power swept across the world, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew into the sky. Those who were still waiting outside and trying to go in all trembled. Their eyes were filled with horror. What a violent aura! Many people turned pale. At the same time, they were shocked. What was going on? Could it be that there were people fighting inside? Oh my God. What happened? They frantically reached out their souls, trying to find out. Inside the Sunset Pavilion, it was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Ada, the terrifying strength-type half-saint, had his palm split open. His body trembled, and many cracks appeared. He kept retreating, his face full of shock. He had just exchanged a blow with the other party. In his opinion, the other party was powerful, but his strength was definitely not as strong as his. He might be able to suppress the other party with his own strength, but the outcome was beyond his expectations. He was defeated by the other party with one punch. The other party surpassed him in both strength and physique. He was no match for the other party at all. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this kid? They did not know. They could not see his face clearly. They were blocked by the hazy light. Countless people's eyes shone with a piercing light. They wanted to see through Lin Xian's real face. However, they could not do it at all. On the other side, Yun He, who was suppressed by the sea, saw this scene and his pupils shrank. How could it be? Even Ada was no match for the other party. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He nodded slightly at Ada. The other party could take his punch without turning into a bloody mist. He had to admit that the other party's strength was not bad. But compared to him? The gap between them was like heaven and earth. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Lin Xian picked up the wine cup again and swirled the spirit wine inside. Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. If my brother Guiyun Jian was here, you would not dare to be so presumptuous. Yun He gritted his teeth. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I haven't taught you a lesson yet. How about this? I'll suppress you for 100 years, then I'll teach you a good lesson. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the others felt their scalps go numb. Yun He was so angry that he vomited blood. The other party's tone was too arrogant. He treated him like a slave. Weng, but at this moment, the sound of a zither rang out, causing everyone to calm down. Even the killing intent and bloody light that filled the sky disappeared. It was as if a pair of gentle hands had come and soothed their hearts. What a strange sound. Lin Xian was also stunned and turned to look. In front of him, a beautiful figure in white walked over. She held a guqin and gently played it. His fingers, which were as smooth as white jade, moved across the zither strings. Immediately, a pleasant sound was heard. At the same time, a clear voice sounded. The Vermilion Bird Tournament is about to begin. Right now, the most important thing for the young masters to do is to relax and not fight. They were from the Skychin Palace. Many people cried out in surprise, revealing a trace of ecstasy on their faces. They had come this time to listen to the celestial music played by the prodigies of the Skychin Palace. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. Indeed, the Skychin Palace had some tricks up their sleeves. This music contained a mysterious power. Alright, since the fairy said so, then he would spare his life. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent Ada and Yun He, who was lying on the ground, flying out. The strong wind swept the two of them out of the Sunset Pavilion. The people outside were still using their souls to investigate. Suddenly, they cried out in surprise. They saw two figures fly out from inside, shattering the void and landing on the ground. Many large cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and many people frantically retreated. Who was this? They were puzzled. A few half-saints among them cried out in surprise. Heavens, it was young Master Yun. Young Master Yun? Which young Master Yun? The others were puzzled. Someone screamed. Of course it was Yun He, young Master Yun, what? It was him. You mean that young Master Yun whose brother was the Cloud Sword and whose uncle was a saint? That's right, it was him. Many people cried out in surprise. After hearing this, the others gasped. They could not believe that such a terrifying young Master Yun had been beaten out. Heavens, who was the one fighting inside? A peerless genius. However, even a peerless genius would not easily offend young Master Yun. After all, his uncle was a saint. The Yun family was a top family clan. Damn kid, just you wait. This matter will not be settled so easily. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Yunhe's face was cold, and he was trembling with anger. However, he did not attack again. Ada, let's go. The two of them tore through the void and escaped in an instant. In the sunset pavilion, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Everyone was intoxicated by the sound. Even Lin Xian was very surprised. Indeed, he found that the sound of the zither was helpful for him to comprehend heaven and earth. Needless to say, the person playing the zither should also be a half-saint. Moreover, it should be an extremely terrifying one. In addition, the sound of the zither and the zither itself should be a rare treasure in the world. That was why it could prevent others from comprehending the way of heaven and earth. After the sound of the zither, everyone was still comprehending. In front, the woman from the Xianxia palace had left. Where did the fairy go? After a while, someone opened his eyes in surprise. No one knew where she had gone. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He was shocked and delighted at first, but then he shook his head with a bitter smile. The sound of the zither could indeed help him comprehend heaven and earth. However, there was also a troublesome matter. This was because his fragment of the law of fire had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was about to become a true law. Previously, it had almost attracted a heavenly tribulation. In other words, Lin Xian was about to break through. If not for the dark red divine dragon using the great dragon sword soul to set up a formation and forcefully suppress it, he would have broken through long ago. Now that he heard it, his fragment of the law of fire became uneasy again. It scared Lin Xian so much that he quickly cut off the connection and turned to comprehend other laws. The fairy had left. What a pity. After listening for a short while, I felt that I had a new understanding of heaven and earth laws. If I could listen to it for a long time, my cultivation and comprehension would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Indeed, it was no wonder that the prodigies of the Xianxia palace were so respected. There was a certain logic to it. A few other prodigies looked envious. They really wanted to marry a prodigy of the Xianxia palace as their wife. That way, they could listen to the zither music every day. Stop dreaming. Even if someone from the Xianxia palace wanted to marry someone, it would be a peerless expert. We probably have no hope. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Let's go. The Vermilion Bird List competition will begin in a few days. Moreover, I seem to have gained some insights just now. Yes, I also need to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Who knows, I might be able to increase my cultivation temporarily. These people all stood up. The two of them had gained a lot of enlightenment this time, especially the dark red divine dragon who was even more excited. He had let go of his mind and was trying to gain enlightenment. However, at the same time, the void outside began to tremble violently as if it was boiling. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky. Initially, the people around the sunset pavilion were trembling and many of them were kneeling on the ground. Damn it, what's happening? They looked up. The sky was filled with countless experts descending from the sky. Strong cultivators, and many strong cultivators, as well as demonic beasts, they saw the powerful figures descending from the sky while riding on beasts. Some of them were stepping on chariots while others were descending from the sky. Every one of them was powerful. They were cold and murderous. Obviously, they were all experienced fighters. The leader was a tall young man with a cold expression. What? It's him. Yunhe. He's the one who was beaten up. Many people were shocked. At the same time, they knew that Yunhe was here for revenge. Moreover, he was here with a group of powerful figures. This group of people arrived in a grandiose manner, blocking the sunset pavilion. At the same time, the elites who came out of the sunset pavilion were also stunned. Then, they glanced behind and revealed a look of anticipation. It seems that there's going to be a good show. They dodged to the side and crossed their arms. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned. In particular, Lin Xian had a cold look in his eyes. He looked up at the sky. It seems that letting you go was a wrong choice. Indeed, you made a wrong choice. Unfortunately, you let me go. This time, I won't let you go. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yunhe, who was in front, sneered with a hideous expression. So what if the other party is powerful? This time, I brought a large number of powerful figures. Can't I defeat the two of them? Men, take this kid down. I'll tear him into pieces. Yunhe put his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Buzz. At this moment, a figure made a move. It was an old man who moved like a ghost. He tore through the void in an instant and arrived in front of Lin Xian. A large hand was clasping Lin Xian's head. That hand contained an extremely terrifying law fragment. The law of earth was incomparably heavy. It flickered in the old man's palm like a giant mountain that could crush everything. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Around them, the onlookers retreated frantically. At the same time, they exclaimed. It's over, that brat is dead for sure. Of all people to offend, he had to offend young Master Yun. Even 100 lives would not be enough to save him. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He raised his golden hand and released the laws of metal. With a palm strike, the thick earth formed by the law of earth was directly pierced through. That wasn't all. The slap landed on the old man's face and sent him flying. Pa, the crisp sound of a slap rang out. The half-step Saint Elder spun in the air for more than 300 times before flying backward. Half of his face was rotten and badly mangled. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The half-step saint roared. With a frenzied roar and the law of earth, he moved quickly and rolled. The shadow of a huge mountain circled around him. Tens of thousands of mountains descended. Countless shadows of mountains, each of which was incomparably heavy, descended wildly. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian dodged calmly. He raised his golden hand and slapped forward again. Another crisp sound of a slap rang out. This time, the half-step saint's head was completely smashed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly charged towards Yunhe. Yunhe was scared out of his wits when he saw that. He quickly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Stop him! Kill him for me!" Hearing Yunhe's order, the surrounding people all moved out. Ada was the first to move. His fists were like dragons that directly exploded a part of the world. Not only that, two more figures appeared beside him. Ah-Er and Ah-San were his two brothers. They were also two half-step saints. The three of them together were really terrifying. The three brothers' methods were very strange. When the three of them worked together, it was as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian faced the three of them. He crossed his arms and the law of earth quickly operated in his hands. Then, he used the great dragon sword soul to form a huge cauldron. It stood tall like a divine cauldron and threw it forward. Boom, the law that Lin Xian had comprehended was very powerful. The law of earth was much stronger than the previous half-step saints. In addition, the divine ability of the great dragon sword soul was really terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, when the divine cauldron was thrown out, the world instantly shattered. The surrounding people were all blown away. Not good. The three brothers' expressions changed drastically. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies in an instant. Retreat quickly, the power was too terrifying. The three of them wanted to escape, but the area covered by the divine cauldron was too large. Although it was heavy, the speed of its descent was very fast. In an instant, it enveloped the three of them. The three of them gritted their teeth and raised their hands to the sky, trying to block the descent of the divine cauldron. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the divine cauldron instantly descended again. With a boom, the three of them were blasted into a bloody mist. Ah, the three of them screamed. These 3 half-step saints could not die in a short time, but they could not break free either. They were firmly suppressed by the divine cauldron. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Yunhe. Yunhe walked forward again. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Let's go. Yunhe screamed like a madman. He realized that Lin Xian's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to pierce through him. At the same time, he was even more shocked. 3 half-step saints were easily suppressed by the other party. Who was this person? However, the surrounding people were a little hesitant. To be honest, Lin Xian's previous methods were too terrifying. He had directly suppressed them. This showed that the other party was definitely a strong person. He was also a top existence among the half-step saints. Perhaps, the other party was one of the favorites this time. However, they also knew Yunhe's identity. This was especially true for his uncle, who was a saint. A living saint, he was more terrifying than any elite. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Yunhe's order, they could only sigh and attack. The 6 of them joined forces. 6 half-step saints. This shocking scene was extremely shocking. Perhaps even a peerless elite would not be able to stop them. Lin Xian's face was cold. He really did not take the 6 half-step saints seriously. One had to know that he was only one step away from becoming a saint. His true strength was definitely not inferior to a saint's. He was confident that he could kill even a saint today, not to mention these 6 half-step saints. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon flew up. Let's attack together. In order to prevent you from using all your strength. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and did not refuse. This was not good. Attack. Seeing another person rushing up, the 6 half-step saints' expressions changed and they quickly moved. Swoosh. They knew that they had to get rid of the enemy in front of them first, otherwise, they would be in great danger if they were ambushed at any time. The power of the 6 half-saints made everyone tremble and their scalps tingle. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Not to mention, they were merely 6 half-saints. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and the law of water surged out, turning into a supreme wave that rushed forward. Did he scatter the 6 half-saints in an instant? Oh no, what a terrifying law of water, they were surprised. They did not expect the other party to be so terrifying that their formation was scattered in an instant. At that moment, the dark red dragon rushed up, opened its mouth, and spat out thunder that filled the sky, instantly enveloping the 3 of them. The other 3 were once again targeted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the law of water this time, and the endless blue fragments condensed together, condensing into a figure in the endless waves. The figure was very hazy, but the aura was incomparably terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was like a god that suppressed the surroundings. The 3 half-saints trembled, and they could not move at all. Buzz, at that moment, a bell appeared between the eyebrows of one of them. It shook quickly, and the sound of the bell woke them up. In the next moment, they bit the tip of their tongues to maintain their consciousness and roared crazily. Attack, don't be surrounded by him. The 3 of them attacked, and terrifying supernatural power surged, but they were completely engulfed in front of the sea. The sea seemed to be endless, and it swallowed everything. There was no energy transmitted to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stretched out his hands and clenched them hard. The binding of the sea, suddenly, the sea in front of him surged, and an invisible pressure crushed the bodies of the 2 half-saints, turning them into a bloody mist. The 3 screams were heard, and then they were extremely miserable and restored to their original state. However, they were trapped by the monstrous sea water. Who else is there? Call them out, Lin Xian said coldly. Yunhe's scalp went numb. Who else did he have? He had brought 10 half-saints with him this time. How powerful was their lineup? They even dared to challenge the saints, but now, they were easily suppressed by someone else. A kind of fear rose in his heart. He was now very regretful. Why did he provoke this demon? At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Who was the other party? Why was the other party so powerful? This was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary half-saints. In fact, not even the strongest half-saints were capable of such a feat. Could it be that he was a saint? He thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. That was impossible. The other party had clearly used a law fragment and not a true law. This meant that the other party was not a true saint. The others were also discussing spiritedly. The scene before them had happened too quickly. Lin Xian was able to suppress more than 1 half-saint with just a lift of his hand. Now, the other party had injured one of them, suppressed 6 of them, and the other 3 had been suppressed by their companions. This method was heaven-defying. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian and the others were doomed. But now, it seemed to them that He had kicked an iron plate. If no one comes to help you, then I'll send you to hell. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to cause any trouble on planet Suzaku just yet. However, he wanted to keep a low profile, but someone just had to send himself to death. He had spared the other party's life, but the other party had brought 10 half-saints to kill him. If he had been a bit weaker, he would have been killed and would have suffered a fate worse than death. How could he let the other party go? There was no one around Yunhe anymore. When he saw Lin Xian walk over, he screamed like a madman. His gaze swept the surroundings as his voice rang out. Who will help me? Help me kill him. I'll ask my uncle to accept him as a disciple. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Yunhe's uncle was a saint. If one was accepted as a disciple by a saint, then one's comprehension of heaven and earth would increase by leaps and bounds. To be honest, many people were tempted, but when they saw the 6 half-saints being suppressed, their hearts turned cold. No one stepped forward. Instead, they took a few steps back. Seeing this, Yunhe's heart sank a bit. At the same time, he screamed again, "Don't kill him, save me. If you can save my life, then you will be my Yun family's benefactor. My Yun family will definitely treat you well. I promise that my Yun family will give you a true sacred artifact." What? A true sacred artifact? Everyone's pupils shrank. Those experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, a sacred artifact was an extremely terrifying existence, far surpassing a half-saint artifact. In fact, not every saint had a sacred artifact, because the materials used to make a sacred artifact were too precious. They were very difficult to find, and it was not easy to refine a sacred artifact. If a sacred artifact was obtained, the strength of a saint would increase exponentially, even for half-saints like them. There were also great benefits. Their combat strength would also increase greatly, therefore, many people were tempted, but still no one dared to make a move. However, with such a great reward, someone still stepped forward. "Is what you said true?" At this moment, a voice sounded. Yunhe was overjoyed when he heard this. "It's true, I swear on my life, as long as you save me, my Yun family will definitely give you a sacred artifact. If I violate it, I will be struck by lightning." "Alright, I can save your life." A figure walked out of the cave. It was a man dressed in white. He held a folding fan and looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was very polite. As soon as he appeared, he moved as fast as lightning and instantly appeared in front of Yunhe. "I'll save his life." What? Did someone really make a move? Who was this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Did he think that he was more terrifying than 6 half-saints joining forces? Discussions sounded one after another. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. "Save him? Do you know what the consequences of going against me are? Isn't it just being suppressed?" The middle-aged man sneered. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You're wrong. The consequences of going against me is death." When he said that, a hint of killing intent burst out from his eyes. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were trembling. Everyone held their breaths, and Yunhe was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The middle-aged scholar's pupils constricted, but soon his face darkened. "This kid is too arrogant. I know you're very strong and can suppress many half-saints, but there's a big difference between suppressing a half-saint and killing a half-saint. Moreover, I'm not an ordinary half-saint." "Is that so? I'd like to see what ability you have to protect him in front of me." Lin Xian took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged forward. Endless seawater appeared around them, covering the sky and the earth, completely enveloping the middle-aged scholar and Yunhe. The terrifying waves turned into countless blue sword shadows. "Save me!" Yunhe tried his best to resist, but he was no match for Lin Xian. Soon, the laws that he cast were pierced. At that moment, the middle-aged scholar came alive. He shouted coldly, closed the folding fan in his hand, and waved his left hand in the air. Suddenly, a chessboard appeared in his hand. It was a chessboard with black and white chess pieces that shone with a demonic light. "What's that?" Is it a game of chess? Many people discussed, but some of them were shocked and screamed. It's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. It's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. What's the heaven-crippling chessboard game? Many people became even more puzzled. However, the faces of some of the older generation experts turned extremely ugly. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was passed down from ancient times. It was an extremely terrifying array formation that was created by a sage. The array formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. According to ancient legends, two powerful sages were playing chess when they suddenly came up with an idea and used chess pieces to form an array formation. The two of them used chess pieces as an array formation and fought for 800 years, but in the end, they were evenly matched. They left, but the chessboard that they played on turned into a peerless killing array. After countless powerhouses studied it, they named the chessboard heaven-crippling chessboard game. Since then, the array formation had been passed down. I can't believe there's such a thing. Many people gasped when they heard that. Is it a sage's array formation? No wonder the middle-aged scholar dares to stand up for me. Kid, be careful. I've heard of this array formation before. It's not simple. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. The dark red divine dragon transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. It was all right. If a true saint were to perform the heaven-crippled chessboard game, it might be troublesome. But what about the other party? He didn't care. Well, I'll see how terrifying the legendary heaven-crippling chessboard game is. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and formed 5 mountains. Each of his 5 fingers was extremely heavy, crushing everything in front of him. The middle-aged scholar snorted coldly, and the chessboard in his hand kept expanding until it shrouded the world. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Yun He were all shrouded. Among them, Yun He was surrounded by 4 chess pieces. They transformed into terrifying black and white qi, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him. The middle-aged scholar floated in the void, controlling the entire chessboard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, came to the chessboard. There were black and white flags around him, flickering with terrifying light. The aura circulating on it was extremely dreadful. A semi-sage expert might die here if they weren't careful. Wang, a black ghost stone charged at him. It was like a black sun, trying to crush him completely. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was covered in flames. He punched out, and it was as if he had turned into a golden crow. It burned fiercely and shattered the black go piece. The black chess piece was shattered into pieces. However, they soon fused into the formation. At this moment, 2 more white go stones shot over. They circled around each other like a pair of dragon scissors, wanting to cut Lin Xian in half. Get lost, Lin Xian swept out with his right leg like a coiling dragon. He flew out with terrifying laws of earth. With one kick, he shattered the 2 white go stones. The 2 white go stones turned into white mist and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian sensed that the formation's power did not weaken. It looked like his attack was ineffective. You have some strength. However, you don't understand the genius chessboard at all. Now, I'll show you how terrifying the heaven-crippling chessboard is. Floating in the air, the middle-aged scholar sneered. He waved his hand, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Immediately, the 13 black and white go stones around Lin Xian spun quickly, turning into a huge dragon that covered the entire area. The 13 black and white go stones surged around continuously, forming a peerless killing intent. How terrifying! Outside the formation, the expressions of those people changed as they retreated frantically. The dark red dragon frowned as well. What a strange formation. It circled the formation and kept moving around, looking for a flaw in it. That way, it could immediately make a move to break the formation when it was in danger. The heaven-crippling chessboard? Not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak, a cold voice came from within the formation. In the next moment, a sharp sword light lit up in the air. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling. Wherever this sword passed, everything was destroyed. That was the power of the law of annihilation. After the sword slashed out, a huge black hole appeared in the heaven-crippling chessboard. What? How is this possible? The middle-aged scholar was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to break his heaven-crippling chessboard with such a forceful method. That was simply unbelievable. The surrounding people were even more stunned. Damn it! I don't believe it. The middle-aged scholar gritted his teeth and roared. A look of madness appeared in his eyes. The area around him turned into nothingness. With a wave of his finger, the heaven-crippling chessboard exploded again. This time, it was not just 13 lights. Instead, there were hundreds and thousands of lights. The black and white ghost stones in the entire heaven-crippling chessboard shook violently. A terrifying and destructive force burst out, wanting to destroy everything. The surrounding cultivators' expressions changed. Damn it! This person is crazy. He wants to destroy everything. Run quickly. They ran away in a frenzy. Oh no! The dark red divine dragon's expression changed. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. He was also an expert in formations. Naturally, he knew what the other party was trying to do. The other party wanted to use the formation to destroy everything, including Yunhe. The middle-aged scholar was probably the only one who could survive. Is he trying to kill me? If that's the case, don't blame me. He sensed that there was a burst of cold light. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. At the same time, a sharp sword light circled around his hand. The law of fire surged out. The flaming sword chi broke through everything. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he destroyed the surrounding aura and slashed the middle-aged scholar's body apart. Ah, the middle-aged scholar screamed like a madman. His opponent's strength had increased again. Damn it! Did he not use his full strength earlier? His opponent's casual attack had broken his heaven-crippling chessboard. Thinking of that, the middle-aged man screamed and turned to run. Do you think you can run? Lin Xian's eyes were cold and merciless. Since the other party wanted to kill him with such a powerful move, how could he show mercy? He clasped his hand and grabbed the other party's head. He activated his eye technique and immediately searched his soul. Soon, the soul search was completed. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the other party's soul. After taking the other party's storage ring, Lin Xian turned to stare at Yunhe. At that moment, the heaven-crippling chessboard was shaking violently. However, it dissipated before it exploded. Buzz, clang, a chessboard fell from the sky with a clang. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it and put it away. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven-crippling chessboard. That was a treasure. However, it seemed that the other party had taken it away. However, at that moment, their gazes turned again. That was because Yunhe was screaming miserably. Yunhe's miserable cries made one's scalp tingle. You dare to kill me? I'm from the Yun family. If you kill me, my brother and uncle won't let you go, he screamed like a madman. Really? Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. The 10,000 sword chi became even crazier. Stop, please, spare me. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I'll kowtow to you as long as you let me go. Yunhe was rolling in the sky. The pain made him hover between life and death. Oh, kowtow to him as an apology? Sure. Lin Xian waved his hand. Go ahead. However, even if you kowtow to him as an apology, I'll still send you to hell. The last time he let him go, he left and brought 10 half-saints to kill him. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian would definitely not let him go. Yunhe was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke him? He was a person who was not afraid of the Yun family at all. He realized that he was going to die today. Thinking of this, Yunhe's face became extremely desperate. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. How dare you attack a member of the Yun family? How dare you? The voice turned into swords of sound waves and swept toward Lin Xian. The void was pierced and the entire space was trembling. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. A terrifying scene appeared in front of him. Countless translucent sword chi seemed to cut heaven and earth in half, isolating the crowd. Oh, God, someone attacked again. The surrounding martial artists were extremely shocked. Previously, Lin Xian killed the middle-aged scholar and broke the heavenly chessboard game, which made them extremely terrified. Later, Lin Xian attacked and wanted to kill Yunhe, which made them pee their pants. These people had not recovered from the shock and did not expect someone else to come. Moreover, the person who came this time seemed to be even more terrifying. This sword Qi, could it be that the cloud returning sword was here? What? The cloud returning sword? You mean Yun Tian? Many people were extremely shocked. Looking at this sword Qi, it should be right. Moreover, from the other party's words, the other party was also a member of the Yun family. The only person in the Yun family who possessed such a biting cold sword energy was definitely Yun Tian. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. Now that Yun Tian had come, things were probably going to change. Sure enough, Yun He was screaming like a madman in front of him. Brother, is that you? Brother, save me, kill him. I must kill him. Tear him to shreds. Avenge me. Humph, a cold voice sounded. In the next moment, a person descended from the sky. He was wearing white clouds, his black hair fluttering in the wind. As soon as he landed, he gave off a piercing aura and looked coldly at Yunhee. How dare you embarrass the Yun family like this? After you go back, you will go into seclusion for 10 years and will not be allowed to come out. Yes. Yunhee trembled in fear, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that he was saved. Now that his brother was here, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Not even Yan Nantian could do that. The person in front was Gue Yunjian. Yun Tian's gaze shifted away from Yun He and landed in front of him, staring at Lin Xian. You actually dare to lay a hand on my Yun family? Now, kneel down and accept your death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He's too strong. Is this Gue Yunjian? Lin Xian was also sizing him up. This is his brother? He's indeed very strong. As expected of a top genius, but it's still not enough. As if seeing the contempt in Lin Xian's eyes, Yun Tian snorted coldly. Ignorant guy, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of me? Fine, I'll show you what a peerless genius is today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tian's body disappeared. In the next moment, he charged over with countless piercing cold sword Qi. These were all white sword Qi that carried the law of clouds. It was abnormally terrifying and incomparably strange. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely entangled. Cloud sword, thousand slaughter. Between heaven and earth, countless clouds descended and disappeared. These clouds were all absolute killing sword Qi, completely enveloping Lin Xian. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. At the same time, they cried out in surprise. He appeared. Gue Yunjian. Everyone opened their eyes wide. In their view, Lin Xian was strong. But compared to Yun Tian, he was probably much weaker. Perhaps he was not Yun Tian's match at all. The dark red divine dragon also retreated far away. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of a cold smile at the corners of his mouth. Kid, let these people see your true strength. Lin Xian was enveloped by the cloud sword. His eyes flickered. He also had a hint of a cold smile. Competing in sword skills? He took a deep breath. The sword Qi in his body surged out. A terrifying and berserk flame sword Qi gushed out from his body, sweeping out in all directions. It had the intention of sweeping the world. Boom! Boom! At this time, the cloud sword exploded with countless clouds, flickering with absolute killing intent. It collided with Lin Xian's body, emitting a shocking sound. This was an absolute kill. The front completely turned into nothingness. Hee, this kid is definitely dead. Yunhee looked at this scene and sneered malevolently. The others felt their scalps go numb. Yun Tian was too strong. He used an absolute ability the moment he attacked. They reckoned that the other party might really be killed in one move. When all the clouds rose into the air and scattered, everyone widened their eyes. Even Yun Tian frowned. Because he discovered that the figure in front of him was not dead. Instead, he was wrapped in a ball of fiery red sword light. How is it possible? He's not dead. He screamed like crazy. Whoosh, Yun Tian attacked again. It was as if he had merged into the clouds. His figure could not be seen at all. They could only feel that the power of the cloud sword was even more terrifying. Yet another boundless cloud of swords came, intending to pierce through Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian moved. His eyes exploded with a bright light. Extremely terrifying flame sword qi surged out from his body. Boom, the fiery red sword, with a berserk and destructive aura, ruthlessly slashed on the cloud sword. It was useless. Yun Tian sneered. My cloud is ethereal and formless. You can't destroy it. It was indeed so. The law he comprehended was the cloud. So what if it was cut apart with a sword? At most, it would turn from one cloud into two clouds. But it would not disappear. But soon, he screamed. How was this possible? He discovered that his cloud sword had actually been destroyed. This made him terrified, shocked, and in disbelief. How was this possible? The other party could actually destroy his Ajian Qi. This was something that had never happened before. At this time, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. The laws on the two of them kept colliding, tearing out countless large cracks. At this time, Lin Xian's voice sounded. You actually dare to compete with me in sword technique? The flame sword in his hand exploded again. It was as if it had turned into a monstrous qilin. It roared at the sky, crushing all the clouds in the sky. Boom, fire sword, qilin. This was not a law divine ability. It was just a divine ability evolved from the great dragon sword soul. However, the power was also very terrifying. Even a top half-step saint could not block it. As expected, Yun Tian's pupils constricted. He waved his hands, forming a white cloud armor. At the same time, the white clouds in front of him drooped down like a curtain. Boom, with a shocking strike, Yun Tian was sent flying. The white clouds in front of him shattered, and the armor on his body was also torn into pieces. In the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in another direction, completely shaking off the flames. However, his face was completely gloomy. This scene happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yun Tian was sent flying. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Many of them were scared silly. What was going on? It seemed that Yun Tian had been beaten back. Oh heavens, did Yun Tian suffer a loss at the opponent's hands? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they reached this conclusion. They could not imagine it. That was the cloud returning sword. Yun He's body was also trembling, and fear rose from the bottom of his heart. However, he still roared crazily. Impossible, how could my brother be defeated? My brother just didn't use his full strength. That must be it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You dare to use sword techniques in front of me with such little strength. To be honest, it was a little disappointing. Kid, don't be arrogant. Yun Tian snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably cold. He had never suffered a loss at the hands of a young person. This time, his target was Yan Nantian. In his opinion, with his strength, he could fight Yan Nantian. However, he did not expect to meet a difficult person before the Vermilion Bird List tournament had even begun. Who was this person? Who were you? Zhao Wuliang? Long Chaotian? Or someone else? None of them. You don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You're courting death, kid. I was just testing the waters just now. Now, you've made me want to kill you. The cloud returning sword was unsheathed. With a clang, the invisible cloud law circled around. In the next moment, a piercing sound rang out like thunder. A white light flashed, and a dazzling black crack appeared in front of him. Heavens, it was cut open. Unsheathing, many powerhouses of the older generation exclaimed. This kind of sword unsheathing technique was a very common ability. It was a condensed sword intent and power that exploded in an instant. Of course, the more common the ability, the more difficult it was to cultivate it to a high level. Moreover, Yun Tian's sword unsheathing technique had surpassed ordinary. This was the cloud returning sword unsheathing technique. It was even more ethereal and strange. Clang, Lin Xian's body was struck by a white cloud longsword. In the next moment, his body was sent flying. It hit Yun. He was so excited that he was trembling. The others also gasped. Quite a few people shook their heads. The sword was drawn too quickly, and with the addition of the law of clouds, almost no one could dodge it. That brat should have been split into two halves. Hee, let's see how arrogant he can be. How strong is Cloud returning sword? Previously, he was only testing the waters. Now that he had revealed his true strength, how could that brat possibly withstand it? Yun Tian also revealed a cold smile. The light turned into a white divine lamp that looked into the distance. Soon, he was stunned. How could this be? His heart was filled with astonishment, as he could not believe his eyes. From afar, a figure appeared in a flash. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was unscathed. He shook his body and nodded slightly. Not bad, this move is much stronger than before. Looks like you do have some talent. Lin Xian's words were like an elder commenting on a junior. This tone of voice made Yun Tian very unhappy. However, the others were already scared silly. Such a terrifying sword chi could split a half-saint city in half. But the other party was unscathed. What kind of physique was that? The other party was definitely a powerhouse. And he should be very famous. It's a pity that we can't see his true face. To be able to block the white cloud sword, his physique is definitely famous. I wonder what kind of physique it is. If not for the Nine Suns' successor perishing together with the great demon a few years ago, I would have suspected that he was the Nine Suns' successor. Impossible, the Nine Suns' successor can no longer exist in this world. He might have another physique. I've heard that the sacred physique also seems to have such a strong physique, not inferior to the Nine Suns' divine physique. Yes, there is also the supreme combat physique, which is also very strong and has astonishing combat strength. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Yun Tian shouted angrily again. Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he clenched his fists as if he was drawing a sword. Let me show you what the true sword drawing technique is. What, this guy is also going to use the sword drawing technique? Everyone was still guessing Lin Xian's identity, but at this moment, they were attracted by Lin Xian's words. Everyone's eyes were all on Lin Xian. In the next moment, they shivered. It was too strange. The other party only made a sword-drawing gesture, but their bodies actually trembled uncontrollably. A few of the older generation figures were terrified. The surrounding people were all scared out of their wits. Many half-saints swallowed their saliva frantically. This aura, could it be that the other party was a peerless swordsman? They widened their eyes, and Yun he had long collapsed to the ground in fear. Yun Tian's expression was also solemn. Not good, it's too dangerous. The other party's action made him vigilant, as if there was a fatal crisis. Who was this person? He had no time to think too much now. He could only roar angrily and use the Cloud Law fragment to the extreme. I want to see what's so magical about your sword-drawing technique. Yun Tian gritted his teeth. He did not believe that the other party's sword technique could really defeat him. The sword-drawing technique was about explosiveness, not just speed. Your speed just now was indeed very fast. After fusing with the Cloud Law, it was strange and ethereal. Ordinary people would not be able to dodge at all. Unfortunately, you're still wrong. The true power of the sword-drawing technique was explosiveness. Now, I'll show you what the true sword-drawing technique is, Lin Xian's voice sounded. Boom, in the next moment, a biting cold aura burst out. A terrifying sound rang out. There was no sword light in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could see any sword light at all. However, the void in front of them was constantly being annihilated and shattered. A sword to break the 9 heavens? The surrounding people were stunned. Some of the semi-sage level experts were also trembling. Their eyes were wide open. This was the true sword-drawing technique. They indeed did not feel the sword light, but the terrifying explosive force completely engulfed everything in front of them. Not good, Yun Tian's pupil shrank. He knew that he had underestimated the other party. This force was too strong and could threaten him. He wanted to escape, but he realized that it was too late. The other party's sword-drawing technique was really different from his. He pursued speed to the extreme, but the other party pursued explosiveness. The other party had achieved this. The surrounding space was shattered. His violent power tore everything apart. No matter where he hid, he would still be attacked. He could only do his best to resist. Cloud Law, Cloud Body. Facing the violent power, he chose to turn his body incorporeal to avoid it. Boom, the space in front of him was completely shattered. A violent explosion sounded as if heaven and earth were being destroyed. A miserable cry came from inside. It was Yunhe's. Yunhe was also enveloped by this sword. Yunhe couldn't dodge at all and turned into nothingness. Even his soul was swallowed by this violent power. After a long time, the shattered void in front of him gradually healed. But he had already been destroyed in body and soul and couldn't be found at all. Everyone already knew about this. Their gazes were looking for Yuntian. Where was Yuntian? Why did he disappear too? Could it be that he dodged it? He even said that his body and soul were also destroyed. They gasped as they thought of a possibility. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze in all directions. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Soon, he stared in a direction and revealed a look of surprise. To be able to dodge it, one had to admit that he was indeed quite strong. Everyone looked in the direction Lin Xian was looking at. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear in the void. It was Yun Tian. However, the current Yun Tian was illusory, as if he had turned into a cloud. However, he was still attacked. Lin Xian's destructive power was enough to destroy everything. Even if it was a cloud, it could still injure it. Therefore, Yun Tian was severely injured. Absorbing the power of heaven and earth and evolving the power of laws, his body reappeared, and his face was gloomy. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his body was still trembling slightly. He glanced at the space that had turned into nothingness. Immediately, killing intent spread out. The other party had killed Yunhe. Yunhe was his younger brother. Now that he was killed in front of everyone, Yun Tian was furious. With a long roar, heaven and earth trembled. An extremely terrifying killing intent exuded from his body. How dare you kill my younger brother? You will die without a doubt. Originally, he had prepared some ultimate moves to use against Yan Nantian at the Vermilion Bird List competition. However, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish now. Yun Tian soared into the sky, his voice incomparably cold. The others were shocked. What? Yun Tian was actually targeting Yan Nantian this time? Then his ultimate move must be very terrifying. Buzz, Yun Tian stood in the clouds, incomparably ethereal. He pulled out a long sword. This wasn't a sword of laws, but a true half-step saint artifact. The sword light was like water, blue, flickering with cold light. Did he use his weapon? In that case, the power of the sword chi could be increased. However, this was not the end. What shocked everyone was that after Yun Tian pulled out the blue sword, he pulled out another sword. A white sword. Dual swords, everyone was shocked. Yun Tian was holding two swords with both hands. Both of them were half-saint weapons. His aura was also rising. The blue sky was filled with white clouds. At this moment, Yun Tian seemed to have turned into the king of the sky, looking down on all living things. After cultivating for 132 years, I finally created my own divine ability, the Boundless Sky Sword. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my divine sword. His cold voice rang out. When the others heard it, they were all stunned. The people of the older generation were also in disbelief. What? What did he say? He had created his own divine ability, heavens, he actually created his own divine ability. This brat's talent was too terrifying. These people were all stunned. They knew that Yun Tian was very famous. He had traveled on the ancient path of the stars for 132 years and was very powerful. He was probably not far from becoming a sage. But they did not expect that he could create his own divine ability now. Many people swallowed their saliva. Creating one's own divine ability was not something an ordinary sage could do. It required great talent and a heaven-defying understanding of laws to be able to create one's own divine ability. They did not expect Yun Tian to be able to create his own divine ability at such a young age. What he created was definitely a law divine ability. Its power was boundless. No one among the half-saints would be able to block it. They thought that Yun Tian had lost this battle, but they did not expect Yun Tian to have such a killer move. No wonder he dared to use such a divine ability to fight Yan Nantian. Creating his own divine ability? Lin Xian was also surprised. Then, he smiled. He had also created his own divine ability. Moreover, he had created 4 great divine abilities. If he said it out loud, it would probably scare the surrounding people to death. However, it was also good. He wanted to see if the other party's self-created divine ability was stronger than his. Creating his own divine ability? I'm looking forward to it. Then show it. Lin Xian raised his head and said indifferently. You will see. Yun Tian's voice was cold. He did not speak anymore. In his hands, the 2 treasured swords overlapped and exploded with an incomparable light. 2 terrifying sword lights swept through the 9 heavens and enveloped the entire sky. Above the 9 heavens, sword chi circled around, pressing down on everyone until they could not breathe. In the next moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly boundless kill. The 2 swords formed a cross and instantly charged over. Is that all? Lin Xian looked at the figure that was charging over and frowned. The others were also puzzled, but they soon understood. They understood what the heavenly boundless kill meant. In the next moment, countless figures of Yun Tian appeared in the sky. Each of them held 2 swords in their hands and charged over quickly. Each of them was incomparably real. It was really a killing move. There was no way to escape. One could only resist it. The blue and white light flickered, and it really looked as if a part of the sky was pressing down. Moreover, this was a law divine ability. Its power was much stronger than ordinary divine abilities. It was indeed a self-created divine ability. Many people trembled. Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared straight ahead. They did not know how that kid was going to resist. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He knew that a self-created divine ability could not be so weak. Now, it was a little interesting. Take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Fire Lotus. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, and the people around him did not hear it clearly. However, they felt it. They felt a fiery red flame fly out from the blue and white light. Then, it burned fiercely. The fiery lotus rose into the air with the power to destroy everything. What divine ability was that? Many people's pupils constricted. They felt as if they were about to be swallowed by the fire lotus. The 2 self-created divine abilities finally collided in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy swept through everything. At this moment, all the buildings in the city were enveloped by the array formation. It was densely packed, and some places even sank directly into the ground. As for the others, they were sent flying by a terrifying force. Many of them were sent flying millions of miles away while coughing up blood. In front of them, it had turned into chaotic energy. The eternal light could not be seen at all. Yun Tian and Lin Xian's figures were also swallowed by this energy. It was as if endless time had passed. Everyone was far away and did not dare to come over. They were bewildered. What was going on in front? After a while, seeing the destructive energy in front of them weaken, they dared to go forward. When they flew into the city, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There were large cracks everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It was too terrifying. The remnant energy terrified them. It was a figure covered in gold like the sun. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred. The sunlight that filled the sky disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. It was that kid. That kid was still alive. They discovered that Lin Xian's aura was normal. What about Yun Tian? They searched in all directions and soon, they also found it. An illusory figure fell from the white clouds. Yun Tian's body was covered in injuries. Some parts of his body had disappeared. His body was broken, and he fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His expression was very dispirited. It seemed that he had suffered extremely serious injuries, to the point that his life was in danger. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he said with difficulty, "It's you, it's actually you, I didn't expect it to be you." As he spoke, he vomited even more blood, and from the looks of it, his soul was about to be extinguished. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Tian knew him? At this moment, everyone was even more curious. Who exactly was Lin Xian? Yun Tian's eyes were filled with fear and a trace of regret. Previously, the collision of their self-created divine abilities had formed a terrifying energy. He had turned his body into a white cloud and completely merged with the void. However, he couldn't block it. Moreover, this time, his injuries were even more serious. The other party's annihilation fire lotus was too powerful and destroyed his self-created divine ability. That destructive aura had destroyed most of his life force. At this moment, he saw an unimaginable scene. The other party let out a long roar. Amidst the torrent of energy, endless light suddenly burst out. The other party's body turned into a golden sun god. In an instant, he recognized it. Nine-yang divine body, that was the divine Nine-yang body. He had seen the recording of the battle between the Nine-yang successor and the great demon lineage. He had seen the terrifying physiques of the two back then. Now that he saw them again, how could he not recognize them? Yun Tian was instantly dumbfounded. He was actually fighting with the divine Nine-yang body. He even wanted to kill the other party. Thinking of this, his face was filled with despair. One had to know that the great demon and the divine Nine-yang body were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the two of them even perished together. He had also seen that battle. He was not a match for the two of them at all. As expected, he was now seriously injured and on the verge of death. From the looks of it, even though the other party had been slightly affected by the shockwaves, it wasn't a big deal at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this, Yun Tian roared towards the sky, using all of his strength to let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his eyes lost their luster. His corpse fell to the ground, and even his soul dissipated. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Yun Tian would actually be killed. Heavens, this is an earth-shattering earthquake. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. Although the Yun family was furious about Yun He's death, they wouldn't be too crazy about it. However, with Yun Tian dead, that was a different story. Yun Tian could be said to be the most outstanding person in the Yun family's younger generation. His strength was so great that he had already created his own divine ability. It wouldn't be long before he became a saint. He was the future hope of the Yun family. But at this moment, such a peerless genius was actually slain here. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. It was likely that another huge storm was about to arrive. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and swallowed their saliva. Lin Xian's expression was serious. He looked at Yun Tian's corpse and pondered for a while before turning around and leaving. The dark red dragon followed behind him. Everywhere they passed, everyone would make way. No one dared to stop them. Soon, Lin Xian and Yun Tian disappeared into the void. Then the entire city went crazy. Everyone went crazy. They quickly spread the news because they knew that a huge storm was about to arrive. Yun Tian was dead. This news quickly spread from Sunset City and instantly spread across planet Suzaku. When the geniuses and experts in the 12 main cities heard this, they were all shocked. What? Yun Tian was dead? That was impossible. Who spread the news? At first, these people didn't believe it. However, more and more news spread. Some people even took Yun Tian's body and left planet Suzaku. When countless people saw this, Yun Tian's eyes lit up. Everyone believed that Yun Tian was really dead. Who was it? Who killed Yun Tian? Everyone crazily asked questions. Soon, they learned about what had happened in Sunset City and sucked in a breath of cold air. A mysterious person had killed Yun Tian. In the end, Yun Tian seemed to recognize the person, but aside from Yun Tian, no one else knew who it was. Investigate for me. They had to figure out who was fighting Yun Tian. They had to find out where he came from. Someone roared like crazy. This was not simple. Yun Tian was one of the most popular candidates for the Vermilion Bird ranking competition and was favored by countless people. The other geniuses were also under a lot of pressure. However, Yun Tian had been killed. Didn't that mean that there was an even more terrifying existence, and that other person was most likely here for the Vermilion Bird ranking competition? They had to figure out who it was. At the same time, these geniuses and experts were also testing each other to see if it was someone they knew who had done it. However, they soon tested each other and found that it wasn't someone they knew who had done it. This caused their expressions to darken. It seemed that there was an extremely powerful person, and a person who had never appeared before was about to appear. Cloud returning planet, Yun family. The Yun family was an extremely large family and was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a piece of news was sent back to the Yun family, causing them to be incomparably shocked. What? Yun Tian was dead? Yun he was also dead. What was going on? The people of the Yun family were incomparably ferocious. They had already ignored Yun He's death, but they couldn't accept Yun Tian's death. In fact, they couldn't believe it. When Yun Tian's corpse was brought back and the people of the Yun family saw it, they finally believed it. Ah! Endless roars rang out. Who was it that dared to kill their son? Ah, I'm going to tear that person into pieces. Frenzied voices rang out. Countless elders roared crazily. The Yun family patriarch also had a malevolent expression. Go and invite the saint of our family back. The saint they wanted to find was Yun He and Yun Tian's uncle. He was a very young saint with great strength and talent. He was definitely the pillar of the Yun family. As for Yun Tian, he could have become such a pillar. If Yun Tian continued to grow, he would have become a saint. The Yun family would have two great pillars of support. The status of the Yun family would also rise. In fact, if these two saints were to take another step forward, the Yun family would really have reached the top, but now, Yun Tian had been killed. They couldn't accept it at all. The day of the Vermilion Bird ranking competition was getting closer and closer. However, on this day, a piece of news spread like wildfire across planet Suzaku. A saint had arrived on planet Suzaku and was going to participate in the Vermilion Bird ranking competition. This news was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone. Heavens, what did you say? A saint is going to participate? That can't be, right? A saint is going to compete with us? Many people went crazy. Who is this? It has to be said that everyone participating in the Vermilion Bird ranking competition was half-sages, but there was a difference in age. Some were very young and some were very old. However, they were all half-sages. Aside from lacking a bit in experience, they could make up for everything else. But now, a saint ninja had jumped out. It couldn't be another rumor, right? Before, people said that a saint was going to participate, but it was only a rumor. No one knew which saint it was. It seemed like this time was about the same. However, some people shook their heads. No, they had already confirmed which saint it was. It was the Yun family's saint. Could the Yun family's saint be Cloud Sky Saint? That's right, it was him. The moment he said that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air because they knew that a huge commotion had happened in the Yun family. Not long ago, two of the Yun family's geniuses were killed in Sunset City. One of them was Cloud Sword, Yun Tian. He was a top genius and one of the favorites to win the competition. Now that someone like him was killed, the Yun family would definitely not let this go. They had thought of many possibilities, but none of them had. A saint was going to participate in the competition. But why? They could have just sent a saint to kill the enemy. Why did they have to participate? No one could understand. On the other side, a tall saint descended on planet Suzaku and was invited away by countless people. The Vermilion Bird Palace sent people to receive him. They wanted to persuade him not to participate. After all, their goal this time was to help Yin Nantian gain some fame. However, Cloud Sky Saint's attitude was very firm. He looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace master and the elders and said, I'm participating in this competition to find the person who killed my Yun family's genius. Find the person who killed him? The Vermilion Bird Palace master and the elders all frowned. They all frowned. The Cloud Sky Saint said coldly. That's right. You should know that the genius of the Yun clan was killed. I heard the news and rushed over. I asked many people but found that the murderer had disappeared. I don't know what method he used, but I can't touch him at all. Maybe he's hiding now. However, I believe that since he is so powerful and has appeared here, he should be here to participate in the Vermilion Bird tournament. Therefore, I must participate in the battle. Only in the competition could they find him and recognize him. Don't worry, as long as I kill that opponent, I'll immediately withdraw from the competition. It won't affect you guys. Hearing that, the elders' eyes flickered, but the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace nodded. They didn't want to offend a sage for no reason. Furthermore, since the sage had said so, it was unlikely that he would take first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. That way, Yan Nantian would not be threatened. Since you are here, stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace. The palace lord invited Cloud Sky Saint in. At the same time, he instructed the warriors under him to quickly investigate and capture the culprit. When the news spread, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard about it. It turned out that it was true that Cloud Firmament Saint was participating in the battle. However, his goal was not to win the championship. However, this still posed a certain threat to them. Moreover, with Cloud Sky Saint's participation, another group of powerhouses was preparing to participate. Originally, these people didn't want to participate, but now that a sage was participating, it piqued their curiosity. All of a sudden, the Vermilion Bird leaderboard became even more lively and the competition became even more brutal. Those prodigies who were originally confident of getting a higher ranking. They also frowned. Their expressions were solemn. Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon left Luoxia City and immediately changed their appearance and aura. They knew that the Yun family might send a sage over. As expected, they received news that Cloud Sky Saint was here. However, the two of them sneered. So what if a sage was here? They probably wouldn't be able to find them in a short time. When they heard that the sage was going to participate in the competition, Lin Xian frowned. Kid, be careful. The Dark Red Dragon reminded him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's fine, I also want to fight with the sage. A fiery light burst out of his eyes. With his current strength, he was not weaker than a sage, however, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. The two of them didn't move again. Instead, they found a place. They temporarily lived in seclusion. Among them, Lin Xian had to adjust to his peak state, while the Dark Red Dragon wanted to study the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The middle-aged scholar was killed, and the heaven-crippling chessboard game fell to the ground and was put away by the Dark Red Dragon. In the end, Lin Xian searched his soul and directly obtained some information about the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The storage ring of the Lord was also taken away and given to the Dark Red Dragon. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was a very terrifying array formation with infinite power. Only Lin Xian could use his strength to break it. It would probably be difficult for the others to escape. They might even be killed in the array formation if they didn't do well. It could be said that the array formation was very terrifying. The Dark Red Dragon was skilled in array formations. If he could comprehend and control the heaven-crippling chessboard game, his strength would increase again. Perhaps by then, he could use the game to trap a sage. Originally, the Dark Red Dragon also wanted to participate in the battle, but with the heaven-crippling chessboard game, he changed his mind. He wanted to study the array formation, so he didn't plan to participate. Another reason was that if he was outside, Lin Xian would participate. The two of them could take care of each other and deal with unexpected situations. 10 days before the Vermilion Bird tournament, a piece of news came from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was the rules of the Vermilion Bird tournament. There were also corresponding rewards. Lin Xian went to the surrounding cities and also received the news. He didn't think much of it, but the others were in an uproar. That was because in their opinion, it should be a simple battle with simple rules. All they needed to do was to determine the winner. However, the situation was beyond their expectations. There were 3 stages, why were there so many? Those prodigies frowned. They read the rules carefully and soon understood. There were too many people participating in the tournament, so much so that if it was a normal tournament, it would probably take a long time to finish. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird Palace wanted to arrange an elimination round to eliminate most of the top prodigies and retain the top prodigies. Lin Xian also received the news. He found that the first part was similar to a trial in a mystic realm. It would probably eliminate most people. The second part was no longer about elimination. Instead, it was about ranking and ascending the Vermilion Bird platform. The Vermilion Bird ranking was a temporary ranking. The third part was the challenge. The most intense battles, because the third part was the final ranking. It was the final result of the Vermilion Bird proclamation. And this result would affect the rewards. Lin Xian didn't look at anything else. He directly looked at the reward for first place on the Vermilion Bird proclamation. Soon, he found that there was indeed an Earth Dao stone among the treasures. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had to get first place. Aside from the Earth Dao stone, there were many other treasures and pills. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them. He could get all these resources. However, there was one thing that caught his attention. First place, including the top 5, had a spot to enter the Void Sea. A spot to enter the Void Sea? Lin Xian was shocked. Wasn't the final mission given to him by the Xianxia planet to go to the Void Sea to get a treasure? It seemed that the Void Sea was not simple. It should be a treasure trove. Thinking about this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't care about this for now. The most important thing now was to enter the Vermilion Bird Proclamation and get first place. He had to get the Earth Dao Stone first. As long as he got first place, not only would he get the Earth Dao Stone, but he would also get a Metal Dao Stone as a reward from the Xianxia planet. As for the Water Dao Stone, it was said that it was also in the Void Sea. In order to get the 5 Elemental Dao Stone, he wouldn't go easy this time. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There were only 3 days left. All the participating geniuses moved out because they were going to participate in the first trial, which was the elimination round. The first trial was located in a very famous place on the planet of Suzaku, the Demon Cultivation Valley. It was said that this place was a battlefield in ancient times. Countless powerful cultivators fought there. Some people said that this was a place filled with ancient ruins. There were countless powerful cultivators' caves and treasures buried there. However, it was very dangerous. Those who entered for the treasures were all buried inside, never to come out again. In short, this was a very dangerous place. The first stage of the competition was actually here. It was truly shocking. For a moment, many people hesitated. They had also heard of how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was. Originally, they were just participating in the battle. Even if they failed and were eliminated, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, failure could mean death. Was it worth it for a mere Vermilion Bird Proclamation ranking? However, it didn't take long for most of them to grit their teeth, and a wisp of madness appeared in their eyes, because they felt it was worth it. That was because the Vermilion Bird leaderboard this time had attracted the attention of countless people. If one was able to win here, then there would definitely be enormous benefits. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the Devil Cultivation Valley was, he still had to give it a try. Moreover, these people were all geniuses and had boundless confidence in themselves. Moreover, some people had already started to form alliances. Those who knew each other and were familiar with each other had started to form alliances. They were prepared to join forces to fight against others after entering. After all, the first round was an elimination round. Most of the people would probably be eliminated. In that case, if he joined forces with people he knew, he would be able to eliminate others and protect himself. Therefore, such a group alliance was quickly formed among the many contestants. Lin Xian didn't form an alliance with anyone. Originally, he could have formed an alliance with the Dark Red Dragon, but now that the Dark Red Dragon wasn't participating, he would participate alone. However, so what if he didn't form an alliance? When he arrived at the Devil Cultivation Valley, there was only 1 day left until the day of the competition. Lin Xian arrived at the edge of the valley. He looked into the distance and revealed a shocked expression. Originally, he thought that this valley wouldn't be very big, but now it seemed that although it was called a valley, it was a bit too big. He couldn't even see the end of it. It stretched for millions of kilometers. This valley was definitely incomparably large. And below it was actually red. Red soil, red mountains, and even the trees were red, bringing with them a scorching hot aura. Planet Suzaku was originally a planet that leaned toward the fire element. There were fire element veins everywhere here, so the amount of fire element energy was very abundant. However, the Devil Cultivation Valley was a bit different. Aside from the scorching red energy, there was also a strange cold aura that seemed to be able to devour people. Night fell and quickly passed. The sky gradually brightened, and at the same time, countless figures arrived. Among them, there were a few that were very eye-catching. Because these people flew very fast, one of them was very handsome. He had a slender figure and wore a purple robe. He gave off the aura of a ruler. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Suddenly, they exclaimed, "Yan Nantian, he's here." Countless exclamations sounded. Many of them were seeing Yan Nantian for the first time. They were shocked. Is this the successor of the emperor? His aura is indeed very strong. Yes, I actually feel that it's unfathomable. Even some experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes flickering. Humph, however, a few cold snorts came from the countless participants. It was obvious that some people were very unhappy with Yan Nantian's appearance. One of them was tall and had scales on his body. No one dared to go near where he was. In fact, the aura coming from his body was so oppressive that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It's him. Long Zhaotian, what? He's Long Zhaotian. At first, the surrounding people were surprised. Who could be so terrifying? And from the looks of it, he wasn't from the human race. Now, they finally knew that it was Long Zhaotian. It seemed that he was from the dragons. Was he a genius of the dragons? He probably wasn't any weaker than the successor of the emperor. Long Zhaotian's eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Yan Nantian in the sky. At the same time, on the other side, another figure arrived. It was a figure that was emitting a white light. It was like a celestial spirit had descended. His eyes were even more strange. They formed a strange saber-shaped pattern that made people feel as if they were pierced by it. It's him. Zhao Wuliang, Heavenly Blade God Eyes, what a terrifying eye technique. Both Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were the favorites to win the championship. As soon as they appeared, their auras emerged and clashed in the sky, tearing countless large cracks. However, it wasn't over yet. Those ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard had all arrived. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, there was also a beautiful woman who stepped on the air. Yan Nantian also narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Yan Ruyu, this beautiful woman came from the same world as him. Yan Ruyu, a genius of the Demon King Palace, is almost equal to not only that, but she was also Lin Xian's old friend. Lin Xian did not expect to meet Yan Ruyu here. He wondered how Qiu'er and Qingqing were doing. Were they here for the competition? However, after looking around, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that the two of them were not in this star field. Yan Ruyu's arrival attracted the attention of countless people. Her beautiful face made everyone gasp in amazement. However, Yan Nantian and the others had serious expressions on their faces. They knew that not only was this woman beautiful, but her strength was also extremely frightening. Her ranking on the Abyss leaderboard was even higher than Zhao Wuliang's. Yan Ruyu's beautiful face looked around. Soon, she was shocked. Then, she turned her head and looked at a figure in the crowd below. However, when she saw that figure, she frowned. She realized that she could not see him clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the light that he had used to cover his face. However, the others could not see him clearly either. Because he had used the power of annihilation, all the gazes in front of him would be dissipated. "You're here too." Another voice sounded. Then, another tall and slender man descended. As soon as he appeared, everyone felt that the surrounding trees were growing crazily as if they were going to break through the clouds. Who was this person? They were shocked. They did not expect this person to cause such a phenomenon. It was him. The Northern Beast, the body of 10,000 beasts. In terms of combat strength, he might not be the best, but his life force and recovery ability were definitely strong. He even needed Yan Nantian and the others. Many people exclaimed and looked at the figure in the sky. The Northern Beast was also ranked in the top 10 on the Abyss leaderboard. Moreover, his body of 10,000 beasts was also shocking. "Long time no see." Yan Ryu greeted the Northern Beast. The Northern Beast nodded back. This scene shocked everyone. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? However, soon, they were even more shocked. This was because Yan Nantian looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. "The two of you, long time no see. I did not expect to meet you here after being in the same world." What? Everyone's scalps were about to explode because Yan Nantian's words were too shocking. Yan Nantian, the Northern Demon, and Yan Ryu were all in the same world. This was too inconceivable. To think that there would be 3 peak-level geniuses in a single world. Furthermore, they were walking together on the ancient path of stars. It was truly shocking. It should be known that the 3 of them were not ordinary Skype rides. They were extremely dazzling Skype rides on the Abyss leaderboard. For example, Long Chao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other top geniuses all came from different worlds. Therefore, this news was truly shocking. Even Long Zhao Tian was extremely surprised. That's right, 2 of the 5 heroes of the world back then had actually appeared. I wonder if that fellow is here? Yan Ryu whispered softly. Her gaze even drifted in a certain direction. She stared at a figure, but she quickly retracted her gaze. This made everyone shocked. It seemed like they really did come from the same world. However, what they were more curious about was, who was the guy that Yan Ryu spoke of? Hearing that, the northern demon's gaze turned serious, while Yan Nantian sneered. He wouldn't have been able to come if he didn't have a chance. Don't you know the news from before? He and the great demon had already died in the galaxy. If they wanted to appear again, they would probably have to wait until their next lives. What? This news made Yan Ryu abnormally shocked. That person had perished together? But how was that possible? Who was that person below? She had been in seclusion previously and did not know what had happened in the outside world. Moreover, when she arrived, she realized that other than Yan Nantian and the Northern Demon, there was another person that she knew. Moreover, the 2 of them had an extraordinary relationship. However, that person had concealed his identity. But now, Yan Nantian was telling her that that person had perished together with the great demon. Could it be that the person below was not someone she knew? But that shouldn't be the case. She was certain that she was not wrong. Moreover, the reaction of a mysterious object in her body also told her that she was definitely not wrong. It seemed that he had deceived everyone. Yan Ryu understood in an instant, but she still didn't say anything, showing a sorrowful look. However, when the others heard that, they were stunned. What was going on? Perishing together with the great demon, who was it? Could it be the successor of the 9 sons? They instantly understood who Yan Nantian was talking about. Heavens! The successor of the 9 sons. They actually knew the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, they were extremely familiar with him. Could it be that the successor of the 9 sons came from the same world as them? Thinking of that, everyone's scalps were about to explode. What kind of world was Heavens? How could it give birth to so many top prodigies? Could it be the legendary and incomparably terrifying Big Dipper? They did not know because no one had mentioned it before. If they wanted to find out, they would have to spend some effort. But now, they could not care less. There were still some people watching the battle outside. Among them, the dark red dragon crossed his arms and sneered. At that moment, he was still in the appearance of a handsome man. However, his face was different from before. At that moment, when he heard Yan Nantian's words, he immediately sneered. I'm looking forward to seeing your expressions when you see that kid. Boom, just as everyone was discussing in surprise, a terrifying power came from the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled, and many people knelt on the ground. They were all terrified and did not speak. In the sky, the laws descended. They widened their eyes. The sage was here, needless to say, it must be the Cloud Sky Sage. Indeed, only the Cloud Sky Sage was participating in the battle. They did not know if there were others in secret. The laws definitely showed that the other party was here. The Cloud Sky Sage was a tall middle-aged man. As soon as he descended, he brought with him a powerful law power that suppressed the world. He was like a supreme god. Even Yan Nantian, the North Demon, and the others were on guard. The Cloud Sky Sage's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze in all directions. It was obvious that he was looking for the culprit. Everyone who was swept by his gaze trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because the gaze swept past them. However, it was fixed in an area. When it swept past Lin Xian's aura changed completely. He even used the power of the law of annihilation to resist it. Therefore, Lin Xian had deceived the Cloud Sky Sage. However, as a sage, the Cloud Sky Sage was very powerful and naturally sensitive. Even if he could not confirm Lin Xian's identity, he had locked onto an area. What's going on? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace followed Cloud Firmament Saint. When they saw Cloud Firmament Saint's actions, they were also confused. Could it be that he had found the culprit? Cloud Firmament Saint sneered. Humph, I can already feel his presence. Although I can't be sure, I know that he's among these people. Cloud Firmament Saint had locked on to 200 people. Although it was a lot of people, it was nothing to Cloud Firmament Saint. However, he didn't move. It seemed that he was planning to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley before making his move. It was easy to imagine that these 200 people would end up in a miserable state. After Cloud Firmament Saint, many more people appeared. These people's auras were also very powerful, but their faces were unfamiliar. They didn't know who they were, but without exception, they were all experts. Apart from them, Lu Mu and the others had also arrived. It could be said that geniuses and experts had gathered. At this moment, the two elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace stood up and said, I now announce that the first round of the Vermilion Bird Rankings has begun. You have 1 month. You only need to survive for 1 month in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After a month, those who come out will be considered to have passed. Of course, I would like to remind everyone that this battle is very cruel and killing is not prohibited. Furthermore, the Devil Cultivation Valley is also a place of great danger. If you want to leave now, you can leave immediately. Of course, those who come out halfway will also be considered eliminated. Now, I will use the array to teleport you to every corner of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Take care of yourselves from now on. The two elders waved their hands and the mountains and rivers below formed a terrifying formation that enveloped everyone. In the next moment, everyone disappeared. At the same time, a loud voice came from the elder's mouth. The first round had begun. The Devil Cultivation Valley was incomparably gloomy. The red ground emitted a scorching aura. But at the same time, there was also a gloomy aura. With a flash of light, all the people participating in the competition were sent to the valley. However, very few people were able to be sent together because the valley was too big. Xianxia took a step and left the place where he was originally standing. The ground split open and a terrifying vine swept towards him. However, it couldn't threaten him at all. After Xianxia dodged it, his eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. A bunch of ignorant ants. This time, they are all my stepping stones. These people probably didn't know how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was, but by the time they reacted, it would already be too late. He muttered to himself as a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, I've already been here once, so I'm more familiar with this place. He waved his hand, and a map appeared amidst the light. There were many dots of light on the map. Clearly, they were very important places. It seems that I'm closer to this place. Xianxia first confirmed his location and then looked at the map. A smile appeared on his face. Since that was the case, he would first obtain the law and then proceed to the next step. With a flicker of his feet, he quickly left into the distance. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, but it soon calmed down. No one knew that Xianxia had already been there. This Vermilion Bird Palace indeed started to cheat for Xianxia. On the other side, a tall figure descended. It was Cloud Sky Saint. After he descended, he coldly snorted. However, in the next instant, he frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. He swept his gaze all around as if he was searching for something. Soon, he coldly snorted. So that's how it is. This place is actually the same as the legends. However, it's not a threat to me. His figure flickered and he quickly left. At the same time, Yen Ryu, the North Demon, Lu Mu, and the others all descended and appeared in one place. Lin Xian also appeared in a dense forest. As soon as he appeared, there was a terrifying sound in front of him. Those vines were like dark clouds that pressed down with a gloomy aura. They wanted to entangle Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and flicked his finger. A fiery red light surged forward, wanting to burn the trees. Soon, he exclaimed in surprise. What's going on? He was stunned. Although he had shot out flames, they did not carry the aura of the law. There was no law fragment. How could this be? Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next instant, those black vines wrapped around him. They carried a terrifying poison on them and wanted to ruthlessly stab into his heart. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, and a powerful force shook the vines into pieces. Boom, he raised his fist and punched forward. The trees in front of him were blasted into pieces. Then, he frowned. He tried again and found that not only was there no law fragment of fire, but there were also no other law fragments. Had all the laws that he had comprehended disappeared? What was going on? Impossible, however, he really could not use them now. Damn it, there was something wrong with this demon cultivation valley. In an instant, he understood that it wasn't his problem. Instead, it was this valley that had a problem. The heaven and earth here seemed to be suppressing his law fragments. At that moment, He Tu transmitted his voice. Kid, this place seems to be different. It's a world of its own, so the laws here might be different from the great world outside. There was such a thing. Lin Xian was shocked. He Tu continued. Indeed, a powerful saint could form a special space and plant his own law inside. In that space, the person who created the law was the ruler of heaven and earth. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that someone, or perhaps some saints, had joined forces to create the space. Therefore, the laws here were also revered by the saints who created the space. Other laws were suppressed and could not be used at all. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. He said that this space should be suppressing everyone. That saint should not be able to use it either. He Tu said. That's right, that cloud sky saint was very powerful, but he was probably only a first heaven stage saint. There were 9 heaven stage saints, and every improvement was incomparably huge. This demon cultivation valley was definitely formed by the cooperation of those powerful saints in ancient times or even more ancient times. Therefore, that cloud sky saint could not break the laws here, and he would also be suppressed. That's good. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Since no one could use the law, everyone would be back to the same starting point. Next, Lin Xian began to think about other things. This was an elimination round, and the time limit was 1 month. As long as one could last for a month, they would pass. Since that was the case, from now on, he would only fight the North Demon or Yen Ryu if he met them. He would not let anyone else go. Buzz, Lin Xian's feet swayed. He wanted to soar into the air, but he soon realized that even his flight was restricted. He could only fly close to the ground. He could not fly more than 100 meters. Fortunately, he still had his physique. Flying at a low altitude, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Along the way, he met many monsters. Most of them were extremely cold. There were also many monsters with terrifying flames. However, Lin Xian had effortlessly smashed them apart with his physical strength. At this time a blood-curdling scream came from afar. It was very miserable. The entire forest shook as countless crows flew out of the forest and flew towards the distance. Someone was attacked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and rushed in that direction. Soon, he found that someone was killed. His body was torn into pieces. There was a terrifying power in it. The ground around him collapsed and an endless deep hole appeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was shocked. What a terrifying power. It should be a body-tempering expert. Shaking his head, he ignored it and continued on his way. During this time, he met 2 people who were easily dealt with by him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, there were countless screams. Some people did not meet but fought a fierce battle. They were attacked by the terrifying monsters in the valley. The situation was extremely miserable. However, at that moment, Yan Nanshan's lips curled up. He looked at a quaint cave in front of him and smiled. It should be here. The cave was very strange. Half of the rock layer was black, while the other half was red. There were 2 strange powers in the cave. Yan Nantian did not hesitate and walked forward. At the same time, Lin Xian also stopped. There was also an ancient ruin in front of him. It was like a movie, with a desolate aura. It was said that this demon cultivation valley was very unusual. Some said that it was an ancient battlefield. There were also rumors that there were mysterious treasures inside. However, because it was too dangerous, ordinary people did not dare to enter. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he began his analysis. From the looks of it, there might be a battlefield inside, but there were no traces of a great battle at the moment. As for the second person to have the treasure? Perhaps it was possible, but if it was, wouldn't it have been emptied long ago? One had to know. Half of their lives were able to enter this place. It should be easier for the saints on planet Suzaku to enter. Forget it for now. I'll go and take a look first. Lin Xian stepped forward, preparing to walk towards the palace in front of him. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and 3 figures descended from the sky. If there's a palace, it must be a treasure. Ha 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 ha, we've arrived, the 3 of them laughed viciously. However, when they saw that there was a figure in front of them who was even faster than them and was about to enter, they were instantly enraged. Damn you, kid, stay here. One of them stretched out a large palm and grabbed forward. Now, almost everyone knew that their laws were suppressed here, but so what? No one had any laws, so they returned to the same starting point. Therefore, they didn't care. In the blink of an eye, the palm enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and threw a punch, shattering the other party's palm. The person behind let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 steps. Beside him, the other 2 were also on guard. It was an expert. With a clang, they pulled out their weapons and released their auras. At the same time, Lin Xian turned around. They couldn't see his face clearly. It was so strange. They frowned, but they soon heaved a sigh of relief. Because they realized that the other party wasn't Yan Nantian and the others. As long as he wasn't at the peak of the heaven stage, they wouldn't recognize him. He should be a nobody. Although he was a little strong, the 3 of them weren't afraid of him. Get lost, kid. I'll spare your life, the person on the left shouted coldly. However, the person in the middle said that they couldn't let him go because he already knew the whereabouts of the treasure. If they let him go, he would definitely attract others, so they had to kill him to silence him. The person on the right also revealed a sinister smile. That's right, that's what I meant too. All right. The person on the left nodded. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, blame your bad luck for seeing something you shouldn't have seen. Now, go to hell. The long spear in his hand stabbed over. The long spear was like a dragon, extremely terrifying and emitting light. It was considered powerful among the half-saints, but unfortunately, the other party's target was Lin Xian. Seeing that the other party actually dared to attack, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed forward with his palm. Boom, a slap landed on the tip of the spear. Immediately, the long spear changed direction and pierced into the ground. A terrifying force was transmitted to that person's hand. That person's palm split open and blood flowed wildly. Oh no, what a powerful force. This guy is a little terrifying. Help me kill him. The person on the left roared like a madman and quickly repaired his body. Beside him, the other 2 people also charged over. One of them was a sword, while the other was a saber. Although they did not have the power of laws, they were still extremely terrifying. The biting cold sword chi and saber light slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon. Boom. Boom, boom. There was an earth-shattering collision, and cracks appeared on the saber and sword of the 2 people. Their expressions became extremely ugly. Then, a golden fist carrying a monstrous golden flame charged towards them. Their weapons shattered, and they vomited blood and flew backward with faces full of horror. They found that their bodies were enveloped in flames. The terrifying flames burned them miserably. The 3 of them screamed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pretended to draw his sword and slashed forward. With a boom, the sword-drawing technique blasted the 3 of them into a bloody mist. After easily getting rid of the 3 of them, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the palace in front of him again. In the next moment, he walked in. It was very empty inside, and only the sound of his footsteps echoed. However, soon, he was stunned again because he found that there was someone in front of him. In front of him, that person was originally sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. However, when he heard the footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he turned his head, and a fiery red light appeared in his eyes, instantly igniting the entire void. Lin Xian felt a scorching heat and snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and his body emitted light. He furrowed his brows. In front, the person who turned his head was also stunned. Indeed, there was someone. He stood up. "Since you're here, die." As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed forward. Lin Xian was also stunned because he found that the other party was wearing a red robe with two mysterious patterns drawn on it. It was the uniform of the Vermilion Bird Palace. The other party was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. In the next moment, he was even more shocked. Because he found that the other party had pointed his finger. A vermilion bird that was surrounded by flames appeared. This did not surprise him. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment, he was hit by the vermilion bird and was instantly sent flying. An ant, unable to withstand a single blow. In front, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist retracted his finger, then sat down again, seemingly still wanting to cultivate. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. "Damn laws, how can you cultivate laws, mm?" Nothing. Inside the palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist stood up again, a look of thick shock appearing in his eyes. That shouldn't be, the vermilion bird finger just now had indeed hit the other party. The law of fire power on it was enough to burn the other party to death. Even if the other party was a half-sage, his body and soul would still be destroyed here. The strange thing was, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist's figure flashed and instantly arrived outside the palace. The next moment, his eyes widened because he discovered that the person he had just sent flying was actually standing in front of him. His body was somewhat charred, but that blackness was fading quickly. "You're not dead," he was seriously too shocked. Could it be that the other party dodged just now? This guy's speed was actually so fast? A little interesting. However, you'd better die for me, he pointed out two fingers again. This time, two vermilion birds flew over with powerful phantoms. Lin Xian took a deep breath, a piercing light bursting out of his eyes. Although he did not know why the other party would use laws, he reached out two palms and grabbed towards the left and right. It seemed like he wanted to catch the two vermilion birds. The two large golden hands kept growing larger, carrying terrifying power. In an instant, they grabbed the heads of the two vermilion birds. Then, they pressed down hard on the ground. With a bang, the two vermilion birds were hit into the ground, directly piercing through the ground. Terrifying flames surged out, the blazing fire soaring into the sky. As expected, there was a problem with this law. Although this law was very strong, it was still not the same as outside. It seemed that the other party should still have his laws suppressed. It was just that for some reason, he obtained the law of fire here. Therefore, he could unleash such an attack. Lin Xian saw through it in an instant. In front, the Vermilion Bird Palace man was stunned, his eyes wide open. What did he see? The two law attacks he unleashed were blocked by the other party barehanded. How could this be? Who was the other party? What kind of physique did he have? One had to know that he was also a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. He naturally knew the rules of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Therefore, the moment he arrived, he found a space and quickly comprehended the laws within. Soon, he had condensed a fragment of the law of fire, which made him extremely happy. He was now far ahead of the others. Even those top geniuses couldn't beat him because those people couldn't use laws, but he could. That was because the Devil Cultivation Valley was very strange. It was a unique space formed by the cooperation of many sages. It formed its own heaven and earth, as well as its own laws. Therefore, one had to cultivate here and comprehend the laws here before they could use it. Furthermore, once the laws were outside, they would disappear without a trace. Thus, it was much faster to comprehend them compared to outside. Therefore, he was able to comprehend the law of fire fragment in a short few days. Only the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace knew about this. The others simply didn't know. Therefore, they were able to seize the initiative. That was indeed the case. But now, he found that the initiative was useless. Lin Fan was able to use his physical strength to fight against his law of fire fragment. Lin Xian didn't answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, "You being able to cultivate laws should have something to do with this palace, right?" It seemed that the secret was there. What a smart brat. Since you found out, I have no choice but to kill you to silence you. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius's face sank and revealed a sinister expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a huge advantage over his opponent. His Law of Fire fragment could definitely kill Lin Fan. I don't believe you can block my second attack. He crossed his arms and the Law of Fire fragment condensed, forming a Vermilion Bird Mountain that pressed down. This was one of the Vermilion Bird Palace's great abilities. It had boundless strength and could crush everything. Didn't his opponent have a powerful physique? Then let's see if his opponent's physique was stronger or if his Vermilion Bird Mountain was more terrifying. Boom, with a wave of his hand, the Vermilion Bird Mountain rose into the air. Under the influence of the Law of Fire fragment, it continued to expand until it filled the entire sky. Then, it pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This scene was too shocking and would definitely attract the attention of others. If more experts came, it would be troublesome. He had to quickly kill his opponent and comprehend the Law of Fire fragment inside. Thinking of this, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He roared and raised his hands to meet the attack. With a boom, his hands blocked the Vermilion Bird Mountain. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes almost popped out. Lin Fan actually blocked it. This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like an overlord. He raised his hands to resist the Vermilion Bird Mountain. At the same time, he roared and used his strength to split the Vermilion Bird Mountain in half. Boom, with a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. His fist was like a dragon as it punched forward. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius was still in shock. He couldn't believe that his ultimate skill and the Law of Fire fragment were destroyed by someone's bare hands. Lin Fan only relied on the strength of his physical body. What kind of physique was that? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Suddenly, he screamed because he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him. Countless cracks appeared on his body. In the next moment, he saw a golden fist coming at him at an extremely fast speed. Not good, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only roar and use his strongest attack. Vermilion Bird Triple Strike. He extended both of his palms and waved them continuously, mobilizing all of his power. The fragment of the Law of Fire was pushed to the extreme by him. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. At this moment, he also used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The golden runes on his body moved and shone with a mysterious light. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision. Then, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes widened. His hands were smashed into a bloody mist and his body was torn to pieces. His eyes were filled with fear. Impossible. Damn it. How was this possible? Finally, at the last moment, he saw the golden runes on his opponent's body. That was the symbol of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Fan had the 9-yang divine body, but that shouldn't be. Didn't the 9-yang divine body perish together with the great demon? Could it be that he didn't die? The Vermilion Bird Palace genius thought of a possibility and screamed like crazy. It really was the 9-yang divine body. Vermilion Bird Palace's disciple's scalp went numb because he found out. He found out the most terrifying secret. The 9-yang divine body was not dead. If this news were to spread, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? Not good, he was in danger. Vermilion Bird Palace's disciple had to beg for mercy. Spare me, I swear on my life that I won't reveal your secret to anyone else. There's no need. Rather than believing in Vermilion Bird Palace, it's better to believe a dead person. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He knew that Vermilion Bird Palace had colluded with Yan Nantian. How could they let him go? Therefore, he would not be lenient. A sharp sword light flashed and pierced downwards. Not good, the Vermilion Bird Palace's disciple screamed. His soul instantly left his body, abandoning this body to escape. Although his vitality would be greatly damaged, he would at least be able to keep his life. He was very decisive, so he dodged the fatal sword. His body was destroyed, and his soul flew into the distance, his eyes filled with malice. When he returned, he had to inform Vermilion Bird Palace to kill him. But in the next moment, he screamed because he found a pair of golden eyes coldly looking down at him from the sky. In the next moment, his soul was ignited. Ah, he was burned to ashes with just a scream. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He first picked up the disciple's storage ring. Then, he formed a seal with his palm and formed a formation that enveloped the entire area. Not long after he finished doing this, he found that there was a sound of breaking through the air outside the formation. Following that, two figures wandered around nearby. What's going on? I clearly heard the sound of fighting here. Could it be that it's already over, maybe? Let's go and eliminate the others. The two of them whispered to each other before disappearing into the void. After the two left, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that these people did not discover the formation he had set up. That was for the best. Buzz, he turned around and walked towards the palace in front of him again. When they arrived again, Lin Xian carefully examined the place. Previously, he had only been curious. Now, he knew that there must be something here that could allow them to quickly comprehend the laws of the Devil Cultivation Valley. There was nothing around, which made Lin Xian extremely suspicious. No, his guess shouldn't be wrong. All of a sudden, he recalled that when he had seen the other party earlier, the other party had been sitting cross-legged on the ground and did not seem to have noticed the battle outside. Could it be that he had to adopt a certain posture? He walked forward and sat down cross-legged according to the posture of the Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioner in his memories. The positions were exactly the same. Lin Xian was surprised to find that the scene in front of him had changed. He actually saw a statue of a saint. From the saint's statue, he could sense a rich law of fire. Indeed, it had the power of the law. Furthermore, these laws were different from those of the outside world. Lin Xian felt that he could comprehend it in a short period of time. This was simply too shocking. Indeed, the world of the Devil Cultivation Valley was different from the outside world. If he comprehended the laws here, he probably would not be able to use them outside. However, this process of comprehension could help him increase his experience. Lin Xian did not hesitate and hurriedly comprehended it. Originally, his law of fire had almost formed a real law, so it was even faster for him to comprehend it now. In just half a day, he had comprehended a law of fire fragment. Feeling the law of fire fragment at his fingertips, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not know if he could form a real law if he continued to comprehend it. And if he could form a law here, would he be able to break through to the Saint Realm? Lin Xian did not know, but he was prepared to give it a try. Lin Xian continued to comprehend. After spending 2 days, he actually managed to condense the law of fire. However, what surprised him was that he did not break through to the Saint Realm. It seemed that the laws here were indeed different from the outside world. Since that was the case, Lin Xian went out. It seemed that there was not only one palace here. There were others. And the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace should have known. In an instant, he thought of Yan Nantian. He did not know how many palaces Yan Nantian had found. Buzz, he soared into the air and left. On the other side, Yan Nantian walked out of the second palace. He had already comprehended 2 types of laws. With a wave of his hand, Yan Nantian took out the map. Again. He saw that there was another palace nearby, but Yan Nantian did not go there. Instead, he frowned. This place was a little dangerous. Forget it, it was better not to take the risk. Yan Nantian shook his head and did not go to the closer one. Instead, he chose to go to the further one. He planned to form 3 laws first before starting the hunt. It would be best if he could get through the first elimination round and eliminate the strong opponents. That way, no one would be his match. Outside the Devil's Cultivation Valley, there were countless people watching the battle. The dark red dragon's eyes flickered. They did not know how the kid was doing inside. But very quickly, they laughed. They were thinking too much. There were people who could threaten this kid, but there was probably no one who could kill him. Even the Cloud Sky Sage could not do it. On the other side, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace looked down and narrowed their eyes. They did not know how many laws Xianxia had comprehended. They estimated that in a few days, the real slaughter would begin. Their eyes shone with a fiery light. Below, in the Devil Cultivation Valley, Xianxia stopped. He had met someone, and his lips curled into a smile. I didn't expect you to meet me so soon. It seems like your luck is really bad. Humph, cut the crap. Do you really think you can beat me? The figure snorted. He was covered in scales and looked abnormally terrifying. He was the peerless genius, Long Zhaotian. Long Zhaotian was powerful, and as a dragon, his bloodline was terrifying. He was ranked second on the Abyss leaderboard, only behind Lin Xian and Di Ling. He was even ranked above Yan Nantian. So when he heard Yan Nanchan's arrogant words, Long Zhaotian was naturally unhappy. Boom, with a stomp of his foot, he turned into a stream of light and charged forward. His palm was like a mountain, shattering the entire sky. The power was extremely terrifying. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. I originally wanted to start a massacre, but it's fine. I'll start with you. Yan Nanchan's eyes lit up. He slashed his palm forward. Suddenly, green laws condensed and flashed, turning into a biting cold blade light that flashed out. Pung, Long Zhaotian was sent flying. His face was filled with fear. He also realized that something was wrong. The green saber light carried a biting cold law of wind. How could the other party use law? One had to know that after entering the demonic Cultivation Valley, the laws were suppressed. He thought that the others should not be able to use it either. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party could use law. Hee, you're surprised, aren't you, ignorant ant? Do you really think I'm the same as you? Now, go to hell for me. Countless lightning bolts surrounded Yan Nanchan's palm, forming a ball of lightning. It also carried a terrifying law of lightning. Not good, Long Zhaotian's expression changed. He had to leave quickly because he was no match for the other party. He did not have law, so his power was much weaker than before. He had to figure out what was going on. Turning around, he tore the void and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Can you leave? Yan Nantian controlled the law of wind and quickly charged over. The lightning in his hand formed a lightning sword that pierced forward. In an instant, thousands of sword chi stabbed out. The incomparably violent power of lightning completely shattered the front. Long Zhaotian was once again affected and was sent flying. Although his physique was strong, he was still injured under the law. His scales were stained with blood. Damn it, he roared angrily and fled again. Yan Nantian chased after him. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle that alarmed many people. What was going on? The power of law, Yan Nantian could use law, the surrounding people were all stunned. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Yan Nantian snorted coldly. The law of wind merged into the void, forming a terrifying wind blade that killed all the people around him. In an instant, more than 10 experts were killed. However, the commotion caused by this battle was too great. Moreover, there were still people around, so some people still escaped. The news spread out in an instant. Long Zhaotian also went all out. He used the power of his bloodline and finally escaped. Yan Nanchan's face was gloomy. He did not expect Long Zhaotian to escape from his hands. Moreover, what surprised him was that the news of law spread so quickly. He snorted coldly and did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards his third target. He wanted to collect as much law power as possible before starting to hunt others. Yan Nantian left, but the news had indeed spread. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They couldn't use Dharma laws, but Yan Nantian could. It was really surprising. It seemed that Yan Nantian either had a treasure on him that could resist the laws of the valley, or there was something in the valley that could make him use the laws. For a time, countless people were frantically searching for him. At the same time, Cloud Sky Saint also made his move. He had come to participate in the competition this time to find the murderer. Previously, he had locked onto an area where there were 200 warriors. He wanted to eliminate them one by one. After killing the person in front of him with one palm, Cloud Sky Saint started to collect the souls. He then scoffed coldly. This was the 33rd one, he said coldly. As it turned out, he had already started to take action in the past few days. In just a few days, he had actually killed 33 experts. It was truly unbelievable. It seemed that he had to speed up. Cloud Sky Saint began to use a great divine power. He continued to pursue his goal. Lin Xian walked out of the ancient palace and continued on his way. This place was very big, so it wasn't that easy to meet others. He had to search patiently. However, Lin Xian's current goal was to find the other palaces. However, he didn't find any palaces. Instead, he met two other people. The other two were from Vermilion Bird Palace. That's right, it's you. I can sense your aura from your body. You fought with people from Vermilion Bird Palace before, right? The two of them stared at Lin Xian. The person on the right said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with him. We'll know once we capture him and collect his soul." A terrifying aura rose from their bodies. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. You want to fight me? Great, I also want to test the power of the laws here. He waved his hand, and a ball of red runes floated out and danced in the sky. Fire Dharma. The two people from Vermilion Bird Palace narrowed their eyes. Damn it, you can actually use Dharma. They were really shocked. It seemed that the news had been exposed. You should have killed people from Vermilion Bird Palace. That's right, not only did I kill one, but I also want to kill both of you. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. What an arrogant guy. So what if you have comprehended Dharma? The two of us have also comprehended Dharma. 2 against 1, can you beat us? The two of them laughed sinisterly. The water Dharma and earth Dharma on their bodies waved. It seemed that the most common Dharma here was also the 5 elements Dharma and the mutated 5 elements Dharma. Stupid guy, go to hell. One of the people from Vermilion Bird Palace instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still behind Su Chen. He cultivated the earth Dharma and could escape through the earth. Therefore, as long as there was earth, his speed was very fast. He instantly arrived behind Lin Xian and grabbed forward with his palm. On his hand claws, there was a sinister power. At the same time, the other person also attacked. The law of water formed a monster sea, forming a killer whale that covered the sky and rushed over. Facing the two people's strong attacks, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, the fire Dharma in his palm became more and more resplendent. Then I'll let you see a real vermilion bird. He shouted coldly. The merciless Dharma turned into a vermilion bird and wrapped around his body. The vermilion bird roared at the sky. Its wings could move, forming a terrifying firestorm that enveloped the two people. Ah! The two people screamed like crazy. Damn it, why is the power of the fire so terrifying? They wanted to retreat because they found that the other party was too evil. However, that vermilion bird spread its wings and flew. Its wings were like fiery red heavenly blades, instantly splitting the two people's bodies. Burn! The monstrous fire enveloped everything. The other party's soul could not escape. After getting rid of another two, Lin Xian disappeared again. Outside the demon cultivation valley, the elder frowned. He found that 2 more of the jade tokens in her hand had shattered. Damn it, what's going on? Until now, 3 Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists had already been killed. Who is it? Is someone targeting Vermilion Bird Palace? They did not know because they were already unable to stop it. After a few days, almost everyone knew about the Dharma. They also knew that there was a kind of palace in the demon cultivation valley. One could comprehend the Dharma inside. Therefore, many people were frantically searching for it. Lin Xian was also searching. Furthermore, he was also looking for others. They're actually targeting me? Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He saw 2 people rushing towards him. Could it be that they wanted to get rid of him? Thinking of this, he sneered and decided to take the initiative to attack. With a flicker, he charged toward the force on the right. His speed was very fast. When he saw those figures, he instantly attacked. The vermilion bird palm slapped out. Monstrous flames turned into a vermilion bird and flew forward. Everything in front of him was burned. What terrifying flames! Could it be someone from Vermilion Bird Palace? A cry of surprise came from the front. In the next moment, a terrifying saber light tore through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It slashed towards the Vermilion Bird. It was someone from Vermilion Bird Palace. Run! Those people were also sent flying. They hurriedly turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged forward. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The flames on his body danced and enveloped all of his aura. At the same time, he transformed the flames into the form of a vermilion bird and enveloped his body. Since these people mistook him for someone from Vermilion Bird Palace, he did not explain. He would let Vermilion Bird Palace bear all of this grudge. In an instant, Lin Xian caught up to the other party. There were 5 people. When they saw that there was only one person charging over from behind, the 5 of them were stunned for a moment, then turned their heads. There was actually only one person. Don't hesitate, attack. They thought that it was a group of people from Vermilion Bird Palace. After all, forming an alliance was a very normal thing here. But now, there was only one person. In that case, they would not be polite. The 5 of them attacked one after another, but very soon, they discovered that they could not beat the person in front of them. The person in front of them was too terrifying. The flames were even more terrifying. They carried the power of laws and burned everything. Immediately, the 3 of them were sent flying. 2 of them were even ignited. More than half of their bodies were burned. They had to hurry and beg for mercy. Stop, we have no enmity. No enmity? So what? In front of Vermilion Bird Palace, you can kill whoever you want. But don't worry, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. But you've already lost the qualifications to compete. Suchin imitated Vermilion Bird Palace's tone. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped the 5 of them and threw them into the sky. With a boom, the Vermilion Bird enveloped the 5 of them and rushed out of the valley. No, they screamed crazily, but it was useless. Soon, they fell out. The spectators outside exclaimed in surprise. Why did someone come out? In the next moment, they saw 5 figures wrapped in the flames. When the 5 figures came out, their expressions were also ugly. They had only been in there for a few days, and before they could do anything, they were thrown out. Furthermore, they were all injured. What's going on? Why did you guys come out? The elders and masters of these people all gathered around. That shouldn't be the case. With the strength of the 5 of you, you should be able to last for at least half a month. You might even succeed. When the 5 of them saw their master's elders, they hurriedly cried out in alarm. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. What? Vermilion Bird Palace. The masters and elders of these people sucked in a breath of cold air and fell silent. The Vermilion Bird Palace was not something they could afford to offend. However, following that, more and more people were thrown out. After these people came out, they looked in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Palace, not daring to say anything. Who threw you guys out? It was Vermilion Bird Palace. They were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Voices rang out one after another. The spectators were in an uproar. The Vermilion Bird Palace was too domineering, directly throwing people out. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these families in public? Indeed, many people shook their heads. If they were really domineering, wouldn't it be over if they killed them in the valley? That way, no one could blame the Vermilion Bird Palace. But now, the Vermilion Bird Palace did not do that. They did not kill, but they ruthlessly trampled on them. That was a resounding slap in the face. All of the families that were thrown out had unsightly expressions on their faces. Their bodies were filled with anger. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders also frowned. However, at that moment, one of them said, "Ignore them. No one dares to attack us here." However, not long after, when the 2 women were thrown out, it caused an uproar. They were actually 2 disciples of the Xianxia Palace. The moment they appeared, the elders of the Xianxia Palace instantly came over. What was going on? The 2 women also had ugly expressions. It was the Vermilion Bird Palace who did it. What? It was the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The surrounding people were stunned. The Xianxia Palace people were instantly enraged. They stared at the Vermilion Bird Palace people with a cold glint in their eyes. Damn it, this grudge will be returned sooner or later. These elders brought the two women away. The Vermilion Bird Palace people also frowned. But thinking about it, it was really possible that it was their people who did it. These people were all thrown out by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was currently pretending to be a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. After walking for another half a day, suddenly, a scream came from ahead, and a terrifying energy vibration. Immediately after, a figure crashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and dodged. That figure crashed into the ground, blasting out a huge deep pit. Instantly, there was no aura. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He frowned because he saw a figure rushing over here quickly. Cloud Firmament Saint, Lin Xian was surprised and turned around to leave. Because he saw 3 laws hanging on Cloud Firmament Saint. Worthy of being a saint, to actually find 3 laws in such a short time. If it was outside, Lin Xian would not be afraid of Cloud Firmament Saint. But now, in this special space, his laws could not be used at all. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan on getting into a conflict with the other party now. The most important thing now was still comprehending laws. Therefore, his figure flashed and instantly fled far away. Want to leave? Cloud Firmament Saint laughed coldly. His large palm enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian felt a tremendous pressure, wanting to push his body away. Humph, he snorted coldly, his body trembled, and he turned around. He just did not want to fight with the other party. Did they really think that he was afraid of the other party? Fire Law formed a law sword. A sword slashed forward. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering his palm and arriving in front of Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He extended 2 fingers, there were still 2 laws coiling around them, clamping this sword light. He was furious. There was actually someone who could threaten him. Who was it? Was it the murderer of the Yun family's prodigy? He stared at Lin Xian and realized that the flames on Lin Xian's body were monstrous. He could not see through the other party. The other party was very strange and suspicious. Cloud Firmament Saint's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. The 3 laws turned into divine chains of order and charged forward. Clattering sounds could be heard in the air. The entire world seemed to be controlled by the other party. Lin Xian was shocked and retreated. A saint was too terrifying. Although his combat strength was comparable to a saint's, he was still a saint. Some of his laws were still incomparable to a saint's. Therefore, when he saw this scene, Lin Xian quickly retreated. Suddenly, the ground beneath Cloud Sky Saint cracked open. Endless lava gushed out like a flaming beast and enveloped him. Boom, however, he only managed to kill an afterimage. Cloud Sky Saint was still surrounded by the law of wind, which made his speed extremely fast. You still want to fight me? Go to hell, you ant. A cold voice came from behind Lin Xian. Then, a palm with thunder in the sky slammed toward Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian did not even turn his head as he punched toward the sky. With a loud boom, the 2 of them collided, and the sky collapsed. Lin Xian retreated, and so did Cloud Sky Saint. Cloud Sky Saint was surprised that Lin Xian was able to block his attack. Who was he? One had to know that he was a sage. Facing these people, he could squash them like ants. Other than Yan Nantian and a few other top skyprides who could fight against him, the others were no match for him at all. They could not even block one attack. However, the mysterious person in front of him could fight against him. He found it hard to believe. He was powerful and mysterious. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the person in front of him might be the culprit. You were actually able to block my attack. Cloud Sky Saint was furious. He felt humiliated and provoked. Another attack came, and it was as if a thundercloud had descended. Thunder turned into a lightning chain that wrapped around his palm and fell mercilessly. Get lost, Lin Xian was also furious. He punched out, and the law of fire on his fist turned into a millstone that could destroy the world. It was another shocking attack, and the 2 of them retreated. Let me show you my holy realm world. Cloud Sky Saint's voice was cold. He waved his hand, and the law of fire in the sky formed a space that enveloped them. That space was too real. Thunder roared, and ice spread, forming a small world. This was a unique technique of a saint, and it was far beyond the domain of a king. In this world, Cloud Sky Saint was the ruler. With a cold shout, the thunder above his head fell. This was the thunder tribulation of this small world, and it wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared, and the flames on his body turned into a vermilion bird that roared toward the sky. At the same time, he swept his right leg out to meet the wind sword. The wind sword was too terrifying. It split the entire world in half. Lin Xian's kick, and the wind sword was sent flying. His entire leg was numb. Crack. Crack, crack. At that moment, the sky full of ice, Cloud Sky Saint, and Sky Saint, and Sky Saint. Then, the space he was in was completely frozen. Sky Saint was frozen as well. The Thunder Sky and the Wind Sword and the Wind Sword. At this moment, the people in the outside world all cried out in shock. Heavens, what a terrifying attack! Did Cloud Sky Saint make a move? Most likely, those who could make the Cloud Firmament Saint take action were the few top-notch geniuses. Many people were discussing, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders were all nervous. Could it be Yan Nantian? They did not know. Lin Xian's figure appeared in the Saint Realm small world. He was hit by the violent power of the laws. The flames on his body were torn apart, and cracks appeared on his body. A ray of golden light shone out from the flames. Although he could not use the law of wood, his body was still extremely strong, and the longevity incantation in his body was quickly activated. The flame spread again, and the ray of golden light was enveloped. What's up with that golden body? Cloud Sky Saint frowned. Is he hiding his identity? His face darkened, and he struck again. The entire small world shook, and Lin Xian was once again in an extremely dangerous situation. Kill, Lin Xian roared, and the shadow of a giant shot up into the sky. It held a law sword in its hand, and a dragon's roar resounded. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying crack appeared in the sky above the Saint Realm small world. It was almost split open. However, it did not split open in the end. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Cloud Sky Saint was completely stunned. Although he had comprehended these laws now, and they were not his original laws, the power of the Saint Realm small world was not as strong as it was originally. But no matter what, it was still a saint's world. How could a half-saint split it open? He was completely enraged. He decided to capture Lin Xian at all costs. Lin Xian was too strange. With a cold shout, the crack in the sky healed, and the power of the Saint Realm small world became terrifying again. However, with a loud boom, the Saint Realm small world shook violently before being cleaved into two. A voice floated out from the crack. Go, quickly. After hearing this voice, Lin Xian shot up into the sky without hesitation. Damn it, seeing that his small world had split open again, Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. He reached out with his gale hand and wrapped it in all directions. However, it was pierced by someone in an instant. The only thing he saw was Lin Xian and another white-robed woman floating away. Yan Ryu? Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened, but he did not chase after them. This Yan Ryu was also very strange. She was actually able to split open his small world. She must have some secrets. After Lin Xian and the white-robed girl left, they flew for a while and landed on a mountain peak. The white-robed girl was Yan Ryu. At this moment, she turned her head and looked at Lin Xian with a smile on her face. It's really you. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. How did you recognize me so quickly? Lin Xian smiled. Then, the flames in the sky disappeared, revealing his true appearance. What do you think? Actually, when I just arrived at the Demon Cultivation Valley, I recognized you immediately. You, Lin Xian still wanted to ask. After all, he wanted to know what was going on with Yan Ryu. Why did she change her name? Yan Ryu stretched out a jade-like finger and touched Lin Xian's mouth. Then, she shook her head slightly. Don't ask any more. You just need to know that I'm still me. I won't hurt you. Lin Xian did not ask any more. He knew that everyone had secrets, especially top prodigies like her. For example, he had many secrets that he could not tell others. Yan Ryu was probably the same. How many laws have you comprehended? Lin Xian asked. 2. The law of ice and the law of lightning. I've received some news. There are many ancient palaces of demon cultivation, but it seems that there are only 9 laws. The 5 elemental laws: wind, lightning, ice, and mist. These 9 laws make up this demon cultivation world. Among them, the most threatening one is Cloud Sky Saint. He is a saint himself. Other than him, there is Xianxia. Xianxia should have comprehended the most laws. Although they were half-sages, they had the clones of saints in their bodies. Is not equal to their strength, was much stronger than the top half-sages. Although they were not true saints, they were definitely terrifying. If you encounter them, you must be extremely careful. There were more clones of saints? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the Vermilion Bird list to attract so many saints. There was no choice. The Vermilion Bird Palace had taken out many good things, such as the Dao Stone. There were probably saints eyeing it. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He would not let anyone take the Earth Dao Stone. What are your plans? Yan Ryu asked. Obtain first place in the Vermilion Bird list and kill Xianxia. Of course, if that Cloud Sky Saint does not know what is good for him, I don't mind sending him to the Yellow Springs. Lin Xian's voice was filled with extremely cold killing intent. Hearing this, Yan Ryu was stunned. This guy's ambition is really not small. Xianxia was the successor of a great emperor. He definitely had countless Dharma treasures in his hands. She heard that he had several escape talismans. If you want to kill him, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Probably even a saint would not be able to kill him. Cloud Sky Saint was also extremely terrifying. His realm was very high, and his methods were mysterious. It would not be easy to kill these 2 people. Cloud Sky Saint did not care, but this Xianxia must be killed. No matter how many life-saving methods he had, he was not an immortal existence. If he did not die once, then he would kill him twice, thrice, until he exhausted all his resources. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Yan Ryu asked curiously. Why do the 2 of you have such a huge grudge? It was very common for geniuses to compete for attention. However, Lin Xian's current situation was probably not a simple competition. Lin Xian said coldly. It was him who lured the great demon out to kill me. Do you think I will let him go? So that's how it is. Yan Ryu understood. However, it was better not to act rashly now. It was better to comprehend more laws first. Next, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu joined hands and quickly searched. Finally, the 2 of them found 3 palaces. The 2 of them had comprehended 3 types of laws. In addition to what they had comprehended previously, Lin Xian had 4 types and Yan Ryu had 5 types. Not long after, they killed a few more people and seized a palace. However, they did not enter and were instead bounced back. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Why can't I go in? Yan Ryu's eyes also flickered. It's over. I was too careless. There must be a condition to enter this place. Conditions? What conditions? We just went in casually. Suddenly, he was stunned. Could it be that there was a limit to the number of people who could enter? It was possible. For example, each palace could only allow a certain number of people to enter. Once the number of people reached a certain number, the palace would close. No one else could enter at all. The 2 of them discussed and quickly came to this conclusion. They remained silent, but at this moment, the entire Devil Cultivation Valley began to tremble. What's going on? What happened? Lin Xian and Yan Ryu felt the tremors as if they were facing a great enemy. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too mysterious and too terrifying. However, the tremors lasted for a short while and then disappeared. However, when it disappeared, Lin Xian frowned. He noticed that there were 4 more colors on his body. Yan Ryu had 5 colors on her body. What's going on? Why are there colors? The colors were like rays of light. They floated on their bodies and turned into colorful dragons. They did not disappear at all. Instead, they shone brightly. They could be seen from afar. This was the color of the laws. Lin Xian was surprised. He had 4 types of laws, so 4 colors were displayed. Yan Ruyu's 5 types of laws were 5 colors. They turned their heads and saw that the palace in front of them had a similar color on the wall. It was green. Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu did not have such a color. It's really like that. Lin Xian understood. It seemed that there was a limit to the number of people. Now that the color was displayed, did it mean that they could obtain the qualifications to enter the Green Palace by killing those who had green laws? It should be like that. Yan Ruyu's face was also cold. Next, the two of us will have to work together. That's right. I'm relieved to work together with you. Lin Xian nodded. Yan Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Indeed, there were also rays of light flickering in the distance. Some had 1, some had 2, some had 3, and the one with the most had 7. There was also one with 6, while the rest had 4 or 5. Who is the one with 7 colors? Is it Yan Nantian or Cloud Sky Saint? Lin Xian did not know. However, he knew that a bloodbath was about to happen. Indeed, the others also noticed this change. Even the people outside of the Devil Cultivation Valley also saw the colorful lights moving around. They knew that there was a change in the Demon Cultivation Valley. Next, there would be a large number of killings. Because at this moment, those who had colors became the target of everyone. I have the laws of metal, fire, wind, and lightning, which are yellow, orange, green, and purple. Yan Ryu had one more color than him. That was the law of ice. The one closest to them had 3 laws. His body had a blue color, which was a color that they did not have. Therefore, Lin Xian and Yan Ryu prepared to take action. The two of them were very fast as they rushed forward. At the same time, the person with 3 laws in front also seemed to have seen it. He was immediately scared out of his wits. He fled like crazy. He tried to hide the light, but he could not. The laws of heaven and earth made it necessary for the light to exist. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu caught up to the 3 nomological martialists in an instant. The martialist's face turned extremely ugly. He had white wings on his body and was flying rapidly. However, he was directly covered by a huge hand. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it. The person in front stopped. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu landed. After seeing the other party, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was a prodigy of the White Crane race. Moreover, he recognized the other party. The other party was also a genius on the Abyss rankings. However, in front of him, it was still nothing. The genius of the White Crane race also saw Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was still covered, so he could not see clearly. However, he recognized Yan Ryu. His pupils shrank and his face became extremely ugly. It turned out to be Fairy Yan, a powerhouse of the White Crane race. He braced himself and greeted them. Yan Ryu said in a delicate voice. Since he knew, he might as well capture him. Don't kill me. I'm willing to use a law in exchange for my life. As he spoke, he roared and directly grabbed the blue light on his body, forcibly pulling it out of his body. This process was very painful, but the man of the White Crane race still managed to do it quickly. Soon, a blue light danced in the sky like a dragon. It carried a vast aura of the law of water. Laws could actually leave the body. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the laws here were indeed mysterious. However, this should be a protective law. Yan Ryu smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the other party's approach. She turned her head to look at Lin Xian. Go get it. Seeing that Lin Xian still wanted to delay, Yan Ryu said, I don't have such a big target like you, and I don't have anyone to kill. So I can guarantee that I can pass the first round. You are different. If you meet those 2 people, it will definitely be a life and death battle. All right. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He directly waved his hand and grabbed the blue law. However, he did not immediately comprehend it. Because that blue law was like a swimming dragon, circling above his palm. It seemed that he had only obtained a qualification. A qualification to comprehend the law. And this prerequisite was that he had to find the Hall of the Law of Water. So that's how it was. Looks like he had to go find the hall. Lin Xian and Yan Ryu soared into the sky. They disappeared into the void. After 2 days, Lin Xian found the Hall of the Law of Water. He went in to comprehend while Yan Ryu waited outside. At the same time, a few people targeted the two of them. Because the light on the two of them was really too eye-catching, at this moment, it was very chaotic. The figures with many colors of light were doing their best to eliminate others. Between each other, there was also a struggle. However, among them, there was a clear distinction. Among them, there were those with 7 and 6 colors. No one dared to provoke them. Wherever the other party passed, others would retreat one after another. As for those with 3, 4, and 5 colors, the struggle was extremely intense. They knew that these were basically people with similar strength and had to be eliminated now. Otherwise, there would be an intense life and death battle in the future. There were even some people who had secretly joined forces. Among them, there were people who charged towards Lin Xian and Yan Ryu. The leader was a woman wearing a red robe embroidered with 2 mysterious patterns. She was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Her identity was very extraordinary. She was the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, there were 5 rays of light on her body. It was very eye-catching. Behind her, there were actually 5 people following, 5 powerhouses. The weakest had 3 laws. The strong one was the same as her, with 5 laws. The remaining 3 people all had 4 laws. The 5 of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were actually working together. Inside the valley, the others frantically retreated, not daring to approach. They knew that a huge hunt was about to begin. The people outside the valley also saw the scene. They couldn't see clearly, but they could see the 5 colorful figures quickly surrounding the other 2 people. He wondered who it was that was able to gather 5 experts. I was curious. Who were those 2 people? I'm afraid he's going to suffer. Looking at the glow on his body, he was definitely a top-notch expert. Unfortunately, 2 against 6, there was no chance of winning. At this moment, Lin Xian was comprehending the law of water. Yan Ryu frowned. She naturally saw the 6 figures rushing over. They were here to deal with both of them. She frowned. If she was alone, she could leave calmly, but not now. She wanted to protect Lin Xian. If these people attacked the palace and caused a commotion, Lin Xian would be affected. It was very likely that he would go berserk, which was very dangerous. It seemed like they could only fight. A sharp light appeared in Yan Ryu's eyes, as if he had made some kind of decision. At the same time, 6 figures arrived before him. It's you. When the 6 people appeared, many of them exclaimed. They recognized Yan Ryu at a glance. They didn't expect it to be Yan Ryu here. Then who was the other person? There was no one around. It was obvious that someone had entered the palace to comprehend. Who was with Yan Ryu? Was it the North Demon? They knew that Yan Ryu and the North Demon knew each other and were in the same world. So, it was very likely that they had joined forces. The North Demon was very strong, but if the 6 of us joined forces, we wouldn't be afraid of him. A few of them spoke. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden, who was the leader, also laughed. Her sister was so beautiful. It wouldn't be good if such a peerless beauty was injured. Hand over the 5 laws on you, and we'll let you live. However, you don't have to care about the one inside. The others were silent. They were all experts, but it was obvious that they were following the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden. You want the laws on me, and you want my companion? Do you have the right? Yan Ryu's expression was calm, but his words were filled with disdain. You're courting death, although you're strong and ranked above Zhao Wuliang, so what? The 6 of us are all top geniuses. It seems that you don't know a few of us. Let me introduce you. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden's eyes were cold. Obviously, she wanted to use the names of the people behind her to scare the other party away. I don't need to say anything. The one beside me, Lu Mu, is ranked 9th on the Abyss leaderboard. This Bei Sanqing is ranked 12th on the Abyss leaderboard. I think you should know the 2 of them. As for the other 3? Although they weren't on the Abyss leaderboard, they were definitely not weak. This is Ming Wangdong, the top genius of the Nether King clan. This is Sima Su, one of the half-saints of the Sima clan. This is Wu Ying, also a top expert of the Anya clan. If we fight alone, the 6 of us might not be your match. But if the 6 of us join forces, can you block us? How many moves can you block? The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden said. So, I advise you not to waste your energy. Is that so? If Yan Nantian, Long Badian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others join forces, I might retreat. But you guys? I'm afraid you're not qualified. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 6 people in front all sank. Indeed, compared to Yan Nantian, Cloud Sky Saint, and the others, they were indeed a lot weaker. If those people were in the first echelon, then they were undoubtedly in the second echelon. It could even be said that they were close to the first echelon. If the 6 of them joined forces, even Yan Nantian wouldn't dare to be careless. No matter how strong Yan Ryu was, could she be compared to Yan Nantian? Holy Maiden, it seems that this little girl doesn't know what's good for her. In that case, let's directly attack. Bei Sanqing's eyes bloomed with a touch of a biting cold light. Alright, let's see what kind of ability Fairy Yan has. There's no need for all of us to attack, just the 3 of us are enough. Bei Sanqing stood out, and Lu Mu also slashed out. The other one was Ming Guangdong. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, a terrifying power rushed out from their bodies. Bei Sanqing took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. The law behind him also danced quickly. He took out a flute and started to play. A sorrowful aura filled the air, filled with despair. This wasn't an ordinary song, but a kind of peerless superpower called the Great Compassion Mantra. Those who didn't have a firm mind after listening to it would immediately commit suicide. The Great Compassion Mantra was very famous. It was said that 3,000 years ago, there was once a person who used the Great Compassion Mantra, causing more than 10 half-saints to commit suicide instantly. This kind of battle record spread across many worlds. Lu Mu also made his move. He held a spear and stabbed it forward. The spear was surrounded by the power of 4 laws. The last one was Ming Guangdong. He waved his hand and countless pieces of ice appeared. A terrifying world of ice instantly shrouded the front. The 3 of them made a move with shocking power. Behind them, the Vermilion Bird Saintess and the other 2 sneered. Perhaps they didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yan Ryu. A cold light appeared in Yan Ryu's eyes. Her hand was extremely white and emitted a dazzling radiance. 5 laws surrounded her fingertips as she slapped forward. The palm technique was light as a feather, but the void was constantly collapsing. This palm had actually blocked the attacks of the 3 of them. Not only that, but it also forced the 3 of them back. How could it be? Lu Mu and the other 2 retreated in shock. Was the opponent so strong? The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others frowned. It seemed that they had underestimated her. The 3 of them should also make a move. The 2 beside them nodded. At this moment, 6 people stood out. The 6 of them attacked together and used their super skills. They were much stronger than before. In their opinion, they could even fight against the Cloud Sky Saint, not to mention Yan Ryu. Boom, Yan Ryu didn't use any other techniques. Her white palm emitted an even whiter radiance. The 5 laws on it kept dancing, forming a divine chain of order. It wrapped around her jade-like fingers and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard. Yan Ryu was forced back. However, she didn't seem to be injured. How could it be? She wasn't injured. The Vermilion Bird Saintess and the others were shocked. This woman was too strange. Hurry up and attack. The 6 of them rushed forward and fought with Yan Ryu. 1 against 6. It was definitely a one-sided battle. Yan Ryu was indeed suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, she was very strong. Even if she was at a disadvantage, she wasn't seriously injured. Put in more effort and take her down. Someone shouted coldly. The Vermilion Bird Saintess's eyes were filled with malice. She wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yan Ryu. She was too terrifying. She was a huge threat to her. It was another 6 super skills. Yan Ryu was forced back again. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She frowned and wanted to use the thing in her body. A terrifying and mysterious power gushed out from her body. Heaven and earth trembled, and the faces of the vermilion bird saintess and the others changed. Could it be that the other party is going to open some kind of treasure? Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed that they would have to use their secret techniques or take out their half-saint tools to kill the other party. However, at that moment, an explosion sounded from the palace behind them. Then, a figure walked out. The people inside were coming out, the vermilion bird saintess and the others were stunned. Even Yenryu was stunned. This was much earlier than she had imagined. It wasn't the North Demon. They were stunned. They discovered that the person who walked out in front of them was extremely hazy. They couldn't see clearly at all. Who exactly was it? But clearly, it wasn't the North Demon. They knew the Northern Yao, but this person was clearly different. Yenryu wasn't with North Demon. Who was she with? They were curious and puzzled. Yenryu asked, "Why did you come out? Could it be that the battle here alarmed you?" "Don't worry, I can handle 6 people." Lin Xian shook his head. He had finished comprehending, so he came out. He didn't expect to see the battle outside. 6 against 1? Lin Xian's face darkened, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Although the 6 of them weren't as terrifying as Yan Nan Tian, they were still a force to be reckoned with if they worked together. Even Long Zhao Tian and the others would have a headache if they were to face them alone. With such strength, they could probably fight against a saint for a few moves. "Let's work together," Yenryu said. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You should rest for a while. Let me handle them." He stood out and didn't intend to work together with Yenryu. It seemed that he wanted to fight the 6 experts alone. What? He wants to fight alone, but he wants to give us a handicap. The 6 people in front of them were stunned. Among them, Xianxia and the others sneered. The vermilion bird saintess sneered. Where did this idiot come from? However, what surprised them was that Yenryu actually retreated, as if he wasn't worried at all. Their hearts skipped a beat. Who is this person? Is he also a terrifying existence? But I don't know such a mysterious person. Come, let me see what you 6 shameless people are capable of. How dare you work together to bully my companions? He took a step forward, and a domineering aura rose from his body. The vermilion bird saintess and the others frowned. This person has such a terrifying aura. He's probably not a simple person. But so what? With the 6 of them working together, no matter how strong he is, they would still dare to fight him. However, Lu Mu's eyelids twitched, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. This scene reminded him of someone. "I withdraw from this battle," Lu Mu said. "What?" The vermilion bird saintess and the others were stunned. Xianxia said, "Lu Mu, what are you doing? Are you afraid?" "No, I just don't want to fight anymore. It's meaningless. I'm going to explore other places." Lu Mu turned and left. The vermilion bird saintess and the others were stunned. Did Lu Mu recognize him? But who is he? Who can make Lu Mu leave? You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? Lin Xian snorted. He didn't know if Lu Mu recognized him, but he didn't plan to stop. Lu Mu was stunned. He frowned and said, "It was my fault for attacking you." He pulled out the 4 laws from his body and returned them to Lin Xian and Yenryu. "I don't want to be your enemy." This scene stunned the vermilion bird saintess and the others. God, what's going on? Lu Mu pulled out 2 laws from his body? Is he begging for mercy? They couldn't believe it. After all, this was Lu Mu. Although he was only ranked 9th on the Abyss list, it was rumored that he fought with Yan Nan Tian when he fell into the Abyss. At that time, Yan Nan Tian had just finished the test. He fought with Lu Mu, and both of them were tied. After that, Yan Nantian's strength improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. However, one could imagine that Lu Mu was also very terrifying. Even if he wasn't as strong as Yan Nan Tian, he wasn't far off. But now, Lu Mu was begging for mercy. He was begging for mercy from a mysterious stranger. They even suspected that it was Yan Nan Lin Xian who took the 4 laws and gave them to Yenryu. However, since you've injured my woman, you'll have to take a hit from me, he struck out with his palm. Boom, Lumu was hit and flew back while vomiting blood. His body cracked and disappeared in the air. Yanryu felt warmth in her heart. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others were stunned. However, they were awakened by Lin Xian's cold-killing intent. Damn it, let's kill him together, the Vermilion Bird Saintess's face darkened. Although Lumu had left, they did not think that the person in front of them was worthy of their fear. If the five of them worked together, they could still take him down. Therefore, the five of them attacked crazily. Their auras instantly rose. Hee, let's see what qualifications you have to scare Bei Sanqing away. Sima Su sneered and walked out. His palm was like a heavenly blade. With a boom, he slashed forward. It directly cut through the void. He was also an expert and he did not think that Lumu was weak. Now that Lumu had escaped, he felt humiliated. Therefore, he had to quickly deal with the person in front of him. Looking at Sima Su, Lin Xian's expression was cold. A terrifying flame bloomed from his body and he soared into the sky. In the next moment, he threw out a punch. Boom, the law blade was shattered by a punch. Sima Su was stunned. He did not expect the opponent's body to be so terrifying. Buzz, Lin Xian's big hand grabbed Sima Su and pulled with force. Ah, a miserable cry rang out. Sisa's body was actually torn into two halves. Since you don't want to beg for mercy, then die. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. He could let Lumu live, but that did not mean that he could let the others go. Sima Su screamed like a madman, causing the people behind to be even more shocked. Not good, this person is terrifying. Quickly, let's work together. The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. Lin Xian was also enraged. He took a step forward and the flames on his body burned fiercely. It turned into a sea of fire and spread out. On his body, there was the image of a flame giant. It raised its head and roared. Flaming sword chi flew out from the giant and slashed forward. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 members of the Vermilion Bird were completely separated. Not good. The 5 people's faces changed. Originally, they planned to attack together, but they didn't expect the other party to be so strong. The sword chi made their hair stand on end. They could only attack crazily, shattering the sword chi first before converging. However, Lin Xian didn't give them a chance. After separating the 5 of them with the sword chi, he made his move. Using Dragon Step, he quickly charged towards Sorrow 3 Lives. This person was previously injured, and his strength was the weakest among the 5. Therefore, Lin Xian had to be dealt with first. In an instant, he appeared in front of Sorrow 3 Lives. Not good. Bei Sanqing's expression changed, and then he became angry. What was the meaning of this? Underestimating him, they had gone too far. Sorrow 3 Lives immediately used the Great Compassion mantra. A strange voice came out of her mouth, and the world was incomparably miserable. It wanted to make people commit suicide. What a strange melody. Lin Xian frowned after hearing it. If one listened to it too much, they would definitely lose their will. Immediately, he shouted coldly, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared, releasing dragon-shaped sword chi that directly enveloped him. It completely isolated all the Great Compassion mantra. At the same time, his palm slapped down. Boom, the demonic disc of destruction directly smashed Sorrow 3 Lives into pieces. The other party wanted to escape, but his soul was pierced by Lin Xian's sword. With a scream, Sorrow 3 Lives' soul was destroyed. Before he died, he finally knew why Lumu wanted to escape. The other party was too strong. Damn it, is Sorrow 3 Lives dead? The Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others were horrified. They couldn't sense the other party's aura. What was going on? Winter night. At this moment, Ming Wangdong roared. He formed a seal with his palms, opened his mouth, and spat out a storm. The terrifying laws of wind danced, freezing everything. The flaming sword chi was frozen, and the monstrous sea of fire was extinguished. In the next moment, they saw Sorrow 3 Lives' corpse being torn into pieces. His soul had been destroyed. He was dead. Was he really dead? Their scalps went numb, and they attacked crazily. This time, the 4 of them were very fast. They finally joined forces and launched a terrifying attack. Facing the four of them, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all, nor did he retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. His powerful physique crushed the void and cracked the ground. He stretched out his palms, and 2 fire dragons flew out from his palms. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 2 fire dragons circled incomparably and knocked away the 4's divine abilities. The 4 of them flew backward and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? The other party had injured the 4 of them by himself. Who was this person? What kind of physique was this? Who were you? Who exactly were you? Why, do you want to know who I am? Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and a formation flew out from his body, enveloping the world. In the next moment, the flames on his face disappeared, revealing his true appearance. Not only that, but the flames on his body also changed. They were no longer fiery red, but golden. A golden body appeared in front of everyone. These flames. His face, this aura, this was the successor of the 9 suns. At this moment, the vermilion bird Holy Maiden and the others said in their hearts. This was the appearance of the 9 suns' divine body they had seen before. Impossible, the successor of the 9 suns was already dead. How could he appear here? Who exactly were you? Who told you that I was dead? Did you see it with your own eyes? Lin Xian sneered. His body swayed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ming Wangdong. He slapped out with his golden hand. Ming Wangdong was scared out of his wits. Ice wings appeared on his back, and ice armor appeared on his body. An ice scepter appeared in his hand. With a wave of the scepter, a huge ice wall formed in front of him. The law of ice danced. It was used to resist Lin Xian's fist. With a loud bang, a violent tremor sounded. Cracks appeared on the ice wall, and then it collapsed. Ming Wangdong was also sent flying by the huge force, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, he used the ice on the ground and in the sky to form a new divine ability. Ice Seal. The space in front of him was completely frozen, forming an ice crystal world. Lin Xian's body was also frozen. Seeing this, Ming Wangdong's lips curled up into a smile. He didn't care about wiping the blood on his body, and he shouted coldly. Break, crack, 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 crack. Everything in the ice crystal world was shattered. This kind of great divine ability was too terrifying. Everything that was sealed in ice was turned into ashes with this sound. The space around Lin Xian was shattered. His body was also affected by the divine ability, and it shook violently. However, the shaking soon calmed down. How could this be? Ming Wangdong was stunned. How could Lin Fan be unharmed by his superpower? The others were also stunned. They knew about the Ice Seal superpower. They had even seen it with their own eyes. Ming Wangdong had frozen 3 half-sages. When the Ice Seal world was broken, the 3 half-sages were also torn apart. Even their souls were destroyed. But now, such a terrifying superpower had lost its effect. Lin Xian's body was burning with flames, melting all the ice. He looked forward and sneered. It's a good superpower, but you're too weak. Let me tell you how to use the superpower. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul roared and started to use the superpower. Lin Xian stomped his feet. Suddenly, the earth was covered in flames, forming a golden sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire enveloped Ming Wangdong. Ming Wangdong screamed crazily. The ice armor on his body released an icy aura, trying to resist. But soon, he was burned and turned into snow. He melted on the ground and was then steamed. Explode! With a cold shout, all the flames in the sea of fire in front of him roared and exploded. That power caused everything to turn into ashes. The effect was similar to the previous ice seal, but the ice had turned into flames. Damn it! Block it for me, Ming Wangdong roared crazily. 3 ice crystals appeared beside him. These 3 ice crystals were extremely white and formed a triangle to protect him. He wanted to resist the power, but in the next moment, the 3 ice crystals exploded under the power of the flames. Ming Wangdong's body was also torn into pieces. His soul was also shattered in an instant. With another move, Ming Wangdong was destroyed. The remaining three went crazy. They finally believed that the person in front of them was the successor of the 9 sons. Although they didn't know why he was still alive, he was too terrifying. "Run," the vermilion bird saintess screamed and fled. She wanted to announce to the world that the successor of the 9 sons was still alive. This was definitely an earth-shattering news. "Want to escape? Stay." Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and a black spear appeared. He waved his arm and 3 terrifying black torrents shot forward. Pung pung pung. The vermilion bird saintess and the other 2 stopped in midair. They looked down at their bodies. A black shadow appeared in their hearts. They had been pierced through. They were nailed to death in the void. "The great, great spear of destruction." They said these words with great difficulty. Then, they tilted their heads and stopped breathing. That's right, the great spear of destruction. The great demon's great destruction spear fell into the void. For the next 3 years, it was covered by an endless amount of demonic qi. No one dared to approach it. In the end, he was taken away by Lin Xian. This was a vicious weapon that had been stained with the blood of countless saints. Its power was extremely great. Back then, it had posed a huge threat to Lin Xian. If not for the fact that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword spirit, it would have been difficult for him to withstand the great destruction spear. The great spear of destruction could even kill a saint. How could the 3 of them block it? It was settled. Behind him, Yan Ruyu also walked up. She was also incomparably shocked. She didn't expect that his strength had already reached such a level. "Right now, your strength is much stronger than when you were fighting against the great demon. I'm really looking forward to seeing Yan Nanchan's expression when he sees you. He will definitely be shocked," Lin Xian said. "However, I'm looking forward to fighting with him. I want to see how strong the successor of a great emperor is. Let's go." Lin Xian obtained the chains of law from these people and flew to the next palace. At the same time, outside the demon cultivation valley, the vermilion bird palace elders' faces changed. In the next moment, they roared at the sky. "No! Damn it! Who was it who dared to kill the vermilion bird palace saintess?" They roared like crazy. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Was the vermilion bird saintess killed? Heavens! Who did it? Was it the Cloud Sky Saint? Or Long Zhao Tian? They didn't know, but they could see that the 6 figures of law in the valley below had disappeared. It was those 2 people. It shouldn't be. 2 against 6, and they were still completely annihilated. It was too shocking. Wait, one of them had escaped, and the other was still alive. They had to find out who did it. The vermilion bird palace elders roared like crazy. The elders trembled. They had no choice but to enter the valley below. One of them had already started to move. His body flashed, and light filled the sky as he charged down. However, he was quickly pushed back by an aura. Once the demon cultivation valley opened, it would become a world of its own. In less than a month's time, those outside couldn't enter. They would either be killed or thrown out. Other than that, there was no other choice. Damn it, this is too damn it. The vermilion bird palace elders were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Originally, they wanted to use the demon cultivation valley to restrict others. But now, they were the unlucky ones. In the valley, a person quickly threw a shield. Everywhere he passed, countless trees grew, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. He was like a demon, completely blocking the path and space. However, very quickly, a terrifying vibration came from behind. The ground cracked open, and a biting cold saber light shone, cutting all the trees to pieces. The figures behind him were extremely fast. At the same time, a roar sounded. "Northern Devil, you can't escape." The person running in front was the Northern Devil. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and his body was surrounded by the law of wood. The surrounding trees all seemed to listen to his orders. He began to attack. However, the people that were chasing after him were simply too valiant. Even he was unable to withstand them. That was because the one chasing him was a man covered in scales, with boundless strength, Long Zhao Tian. The other person was covered in white light, like a celestial. Zhao Wuliang. The last one was abnormally ferocious. He had 9 heads, and each of them was extraordinarily mighty. He was a prodigy of the 9-headed lion race. His strength didn't seem to be any weaker than Zhao Wuliang. The other person was riding the waves, revealing a ferocious shark head. Fish scales flickered on his body, and his eyes emitted a biting cold light. He was Black Shark of the Shark King race. 4 top experts surrounded the Northern Devil. If it was a one-on-one fight, the Northern Devil would definitely be able to fight against any one of them. But now, for against one, he was simply no match. He could only run for his life. Fortunately, he had the 10,000 devil body, and he was also a wood martial artist. His vitality was strong, and he could control the surrounding plants. Otherwise, he would have been killed many times over. But even so, he was still no match for them. If he couldn't escape, then it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Indeed, if anyone else was here, they would be shocked. Because they couldn't believe it. Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian, as well as 2 other top experts, would team up. This was beyond everyone's expectations. You can't escape, roaming dragon. Long Zhaotian roared and the dragon blood in his body surged. A dragon's shadow rushed out in an instant. This power was too strong. It swept through everything and nothing could stop it. 10,000 wood descends, feeling the terrifying power behind him, the northern demon flew while using his mystique. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared in the sky and quickly descended, blocking his path. It blocked roaming dragon. There was a loud explosion, but at this time, the other 3 attacked. Black Shark brought the seawater forward, forming a whirlpool. Did he want to swallow the sky-piercing divine tree? The 9-headed lion's 9 heads roared. His roar shook heaven and earth, affecting people's souls. The northern demon was affected. His body trembled, and he slowed down. Zhao Wuliang took the chance and slashed out. The flower addict's 33 blade slashes were sharp enough to destroy a sky. Boom, 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 the northern demon spat out blood and flew back. There were many cracks on his body, but his 10,000 demon body healed quickly. He gritted his teeth and flew forward again. However, this was the 5th time he healed. His power and aura had decreased too much. If he couldn't shake these people off, his life would be in danger. I told you, you can't escape. Long Zhaotian's group chased after him. The reason why the 4 of them had joined hands was so that they could sweep through everything. They wanted to eliminate the other people who were a threat to them. 3 days later, the North Demon stopped because he was stopped by someone. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, the 9-headed lion, and Black Shark surrounded him. Escape? Let's see how you can escape this time. The 4 of them teamed up, and the laws on their bodies intertwined to form a domain that covered the sky. The Northern Demon's expression turned ugly. It seemed that he could only fight to the death. He waved his hand, and the laws of wood floated. Countless trees around him grew wildly. A sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him again. The 10,000 wood flower bloomed. 7 flower formation. The green nocturnal battle armor appeared on the northern demon's body. The heaven-reaching divine tree on his back began to bloom, forming a terrifying flower. Countless flower petals floated around them, forming a terrifying formation that absorbed the power of the 4 people. Humph, Long Zhaotian shouted coldly. Dragon fighting in the wild, a giant dragon phantom appeared on his body. It roared and rushed forward, able to destroy everything. The world's 8 blades. Zhao Wuliang brandished his long saber. The piercingly cold saber light soared into the sky. Lion roar divine skill. The 9-headed Lion King let out a roar. Terrifying divine fire surged forward. Black Shark blended into the void and carried out the assassination. The 7 flowers formation was instantly shattered when the 4 top experts attacked. The heavenly tree behind them also emitted a rumbling sound. Many cracks appeared on the divine tree, but the huge divine flower still hung down, scattering its pollen forward. The pollen was extremely poisonous. Long Zhaotian and the other 3's faces changed as they hurriedly defended themselves. However, the attacks from the 4 of them caused the petals to tremble repeatedly. Many cracks appeared on the northern demon's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he could still hold on. However, at that moment, a shadow appeared behind him. A person held a shadow dagger and slashed at his head. With a splurt, blood spurted out. The northern demon was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength to dodge. However, his neck was still cut in half. Just a little bit more and his head would have been sent flying. A large crack appeared on the azure nocturnal armor. The myriad would divine vine. The northern demon roared angrily, and his myriad demon body began to heal. At the same time, he counterattacked. The branches of the myriad demon tree drooped down and turned into two divine whips that lashed out behind him. The void was shattered in an instant. Clang, Black Shark raised the shadow dagger in his hand to block, but he was sent flying by a force. However, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. After that attack, Black Shark was slightly injured, and the other three were knocked back. However, the northern demon was seriously injured. His head was almost cut off. Seeing that, Zhao Wuliang and the others sneered. The northern demon would definitely die today. They estimated that they would be able to kill him in less than 5 moves. As expected, in the second move, the northern demon was even more seriously injured. A large crack appeared on half of his body, and he was almost cut in half. In the third move, the northern demon was cut in half. He healed again, and his face was even paler. Let's see how many more times you can survive. The 4 of them attacked again. The battle was so terrifying that the surrounding people all fled. At the same time, the 2 figures flew over anxiously. Actually, they had sensed a few powerful forces a long time ago. They quickly flew over with their shields. It was obvious. This was a huge battle. There were several forces involved. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. One of them was very familiar to Lin Xian. He could even see a huge tree flashing in the distance, and its terrifying phantom covered the void. The heavenly tree. That was the northern demon's mystique. What was going on? Was the northern demon being hunted? Let's go and take a look. Yan Ryu also frowned. She and Lin Xian quickly flew forward. When they arrived nearby, Lin Xian used his soul to capture the situation in front of him. His expression immediately changed. It was a siege again. It was very similar to the scene he encountered before. But there was a difference. Previously, the Vermilion Bird Holy Maiden and the others were considered to be on the 2nd level. But now, the ones attacking the northern demon were Long Zhao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others. They were definitely the top prodigies on the 1st level. Damn it. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He realized that the northern demon's situation was very bad. Attack, Lin Xian shouted coldly and sent out a vermilion bird. It rushed down. Yan Ryu stretched out her pure white palm and pressed down. A black hole appeared in the void and kept shattering. Boom. Boom, below, Long Zhao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others sneered. Hee, die. They could see that the northern demon was about to die. They estimated that they could kill him in 2 more moves. But at that moment, their expressions changed. 2 terrifying attacks surged towards them. Get lost, the 4 of them turned around and roared crazily. They attacked with their mystiques and collided with the 2 attacks. The sky was torn apart, and violent energy surged. The northern demon retreated. Long Zhao Tian and the others were also forced back. Who dares to interfere in our business? Their gazes swept across the area. Soon, they saw 2 figures descending from the sky. Yan Ryu, it's you. Long Zhao Tian and the others recognized Yan Ryu first. But the other person made them frown. They couldn't see his face clearly. 4 against 1. You guys are really shameless. Yan Ryu snorted coldly. He was heavily injured, but fortunately, he came in time. Any later and the northern demon's life would have been in danger. They're very strong. The northern demon said. He did not recognize Lin Xian at first. Hurry up and leave. He did not look like he wanted to fight. After all, he was heavily injured. Although there were 2 of them, the other side still had the advantage. Don't worry, recover well. Leave this to me. Lin Xian patted the northern demon's shoulder and injected some energy into him. Then, he took out a bottle of pills and handed it to him. Then, he walked over and stood beside Yan Ruyu. Leave Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang to me. You have no problem with the other two, right? No. Yan Ruyu shook her head. Her eyes were cold. It was obvious that this peerless beauty was angry. On the other side, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other three were stunned. What did they hear? These two wanted to fight the four of them one-on-two. What a joke, the four of them sneered. They were the top elites. They had never feared anyone in a one-on-one fight. Now that it was 2 against 1, they could easily kill the other party. One had to know that the four of them had only chased after the northern demon as a precaution. If they really fought, the 2 of them could kill the other party. Although these 2 were strong, they were probably only on par with the northern demon. If there were still people who did not know their limits, then they would kill them together. Zhao Wuliang sneered. Long Zhaotian and the other 2 nodded. Indeed, their goal this time was to kill the strong enemies. The northern demon was one, and Yan Ruyu was naturally their target. As for the last mysterious person, although they did not know him, they would kill him together. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian took a step forward, and the flames on his body exploded. However, it was no longer gold or fiery red, but pitch black. The ink-black flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian did not intend to reveal his true identity right now. Therefore, he used the great dragon sword soul to directly transform her flames. At this moment, he was like a demon king, looking down on everyone. Lin Xian and the great demon had fought a battle of life and death for half a year. He was very familiar with the other's mistakes. If he wanted to use the great dragon sword soul to evolve it, its power would definitely not be weaker than that of the great demon. What a terrifying demonic chi, Long Zhaotian and the rest frowned. Who was this person? Were they from the demon race? However, before they could think any further, a large black hand charged towards them, carrying with it a torrential hellfire. Immediately, he formed a demonic disc that could destroy the world and struck out. The terrifying power shattered the void in front of him completely. That power enveloped Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Courting death, the 2 of them were enraged. The other party really dared to fight the 2 of them alone. What a joke. Get lost. Long Zhaotian was the first to get angry. He was one of the strongest dragons. He didn't even put Yan Nantian in his eyes, let alone this person in front of him. The scales on his body emitted an incomparably terrifying light. He punched out with a fist that was like a giant dragon streaking across the sky. Boom! The terrifying dragon collided with the world-destroying demonic plate, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. However, Long Zhaotian let out a muffled groan. Cracks had appeared on his fist. Bang bang bang, he retreated 3 steps and withdrew his fist. His eyes were filled with shock. The other party had actually injured him. How was this possible? Damn it, who exactly are you? The person who will kill you. Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. The black flames on his body danced. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. Courting death, Long Zhaotian was furious. Roaming dragon's body bloomed with light, forming an eagle that charged forward. It formed a peerless immortal light. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He was not afraid. The large black hand drew a circle in the air and instantly turned into a black hole. It swallowed the giant dragon. At the same time, his left hand struck out like a black sun and charged toward Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang frowned. He drew his long saber and slashed out. On the long saber, there was a terrifying thunder law. It had the power to destroy everything. The saber collided with the black fist, causing an earth-shattering sound. The black fist was repelled. However, it instantly transformed into a palm and directly struck the lightning saber, breaking it in half. The terrifying power caused Zhao Wuliang to retreat a few steps. His face was gloomy. On the other side, Long Zhaotian was also fighting against the other party. He was also repelled. The 9-headed Lion King and He Sha were stunned. The other party really did it. With the power of one person, he had repelled Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. Who was this person? Could it be another kind of hidden saint? Ha 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 ha, you guys are just SOSO. Unable to withstand a single blow. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He took a step forward and the black flames on his body covered the entire sky. Demon swallows the world, the flames turned into black holes one after another, enveloping Long Zhaotian and He Sha. At the same time, it also enveloped the nine-headed Lion King and Shadowless. Courting death, the four of them were completely enraged. Did the other party still want to attack the other two? They charged forward madly. When Yan Ryu saw this scene, she was also stunned. Then, she shook her head slightly. This guy is really arrogant. He wants to fight against four of us? Well, I'll just watch. Originally, Yan Ryu wanted to use some of her trump cards. But now, it seemed that she was no longer needed. If there was really danger, it wouldn't be too late for her to make a move. So, she came in front of the Northern Demon. The Northern Demon's recovery was terrifying. So, his injuries were already healed. However, his strength had not recovered yet. He swallowed a pill and looked in front of him. The scene was extremely shocking. Who was this person? He could actually fight against four of them. One had to know that he was being chased by four people and was almost killed. Who was this person? The Northern Demon turned around and asked. Yan Ryu smiled. An old friend. You'll know after the fight. Old friend? The Northern Demon was stunned. It seemed that the other party was very close to Yan Ryu and should know him. But who was it? If it was an old friend, they should be from the same world. But who could be so strong in that world? Yan Nantian was impossible. Then, was it Yi Wudao? He thought of the holy body. He did have such power, but Yi Wudao did not have monstrous demonic qi. Was it Wuchen or the one from the Gu family? He shook his head. He couldn't think of it. It wasn't that he didn't think of Lin Xian, but he knew that Lin Xian had the nine-yang divine body. Previously, the news of the nine-yang divine body dying together with the demon had spread throughout the ancient path of stars. He would never have thought that it was Lin Xian. While the Northern Demon was puzzled, the battle in front of him was unusually intense. It was as if Lin Xian had turned into a demon king at this moment. He attacked without any reservations. The other four were furious and roaring. The four of them joined forces, but they could only fight to a draw. They could not do anything to the other party. When did such a terrifying monster appear on the ancient path of the starry sky? Why hadn't they heard anything about it? Moreover, looking at the demonic aura, they all thought that the great demon had been resurrected. Damn it, he must be related to the great demon. Even if he wasn't a great demon, he must be from the demon race. These people roared crazily. The two of you, don't hold back anymore. Attack with all your might, Zhao Wuliang said coldly because he found that although the other party was attacking the four of them, he was constantly using killing moves on him. It made him break out in cold sweat. Zhao Wuliang was actually very depressed because not long ago, one of his clones was killed and his strength was greatly reduced. If he hadn't paid a huge price recently, his strength wouldn't have been able to recover. This made him gnash his teeth for a while. However, he still couldn't find out who killed his clone. Now, he even encountered a demon-like figure. The recent emergence of strong geniuses shocked him. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep his position, so he roared angrily. He didn't want the others to hold back and kill the other party with all their might. He took the lead. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, and the law of thunder rushed into the clouds, forming a thundercloud in the sky. It emitted an extremely terrifying pressure. Boom boom boom, in the thundercloud, the law of order revolved and then descended. This was the lightning tribulation, and it struck directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The flames on his body danced and turned into a black giant. It was like a demonic sound. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning in the sky. Puff, then, he aimed at Zhao Wuliang and spat out. Endless lightning was spat out by him, and there was also the power of fire on it. It directly enveloped Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang screamed and was pierced by the lightning. He flew backward and his body was charred black. He was in an abnormally sorry state. Die for me, however, at this moment, Long Zhaotian's attack also arrived. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 divine swords with 5 types of laws on them. They were incomparably dazzling. In an instant, they pierced through the void and directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a puff, he cut open the black flames on Lin Xian's body. He had succeeded. Seeing this scene, Long Zhaotian smiled, and the other 3 also heaved a sigh of relief. This attack would definitely be able to penetrate their opponent. Next, they would make their opponent suffer a fate worse than death. Clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out, but the faces of Long Zhaotian and the others turned ugly. The reason for that was because they discovered that there was no blood. In other words, even though Chu Feng had been knocked back, he was not injured. How was this possible? At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't defeat him. They found that they couldn't defeat him. Roaring divine art, a terrifying sound wave rushed forward, but it was shattered by the other party's palm. Xianxia also silently appeared behind the other party. The shadow dagger in his hand slashed towards the other party's neck. Earlier, it was his sneak attack that had almost cut off the North Demon's head. But this time, his arm was numb from the impact. He didn't hurt the other party either. This was definitely the body of a saint. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so strong. Black Shark screamed like a madman and wanted to retreat. In an instant, he retreated from Lin Xian's side, but in the next moment, he screamed. A pitch-black spear pierced through his body. Ah, Xianxia screamed. How could this be? He had already merged with the void long ago. How did the other party find him? Buzz, the spear flashed, and Xianxia's body was torn into pieces. Blood dyed the ground red. A saint. Could it be a saint? At this moment, Zhao Wuliang and the others were about to despair. There was actually a saint. Other than Cloud Sky Saint, were there other saints? Among them, Long Zhaotian looked at the black weapon and screamed in fear. The Spear of Annihilation, could it be that you're really a great demon? You're not dead. They had seen the recording array of the battle between the Nine Suns' successor and the great demon, so they naturally recognized the pitch-black weapon. The Spear of Annihilation? That was something that only the great demons could possess. Even if the person in front of them wasn't the one who died, he was probably a new great demon, right? Moreover, they felt that this great demon was even more terrifying than the previous one. What was going on? They didn't know anymore. Lin Xian held the Spear of Annihilation in his hand and charged out. A terrifying light tore through the void and charged towards Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. The world's edge 8 blades slashed out with saber light and cut through the void, but it was pierced through. The Spear of Annihilation knocked away his saber and pierced through his shoulder. He was nailed in the void. That ice-cold killing intent wanted to tear him into pieces. Explode, Zhao Wuliang gritted his teeth and his body split open to escape the attack. Run. They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. You still want to run? Golden light appeared in his eyes and scattered into the void. Then, the Spear of Annihilation stabbed out. Xianxia screamed again. He was hit again. Soul Annihilation, the Spear of Annihilation danced and instantly destroyed his opponent's soul. A dignified peerless expert was killed so easily just like that. Seeing this scene, the other 3 fled like crazy. Buzz. Lin Xian threw the Spear of Annihilation, which instantly pierced through the 9-headed Lion King's body. The 9-headed Lion King trembled and its 9 heads roared at the sky. The terrifying roar shattered heaven and earth, but this sound wave could not do anything to Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly rushed over. His big hand tore apart the sound wave that filled the sky and slapped the other party into meat paste. He picked out the other party's soul and directly pierced it with the Spear of Annihilation. Ah! The 9-headed Lion King's soul let out a sharp cry, but it was carried by Lin Xian and directly charged at Zhao Wuliang again. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He could no longer dodge the spear. There was no choice. The other party was too strong. When he did not use the Spear of Annihilation, they were not his match. Now that he took it out again, how could they resist such a peerless weapon? This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. At this moment, Zhao Wuliang was very decisive. He once again created a clone to die in his place. As for his real body, he burrowed into the ground and used the law of earth to escape. How could Lin Xian let him escape? With one strike, he pierced through the ground and cut off Zhao Wuliang's path. Zhao Wuliang had no choice but to change his direction. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Next, he attacked several times. This made it so that Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian could not escape separately. They could only escape in the direction he chose. Lin Xian chased after them. The pursuit began again, but this time it was different. Lin Xian was chasing after Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian. Wherever he passed, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The others also saw this scene, and their eyes almost popped out. Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian were escaping? Then who was attacking? Was it the Cloud Sky Saint? Heavens, the saint was going to start a massacre. For a moment, they were terrified. Lin Xian did not kill them directly. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly attacking and chasing after the two. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out from behind. What, are you in despair? When the four of you joined forces to hunt down the North Goblin, did you ever think that you would be hunted down like this one day? If you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's mocking voice sounded. In front, everyone's expressions were ugly. Long Zhaotian's lungs were about to explode from anger. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you, wah. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, which turned into a dragon saber. The dragon blood saber slashed down with monstrous killing intent and terrifying power. The sky was dyed red as the saber was split open. Lin Xian sneered and waved the spear of destruction to meet the attack. With a clanging sound, the dragon blood saber was pierced through. Long Zhaotian had another wound, and he spat out blood and flew backward. He was truly in despair. He was no match for his opponent at all. Just now, 1/3 of his dragon blood had been sucked away. The dragon blood saber formed by the dragon's mystic technique could destroy everything. It could even threaten a saint. However, it was shattered by his opponent in one strike. It was not that he was too weak, but that the enemy was too strong, especially the spear of destruction. That was a murderous weapon stained with the blood of countless saints. Perhaps only a true sacred artifact could fight against it, therefore, there was only one thing they could do now, and that was to escape with all their might. If they could escape the first stage, they would be able to save their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days of pursuit. Lin Xian chased them for a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian experienced what despair was and what a hellish life was. Their hair was disheveled, and their eyes were bloodshot. To be honest, for a moment, they even wanted to die just like that. However, very quickly, their hope was ignited because in front of them, 7 rays of light flickered. It was a figure with 7 laws. Who was it? It was either Cloud Sky Saint or Yan Nantian. They hurriedly flew in that direction, wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife. At the very least, they had to block the demon behind them. 7 rays of light? Who was it? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, sneered, and chased after him. Now that he had 5 nomological laws, it was enough. Coupled with the great spear of destruction, what could Cloud Sky Saint do? He could still put up a fight. Up ahead, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang sped up again. They passed through several mountain ranges and finally saw a figure in front of them. It was Yan Nantian. They were overjoyed and quickly rushed over. That's right, it was indeed Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian relied on the map in his hand and his own powerful strength to obtain 7 laws. It could be said that in the entire Devil Cultivation Valley, he was the person with the most laws. When he saw Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian walking towards him together, Yan Nantian was stunned. Could it be that the two of them wanted to join forces to kill him? The corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. Now, even if the two of them joined forces, he would not be afraid. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The two of them didn't seem to be here to kill him. Instead, they seemed to be running for their lives. It was because he discovered that the two's faces were pale, their eyes completely red. There were injuries on their bodies, the blood even more horrifying. Someone was chasing after these two. Who was it? Yan Nantian was extremely surprised. Other than him, perhaps only Cloud Sky Saint could hunt down the two of them. Could it be Cloud Sky Saint? Was Cloud Sky Saint finally going to make a move? Xianxia's gaze was solemn. However, he was soon stunned because he discovered that behind Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang was not Cloud Sky Saint, but a pitch-black figure that looked like a demon. You want to escape? Can you escape? That person replied coldly. He instantly streaked across the void and charged towards the two of them. He gently waved the weapon in his hand, forming a terrifying light that blasted Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang away. Xianxian, this person is also here to kill you. At that moment, Zhao Wuliang hurriedly exclaimed. He wanted to drag Xianxian down with him. That was the only way they could survive. Xianxian was stunned. A wisp of aura appeared on his body. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. Although he did not know who this person was, he really wanted to fight him. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and the Great Destruction Spear flew out. The target was Xianxian. Xianxian's face instantly darkened. The other party actually dared to attack him? An incomparable light burst out from his body. However, in an instant, his expression changed and he was blasted away. The light on his body was about to shatter. Boom! Xianxian landed on a mountain range in the distance and shattered all 5 peaks. What? Xianxian could not block it. When Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang saw this scene, their faces turned extremely pale. This person was too powerful, wasn't he? The mountain range in the distance shattered and a figure rushed out. Xianxian's expression was cold, and his eyes were like divine swords that swept across the surroundings. Damn it, he really deserved to die. The other party actually dared to injure him. This was unforgivable. Xianxian, be careful. That person is using the Great Destruction Spear. It's not an ordinary weapon. Long Zhao Tian also reminded him. What? The Great Destruction Spear? Xianxian was stunned. Wasn't that the weapon of the Great Demon? How could the person in front of him have it? Moreover, the person in front of him had a monstrous demonic qi. Could it be that Demeng was not dead? What about the successor of the 9 sons? Was he dead? He thought of many things in an instant. Soon, he shook his head. It was impossible. The great demon was dead. There was no way he could be alive. The aura of the person in front of him was different from that of the great demon. He was much stronger than before. Could it be that a new great demon had appeared? Damn it, how could this be? His expression was uncertain. At that moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through the sky and transformed into an endless black dragon. Its monstrous aura tore the void apart and instantly pierced towards Xianxian. So what if the great demon has revived? I'm not afraid of anyone now. Even if it's a saint, I can step on him. Xianxian's voice was grand, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts quickly circled around him. Buzz, among them, the vermilion bird phantoms opened their mouths and spat out a sky full of raging flames. They danced quickly like the sunset. That red light contained a terrifying power that could incinerate all living things. The terrifying blazing fire instantly enveloped the Great Destruction Spear. However, Xianxian did not stop. The Great Destruction Spear was a murderous weapon. Its power was naturally terrifying, so he attacked again. After the vermilion bird, the azure dragon also attacked, spitting out waves that filled the sky. The black tortoise was as heavy as a mountain, and it pressed down like a heavenly eye. The white tiger phantoms were even more terrifying. They mainly attacked, and they transformed into a peerless blade that descended from the sky. Its power was simply too powerful. It was much more terrifying than Zhao Wuliang's World's Edge 8 blades. Boom, a violent explosion sounded. The Great Destruction Spear was simply too terrifying, and it was being used by Lin Xian at that moment. Lin Xian's physical strength, coupled with the Great Destruction Spear, was absolutely terrifying. In an instant, it pierced through the sky full of light and raging flames. Xianxian's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. On the other side, Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that even Xianxian might not be able to subdue the other party. The two of them had better run away quickly, therefore, the two of them turned around and fled. Where could they run to? Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear, drawing an eternal black crack that directly swallowed the two of them. Then, he reached out his demonic hand and grabbed the nomological laws on the two of them. With a forceful tug, all 5 nomological laws were removed from their bodies. Ah, miserable screams were heard. The two of them were in excruciating pain. At this moment, the black hand slapped down again, shattering their bodies. It's over. Are the two of them going to die here? Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang's faces were filled with despair and regret. However, at this moment, Yan Nantian made his move. A red feather appeared in his hand. He waved it gently, and the terrifying flames exploded again. This time, the power was even stronger than before. It directly melted the black hand and separated everything. How dare you stop me? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yan Nantian with a cold expression. Not only will I stop you, but I'll also kill you. Yan Nantian was also angry. The other party's domineering attitude and powerful strength made him very unhappy and a little uneasy. Such a person had to be dealt with quickly to avoid endless trouble. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang took advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape with the blood mist wrapped around them. Lin Xian ignored them. Although the two of them were powerful and invincible in the eyes of outsiders, they were no different from ants in his eyes. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Yan Nantian in front of him was not necessarily the same. The other party was the successor of a great emperor and had many tricks up his sleeve. It would not be easy to completely kill him. However, this time was also a good time to find out how strong Yan Nantian had become. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Lin Xian snorted coldly and fixed the Great Destruction Spear in the void. With a boom, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered rapidly. It could not withstand this attack at all. No one can stop me. Yan Nantian was also extremely confident. The fiery red feather in his hand bloomed with incomparable brilliance. The vermilion bird divine feather? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could see that the feather was very mysterious and had terrifying Dao runes on it. It should be one of the vermilion bird's treasures. Who would have thought that it would end up in Yan Nantian's hands? Looks like the Vermilion Bird Palace truly valued Yan Nantian to the extreme. The vermilion bird divine feather waved, and suddenly, the entire world trembled. Flames danced about, turning into an enormous vermilion bird. It soared into the sky, spreading its wings and covering heaven and earth. This scene was simply too terrifying. Everyone in the Valley of Devil Cultivation saw this. They raised their heads and looked at the sky, feeling incomparably terrified. Who was it? Was it Yan Nantian? The gigantic vermilion bird also had the law of fire. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. That unparalleled power could suppress everything. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. The black flames on his body also burned fiercely. At this moment, he fully released his 9-yang divine body. Like a black god of war, the Great Destruction Spear in his hand danced wildly. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Hundreds of thousands of thunder claps rang out. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the sky. The Great Destruction Spear carried with it a terrifying law of fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an enormous black dragon and collided with the vermilion bird's phantom. The two behemoths were crazily fighting. That power spread throughout the land. Even the people outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation were stunned. They naturally felt the terrifying aura. Who was fighting? Was it Yan Nantian and a cloud sky saint? No, why do I feel a monstrous demonic aura? Could it be a demonic creature that originally existed in the valley? They were all stunned. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also had grave expressions because they felt the aura of the Vermilion Bird Divine Feather. It was obvious that one of them was Yan Nantian. But who was the other person? They didn't know. The battle was extremely intense. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. The Vermilion Bird Phantom was torn apart, and Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He charged over with the Great Destruction Spear. He was too powerful. With one strike, the void around Yan Nantian quickly shattered. Yan Nantian had no choice but to form a hand seal and enlarge the Vermilion Bird Divine Feather in his hand. It was like a wall of fire blocking in front of him. With a clang, the great destruction spear collided with the vermilion bird divine feather, making a shocking sound. That sound wave was simply too terrifying. Everything in the surroundings was quickly reduced to ashes by the sound wave. Even Yan Nanshan's body trembled violently. Many cracks appeared on his body. Ah! He roared angrily. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts on his body instantly enveloped him. The cracks on his body quickly healed. He raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Damn it, the other party seemed to be fine. Under such a powerful sound wave, the other party's body didn't crack. What kind of physique was that? A supreme demonic physique? How could it be so strong? Although he didn't have a bloodline physique, he had a great inheritance. After the inheritance, he cultivated the great emperor physique, which was also incomparably powerful. However, at that moment, in front of the sound wave, his physique had cracked, but the other party was unharmed. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the other party's physique far surpassed his of the same level. Second, the other party's physique surpassed his in terms of cultivation level. That was the physique of a sage. Could it be that the other party was really a sage? Was there another hidden sage other than the Cloud Sky Sage? Yan Nanshan's expression was a little ugly. However, he soon snorted coldly. So what if the other party was a sage? This was a world of its own. He had 7 nomological laws. Even if the other party was a sage, he could still kill them, sun and moon splitting the sky. Yan Nantian roared angrily. The power on his body suddenly transformed into the sun and moon. They kept spinning above his head. The 2 powers seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The sun and moon splitting the sky was a kind of great mystical power that caused the world to fantasize. Yan Nantian used this mystical power to attack Lin Xian. Chaotic Demon Fist, Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in one hand and kept waving his other fist, throwing out countless fist shadows. Each of them was like a black sun that collided with the sun and moon. Boom! Boom, boom. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was definitely not inferior to a sage's physique. His power was terrifying. Coupled with the black phantoms that he deliberately created, it was really terrifying to the extreme. For a moment, the 2 were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of the great emperor's successor. Interesting. One had to know that Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang couldn't resist his punch at all. However, the other party was actually able to block it. Moreover, it looked like he was handling it with ease. One had to admit that the great emperor's mystical power was indeed terrifying. But thinking about it, a great emperor was a powerful existence that could suppress the universe. Every great emperor was the most powerful and terrifying expert in the world. How could his inheritance be weak? Yan Nantian was also shocked. The inheritance of a great emperor was so terrifying that he had never failed. Especially in recent years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. He was confident that he could kill even a saint. But now, he couldn't do anything to the other party. What kind of power did the other party have? A world-destroying strike. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he used the Great Spear of Destruction. The demonic chi on it surged into the sky, transforming into a millstone of destruction. This was also a great demon's ability. When Lin Xian had used it previously, he had beaten Long Zhao Tian and Yan Nantian until they screamed in pain. But now? He had used the power of the Great Spear of Destruction to evolve it. Its power was definitely more terrifying than before. Sure enough, the Great Spear of Destruction fell with the phantom of the world-destroying demonic millstone. With a boom, it sent the sun and moon splitting open, the heavens flying. The 2 of them fought earth-shattering, but there were 3 figures hiding in the dark, secretly observing. These 3 Taoists were not together. Instead, they stood in 3 different directions and were wary of each other. The auras of the 3 of them were incomparably hazy, but they were also very powerful. They didn't care about the energy storm at all. The laws on their bodies flickered with incomparable light, forming vortexes one after another. Yan Nantian was indeed the successor of a great emperor. He was actually so powerful. But who was the person holding the Great Spear of Destruction? A saint's body. Could it be that he was the same as us and had his saint's clone forcefully taken away? The last person only narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxia. Sun and moon splitting open the heavens. So he had obtained the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. If this guy grew up, he would be incredible. The three figures were like ghosts, hiding in the void, silently watching. The battle between Lin Xian and Xianxia was getting more and more intense. The two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 moves. All kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. Xianxia enlarged the vermilion bird divine feather and turned it into a flaming divine sword to fight back. In the end, Xianxia used the great emperor's secret technique to reach Lin Xian's side. With a slash of his sword, he slashed apart the demonic qi on Lin Xian's body. It landed on Lin Xian's body. With a clang, the longsword pierced into his flesh. However, Lin Xian used his powerful strength to clamp it down. He did not let the vermilion bird divine feather sink into it again. Are you finally going to fight me? But do you think you can run away after injuring me? Lin Xian smiled. Even though he was injured, so what? The great spear of destruction in his hand pierced through Xianxia's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Both of them were injured. However, Xianxia was clearly more seriously injured. His body had been pierced through. Lin Xian only suffered a small cut. Lin Xian snorted coldly as the illusions of the four divine beasts pulled him away from the great destruction spear. At the same time, he withdrew the vermilion bird divine feather. After retreating far away, the wound on Xianxia's body began to heal. Countless laws shrouded the wound. Lin Xian's body shook as well. The laws of wood, the art of longevity, and the power of the 9-yang divine body quickly healed his wound. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full strength just now. After Xianxia's wound healed, his expression turned cold. 9 ancient runes appeared on his body. The runes shone brightly and completely enveloped his body, increasing his defensive power once again. The 9 emperor runes could not only defend, but also attack. They had endless magical uses. Even a true sage would have to be careful when facing them. Is that so? Do you think I've used my full strength? Lin Xian smiled. Inside his body, the great dragon sword soul roared again. His combat power increased again. The great destruction spear charged forward. This time, its power was doubled. Xianxia also waved the 9 runes and charged forward. Clang, the sound of the collision was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, even the expressions of the 3 figures hiding in the void changed, and they quickly retreated. Damn it, what's going on? These 2 people didn't use their full strength before. Their strength was so terrifying that the 3 of them were extremely shocked. At the same time, another figure came and watched silently. His aura was even more terrifying because he was the Cloud Sky Saint. The Cloud Sky Saint's gaze was firmly fixed on the 2 figures below. He had no intention of attacking. After hundreds of moves, Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He had used the 9 emperor runes, but they were still evenly matched. Damn it, how was this possible? The Dharma treasure in his opponent's hand was also so terrifying. What kind of secret technique did the other party use to be able to be mentioned in the same breath as it, emperor runes? Not bad indeed. Lin Xian sneered. The great dragon sword soul roared again and attacked 81 times in a row. The terrifying black light turned into a torrent and blasted the 9 emperor runes. Intense collisions sounded. In the end, something shocking happened. A crack appeared on one of the emperor runes. Damn it, how was this possible? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were emperor runes. Although he couldn't use all of his power in his current realm, just the power he used was enough to contend with a sage. The other party had actually broken it. How did he do it? Damn it, 81 attacks, all hitting the same place. This guy's control was quite precise. Xianxian hurriedly waved his hand and the 9 emperor runes revolved. Crack! 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 Thunder appeared between the 9 emperor runes and connected with each other, completely enveloping Xianxia's body. At this moment, Xianxian seemed to have turned into a thunder god's body. Thunder god transformation, this was naturally a very terrifying divine power in the great emperor's inheritance. It was even more terrifying than the sun and moon splitting the sky. Although Yan Nanchan's thunder god's body was created by a divine power, he was confident that it wouldn't lose to any body constitution. Whether it was a supreme demon body or a sacred body, he was confident that he could contend against them. This was the means of a great emperor. Buzz, after turning into a thunder god's body, Yan Nanchan's speed reached the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. In an instant, he attacked 10,000 times. Terrifying thunder, combined with the vermilion bird divine feather, crazily attacked. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian didn't show any weakness. The great destruction spear danced, destroying everything. So what if his opponent had turned into a real thunder god's body? His 9-yang divine body wasn't afraid of anyone. The vermilion bird divine feather and the great destruction spear kept colliding. Their bodies were also constantly clashing. Every attack could turn a half-sage into ashes. After thousands of collisions, the two retreated. Lin Xian's body was still filled with demonic aura. On the other side, several cracks had appeared on Yan Nanchan's body. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian laughed and brandished the great destruction spear again. Furthermore, he flicked his finger for an instant. The great destruction spear rushed out, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything in the blink of an eye. Yan Nantian snorted and charged over. He was still using the lightning god's physique and the vermilion bird divine feather. However, the power of the flick of his finger spread out and shrouded Yan Nantian. Not good, Yan Nanchan's face changed. He found that there were more cracks on his body. Not only that, the lightning on his body dissipated quickly as if it was flowing in reverse. In the end, all the lightning disappeared. Yan Nanchan's lightning god's physique was broken. Buzz, another flick of the finger. Yan Nantian was injured again. Many cracks appeared on his body as if he was about to be destroyed. Damn it, Yan Nantian roared and the lightning god's physique was formed again. At the same time, the sun and the moon danced wildly and charged forward. In addition, he used an extremely terrifying divine ability from the great emperor's inheritance. Sky-destroying finger, Yan Nantian stretched out a finger. 7 laws danced on it and intertwined to form a terrifying Tao pattern. A terrifying aura spread out between heaven and earth and gathered on the finger. It seemed that the finger could pierce the sky and destroy everything. At this moment, the other martial artists in the Demon Cultivation Valley were trembling in fear. Although they didn't know what had happened, the aura was too terrifying. Damn it, it's the sky-destroying finger, this Yan Nantian, he even learned this move. Among the 3 figures, one of them exclaimed. This was an extremely powerful great mystic power. Back then, when the great Emperor Hongwu used the heaven-destroying finger, he could destroy hundreds of starry worlds across the endless void of the universe. It could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. His opponent's finger posed a great threat to him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his divine ability. On the great destruction spear, flames danced and formed a black lotus. Fire lotus of destruction. Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear and smashed the black lotus away. At the same time, his opponent also attacked with the sky-destroying finger. One was a great emperor's divine ability and the other was a divine ability. The collision of the two was too terrifying. At this moment, the 3 people watching in the dark and the cloud sky saint all retreated. A huge black hole appeared in the Demon Cultivation Valley. The people outside the Demon Cultivation Valley were stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? What divine ability is this? Heaven? Could it be that 2 sages are fighting? The 2 great divine abilities clashed in the air with incomparable radiance. Lin and Yan Nantian Lin Xian were fiercely. Block it. The 9 monarch marks on Yan Nanchan's body spun continuously, connecting him with lightning. Divine body, on the other hand, Lin Xian was also pushing his 9-yang divine body to its limits. Boundless energy crashed into his body, producing clanging sounds. After the first strike, the 2 of them charged forward again. It was the extermination fiery lotus against the heaven extermination finger. The 2 clashed 3 times. Their bodies were injured, and cracks were everywhere. In the blink of an eye. Sun and moon under the heavens, the sun and moon rose in the sky. Another two divine abilities appeared. Lin Xian divine ability was still a divine ability. Yan Nantian relied on the divine body of the lightning god to attack with the sun and moon. The combination of the two was also a terrifying divine ability. The two attacked without any regard for their lives. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone hid. In the demon cultivation valley, those who were weaker were directly knocked unconscious. Some were even affected by the energy. Their bodies were torn into a bloody mist. I surrendered. Screams rang out one after another. They were thrown away by a huge force. The weaker ones all left. There was nothing they could do about it. Although they were unwilling, they didn't want to be annihilated by this energy. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already escaped to a safe place. At this moment, they were looking into the distance at the apocalyptic scene and the terrifying power. Their bodies were all trembling. It was too terrifying. These two people were really terrifying. In their opinion, they were both top half-saints. They even thought that they could compete with Yan Nantian. They could even trample on the other party. But now, they found that they were wrong. Yan Nantian might not have been as good as them a few years ago, but now, he had surpassed them. This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. This time, it was impossible for them to win the championship. It would be good enough if they could guarantee to be in the top 5. In front of them, countless destructive cracks spread quickly. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian's figures appeared. Both of their bodies were damaged. Countless bloody holes appeared on Yan Nantian's body. His entire body was riddled with holes. Lin Xian's body also had a few large cracks. One of the slashes had almost cut him in half at the waist. The successor of the great emperor? He was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian found that Yan Nantian was indeed very strong. He was not weaker than the great demon at all. As expected of the successor of the great emperor. On the other side, Yan Nantian was also shocked. Damn it, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. Perhaps even an ordinary saint could not do it. Who was this person? Could it be that he was also a successor of the great emperor? Damn it, I admit that you are very strong. But unfortunately, I still won this battle. Speaking of this, Yan Nantian's eyes shone brightly. The 9 runes around him suddenly changed. They turned into 9 light vortexes and began to madly absorb the power of heaven and earth around them. Then, they poured into his body and repaired his injuries. I have the great emperor's magical power. No matter if it is attack, defense, or recovery, they are all unparalleled in the world. Although your strength is comparable to mine, what about recovery? I can recover in an instant. What about you? Can you compete with me? Seeing the bloody holes on Yan Nantian's body healing quickly, Lin Xian smiled. You're too confident. You're looking down on everyone in the world. Today, I'll let you experience my divine ability. Nirvana rebirth. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his fingers. Suddenly, the black flames around him jumped. They turned into a monstrous fire and enveloped him. A mysterious and terrifying power burst out. Lin Xian seemed to have been reborn from the fire. The cracks on his body were also healing quickly. Moreover, he was not slower than Yan Nantian, in fact, he was even faster. There were still 3 holes on Yan Nantian's body that had not healed. On the other side, Lin Xian took a step forward. The great destruction spear in his hand rushed out again. This time, Lin Xian mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body and integrated it into the great destruction spear. Suddenly, the great destruction spear seemed to have been given a soul. It came alive and trembled non-stop. It turned into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long and rushed over. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! The valley of demon cultivation shook violently as if it was about to break apart. The terrifying energy caused the people outside of the devil cultivation valley to tremble. Not good, Yan Nantian was in danger. They could feel the demonic aura below them, and Yan Nantian's aura seemed to have weakened. The faces of the Vermilion Bird Palace elders changed. Boom! Boom, boom! The violent energy in the valley of demon cultivation lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Yan Nantian had been smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. More than half of his head had been shattered. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had almost been killed. It was over. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear again and rushed over. The remaining half of Yan Nantian's head screamed. Damn it! Just you wait. I won't let you go. A beam of light shot out from between his brows. It shattered the void and then drilled into it, disappearing without a trace. He had escaped. The people who were secretly watching the battle were stunned. Yan Nantian, the successor of the Arch, had been beaten half to death. Had he escaped? This scene was simply too dreamy. Lin Xian took a deep breath and kept the Great Destruction Spear. He then rushed into the sky. He disappeared into the void. Let's go. Yan Ryu said to the Northern Devil in the distance. The Northern Devil nodded. He knew that Yan Ryu had brought him to meet that person. He was just curious. Who was that person? He had an answer in his heart, but he couldn't believe it. Lin Xian landed on a mountain. Yan Ryu had brought the Northern Devil over. Looks like you succeeded. Yan Ryu smiled. Lin Xian shook his head. He had used up the Arch Regeneration Talisman this time. However, he didn't know how many the Arch Regeneration Talismans he had. Lin Xian had seen the Arch Regeneration Talisman before. Back in Skyfire City, Yan Nantian had tried to forcefully take the Great Destruction Divine Furnace. In the end, he had almost been killed by the furnace. Yan Nantian had used the Arch Regeneration Talisman once. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. If he allowed the other party to exhaust him once more, the other party would most likely not be able to escape when the final ranking was decided. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill the other party. Oh right, who are you? Yan Ryu told me that we knew each other. Who are you? The North Demon asked. Lin Xian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and pulled out the Spear of Annihilation, stabbing it into the void behind him. With a loud boom, a huge black hole was pierced through the void behind him. A silhouette quickly left, leaving behind a trail of blood. Within the blood, there were traces of the power of laws. It was extremely terrifying. Someone was there. Seeing this scene, the northern monster was shocked, and Yan Ryu's expression was grave. Lin Xian repelled that person. Then, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked in two other directions. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really want me to attack? It was quiet all around, not a single sound could be heard. It was as if there was no one around. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Through his heavenly secret god eyes, he could see that there were two more figures hiding in the surroundings. And they were hidden really well. Even he could only see a blurry figure. But that was enough. He would use the Spear of Annihilation to strike out two more times, causing endless black holes to appear in those two directions. Only then would the two of them leave. After the three of them left, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The auras of the three of them were not ordinary. They had already surpassed Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhao Tian. They were probably not too far off from Yan Nantian. After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. What's going on? Why are there such terrifying experts again? Yan Ryu said. They should be the three fellas who had their saint's clone sent down. Their powers are really weird, and they can even use some special mystic skills. Don't let them sneak up on you. Don't worry, if it's a one-on-one fight, they won't be a match for me. I have my ways too. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Were these people here for him? Or for the Spear of Annihilation in his hand? In this battle, the Spear of Annihilation was too dazzling. It could easily defeat a half-saint like Long Zhao Tian. Even Yan Nantian had escaped. He could imagine that everyone's eyes would be on the Spear of Annihilation in his hand. Even saints would be jealous of such a peerless weapon. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the North Demon again. You should have guessed who I am. That's right, your guess is the answer. Lin Xian did not remove the black flames on his body because he was afraid that someone would peep at him. The answer was very obvious. Is it really you? After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. He was really shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to not only not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. He even obtained the treasure of the great demon, the Spear of Annihilation. It was really unbelievable. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder. I knew it. You won't die so easily. You won't die so easily. Are you sure? At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, the surrounding void shattered and the ground cracked open. A figure descended forcefully. The North Demon's pupils constricted. Yan Ryu's expression also changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Endless black flames rose from his body and turned into a black canopy that blocked the attack. The figure faced the canopy. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Cloud Sky Saint! Yan Ryu exclaimed. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly. I can hold him back for a while. Hurry up and leave. It's not easy to fight now. Yan Ryu stepped forward. The North Demon said, I can hold on for a while. He also stepped forward. In their opinion, Lin Xian had just experienced a life-and-death battle with Yan Nantian. He was probably much weaker. If he fought with a saint now, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian said, there's no need. I'm fine. Moreover, my combat strength has returned to its peak. Previously, he had been seriously injured. However, he had used the Law of Divine Ability and the Nirvana Rebirth technique to recover his body. Moreover, after the battle, he had used another Law of Divine Ability to recuperate. Therefore, he had basically recovered to his peak. Even if he faced a saint, he would not be at a disadvantage. Above, Cloud Sky Saint showed a disdainful expression when he saw the three of them fighting to attack him. Ignorant ants. I'm not someone that trash can compare to. I'm a true saint. The divine chains of order on his body rattled. It was very terrifying. He stared at Lin Xian. Although I don't know who you are, you're very suspicious. You might be the murderer of the Yun family's genius. Not good. The other party is also here for the Great Destruction Spear. Yan Ryu and the North Devil's hearts sank. They knew that this treasure would definitely make the sages go crazy. If you want the Great Destruction Spear, let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian instantly attacked. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. At the same time, he said, you two back off. I can handle this. Yan Ryu and the North Devil retreated once again because they knew that this battle would not be any weaker than the previous one. Cloud Sky Sage did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he disappeared like a cloud in a painting and dodged the attack. In the next moment, countless clouds of mist condensed in the distance and his figure appeared. Useless brat, I let you escape last time. This time I will not let you escape again. He waved his hand and activated his Saint Domain. It enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying light surrounded the area, shocking everyone. The people in the demonic Cultivation Valley heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle was over and they would be safe. However, they cried out in alarm once again. Another wave of energy that was the same as before exploded out, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing them to almost go crazy. Heavens, who's fighting who this time? The people outside the demonic Cultivation Valley were also stunned. What's going on? Why is there another battle? Could it be that Yan Nantian has returned? In the Saint Domain, Cloud Sky Sage became a dominating existence and began to surround Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. He actually pierced through the Saint Domain and flew in a certain direction. You can't escape, Cloud Sky Sage chased after him. The two of them turned into streaks of light. Wherever they passed, a terrifying wave of energy swept over, causing everyone to run away. In front, Lin Xian sneered as he flew. Run? What a joke. He was not running away. Instead, he thought of a way to suppress Cloud Sky Sage. Previously, when Lin Xian had used the Great Spear of Destruction to summon the demonic chi, he had sensed that something had changed in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The demonic Cultivation Valley, from the name, one could tell that it was related to demons. Lin Xian's use of the Great Destruction Spear might have alarmed some unexpected changes in the mountain valley. Now, he was using this change to deal with Cloud Sky Saint. Holding the Great Destruction Spear, Lin Xian carefully sensed his surroundings. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and scanned his surroundings. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had completely left the surroundings and flew towards the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind. He did not care. In his opinion, there was nothing that could threaten him. Found it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was currently in the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley, where there was a devilish pond. On both sides of the demonic pond, there were two ancient palaces. It was similar to the palace they had cultivated in before, but it was even more majestic and ancient. Lin Xian arrived in front of the ancient palace and turned around. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind and also landed. He looked at the two palaces in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Is this the grave you chose for yourself? It's not bad to have two palaces with you. However, since you dared to run so far, I'll destroy your body and soul." Terrifying laws rose from Cloud Sky Saint's body. His sacred region descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian once again. Lin Xian sneered and retreated. Cloud Sky Saint chased after him. When he retreated to the middle of the two palaces, Lin Xian stabbed the Great Destruction Spear into the demonic pond below. Boom, a terrifying tremor spread out. It seemed like the Great Destruction Spear had awakened something. Buzz, a black aura instantly rushed out and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint. Then, it pulled them into the demonic pond below. Break, Lin Xian roared. The Great Dragon Sword Soul instantly merged with the Great Destruction Spear, piercing through the sky and escaping. He was always prepared, so his reaction was extremely fast. Cloud Sky Saint was one step too late. He had never expected that there would be a trap here that could threaten him. By the time he reacted and wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. He was pulled into the demonic pond. Gurgle gurgle. The demonic pond splashed and then became extremely calm. Lin Xian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and left. Who knew what was inside? But it could definitely threaten a saint. This way, he should have gotten rid of this guy, right? Lin Xian returned. On the other side, Yan Ruyu and the North Demon were extremely anxious. They did not expect that Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint would leave after exchanging a few blows. Did Lin Xian lose? They did not know, so they chased after him to take a look. But halfway through, they realized that Lin Xian had returned. "Are you okay?" Yan Ruyu asked with concern. Lin Xian said, "I'm fine." The North Demon asked if the battle had ended. He did not sense any powerful aura. Where was Cloud Sky Saint, him? "I don't think he will come out again," Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Yan Ruyu and the Northern Devil both sucked in a breath of cold air. Won't come out again? What did that mean? Could it be that Cloud Sky Saint was dead, a saint had fallen just like that? He was easily killed by Lin Xian, the two of them did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian was powerful, but Cloud Sky Saint was not bad either. He was even more powerful than Yan Nantian. Lin Xian saw their confusion and said, "I didn't do it. I lured that guy into the depths of the Demon Cultivation Valley. There seemed to be a terrifying existence there that swallowed both of us. I used the Great Spear of Destruction to escape. That guy probably didn't manage to escape. It turned out to be like this." The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they were puzzled. There was actually an existence that could threaten a saint. It was really frightening. Let's not wander around. Basically, no one is my match now. The others have also been cleaned up. We just need to wait a few days for the first stage to end. Yan Ruyu said in a deep voice. Okay. Lin Xian and the North Demon did not refute. The three of them worked together and settled down in a place. The three of them were comprehending. Once they left the Demon Cultivation Valley, the laws they comprehended would disappear. And now was the best time for them to comprehend these laws. The remaining few days were extremely quiet. Even if there were battles, they would not be so intense. Because even someone like Yan Nantian was injured, the others probably did not dare to make a move. Finally, the demon cultivation valley opened again. Everyone left in a frenzy. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that everything was over. Not only would they survive, but they would also be able to participate in the second stage. Buzz, the first to rush out, was Xianxia. The 4 divine beasts circled around his body. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he rushed out and met up with the Vermilion Bird Palace elders. Seeing that Xianxia was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, Xianxia's expression was very cold. There was a person below with demonic energy and the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. He had to find him. Kill him and snatch the Great Destruction Spear. After hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock and surprise. Wasn't the Great Destruction Spear something that belonged to the Great Demon? Why would it appear here? Don't ask, capture that guy first. Xianxia transmitted his voice and used his soul to transmit the other party's image into the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' minds. These elders saw a man whose entire body was pitch black like a devil. In his hand was the Great Destruction Spear. I know, I'll inform the palace lord and have him send experts to suppress him. Xianxia said. There was no need for half-saints to come. Saints should directly attack. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to escape. All right. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders quietly hid themselves. They probably went back to call the saints to capture him. The others didn't know, but the elders and seniors of the various sects all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the warriors on their side come out. Great, they knew that they could enter the second stage. Where was that kid? The dark rainbow divine dragon looked down, but it didn't see Lin Xian's trace. The Devil Cultivation Valley opened. Lin Xian and the other 2 opened their eyes. They could finally leave. They heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was really dangerous. What about you? Xianxia probably wouldn't let this go. Yan Ryu was a bit worried. Lin Xian said. It's fine. I can change my appearance and aura. Then we'll separate. He won't be able to find us. Alright, you leave first. We'll leave later. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the demonic energy on his body disappeared and he became ordinary. His appearance also changed. Some beard even grew on his face. He seemed to have turned into a 2,000 to 3,000-year-old middle-aged man. Yan Ryu was still worried. She even observed for a while. She really couldn't find the other party unless she used some trump cards. However, this trump card was very precious. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders might not be able to find it. Even saints won't be able to find you like this. Unless there's a special saint artifact. Alright then, I'll be leaving first. See you in the third stage. Lin Xian said. Then, he flew out in a flash and left with the crowd. Outside, the Vermilion Bird Palace acted very quickly. When the elder spread the news, the Vermilion Bird Palace master arrived. Accompanying them were 2 other figures. Of course, these 2 figures were hidden in the void. They didn't release any aura, but their cold eyes were mercilessly looking down on the entire Devil Cultivation Valley. Sages, 2 sages. The Vermilion Bird Palace was truly generous. Although they didn't see anyone, the surrounding people did feel an indescribable pressure. There seemed to be some kind of colossus beside them. Many of the older generation's expressions changed. Perhaps there really were some powerful cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Palace here. It should be at the level of a saint. They quickly quieted down and discussed in low voices. Some people wanted to leave, but they were stopped by the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Everyone, please wait a moment. Our Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master is going to announce the second stage. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't leave. They stayed there, uneasy. Long Zhao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others gritted their teeth and looked down. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? They found it hard to believe. Could it be that guy is hiding inside and not coming out? Next to them, there were screams. No, damn it, how is that possible? They found that their family's prodigies had been killed, the 9-headed Lion King clan. The Black Shark clan. The Dark Shadow clan. In short, the majority of the geniuses that everyone was familiar with had been killed. This made many people feel that the end of the world was coming. Heavens, there were so many people at the top of the Abyss leaderboard. Were they all dead? Who was the one who did it? They didn't dare to believe it. At the same time, Lin Xian also flew up with the remaining people. When he came up, he narrowed his eyes. He felt two gazes from the void shrouding him. He didn't open his Tianji divine eye, nor did he show any abnormalities. Instead, he concealed his aura. At the same time, he snorted coldly in his heart. There were two sages here. That damned Xianxia and the Vermilion Bird Palace sent out two sages to capture him. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance, so he was very calm now. Following the gazes of the sages, Lin Xian flew out, safe and sound. Next, after waiting for a while, the North Demon and Yan Ryu also came out. When the two of them came out, Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang became nervous. Yan Nantian emitted a biting cold light, and the phantoms of the four divine beasts soared into the sky with a terrifying howl. "They're here," his expression was solemn. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's eyes lit up. The two great sages' subordinates also secretly opened their saint domains and shrouded the area. Even a saint would not be able to escape their pursuit. However, they were soon stunned because they found that other than the North Demon and Yan Ryu, there was no one else. What was going on? Where was that person? Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang were stunned. Lumu also frowned, and Yan Nanchan's expression darkened. He didn't come out. What was going on? Could it be that he guessed that they would send experts to hunt him down, so he hid in the valley and didn't come out? Thinking of that, he sneered. It was unknown what he said to the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master through voice transmission. One of the sages moved out. He entered the valley below and probed in all directions with his soul spirit. However, he found no trace of anyone else. Everyone had come out. What was going on? They were stunned. Even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down and searched frantically. The others looked at each other. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace still looking for someone? They didn't know. However, those who had participated in the first round were very puzzled. They found that one person was missing, a person with a monstrous demonic aura. That shouldn't be. Who was fighting with Yan Nantian? That person? At the same time, another scream was heard. Where was the patriarch? The people of the Yun family went crazy. Everyone came out. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down to search, but their Cloud Sky Saint didn't come out. What was going on? The others naturally noticed it and immediately began to discuss. No way, Cloud Sky Saint didn't come out. Could it be that the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were looking for Cloud Sky Saint? A dignified sage, who was even more powerful than Yan Nantian, how could there be a problem? Could it be that some treasure had been found below? Yan Nantian frowned. That's right, why didn't Cloud Sky Saint come out? However, they weren't looking for Cloud Sky Saint. Not long after, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace came out. The sage also came out. His powerful sage aura suppressed heaven and earth. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They thought that Cloud Sky Saint had returned, but it wasn't. It was an unfamiliar sage. However, it seemed that he was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. No, the Vermilion Bird Palace's saint frowned. What is going on? The people of Vermilion Bird Palace looked at Yan Nantian. Yan Nanchan's expression changed. Impossible, he couldn't have disappeared. Damn it, he is hiding, he must know that we are looking for him. He is hiding among these people. Yan Nantian looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He scanned these people, but he couldn't figure out who they were. Although many people were eliminated in the first trial, there were still more than 500 people left. He couldn't eliminate them one by one because that would anger them. After all, too many geniuses died in the first trial. At this moment, all the large families and sects were very angry, especially now that the Cloud Firmament Saint had mysteriously disappeared. If they dared to use force, these people would go berserk. Although they didn't fear anyone on planet Suzaku, these people weren't from planet Suzaku. They were from other worlds. Some of them were even very terrifying. If they were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to handle them. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. He will definitely reveal himself in the second and third trials. Once he appears, we will lock onto him. At that time, we will slowly deal with him. Yan Nanshan's voice was cold. The others nodded. It looked like that was the only way. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master stood up and said, "There are a total of 505 people who passed the first trial. Next up is the second trial. The second trial is very simple. It is to ascend the Vermilion Bird platform. You have half a day. Those who successfully ascend the Vermilion Bird platform within half a day will advance to the next trial. Those who fail will be eliminated." What? The Vermilion Bird platform. The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed, especially the 500 people who passed the first trial. Their expressions became ugly. The Vermilion Bird platform, the place where the Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao? That place wasn't that easy to ascend. The Vermilion Bird platform had 99 floors. It was a very famous building on planet Suzaku because it was where a very terrifying Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao. The Vermilion Bird platform was filled with the aura of a saint, so it was very terrifying. King Realm cultivators couldn't even get close. Only half-saints could. However, reaching the top was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 99 levels of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Most people would be exhausted after a dozen or so levels. They would not be able to withstand that terrifying aura. Perhaps only a true saint or an extremely terrifying half-saint could reach the 99th floor now. Either that, or they had special magical treasures or bloodlines that could counteract that terrifying aura. It seemed that not many people could pass the second stage. The 500 contestants all had serious expressions on their faces. Lin Xian didn't care. "Now, follow me to the Vermilion Bird Terrace." The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master said coldly. He waved his hand and took the lead to soar into the air. The others could only follow. The two saints did not leave either. Instead, they firmly locked onto the crowd to prevent anyone from escaping. At the same time, they also sent experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace to guard this place to see if the other party was really hiding here. In the beginning, everyone was flying very quickly, but planet Suzaku was very big. Later on, one of the saints activated his domain and covered everyone. Their speed reached an extreme. After flying for about half a day, the group finally came to a stop. The saint domain retracted, and everyone looked around. On the brown ground, there was a tall platform that reached into the clouds. There were mottled patterns on it. From afar, it looked like vermilion birds that had been reborn from fire. This was the legendary Vermilion Bird Terrace. As soon as they arrived, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from above. Immediately, those people's hearts sank even more. "Now, I'll give you 4 hours to recover. After 4 hours, the second stage will begin." What? Such a short time? The expressions of the 500 contestants all changed and they quickly sat down. The elders around them also took out pills with special effects and fed them to them. Lin Xian also sat there without showing anything. It seemed that as long as he entered the platform, everything would be fine. This way, there was no need for him to be too conspicuous. He would wait until the third stage to reveal his identity and kill Yan Nantian. At that time, with so many people watching, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace would not dare to be too arrogant. After making up his mind, Lin Xian calmed down. He did not have anything to say, but he still put on an act and swallowed 2 pills. The dark red dragon also followed in the crowd and did not meet up with Lin Xian. He had already received Lin Xian's voice transmission and mixed in with the crowd. He watched silently and was ready to provide support at any time. 4 hours quickly passed. Everyone stood up and arrived in front of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. The Vermilion Bird Palace Lord waved his hand. With a whoosh, everyone rushed forward. Yan Nantian took the lead. His speed was too fast, to the extreme. The pressure on the Vermilion Bird Terrace was nothing to him. In an instant, he passed through the 30th floor. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 50th floor. Then, his speed slowed down. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was still extremely terrifying. That was the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian. He was really too strong. However, at the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the person fighting with Yan Nantian? Was he hiding among the 500 or so people? After Yan Nantian, there were a few people who were also very fast. Among them, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already recovered. Long Zhaotian roared angrily. His body was powerful, and the dragon's shadow that surrounded him tore everything apart. Zhao Wuliang was like a peerless divine blade. Both of them were very fast and very eye-catching. After all, both of them were hot favorites to win the championship. Of course, there were also some hot favorites to win the championship, but they were nowhere to be found. They knew who had fallen in the first round. Thinking of this, countless people shook their heads and sighed. It was too tragic. They did not expect to lose so many geniuses and powerhouses in the first round. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Yan Nantian, Yan Ruyu and the Northern Demon also attracted everyone's attention. That was because the two of them were very strong. Apart from that, Lu Mu and the others were also very eye-catching. However, there were still 3 figures that exceeded everyone's expectations. That was because those 3 figures were very fast, even faster than Long Zhaotian and the others. They were closely following Yan Nantian. Who were those 3 people? They exclaimed in disbelief. That was because those 3 people were very unfamiliar. They were not people on the Abyss leaderboard, nor were they the top geniuses of the various great worlds. However, the strength of those 3 people was extremely shocking. In the void, the 2 great sage people stared at the 3 people with bright eyes. Then, they revealed a trace of surprise. They actually felt the same aura. It seemed that those 3 people were not simple. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very calm. It should be the clone of a saint. It was not a threat to Yan Nantian. She thought that the only threat was the Cloud Sky Saint, but now he had disappeared. Instead, a person with the Great Destruction Spear had appeared. As long as she found that person and got rid of him, no one would be able to threaten Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was the first to reach the 99th step. He stood there like a god, looking down. After him, it was not Long Zhaotian or Zhao Wuliang. Instead, it was 3 unfamiliar faces. The 3 of them arrived at the high platform with cold smiles on their faces. This scene surprised Yan Nantian. He stared at the 3 of them as if he wanted to confirm if the person he was looking for was among them. However, he couldn't be sure at all. Moreover, the appearance of 3 experts was something he hadn't expected. After them were Long Zhaotian, Yan Ruyu, Zhao Wuliang, Northern Demon, Lu Mu, and the others. In the end, only 12 people reached the 99th step of the Vermilion Bird platform. The others all stopped. These people sighed incomparably, but they had no choice. They could not go up at all. When the surrounding martialists saw this scene, they shook their heads and sighed. Out of 50 people, only 12 would be able to successfully enter the 3rd stage. It had to be said that it was really too cruel. Yan Nantian scanned his surroundings. Apart from the 3 people he didn't recognize, he knew the rest of the people. However, he also frowned when he saw the last 3 people. One of them was a bearded man. Of the other 2, one was a beautiful woman. She was from the Skychin Palace. The other was dressed in a black robe. His aura was very cold, and he would laugh sinisterly from time to time. It was hair-raising. This strange scene made Yan Nantian frown. He seemed to want to see through this. However, he still did not find anything strange. He laughed coldly. The 3rd stage had begun. Let's see how you can hide. Next, the 12 people had a day to rest and recover before the final ranking battle. The rest of the people waited patiently as spectators. The final battle was at a place called the Ancient Battlefield. This place was left behind by ancient experts. It was very hard and even saints could not break it. Therefore, it was very suitable for this battle. As the person they were looking for had yet to be found, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints decided to travel together. They used their saint domains to envelop everyone and bring them to the Vermilion Bird Archaic Battlefield. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms was filled with killing intent. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. When the crowd arrived, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The onlookers were far away. The 12 people participating in the battle came to the front. There were 12 stone platforms in front of them. Everyone jumped up and stood on one. The 12 of them looked at each other from afar. Their eyes glowed brightly, and their auras clashed continuously. The palace lord of the Vermilion Bird Palace said coldly as he floated in the air and looked down. The final battle was the ranking competition. The initial ranking was based on the order of the second stage of the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. If anyone was unconvinced, they could issue a challenge. This time, there were no restrictions. They could use any weapons, means, and secret techniques. They could also kill people. This is a battle of honor. The person who obtains the final ranking will obtain a generous reward from my Vermilion Bird Palace. Furthermore, your strength will also be witnessed by the powerhouses of the myriad worlds. Therefore, I hope that you won't hold back in this battle. Show me what you've got. After saying that, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master no longer said anything. An elder walked up as the referee. Xianxia sat cross-legged on a stone platform. He looked around. This time, there were simply too many people around him. Experts from many worlds, as well as the representatives of various major forces, were all present. They were the center of attention because after this battle, the people around them might extend an olive branch to them and invite them to join the different factions. As expected, some people's eyes flashed. They wanted to prove themselves, but Xianxia did not care. He did not care what faction he joined. All he wanted was the reward for first place, the Earth Dao Stone. There were 2 sages and Xianxia around. Although it was dangerous, with Xianxia and the dark red divine dragon's methods, it wasn't impossible for them to leave this place. He had already secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, telling it to start laying down array formations around them. So when the time came, he could still leave if he wanted to. Thinking of this, he did not hold back. After the 12 people participating in the battle heard the rules, they also took a deep breath and emitted a biting cold light. Their aura spread out. In the final battle, they naturally would not hold back. Among them, many people looked at Xianxia. Because Xianxia was first in the initial rankings. If no one defeated him, then the final ranking would probably be Xianxia's. Among them, the 3 people who had the sage's clones looked at Xianxia and sneered. Long Xiaoyan and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were a little ugly. They were full of confidence before. However, after being injured by the mysterious person, their confidence had been damaged, so they did not dare to act rashly. As for the others, the North Demon looked at Xianxia with flickering eyes and sighed. He was no match for Xianxia now. Yan Ryu was very calm. She probably did not care too much about the final ranking. At this moment, a man in a black robe said coldly, "In that case, let's clean up the trash first." He stood up, and an unparalleled power burst out of his body. The black aura was like a dark cloud that covered the 9 heavens. Long Xiaoyan and Zhao Wuliang's expressions changed when they saw the scene. Could it be that person? Xianxia's eyes also burst out with a cold light. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace stared at the other party. Was he the person who had the great spear of destruction? They had finally found their target. The black-robed man stood up, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Who should he eliminate first? He stared at a middle-aged man with a long beard. Then, he would eliminate him first. He was currently ranked 10th, and the person he was targeting was ranked 12th. Normally, in a challenge like the final round, one would challenge someone who was ranked higher than them. However, this person was challenging someone weaker than them. This scene caused an uproar among the people around them. What was this person doing? Damn it, did he come specifically to bully the weak? He was a madman. It would not be good to be targeted by him. It's over. The bearded man in the last place is probably going to suffer. The 12 people participating in the battle were also stunned, but they soon understood what the other party meant. He was cleaning up the battlefield and getting rid of those who were not qualified to be ranked. However, ordinary people did not need to do that because ants were not worthy of their attention. However, the black-robed man did not seem to care about that. The bearded man was none other than Xianxia. After changing his appearance, he was ranked 12th, just like everyone else. Kid, don't pretend to be mysterious. Don't scare me with those words. I can sense that your aura isn't strong. That's why I'm eliminating you first, because you don't have the right to be ranked on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. I didn't want to attack you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. How dare you threaten me? I'll make you wish you were dead later. The black-robed man's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. There were 12 stone platforms around the battlefield, but in the middle was a vast land that was enough for everyone to fight. The black-robed man instantly arrived on the ground. He stepped on the red ground and raised his head to look ahead. The aura on his body turned into demonic clouds that covered the sky. Xianxia took a step forward and came to the front of the battlefield. After he arrived, his appearance quickly changed. He no longer had a beard, but a monstrous demonic aura. The demonic aura on his body was even more terrifying than the aura of the black-robed man. With a boom, he pulled out the great spear of destruction and stabbed it into the ground. The entire ground shook non-stop. It was as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. What? What a terrifying demonic aura! The spectators from afar were stunned. The prodigies on the 12 stone platforms were also stunned. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he stood up abruptly. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's really here. He's hiding among us. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's eyes lit up. The two sages also snorted coldly. Has he appeared? They stared at the other party. It was indeed the great spear of destruction. A hint of greed appeared in their eyes. This kind of weapon was incomparably precious to them. Kid, you've really appeared. Xianxian shouted coldly. The aura on his body burned. It seemed that he also wanted to make a move. Xianxia looked at him. Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can't fight now. But don't worry, you'll die after I deal with this person. Everyone was shocked. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. This person dares to talk back to Xianxian. Isn't he afraid of being killed? However, the people participating in the battle were terrified. They remembered the nightmare of the first stage. What's going on? Why are you trembling? The others didn't know what was going on, but they quickly understood. It was very likely that this person was the one who had fought fiercely with Xianxian and successfully injured him. And the weapon in his hand was very likely the legendary Great Destruction Spear. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction. Could it be that the great demon had been revived? These people were incomparably excited. As for the black-robed man, he was so scared that he peed his pants. His body began to tremble and his face turned pale. Wait, I don't want to fight you anymore. I admit defeat. To be honest, he even had the heart to die. He originally thought that the 12th place was a piece of trash that he could easily eliminate. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. This was a demon king, this was a giant that could even injure Xianxian. How could he dare to fight with such a person? He hurriedly begged for mercy. Xianxia said. Begging for mercy is impossible. I gave you a chance just now, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Your great spear of annihilation will pierce through everything. No. Damn it, the black-robed man was scared out of his wits. He quickly dodged and used a powerful divine ability to tear through the void, wanting to escape. The great spear of destruction pierced through his body. With a forceful shake, the black-robed man was torn into pieces. Even his soul had been destroyed. A peerless expert who had successfully reached the 3rd stage couldn't even block a single attack from the opponent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. What a powerful strength. Who is this person? After Xianxia killed his opponent with a single spear, he looked around. Who else dares to challenge me? A cold voice sounded, and the surrounding people all fell silent. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang trembled, their faces filled with despair. They didn't even have the courage to challenge him now. Yan Ruyu's lips curled into a smile. The northern demons were extremely shocked. The Skychin Palace's genius, Lu Mu, and the others also had serious expressions. They even lowered their heads under Xianxia's gaze. The scene was silent. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Yan Nantian. Now, let's start. Before he could finish his sentence, a man sneered. Wait, let me fight you. Why is there someone else? Everyone thought that after Lin Xian used the Great Spear of Destruction, he would be able to suppress everything. Yan Nantian was probably the only one who could fight him. However, they didn't expect another person to appear halfway. They hurriedly looked over. That person stood up. It was an unfamiliar person. Originally, Yan Nantian was already impatient. It wasn't easy for him to fight, but he was suddenly stopped. He was very unhappy. He wanted to see who was so bold. However, when he saw that person, he was stunned. It's him. Yan Nantian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the person who stood up was one of the three unfamiliar faces. The others were also very puzzled and exclaimed. It's that person. He's so unfamiliar. Yes, I don't know who he is, but I remember that in the second stage, he was second only to Yan Nantian and even faster than Long Zhaotian. In that case, he's also an expert. That's right. However, I don't know if he can contend against that demon. Everyone discussed. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the other party. Oh, you want to fight? Do you know the consequences of fighting me? Humph, kid, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Buzz, as he spoke, that person came to the front. It was a cold and gloomy youth. His face was pale and a little sick, but his gaze was sharp. After he arrived on the field, he smiled. After hiding for so long, it's time to show my true strength. Buzz, the aura on his body exploded and swept through the 9 heavens. An incomparably terrifying power spread out. The laws in the sky danced, and it was abnormally terrifying. What? A saint, it's actually a saint. The people in the distance all screamed. Even Long Zhaotian and the others were stunned. There was a saint hidden among them. They really found it hard to believe. One had to know that Cloud Sky Saint had already made them feel pressured. Now that Cloud Sky Saint had disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't expect that there were other saints besides Cloud Sky Saint. Hee, kid, do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me now? The pale-faced man sneered. What? A saint's clone, so he wasn't a real saint, but that was still very terrifying. He had already surpassed Long Zhaotian and was second only to a real saint. Is not equal to how would he compare to Yan Nantian? But he was definitely terrifying. Could that demon king really beat him? Everyone was discussing. The sickly man sneered after hearing that. I didn't expect you to have some eyesight and recognize my origin. However, this isn't an ordinary clone. The strength of this body can unleash about 70% of my strength. You definitely won't be able to block it. The pale man's lips curled into a cold smile. Cut the crap. We'll know in a battle. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand. His voice was sonorous, and the demonic chi on his body was unparalleled. Reckless brat. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The pale man sneered. Then, he waved his finger, and a sky full of purple laws formed and danced in the air. Divine chains of laws intertwined, forming a purple gourd. The purple gourd bloomed with incomparable light. The flame aura on it was very terrifying. It was even misty. Purple Cloud Law. This was a very terrifying law. It had the power of both the cloud and fire laws. Now that it was used, it was really terrifying. Buzz. The purple gourd grew bigger, and the laws on it quickly revolved, forming a purple vortex. It could burn everything, and it seemed to want to suck Lin Xian in. Lin Xian roared and waved the Great Destruction Spear. It carried the metal and annihilation laws. Boom, the metal law was incomparably sharp, and the annihilation law could melt everything. With this attack, it soared into the sky. The attack landed on the purple gourd. The purple gourd kept shaking. The metal law and the power of the Great Destruction Spear caused the gourd's light to dim. The annihilation law caused the flames to disappear quickly. After the attack, the purple gourd was sent flying. You're only SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. The pale man opposite him changed his expression. Damn it. How could he be so powerful? It must be because of the Great Destruction Spear. I want this thing. He reached out a large hand and attacked. At the same time, the purple gourd floated above his head, spewing out purple flames. In front of them was a sea of fire, and the mist was hazy, making it hard for them to see clearly. They could only use their great gods to forcefully see. However, the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Lin Xian was really too powerful. The great spear of destruction struck out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to buzz and tremble. Countless cracks spread out, and in the end, the purple gourd shattered and pierced through the man's body. Ah! The pale-faced man screamed crazily, trying to break free. However, the Great Destruction Spear was an extremely terrifying weapon. How could he possibly break free? The purple cloud law quickly revolved around his body. His body was like a cloud, becoming faintly discernible and dim. Only then did he escape from the Great Spear of Destruction. His body permeated the sky as if he had turned into a world of his own. A cold voice rang out. "Brat, I want you dead." However, in the next moment, he screamed. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul surged out from his body. It had the power to destroy everything. Together with the Great Destruction Spear, it directly pierced through the purple clouds. Immediately, fresh blood flowed out. A miserable cry rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The pale-faced young man's body appeared from time to time. Sometimes it would condense, and sometimes it would turn into clouds. It was very strange. How is this possible? You actually broke my laws. He was too shocked. Zhao Wuliang and the others were terrified. That was a great divine power of a saint. It could transform one's body into a world of its own. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. Those below the saint level could not do anything about it. However, the other party had done it. The other two saint clones also frowned. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared at Lin Xian. Yan Nantian also sneered. The others were stunned. The two saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. I've said it before. I don't care about mere clones. Even if your true body comes, I can still kill it, let alone you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he attacked again. He was too strong. He carried a sky full of demonic chi as he charged over again. The pale-faced man was so angry that he roared crazily. As expected, he had never been treated like this before. He was the clone of a saint. No one below the saint level was his match. The saint domain flew out, and the entire world turned purple. Terrifying energy roared. He wanted to use his powerful strength to suppress Lin Xian. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. Gray flames danced on his body. The Great Destruction Spear pierced through the saint domain. In the end, the pale-faced man was pierced again and nailed to the ground. The Great Destruction Spear's tail shook, shattering the world. His miserable cry made one's scalp go numb. If we fight again, I'll destroy your body and soul. I admit defeat. The man hurriedly begged for mercy. There was no other way. He was no match for the other party. Perhaps it was as the other party said. Perhaps only his true body could do this. Hearing the other party admit defeat, Lin Xian withdrew the Great Destruction Spear and stood in the void. The man absorbed the power of heaven and earth and returned to the stone platform. His expression was extremely ugly. Who else? Lin Xian asked in a clear voice. I'll do it. The other clone of the saint stood up. Although he knew that the other party was powerful, he had to try it himself. Otherwise, he would be even more unwilling. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said in a deep voice. He looked at the two clones of the saints. Damn brat, you dare to look down on us? The two clones of the saints were instantly enraged. Join forces to attack others? They disdained to do so. The others also felt their scalps go numb. What is this guy doing? Isn't he too arrogant? That's right. A clone might not be as strong as a real saint, but if two clones join forces, their power is definitely not weaker than a real saint. Does this guy really think that he can fight against them? Everyone was discussing. They all thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Being young and arrogant is probably not a good thing, Lin Xian said. If the two of you join forces, you still have a chance to fight against me. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me in a one-on-one fight. You don't deserve to fight with me. Good boy, since you're courting death, don't blame us. The two clones of the saints stood out. The two of them were very strange. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other looked like a young man in his teens. Although their appearances were different, they were undoubtedly two old monsters. At this moment, they were the clones of the saints. Everything was law. The young man in his teens shouted angrily, and a ghostly aura suddenly emerged from his body. His face became incomparably ferocious, and a ghostly domain flew out from his body, dancing non-stop. This person had actually comprehended the ghostly Tao laws. Many people exclaimed, feeling their hair stand on end. Everything was law, and everything in the world could be comprehended into law. It was just a matter of whether you could comprehend it. However, most of the 5 elements were the easiest to comprehend, and they were also the most basic laws. Of course, they were also the most difficult to cultivate to the top. Apart from that, there were the evolved laws of the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, and ice. These laws were also very common. Of course, if a sage was powerful, it was very likely that they would comprehend rare laws, such as the ghostly Tao laws, or laws that were similar to synthesis. Once cultivated, the power would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, the ghostly Tao laws were truly terrifying. The entire world seemed to have turned into a ghostly Tao world. 10,000 ghosts ate the heart. The young man became the ruler of the ghostly Tao world. With a command, countless evil ghosts appeared around Lin Xian, wanting to tear his body apart and steal his heart. You overestimate yourself. Lin Xian sneered, and an ocean instantly appeared around him, swallowing the evil ghosts. One after another, blue vortexes revolved around him. The ghostly Tao and the water Tao laws collided, producing a sonorous sound. Tao laws fragments, looks like you're still a half-sage. You can't do anything to me. 100 ghosts parade, kill me, the young man sneered, and suddenly, a terrifying black shadow appeared in his ghostly Tao world. The black shadow wore ancient black armor and held a black spear. It looked like this was the land of 100 ghosts. Behind him, there were 99 extremely terrifying evil ghosts. The small ones were the size of a palm, and the big ones were the size of mountains. Each of them was incomparably ferocious. When the ghosts attacked, they could bite everything to pieces. Even a sage would probably feel numb. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. On the stone platform, the 12 prodigies were even more on guard. However, this was not the end. This time, the 2 sages joined forces. The other sage, who looked like a middle-aged man, also attacked. This person comprehended the Ice Tao laws. His 4 domains also enveloped Lin Xian. Their domains overlapped. The monstrous frost explosion froze the demon chi around Lin Xian. The 2 vortexes of the law of water also froze into ice sculptures. Lin Xian's body was frozen. Great, white ghoul. Kill them all. The other sage's avatar laughed sinisterly. When the 2 sages' avatars joined forces, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Not good, that person is in danger. Yes, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the saint's clone. If it was just one attack, he might be able to block it easily. However, if 2 were added together, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. It would definitely be beyond his imagination. This person was probably going to be killed. An expert in the distance spoke. A cold smile appeared on Yan Nanshan's face. That was good too. It saved him the trouble of making a move. The northern monster became nervous. Yan Ryu frowned. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from the 2 sanctuary realm in front. Is that all you've got? What a disappointment, boom. Boom, boom. Following his voice, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The 2 sanctuary realm even shook. An extremely terrifying and low voice sounded. Then, boundless flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian's body shone with a boundless light. Then, the 2 sages' avatars were sent flying. Their sanctuary realm was broken. White Gull's night parade and world of ice were both shattered. The two of them fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? As for the others, their expressions all changed. What was that? Oh heavens, why was there a golden light? Wasn't that Demon Chi? They were all stunned. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Could it be him? He stared straight ahead. His eyes were like divine blades that could cut through everything. The sanctuary realm in front of them was broken. A figure soared into the sky. The demon chi on his body disappeared. The golden light was like the sun. It scattered down, shining so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. I've said it before. A mere sage's avatar is not enough. You are not my match at all. Lin Xian's sonorous voice sounded. The two sages' avatars trembled in anger, but there was nothing they could do. However, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He screamed, "It's you. Damn it, you're not dead." He looked as if he had seen a ghost. To be honest, he was too shocked. If the person in front of him was really the great demon, he would not be too shocked. After all, the great demon was too terrifying. But now, it was not the great demon, but the great demon's sworn enemy, the successor of the 9 sons. How could he not be dead? If the great demon was dead, how did he survive? That's right, it's me. Xianxian, are you disappointed? Are you surprised? Do you think that if the great demon is dead, I will die with him? You dare to kill with a borrowed knife? You will definitely die today. Lin Xian's voice resounded through the world. At this moment, the experts on the 12 stone platforms, as well as the surrounding spectators, were all stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Soon, they learned from Vermilion Bird Palace. The successor of the 9 sons, it's him. What? The successor of the 9 sons? Didn't he die with him? Heavens, he did not die and even obtained the great demon's weapon. He had fought with the great demon before, so it was probably not difficult for him to transform into the great demon's appearance. Everyone understood why the demonic aura was so overwhelming. Why did he have the great spear of destruction? Why did he have to kill Xianxian? It turned out that the other party was not the great demon, but the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, the great demon seemed to be in cahoots with Xianxian. That was why the successor of the 9 sons wanted to kill Xianxian. Damn it, kill him. We have to kill him later. Vermilion Bird Palace's palace lord sent a voice transmission. The two sages' eyes were cold, but they did not immediately take action. If they took action now and the news spread, they would probably be under a lot of pressure. After all, the successor of the 9 sons could not be alone. There was a faction behind him. However, if Xianxian killed him, then even if the faction behind the successor of the 9 sons found out, there was nothing they could do. It was normal for geniuses to die in a battle. I'm really surprised that you're still alive, but so what? Since the great demon can't kill you, then I'll kill you myself. Xianxian rose to his feet. The illusions of the 4 godly beasts carried him and floated forward. At this moment, the geniuses on the 20 stone platforms also retreated frantically. They had completely left the battlefield and were near the spectators. This was because they knew that an earth-shattering battle of life and death was about to happen. It was actually him. Damn it, successor of the 9 sons. The 3 sage clones gritted their teeth. It seemed that after this battle, they had to send out their true bodies. After all, everyone wanted the great spear of destruction. Kill, an angry roar pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body shone with a golden light as if he was a golden god of war. The great spear of destruction in his hand was pitch black. As he danced, he charged forward. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if an emperor golden immortal king was fighting with a black dragon. This scene was something that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. Boom, on the other side, Xianxian also made his move. The 4 divine beasts became more and more corporeal. It was as if the divine beasts had been revived and were circling around him. A terrifying aura swept through heaven and earth. That power caused everyone to tremble. Boom, the great spear of destruction transformed into a black dragon and rushed over, shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength was unparalleled. Fortunately, this was the primordial battlefield. Otherwise, they would have fallen long ago. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The people in the distance retreated again and completely left the battlefield. They still had lingering fear. The three sage clones also had ugly expressions. They did not expect that the other party had not used his full strength when fighting with them. Now, the other party's aura was even stronger than before. Was this the successor of the Nine Sons? It was too terrifying. They felt that the successor of the Nine Sons in front of them had surpassed the past. Indeed, the sage of the Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. The others were also discussing intensely. Although the successor of the Nine Sons was strong and had one of the strongest physiques in the universe, it was not the strongest. There were many who could compete with the successor of the Nine Sons. For example, his old enemy, the Great Demon. In many previous battles, the Great Demon had suppressed the Nine Sons' bloodline. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the successor of the Nine Sons was not an invincible existence. If they wanted to kill him, the Great Demon clan could do it. But now, the successor of the Nine Sons in front of them had shocked everyone. He had killed the Great Demon and obtained the Great Demon's weapon. His current combat strength was even more shocking. He had even defeated the successor of a great emperor. He was too strong. He was so strong that they found it unbelievable. Boom! Boom! Up ahead, the four divine beasts attacked, trying to surround the Great Spear of Destruction. The Great Spear of Destruction danced crazily, bringing with it an incomparable murderous aura. Blood spurted out from the spear. There were even all kinds of illusions. Those were the corpses of saints. Rumor had it that the spear of great destruction was stained with the blood of saints. This illusion really made one's scalp tingle. Puff, the azure dragon and vermilion bird phantoms were pierced through, and the white tiger phantoms were forced back. Only the black tortoise phantoms were able to withstand the attack with its powerful defense. The four illusions retreated. Yan Nanshan's expression changed. His opponent's aura was even stronger than it had been in the valley. The four divine beast phantoms were no match for him at all. Yan Nantian, show me your true strength. This time, I won't let you off. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the golden glow on his body became even more piercingly cold. Nine Sun Sword Technique, Lin Xian used the spear as a substitute for a sword. Waves of Nine Sun's sword chi rushed out from the Great Spear of Destruction. The Nine Sun Sword Technique was a sword technique of extreme yang. It destroyed everything. The entire ancient battlefield was enveloped by the golden sword chi. This aura made everyone feel despair. Even the two vermilion bird saints had grave expressions on their faces. True strength? Fine, I'll let you see it, Yan Nantian roared. In addition to the four divine beast phantoms, 9 more emperor runes appeared beside him. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and connected to the heavens and earth. The runes of the earth appeared. The people in the distance exclaimed. The three great sages' clones had a hint of passion in their eyes. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace's saints' eyes flickered. Xianxia stared at the runes, wanting to see through their mysteries. The two clashed like two immortal kings. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions on the ancient battlefield. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era. The two geniuses in front of them had transformed into god-fiends of the ancient era. Such an intense battle was like a dream. Perhaps even the powerhouses of the ancient era were no match for them. Boom. Boom, boom. After more than 1,000,000 collisions, Yan Nanshan's body trembled. His expression was gloomy, and the blood in his body kept churning as if it wanted to rush out. He was about to go crazy. He was being suppressed by his opponent. How was this possible? The Spear of Annihilation. It must be the Spear of Annihilation. Do you think I don't have anything to subdue you, Saint Chariot? With an angry roar, a Saint Chariot rushed out of his body. It was a true sacred artifact. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a powerful divine might that suppressed the surroundings. Kill him. After using the sacred artifact, Yan Nanshan's strength also increased exponentially. He once again collided with the Spear of Annihilation. The two of them fought until the heavens and earth collapsed. Not long after, Yan Nanshan's expression turned ugly again. Damn it, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Now, the enhancement of the weapon had been cancelled out. Could it be that his opponent was really stronger than him? How was that possible? He was the successor of a great emperor. No matter how strong his opponent was, so what? No successor of the 9 sons had ever become a great emperor. At his strongest, he was only the great sage. How could that inheritance be compared to a true great emperor's inheritance? Was he weaker than his opponent? How was that possible? Yan Nantian was so powerful and his talent was terrifying. He believed that he was definitely not weaker than his opponent. What was that? The great dragon sword soul. Only then did he remember that his opponent was not only the successor of the 9 sons, but also the successor of the great dragon. The successor of the great dragon was a precedent for becoming a great emperor. That was because the first successor of the great dragon, Shiman the Great, was very powerful. However, after Shiman the Great, the other successors of the great dragon were unable to become great emperors. Not to mention this generation. He did not believe that the great dragon sword soul contained any great emperor's inheritance because there had never been such a legend. Damn it, I'm the successor of a great emperor. I'm destined to become a great emperor in the future. I'm invincible. I won't fail. Go to hell. Yan Nantian roared like a madman. Thunder God's physique, 9 suns and countless lightning interweaved, causing Yan Nantian to transform into the Thunder God's physique. The powerful lightning physique pierced through the 9 heavens. Those who were watching from afar were extremely envious. Oh heavens, the Thunder God's physique was not weaker than the 9 suns' divine physique. It was forcefully evolved from a divine ability, probably only a great emperor's divine ability could do that. It was really a creation of heaven and earth. Sun and moon splitting the sky. After displaying the Thunder God's physique, Yan Nantian raised his hands high. Immediately, runes soared into the sky, blooming with incomparable light. They turned into 9 suns and moons, rotating in the sky. Coupled with the great emperor's divine ability, it was extremely powerful at this moment. It was much more powerful than the power in the valley previously. Lin Xian retreated, but he didn't stop attacking. He unleashed his nomological mystique, the destructive fiery lotus. A huge lotus flower flew forward. With a destructive aura, the two collided. The sun and moon split open the sky, and the 9 suns quickly faded and then collapsed. The destructive fire lotus also dissipated in this energy. After the collision, the two retreated. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yan Nantian roared like a madman, but Lin Xian sneered. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. Let's see how many Emperor Regeneration talismans you have. He held the great spear of destruction and quickly rushed out. The dragon sword soul roared and rushed out of Lin Xian's body, fusing with the spear of destruction. Instantly, the power of the murderous weapon increased to an unparalleled level. At this moment, even the saint's expressions changed. Not good, Yan Nantian is in danger. A Vermilion Bird Palace saint frowned, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders also had ugly expressions. Yan Nantian's pupils shrank. He naturally felt the threat. Last time, he was almost killed by the other party. If not for the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, he would still be seriously injured. Now that he was facing the same situation again, could he withstand it? Yan Nantian snorted coldly. Kid, I was careless when you ambushed me last time and didn't use my full strength. Don't even think about hurting me this time. He pushed the saint chariot to the extreme. The chariot became huge, and completely enveloped him. This was a saint artifact, and it could definitely protect him. With a wave of his hand, the 9 emperor runes reappeared beside him. Sky-destroying finger. Endless laws turned into divine chains, circling around Yan Nantian's finger, forming a finger that reached the sky and fell from the sky. When the finger fell, the bodies of the surrounding people were about to split open. Not good, retreat quickly. Those people screamed like crazy. This move was too terrifying. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders' bodies also split open, and blood gushed out. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace master's expression changed. However, at this moment, the 2 saints of Vermilion Bird Palace opened their saint domains, blocking the terrifying energy waves. Only then did the people of Vermilion Bird Palace calm down. The surrounding people all hid behind the sacred domain. This Yan Nantian was too powerful. The three saint avatars had solemn expressions on their faces. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang had ugly expressions on their faces. They were no match for him at all. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian brandished the Great Destruction Spear and unleashed a world-shaking sword technique. Yin Yang Locket, the heaven-destroying finger, was pierced through by the Great Spear of Destruction. Yan Nantian once again unleashed a powerful divine ability. At this time, Lin Xian had just finished using his ultimate move. His body was completely exhausted, and the energy he had gathered was unable to completely surge out. Therefore, Yan Nantian seized the opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the nomological fragments danced, forming 2 black and white divine ropes that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. With a crack that sounded like a clap of thunder, the black-white divine lock locked Lin Xian in the air. In an instant, it was as if he had been fixed in place, unable to move at all. The power in his body had been completely sealed. What was going on? Everyone exclaimed. Yan Ryu also frowned. She felt that this divine ability was too terrifying. Some of the older generation figures screamed. The Yin Yang Lock, oh heavens, isn't this the legendary divine ability? Rumor had it that once the Yin Yang Lock was used, it could seal all things in the world. Even a saint could not escape. That kid was unlucky. What? So powerful. Many people gasped when they heard that. There were also experts who were like living fossils whose eyes flickered. I finally know which great emperor's inheritance Yan Nantian obtained. The heaven-destroying finger, the Yin Yang Lock, these were the inheritances of Great Emperor Hongwu, the great emperor who pacified the 8 desolates? Everyone screamed. Great Emperor Hongwu was a very famous great emperor. When he became a great emperor, the myriad worlds were ruled by the dark demonic beasts. Back then, he rose to power and defeated the dark demonic beasts, regaining control of the myriad worlds. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. Who would have thought that his inheritance would be obtained by Yan Nantian, the successor of the 9 sons, was really in danger? He definitely could not escape from the Yin Yang Lock. That's right, not to mention that he was only a half-sage. Even a true saint would not be able to escape from the Yin Yang Lock. Sighs could be heard. Everyone fell silent. Yan Ryu frowned. The northern demon was also very nervous. Should we make a move? He asked. Yan Ryu shook his head and looked again. In the crowd, the dark red divine dragon was also anxious. He gritted his teeth. That damn kid should be fine, right? He was not too sure because the Yin Yang Lock was too famous. The Yin Yang Lock? Lin Xian was sealed in midair. He looked at the black-white divine lock on his body that was like a battle armor that firmly enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the power in his body was sealed. He felt that he could not use any power at all. Lin Xian's body shook, trying to break the Yin Yang Lock. However, after trying for a long time, the Yin Yang Lock did not budge at all. It's useless. Stop struggling. Even if you're a saint, you can't break free. I'll get rid of you now. Yan Nantian drove the saint chariot over quickly. Boom, in an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying. Boom. Boom, the ground trembled. Lin Xian was knocked down, blood splattering everywhere. It was a saint artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian vomited blood, and cracks appeared on his body. Those people were stunned. After being knocked down like that, a half-saint would definitely turn into ashes. Even a saint would probably be smashed into pieces. However, this kid's body only had cracks. Not good. Yan Ryu screamed. The dark red divine dragon almost touched the array, but they held back. Lin Xian stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Break for me. He tried to use the 9 yang body again, but he still could not break it. The Yin Yang Lock was indeed a Thearcha's ultimate skill. It was really amazing. It suppressed all of Lin Xian's power. Even Lin Xian felt that the power of the great dragon sword soul was also suppressed. Damn it. He was too careless. He did not expect Yan Nantian to have such an ultimate skill. If he knew about the Yin Yang Lock, he would have saved some energy to keep an eye on him, to prevent him from using it. However, he did not know that at all. Therefore, after shattering the heaven-destroying finger, he was bound by the yin-yang lock. It's useless. I said, stop struggling. Yan Nantian drove the Saint Chariot over again. The Saint Chariot was absolutely terrifying. With a single strike, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared on the ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was smashed into a deep pit. Buzz, Yan Nantian rode the Saint Chariot. His body was surrounded by 9 the arch runes and the phantoms of 4 divine beasts. He rushed over like a celestial arch. He arrived in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the great destruction spear. Then, he forcefully snatched it. Lin Xian was now bound by the yin-yang lock and had no power at all. Therefore, he was directly taken away. Ha 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 ha, is the successor of the 9 sons very powerful? What can you use to fight me now? Yan Nantian held the great spear of destruction in his hand, and his aura exploded endlessly. Everyone trembled. He was too powerful. This was the successor of a great emperor, far surpassing the successor of the 9 sons. Suppressing the 8 desolates, even a true saint would not be able to survive in his hands. Is that so? I haven't lost yet. Lin Xian stood up, his voice sonorous. Haven't lost? Go to hell. Yan Nantian stopped laughing and flew out. The great spear of destruction instantly transformed into a poisonous dragon and stabbed towards Lin Xian. With a puchi, he pierced through Lin Xian's body. Then, he raised Lin Xian high into the air. Lin Xian's blood flowed wildly. Golden blood dripped into the void, shattering everything. It turned into a golden sea of blood. Now, do you still dare to say that you haven't lost? You're already in the air. If I want to kill you, I can do it at any time. But don't worry, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. I want to find out your secrets. Yan Nantian revealed a demonic smile. He naturally knew that Lin Xian had many secrets. Moreover, he was extremely tempted. If he could find out, he would be cultivating. By then, no one in the universe would be his match. Oh no. Yan Ruyu's expression changed when the northern demon approached. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. He could not help but want to attack. The snow-white monkey was also so angry that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He even moved his little claws and was about to transform. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out and resounded in everyone's ears. I told you, I haven't lost yet. Hearing that, Yan Nantian sneered. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were also disdainful. You haven't lost yet? Who are you kidding? However, they were soon stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered a mysterious aura from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, the world changed drastically. In the sky, endless thunderclouds directly enveloped the primordial battlefield. That aura made even the saint's hair stand on end. Needless to say, the others were so scared that their bodies trembled, and some were about to faint. Lightning tribulation. Was he going to transcend the tribulation? Could it be that he was about to break through? No, it wasn't Yan Nantian. It was the successor of the 9 sons. What? Those experts screamed. This was a sage tribulation. Was he going to break through and become a sage? Damn it, you want to break through? You want to break through to become a saint? To turn defeat into victory. Yan Nantian's expression also changed. This was truly a difficult enemy to deal with. The slightest carelessness would cause the other party to turn the tables. But you won't have the chance. I'll seal you away completely. The 9 monarch patterns around him floated out and hovered around Lin Xian, connecting with each other. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming a starry diagram. Yin-yang heaven sealing formation. With the yin-yang locket as the center and the 9 monarch inscriptions as support, they could form a peerless formation. Rumor had it that the Hongwu Great Emperor had used the yin-yang heaven sealing array to seal off the endless void, sealing countless experts in the universe. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Although Yan Nantian was only a half-saint, with his means and the yin-yang heaven sealing array, it would not be a problem for him to seal a sage, let alone Lin Xian. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been through hundreds of battles and narrowly escaped death. His experience was extremely rich, so he detonated the heavenly tribulation very quickly. Yan Nanshan's yin-yang heaven sealing array had just been formed when the sage tribulation had already descended. It directly struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian to grimace in pain. That was a sage tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, even a sage would die. Moreover, Lin Xian's sage tribulation was not an ordinary one. It varied according to one's strength. Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the great dragon. He even had the mysterious heavenly secret divine eyes. How could his sage tribulation be weak? It was definitely strong. Therefore, in this round, he did not use any divine abilities to resist. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body. For a moment, the 9 sons' divine body was charred black. Yan Nantian was also affected. The 4 divine beast phantoms on his body rotated and a crack appeared on them. Damn it, why was this lightning tribulation so terrifying? Yan Nantian frowned, and the surrounding people were even more frightened. The terrifying scene of divine lightning filling the sky made people tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying arena. Even the 3 sage clones and the 2 vermilion bird palace sages were stunned. However, in this situation, they did not dare to act rashly. The 2 sages hesitated. If they attracted fire and the lightning tribulation struck them, it would probably be a disaster for them. Because if they attacked during the tribulation, with their strength and aura, they would probably attract an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. At that time, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. For a moment, everyone left the primordial battlefield. Yan Nantian also wanted to leave. He did not want to be struck by lightning for no reason. Moreover, it was a special kind of lightning tribulation. However, he could no longer leave because he was too close to Lin Xian. At this moment, he was holding the Great Destruction Spear in one hand, and Lin Xian's blood had already dripped onto his hand. Therefore, in an instant, he was also enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Damn it. Yan Nantian instantly stopped and pulled back the Great Destruction Spear. However, the Great Destruction Spear was caught by Lin Xian's body. He had no choice but to give up and leave first. After the lightning tribulation, he would come back to snatch the Great Destruction Spear and Lin Xian's corpse. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Although everything about Lin Xian was sealed, even though his god body was sealed, the pure power of his body was already intimidating. Yan Nantian had just moved when Lin Xian caught up to him. At this moment, the sage tribulation had already completely descended. Endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning, and each bolt was as big as a mountain. They carried an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The sage tribulation exploded. Ah, Lin Xian's voice rang out. Golden blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, Yan Nanshan's crazy roar could be heard. Damn it, get out of my way. It was obvious that he had also suffered a violent impact. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The successor of the 9 sons was undergoing the tribulation at this time. This was not good. If he could survive the sage tribulation and become a sage, the situation would be reversed. Everyone was discussing. The vermilion bird palace elders, palace masters, and sages all had extremely ugly expressions. However, they could only wait now. Yan Ryu and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed powerful enough to be able to turn the tables under the yin-yang locket. The dark red divine dragon had a worried look on his face. Damn, is this kid really going to break through? Don't play too big. He did not believe that Lin Xian would break through to become a sage at this time. He knew that Lin Xian was extremely ambitious. He wanted to form the 5 elemental laws. His guess was right. Lin Xian wasn't trying to break through. Instead, he wanted to use the power of the sage tribulation to break the yin-yang locket on him. The yin-yang locket was very powerful. The great emperor's mystique was extremely powerful. Most importantly, it sealed and suppressed everything, making Lin Xian powerless. With his own power sealed, he could only rely on external forces. The most powerful external force was the heavenly tribulation. It was the sage heavenly tribulation. When the endless lightning spread and enveloped him and Yan Nantian, Lin Xian smiled. The monstrous thunder was extremely terrifying. It directly penetrated his body. Not only him, but Yan Nantian's body was also riddled with holes. He screamed in pain. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's body. It was an extremely shocking sight, but he was smiling. Because he felt the yin-yang locket on his body tremble. Some cracks had appeared on it. It wouldn't be long before it completely shattered. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's body was getting more and more damaged. He was basically unrecognizable. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. The yin-yang locket had completely shattered. Success, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The power in his body gushed out like a tsunami. In the next moment, he immediately stopped breaking through. He used the great dragon sword soul as an array to seal the power that wanted to break through. Then, he used his mystique and nirvana rebirth. Boom. Boom, boom. The lightning tribulation between heaven and earth seemed to have lost its target, so it gradually dissipated. In the distance, everyone was extremely frightened. At the same time, they were extremely puzzled. What was going on? Why did the lightning tribulation disappear? Could it be that he had already become a sage? That couldn't be right. The few sage clones and the 2 sages from the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. They had all gone through the tribulations. It couldn't have happened in such a short time. Moreover, the lightning tribulation just now was so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than theirs. How could such a lightning tribulation disappear just like that? But soon, they realized that the lightning tribulation had really disappeared. However, there was a golden sea in front of him. Inside, there was a golden silhouette that was being reborn from the flames. It was the successor of the 9 suns. Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Not good, that guy actually didn't die, and his recovery ability was actually so strong. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Where was Yan Nantian? Before long, they were off in the distance. Yan Nantian's imperial tattoos were still swirling around him as he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. However, that speed was still slower than rising from the ashes. Therefore, Lin Xian recovered in an instant. The spear of great destruction was seized by him, and he charged forward. With a loud boom, Yan Nantian's body, which had yet to fully recover, was pierced through and shattered into pieces. What? Had Yan Nantian been split open? These people were all crazy. Their minds were a little blank because the changes in the situation were too strange. Just a moment ago, Yan Nantian had picked on Lin Xian, making it impossible for Lin Xian to resist. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian displayed a domineering attitude. Rising from the ashes, he beat Yan Nantian into pieces. This scene was like a dream. It was hard to believe. After shattering Yan Nantian's body, Lin Xian once again waved the Great Destruction Spear and used it. In an instant, the power of annihilation surged out. Under the support of the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was extremely powerful. Therefore, Yan Nantian's shattered body began to dissipate quickly. Even his flesh and blood disappeared. What kind of power was this? It was so terrifying. When everyone saw the black light of the laws and the disappearing flesh and blood, they all gasped and felt cold all over. Yan Nantian also screamed in fright. It was this power again. Last time, he was almost destroyed by this power. He didn't expect to encounter the same situation again. Damn it, the yin-yang locket was broken by the other party. It was really hard to believe. Escape. Yan Nantian summoned the 9 imperial tattoos. They bloomed with light and enveloped him. He escaped into the void, trying to dodge this attack. Great emperors had endless methods and were incomparably mysterious. If it was a sage facing Yan Nantian, he might really be able to escape. However, Lin Xian wouldn't. Lin Xian merged the Great Dragon Sword Soul into the Great Destruction Spear. With a sword, he could split mountains and rivers. The power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul destroyed everything. The void was cut open and Yan Nantian was deeply shaken out. Like I said, you can't escape. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the world, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kill, the terrifying dragon roar mixed with the black light swept forward. Yan Nantian was once again attacked. Damn it. Yan Nantian's face was incomparably ugly. He was severely injured in the lightning tribulation and hadn't fully recovered. Then, he was torn apart by the other party. Now, he was being chased by the other party. He couldn't recover to his peak. Even though Lin Xian had been injured earlier, his aura was even more terrifying now that he was reborn. Sky-destroying finger. Steel of sun and moon, Yan Nantian used the sky-destroying finger with his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Above it, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, like a heavenly monument. The 2 peerless divine abilities rushed towards Lin Xian. Destruction Fiery Lotus, 9 suns opening sky. Lin Xian also used his ultimate divine ability. The terrifying sword technique swept across heaven and earth. The 4 divine abilities collided in the sky, erupting with dazzling light that swallowed everything. At this moment, Yan Nantian smiled. He formed another seal with his palm and an incomparable aura burst out from his eyes. Yin Yang Locket. Between heaven and earth, the Yin and Yang Qi flickered and turned into 2 divine lockets that quickly enveloped Lin Xian. As long as the Yin Yang Locket succeeded, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use any divine abilities no matter how powerful they were. Oh no, it's the Yin Yang Locket again. Yan Nantian was probably infected. Yes, could he attract another heavenly tribulation? Everyone exclaimed. Yan Ryu and the dark red divine dragon were extremely nervous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. They knew that Yan Nantian wouldn't lose. The Yin Yang Locket was very strange. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Xian out of thin air, wanting to completely seal him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're too naive. Do you think I won't be prepared this time? Buzz, the fragments of the Law of Earth revolved around his body, forming 2 large stone palms. Each of them was like a huge mountain that pushed forward. Boom boom boom. The intense collision shook the 9 heavens. The light that filled the sky made people tremble. It was like a demonic light that could destroy the world. The Yin Yang Locket was very terrifying. Ordinary law fragments couldn't break it at all. Therefore, the 2 stone beasts only lasted for a moment before being pierced by the Yin Yang Locket. However, this short period of time was enough for Lin Xian. The great spear of destruction in his hand exploded with dazzling light, turning into a fire lotus that enveloped the Yin Yang Lock. Boom, the Yin Yang Locket was shattered by this destructive force. Had it been dodged? Countless exclamations sounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. Yan Nantian's heart also sank. Damn it, his opponent had dodged it. To be honest, although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't defeat his opponent if he couldn't lock his opponent's strength. The Theurgies of the Theurgies were extremely powerful. In the past, he could casually use any one of them to kill his opponent. Whether it was the body of the Thunder God, the sun and moon splitting sky, or the finger of destruction, they could all easily kill his opponent. Even if he were to face a sage, 2 or 3 of them would be enough to deal with him. But now, he had basically used all that he could. There were still some Theurgies that he couldn't use because his cultivation wasn't enough. He was only going to cultivate them after breaking through to the sage realm. It seemed that he could only go all out. Hongwu splitting sky, hidden immortal returns, the aura on Yan Nantian's body exploded to an unbelievable level. The 9 Theurgy runes revolved around his finger as he pointed forward. This point wasn't aimed at Lin Xian, but at the 9 heavens. Boom, a huge hole was instantly pierced in the sky. It was pitch black as if it was connected to the outer universe. Everyone could see the faint twinkling starlight inside the pitch black hole. At that moment, the 9 Great Emperor runes were floating in the black hole. They were bobbing up and down like 9 stars. They were shining with dazzling light. Below, Yan Nantian kept forming hand seals. The 9 Theurgy runes above him spun quickly, connecting to form a star atlas. It was extremely mysterious. The star atlas rolled and bloomed with light, outlining strange Dao runes. A terrifying and vast aura spread out from it. As soon as the aura came out, all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Below, countless people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were the same. They resisted with all their might, but many cracks appeared on their bodies. The three sage clones screamed crazily and hurriedly opened their saint domains to resist. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were also heavily injured. Those elders couldn't hold on at all. The two great sage people's expressions changed drastically. He opened up his saint domain like a madman and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Everyone retreated madly. 10,000 li, 20,000 li, all the way until they were 50,000 li away. Only then did they stop. However, even with that being the case, that frightening aura still caused their bodies to turn ice cold. What's going on up ahead? This place was already a bit blurry, but the two great sage cultivators were very powerful. Using a formation, the scene in front of them was immediately projected. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw the star atlas churning with a powerful force. Even Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy and quickly retreated. He placed the spear of great destruction in front of him, and the terrifying sword chi formed a lotus flower that enveloped him. On the other side, Yan Nantian was not in a good state either. His body was also cracked, and he even spat out blood. Clearly, it was still too much for him to use this ability at the moment. "Although it's a bit exhausting, you're dead for sure, kid. I don't believe you can survive this attack." Yan Nantian's cold voice was heard, and he laughed. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the distance changed. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was because he saw something appear in the star atlas above. It was the shadow of a pagoda. It was very blurry, and only the shape of a pagoda could be seen. However, the aura emitted from it was too frightening. "Is it the desolate pagoda?" Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This feeling was as if he was facing the desolate pagoda of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the desolate pagoda was an extreme weapon. Damn it, could it be that Yan Nantian has an extreme weapon? Sure enough, the three sage avatars in the distance screamed crazily. This aura surpassed a sage weapon, it's an extreme weapon, damn it, does Yan Nantian have Emperor weapon of Emperor Hongwu? What, Emperor Hongwu's extreme weapon? It was rumored that Emperor Hongwu had a terrifying extreme weapon, the hidden immortal pagoda. Could that pagoda be the hidden immortal pagoda? The moment this was said, everyone was stunned. An extreme weapon was the strongest weapon in the universe. It was the exclusive weapon of a great emperor. Even if a great emperor died, an extreme weapon would not disappear. Some extreme sage truths had extreme weapons, but they did not expect it to be in Yan Nantian's hands. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Some even wanted to run away. Once an extreme weapon was used, it could definitely pierce through this world. If it was stronger, it could destroy the entire Suzaku planet and turn everything on it into ashes. No one doubted it. Damn it, do we really have to let that guy turn the tables? The dark red dragon clenched his teeth in anger. Although he had been comprehending the heaven puzzle and had set up a peerless formation around him, it was impossible to use such a formation to resist an extreme weapon. However, one person only frowned and then sneered. An extreme weapon, however. It was not a real extreme weapon. It was just an illusion formed by a wisp of aura that was summoned from the universe. The one who spoke was Yan Ryu. At this moment, her body was emitting a mysterious green light. There seemed to be a terrifying force in her body that was about to explode. However, it was controlled by Yan Ryu. As soon as she said that, everyone around her was stunned, especially the two sages and the three sages' clones. They all cried out in surprise. It was not a real extreme weapon, but an illusion that was summoned. They carefully sensed it and then screamed. It was indeed the case. This news caused a huge commotion. It seemed that the hidden immortal pagoda was not in Yan Nantian's hands, but in a corner of the universe. At this moment, Yan Nantian had used Emperor Hongwu's peerless spell to summon an illusion from the extreme weapon in the corner of the universe. However, even though it was only an illusion, it was still extremely terrifying. That was because the three sage clones and the two sages present all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Even if they faced it, they would not be able to stop it. They could only run away like crazy. An illusion? Golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He naturally saw that the blurry pagoda was not a real weapon. Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if it's the illusion of an extreme weapon, it's not something you can stop. So, you can die now. Yan Nanshan's hand suddenly moved downward. More cracks appeared on his body, but he did not care. He revealed a hideous smile. This attack was too terrifying. The entire ancient battlefield trembled violently, and many large cracks appeared on it. One could imagine how terrifying the surrounding forces were. Lin Xian's sword Chi Lotus instantly shattered. Lin Xian also kept retreating. He felt great danger. The Nine Suns' divine fire on his body was suppressed, and even cracks appeared on his body. Golden blood once again floated out. So terrifying. This should be your final trump card. Lin Xian saw Yan Nantian spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He knew that Yan Nantian must have used a peerless divine ability by force. Thinking about it, this should be the strongest divine ability that Yan Nantian could use at the moment. Thinking of this, he let out a roar. So what if it was an illusion of an extreme weapon? He had fought against a true extreme weapon before. Hidden Immortal Pagoda? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Then, the dragon sword spirit flew out from the great destruction spear and quickly condensed in front of him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar as he sucked in all of the formless energies from all directions into his mouth and infused them into the great dragon sword soul. The dragon sword spirit's light became even more terrifying. It was incomparable. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the dragon sword spirit's appearance was also changing. It also turned into the shape of a pagoda. It was incomparably exquisite, and there was even rust on it. However, the aura it emitted was also extremely terrifying. What is this? After the dragon sword spirit transformed into a pagoda, the aura immediately swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The martial artists who were watching from afar changed their expressions again. They felt as if their hearts were about to be crushed. Impossible. Could it be that this guy also has an extreme weapon illusion? They were all stunned. However, the northern monster, Yan Ruyu, and the others all cried out in alarm. The reason for that was because they recognized what Lin Xian had transformed into. The ancient Desolation Pagoda. This was the extreme weapon of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the ancient Desolation Pagoda. As expected, Yan Nantian also recognized it. The ancient Desolation Pagoda? You think you can transform into the ancient Desolation Pagoda? Can it be compared to my hidden immortal pagoda? You're overestimating yourself. Let me tell you how terrifying an extreme weapon is. Yan Nantian roared. Everyone heard it. What? What the successor of the 9 Suns had conjured was also an extreme weapon. Before they could figure it out, a shocking collision occurred in front of them. The hidden immortal pagoda and the desolate pagoda, the two illusions collided. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were collapsing. The immemorial battlefield immediately cracked open. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian were also sent flying backwards, engulfed by the torrent of energy. Retreat quickly. After retreating 50 million miles away, the crowd retreated again until they were 80 million miles away. Only then did he look ahead. They waited for about a day, but the energy in front of them still hadn't dissipated. It was still chaotic. No one dared to approach him. Even the saints could not see through him. It was only at this moment that they began to wonder why the successor of the 9 Suns was able to conjure the ancient desolate pagoda. Furthermore, that power was so terrifying. Could it be that the divine dragon behind the successor of the 9 Suns also had a powerful weapon? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace had extremely ugly expressions. After waiting for another 3 days, the violent energy in front of them slowly dissipated. In front of them, there were already sounds of intense fighting. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian were fighting again. From the looks of it, the hidden immortal pagoda that Yan Nantian summoned had been destroyed. Impossible. Damn it. How could this be? Yan Nantian was going crazy. What he summoned was a real phantom of an extreme weapon. It was not an illusion. However, the aura of an extreme-grade weapon was enough to kill everything. Even if a saint came, he would still die here. However, it was blocked by the other party. Damn it. Was the ancient desolate pagoda that the other party had conjured really comparable to an extreme weapon? How could this be? The people in the distance were also stunned. They also couldn't understand why the phantom that Lin Xian summoned could be compared to the hidden immortal. These people flew forward again, wanting to observe more carefully. They even wanted to see through Lin Xian's secret. To be honest, Yan Nantian was now very seriously injured. His body had already been damaged by the impact of the energy just now. If he hadn't mastered her secret technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to recover. However, Lin Xian recovered faster than him. Yan Nantian even wanted to use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman to quickly revive and kill the other party. However, he resisted in the end. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman was a life-saving technique. It was extremely precious. Even he didn't have many left. He wouldn't use it again unless it was a last resort. In front of them, the battle was still extremely tragic. Lin Xian was too strong, and he had an indomitable aura. Yan Nantian was also very strong. However, it seemed that this battle and the previous situation where he was almost killed had made him flustered and exasperated. Now, the hidden immortal pagoda couldn't kill the other party. This made his confidence drop. In terms of aura, he was naturally weakened. Therefore, how could he be a match for Lin Xian? In the end, his heart cracked. The spear of destruction arrived in front of the other party. Yan Nantian used the sage chariot to block it, but he couldn't stop the dragon sword soul in the spear of destruction. The dragon sword soul turned into a flying sword and instantly cut open his head. Even his soul was injured. Yan Nantian screamed like a madman. He instantly used the Emperor Regeneration Talisman and fled into the distance. The peerless sword light of the dragon sword soul had yet to disappear, but Yan Nantian was already fleeing. An ancient emperor talisman, the size of a palm, wrapped around him and flew away quickly. The emperor talisman emitted an unparalleled light, causing Yan Nantian's aura to recover quickly. As for Lin Xian, he held the spear of destruction and chased after him. "No, stop him!" Yan Nantian screamed. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman also needed some time to recover. If he was caught during this time, he would be finished. That's not right. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman should be able to recover instantly. Why does this guy still need time? Below, the dark red mystical dragon was surprised. Yan Ryu's eyes were also shining as she stared at the fleeing light. Soon, they all smiled. This was because they realized that the Emperor Regeneration Talisman wasn't as good as it was before. There were broken corners on it. It seemed like it wasn't a complete Emperor Regeneration Talisman. No wonder it needed some time to recover. Seeing this, the two vermilion bird sages moved. One of their saint domains enveloped Yan Nantian. They protected him. The other slashed forward like a heavenly blade. In an instant, they cut off Lin Xian's path and charged towards Lin Xian. With a clang, they collided with the spear of destruction. Lin Xian was knocked back and stopped his pursuit. The other people in the surroundings all rushed over. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Flames filled the sky and his killing intent was extremely powerful. What? Is the Vermilion Bird Palace trying to break the rules? You want to interfere in the final battle? That's where everyone's attention is. Lin Xian sneered. The others were also in an uproar. That's right, this is the battle of the final rankings of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. The battle between the two will determine who is first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. But now, a sage is interfering. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace cheating? Humph, the Vermilion Bird sage snorted. A battle is a battle. Who allowed you to kill? You can't kill. What a joke. Lin Xian sneered and waved his finger. Suddenly, the illusion of the Vermilion Bird Palace Master speaking appeared in the sky. That was the rule that the Vermilion Bird Palace Master had mentioned. In this battle, any means could be used and killing was allowed, regardless of life or death. The appearance of the illusion was obviously a slap to the sage's face. The sage's face darkened and his body trembled in anger. Suddenly, two divine consciousnesses flew out of the sacred realm and turned into divine light that pierced forward. However, Lin Xian used the great spear of destruction to cut them in half. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows as he looked into the distance. he knew that it was impossible to kill Yan Nantian this time. Moreover, he did not plan to kill him so easily. Therefore, he said loudly that he wanted someone to interfere. This meant that Yan Nantian had lost. I've won this battle, now, who else dares to fight me? Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he looked at the participants below. When these cultivators felt Lin Xian's gaze, their scalps went numb and they all shook their heads. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Alright, the first on the vermilion bird leaderboard is mine. He waved the great spear of destruction and shattered the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme and no one dared to look him in the eye. Even the sage standing opposite him frowned. Behind him, Yan Nantian's figure appeared in the sacred realm. At this moment, he had completely recovered, but his face was still extremely cold. He stared straight ahead. When Lin Xian saw the other party, he laughed coldly. What's wrong? A coward who only dares to stand behind a saint? Do you dare to come over and fight to the death, absolute your sister? Yan Nantian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted nothing more than for the 2 vermilion bird sages to attack and kill the other party. However, even the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't have the face to do such a thing in front of so many people, right? If this were to spread to all the swords in the heavens, they would be utterly humiliated, therefore, he could only snort coldly and refuse to reply. At this moment, the dark red dragon below sneered. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace a sore loser? Now that victory and defeat had been decided, could it be that he still wanted to renege on his debt? That's right. If I knew this was going to be a competition like this, I wouldn't have come either. Northern Demon also shouted coldly. Immediately, the surrounding people began to discuss. Many people were already hostile towards the Vermilion Bird Palace because their disciples had been thrown out by the Vermilion Bird Palace. He had long been dissatisfied. Now all kinds of talk are going on. Palace Lord, what should we do? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly asked. They didn't know what to do about the situation either. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's face was terrifyingly dark, but there was nothing he could do. He said that the successor of the 9 sons had won this round. When he said that, everyone was in an uproar. Northern Demon and the Dark Red Dragon, however, laughed. Yan Ryu also revealed a beautiful smile. However, Yan Nantian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't say a word. The other participating prodigies also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed that they hadn't expected this result. The final winner wasn't Yan Nantian, but the successor of the 9 sons. Who else is not convinced and wants to challenge me? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked at the remaining participants. The remaining participants all shook their heads. Even Yan Nantian wasn't a match for him, let alone them. Since you don't want to challenge me, I'll be the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. No one had any objections. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace. Could they announce the final result now? Nonsense. You're the only one on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. What's the big deal? The rankings of the others haven't been announced yet. Oh, is that so? Alright, let them do it then. Lin Xian looked at these people. However, Northern Demon and Yan Ryu shook their heads. I've decided to withdraw. I'm not interested in participating either. Other than the 2 of them, the rest of the participants also gave up. To be honest, after watching the battle between Lin Xian and Yan Nantian, they felt very frustrated. So what if they were in second place now? They knew that they were still no match for the 2 of them. They were left far behind. This despair made them lose the mood to fight. It seemed that they didn't want to fight, so it was better to announce the results. Lin Xian looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The elders were so angry that they vomited blood. The Vermilion Bird Palace master was also gritting his teeth. He swore in his heart that he would find a chance to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Yan Nantian spoke. How arrogant. As expected of the successor of the 9 sons. Furthermore, he's the successor of the Great Dragon, right? Don't you think so, Lin Wudi? Yan Nantian's words surprised everyone. However, his words were even more shocking. The news was like a thunderclap that resounded in all directions. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? The successor of the 9 sons or the successor of the great dragon? What did he call that person? The successor of the 9 sons was called Lin Wudi. Heavens, wasn't Lin Wudi ranked first on the Abyss leaderboard, on par with Di Ling, so, he was the successor of the 9 sons. Exclamations and discussions sounded. If Yan Nantian was right, then this matter was too serious. They finally knew why Lin Wudi was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the successor of the 9 sons. However, some people screamed because they felt that another piece of news was even more shocking, and that was the successor of the Great Dragon. The successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the Great Dragon's sword, heavens, that was an inheritance that was even more terrifying than the 9 sons' inheritance. They didn't expect him to obtain it too. No wonder he could defeat Yan Nantian. Some people were at a loss at first. What was the successor of the Great Dragon? However, when some of the older generation figures and living fossils spoke, they were extremely shocked. The Great Dragon sword, one of the 5 swords of the world, had actually appeared? These people went crazy. They stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. This was a legendary offensive saint art. Didn't they see that he used the Great Dragon sword to defeat the successor of a great emperor? If they could obtain it, their battle strength would probably increase greatly. Not good. The expressions of the Northern Yao, Yan Ruyu, and the dark red divine dragon changed. Damn it, this guy actually leaked Lin Xian's secret. In fact, this wasn't considered a secret. Almost everyone in the true spirit world knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the Great Dragon. However, Lin Xian was the palace master of the Immortal Palace back then, and there was a level saint behind the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian even had a good relationship with the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Yi family. At that time, who dared to touch him, but now, it was completely different. Lin Xian left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path. There were countless powerful cultivators on the ancient star path, and the large sects and families were as numerous as the stars in the sky. If these people wanted to make a move, it would be really dangerous. Moreover, it would be even more dangerous if they alerted some terrifying great sage or saint-level sage in the myriad of worlds. It's over, the situation is getting difficult. Unless this kid joins a faction and seeks protection, such as Yan Nantian joining the Vermilion Bird Palace. Apart from providing more resources, the Vermilion Bird Palace could also provide protection and deterrence. After all, if a sage attacked, Yan Nantian would probably not be able to escape. However, joining a faction would be enough to deter others. As expected, the 3 sages' avatars' eyes were burning. It seemed that their true bodies had to come immediately. The 2 Vermilion Bird sages also had the same idea. In an instant, everyone was eyeing Lin Xian covetously. Lin Xian also frowned. That damned Yan Nantian really knew how to cause trouble for him. However, since he dared to fight Yan Nantian, he had already thought of this and had the dark red dragon set up a peerless array around him. Therefore, he remained calm. The next moment, he said in a low voice, "Since you've decided that I'm the champion, then give me the champion's reward. The reward is not urgent. Young Master Lin is the champion of the Vermilion Bird list, so if you want to come with me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will treat you well." The other contestants also went together. The Vermilion Bird Palace Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon also panicked. Damn it, this won't do. If Lin Xian were to enter the Vermilion Bird Palace, he would definitely be trapped. If he wanted to come out again, he would probably die. Therefore, he definitely could not enter. Yan Ruyu and the others also became nervous. Lin Xian's expression also changed. Damn it, to be honest, he did not want to go either. However, what if the Vermilion Bird Palace really did not give him a reward? He came this time for the Tao of Earth Stone. If they did not give him a reward, everything he had done before would be wasted. Could it be that he really had to go in? However, the price of going in was simply too high. Who knew how many sages were waiting for him in the Vermilion Bird Palace? F***CK, Vermilion Bird Palace, Yan Nantian, I'll remember this. One day, I'll tear you to shreds. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just as he was in a dilemma, a voice rang out. There's no need to go to your Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Wudy came with me this time. After he obtains the reward, I still have to send him back. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Was someone going to stand up for Lin Wudy at this time? They wanted to see who was behind Lin Wudy. In an instant, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. In the next moment, they saw a figure rise into the air. This was a middle-aged man. He wore a starry robe and looked very dazzling. He came to the void and countless starry arrays flashed under his feet. What a mysterious aura. The surrounding people were all shocked. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master cried out in surprise. Xianxia Palace. You're from the Xianxia Star. Yes, I am. The man in the star robes nodded his head calmly. The people around him started to cause a ruckus. Someone from the Xianxia Star? The Xianxia Star was actually behind Lin Wudy. Everyone was very shocked by the Xianxia Star. They were not unfamiliar with it because the Xianxia Star's reputation on the ancient path of stars was much greater than that of Vermilion Bird Palace. Countless people wanted to go to the Xianxia Star to seek answers to their questions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had not expected the Xianxia Star to appear at this time. It seemed that the Xianxia Star had been silently following him in order to test his strength. The person in front of him must have seen everything in the previous battle. Now that he had confirmed his strength, he had come to save him. After all, he still had to go to the Void Ocean for the Xianxia Star in the future. Therefore, he nodded at the person from the Xianxia Star. So it's a fellow cultivator from the Xianxia Star. You've come all the way here. Why don't you stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace for a few days? The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master spoke again. However, the man in the star robe shook his head and said, There's no need. Hurry up and give us the reward. We still have things to do. Then, he changed the topic. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace going back on their word? Or do you want to be blacklisted by the Xianxia Star? The moment he said this, the expressions of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Both sides were great factions, but the other side did not need to deal with them. However, they might not. Perhaps they would need to use the Xianxia Star in the future. Therefore, it would not be good for them to have a direct conflict now. They had no choice but to take out the reward in the future. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master took out a storage ring and said that all the rewards were inside. There was also a token, which was proof of identity to enter the Void Ocean. When the time came, Sir Lin could go to the Void Ocean. The man in the star robes did not move. Lin Xian took the storage ring and scanned it with his soul. Indeed, there was a Dao stone in it. The Earth Dao stone, Lin Xian smiled. He didn't care about anything else, but he definitely had to get his hands on the Earth Dao stone. He immediately took the Earth Dao stone out of the storage ring and placed it in the black earth. Then, Lin Xian descended and summoned the dark red dragon to his side. Then, he said to the North Demon and Yan Ruyu. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll contact you when the time comes. They exchanged sound transmission arrays. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon rose into the sky again. Next, the Xianxia Star powerhouse in the star robes left with Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the news. They were extremely excited. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were terrifyingly dark. Damn it, they had not expected that the battle they had carefully planned to build up Yan Nanchan's popularity would be intercepted by someone else. More importantly, the person they had wanted to capture had been forcefully taken away by the people from the Xianxia Star. The Vermilion Bird Palace had never suffered such a setback. It really made them gnash their teeth in anger. Don't worry, that kid won't be able to escape. Yan Nanchan's face was cold. I'm about to break through to the Sage Realm. When I break through to the Sage Realm, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. I can finally use some mystiques. When the time comes, I'll kill him like a dog. Yan Nanchan's eyes shone with a piercing light. Indeed, the Sage Realm was a watershed. Stepping into the Sage Realm was truly breaking free from the heavens and earth, and one could control the laws of all things. It would be different if some of the greater mystiques were used. Let's go. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly left. Although Yan Nantian had been defeated this time, they still had absolute confidence in him. He was a genius with a boundless future. He would definitely become a great emperor in the future. After the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace left, the others were discussing spiritedly. This battle was really too exciting. They believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the ancient path of the stars. They probably had to hurry up and prepare. Yan Ryu told the North Demon to leave quickly. The North Demon also left. Long Zhao Tian and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were ugly. So he was Lin Wudi. They had looked down on him before, but he was too powerful. But who would have thought that the other party was really too powerful? Even when the two of them joined hands, they were still not a match for the other party. Sage, I must become a sage, their eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Right now, the only way to become invincible in the forest was to break through and become a saint. These people all left. Some made up their minds to not come out until they became sages, while others went to spread the news like crazy. Some only sighed and their faces were filled with despair. That was because their geniuses had already been killed in the first round. In fact, they didn't even know who the culprit was. The most depressed people were the Yun family. Their Yun family's ancestor, a sage, had mysteriously disappeared here. They were terrified and had to quickly return to discuss countermeasures. After everyone left, planet Suzaku seemed to have returned to normal. However, at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the Valley of Devil Cultivation. Ah, damn brat, I won't let you go. This voice pierced through the 9 heavens and soared into the sky. He had turned into the appearance of a sage and was filled with killing intent. It was Cloud Sky Sage. At this moment, Cloud Sky Sage was still covered in mud. His eyes were as red as blood. Monstrous killing intent filled the 9 heavens as he broke free from the demonic pond. After coming out, he looked around and caught a person. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" That person was from the Suzaku Palace. He was originally retreating from the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but he was caught and scared out of his wits. Cloud Sky Sage didn't hold back and forcibly collected the information he wanted to know. Soon, he withdrew his hand, but his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had actually defeated Yan Nantian and became the champion of the Suzaku ranking. Moreover, not only was he the successor of the 9 sons, but he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Cloud Sky Sage was simply too shocked. He realized that the person he had trapped was actually the successor of 2 top inheritances. Moreover, this person had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could catch this person, not only would he be able to obtain the Great Destruction Spear, but he would also be able to obtain the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Inheritance. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he began to tremble. Lin Wudi, you can't run away. Cloud Sky Saint's eyes glinted coldly. He was searching, but he couldn't find him. Lin Wudi had been taken away by the people of the Langia Star. The Langia Star? Cloud Sky Saint's eyes flickered, but he did not care. He knew that it was impossible for her to spend the rest of her life with the Saint of the Langia Star. As long as they were separated, he would find an opportunity to strike. He would capture the other party and then go into seclusion for a few hundred years. He would only come out after his strength had greatly increased. At that time, with 2 great inheritances in his hands and a peerless weapon in his hands, who could be his opponent? At the thought of this, he impatiently tore open the void and flew toward the outer realm. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. Others also had such thoughts. Among them, the most powerful ones were the 3 clones of the saints. After they found out about Lin Xian's true identity, they immediately communicated with their original bodies. At this moment, the true bodies of the 3 great sage were rushing over. The 3 of them were not in the same group, but their goal was the same. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon followed the powerful cultivators of the Langia Star and left the Vermilion Star. They were returning to the Langia Star. They had already left for a few days. Lin Xian also understood this powerful cultivator of the Langia Star. He was indeed a saint of the Langia Star. The other party's name was Mubai. He was very powerful and had specially come to check on Lin Xian. This little guy is very powerful. His future is definitely limitless. This was Mubai's evaluation. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, you are too kind. I wonder what you are going to do in the Void Sea. He was very puzzled by the Langistar's request. This is not the place to discuss matters. I will tell you everything when we return to the Langistar. Lin Xian nodded. Next, he began to cultivate in seclusion. After all, as a genius, his strength did not come for free. He had cultivated it bit by bit. Therefore, Lin Xian would not give up on cultivating whenever he had time. The Dark God Dragon also began to study the chess game. This heaven-crippled chess game was mysterious and unpredictable. There were many changes in it. This made the Dark God Dragon very happy. After traveling for another 2 days, Saint Mubai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon also woke up from their cultivation. Senior, someone is following us. Lin Xian said. Saint Mubai nodded. Ignore him. I will change the direction. The two of you can continue to cultivate. After saying that, he steered the spirit boat and changed its direction. The array on the spirit boat flashed and it directly jumped through space. In an instant, it disappeared into the cold void. The next moment, the space crack disappeared. At the same time, 3 powerful souls swept over. They left? These were the souls of the 3 saints. It was obvious that the 3 saints had made a move. Moreover, they were almost locked onto. Let's go and chase. They chased along the way. They did not know that the Cloud Sky Saint was behind them. The 4 great sage people began to chase. However, Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon were very calm. They were not worried about being caught at all. This was because Lin Xian was very strong. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint. Although the Dark God Dragon was also a half-saint, it was also not a problem for them to trap a saint together. In the end, it was not a problem for Saint Mubai to fight someone of the same level. They did not take the 3 saints seriously at all. However, it seemed that Saint Mubai did not want to fight with them. Instead, he changed his path from time to time. The spirit boat's array was very powerful. Therefore, the time they took to reach the Langius star was greatly reduced. After about half a month, they actually arrived near the Langius star's star field. In a flash, they directly entered the Langius star. Behind them, the 3 saints saw this scene and all stopped their pursuit. They had no choice. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to attack the Langius star. Therefore, they could only stop nearby. After the Cloud Sky Saint rushed over, he also saw this scene and frowned again. However, the 4 of them did not leave. I don't believe that you can hide in the Langius star forever. They revealed a cold smile. The 4 saints hid near the Langius star. They were completely dormant, waiting for the opportunity to hunt. On the other hand, Mubai led Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon down to the first zone. At this moment, the Langia Palace Lord and a group of elders were waiting for Lin Xian. What a large scale. After the Dark God Dragon entered, he also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the reception this time to be so grand. After greeting the seniors, Lin Xian did not act arrogantly after entering. Instead, he cupped his fists and looked around. Young Master Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. The Langia Palace Lord smiled and walked down personally. The Palace Master of the Langia Palace looked like a young man in his 30s. He was handsome and his eyes were as deep as the stars. He didn't look like a leader but a top young genius. The surrounding elders were also wearing robes and emitting a mysterious aura. Young Master Lin is a young genius and powerful. He won first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard and defeated Yan Nantian. He was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace smiled. This battle can't be explained by luck. We know that young Master Lin is powerful. Perhaps he can really help us complete this mission. Oh, right, what mission is it? Lin Xian asked curiously. The Palace Master of the Langia Star smiled. This matter is not urgent. We promised young Master before that when young Master becomes the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, we will give young Master a big gift. This is the metal Dao stone. The Palace Master of Langia Palace flipped his hand and a golden stone appeared in his hand. The stone emitted a piercingly cold aura like a divine sword, causing the void around them to shatter continuously. Metal Dao stone. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He took it without hesitation. He already had 4 pieces in his hand, he was very close to his goal. According to the agreement, we will also give young Master Lin the whereabouts of the Water Dao stone. We will also give young Master an additional message. These were all agreed upon before. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I will also help you complete the mission according to the agreement. However, young Master Lin, is our relationship really just a mission? Does young Master not want to go further? What do you mean? Lin Xian was surprised. The Palace Master of the Xianxia Palace smiled. I naturally want to invite young Master to join our Xianxia Star. Young Master should know about the relationship between Yannan Tian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. Moreover, this is just a special case. There will be more and more peerless experts and geniuses joining the various top forces. I think young Master will be no exception in the future. Why don't you join our Xianxia Palace? The Xianxia Star was relatively famous in this world. It was not inferior to the Vermilion Bird Palace. To be honest, Lin Xian was really tempted. It seemed that joining a large force was the trend. He couldn't resist. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage when competing with those people in the future. And joining a place like the Vermilion Bird Palace was probably too strict. Lin Xian didn't want to be restricted. Lin Xian was tempted by the Xianxia Star, which occupied a star world and focused on divination and deduction. Moreover, it had great resources. Moreover, the Xianxia Star had always had a good relationship with him and had even entrusted him with missions. Therefore, Lin Xian nodded. This was not impossible. Seeing that Lin Xian was tempted but hesitant, the Xianxia Palace's palace master added, I know what young Master is worried about. Don't worry, we won't restrict the young Master too much. A prodigy like the young Master must be a powerhouse who can compete in the myriad worlds. We will provide you with resources, information, and necessary help. What we are betting on is young Master's future. One day, when young Master reaches the peak and becomes a great emperor, my Xianxia Star will naturally rise as well. I understand these principles, but isn't your Xianxia Star afraid that one day, I will bring endless trouble to you? Lin Xian asked. He knew that he was being targeted by a mysterious force, and he might explode at any time. Since it was a gamble, then while enjoying the fruits of victory, he would definitely bear monstrous risks. We know this. Not only do we have to bear it, but everyone has to bear it. For example, the Vermilion Bird Palace was already so close to Yannan Tian. It was fine if Yannan Tian became a great emperor, but if he couldn't or died halfway, the other forces would definitely crazily suppress the Vermilion Bird Palace and might even be wiped out. Lin Xian nodded. That was true. For example, he was already at odds with Yannan Tian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. If he killed Yannan Tian, he wouldn't let the Vermilion Bird Palace off either. Alright, since that's the case, I'll join the Xianxia Star. Hearing this, the elders in the hall all laughed, the Xianxia Star's palace master also laughed. Good. The young master has been to the Xianxia Star several times and has always been in the 8th palace. Why don't I appoint young master as the 8th palace master? Thank you, palace master. Lin Xian cupped his fists. The Xianxia Star was divided into many areas. For example, the things that Lin Xian asked before were all in the 8th palace. Therefore, after he became the palace master, everything in the 8th palace was under his control. This wasn't an empty title, but an elder with real power. It could be seen that the Xianxia Star valued him very much. However, Lin Xian wasn't interested in things like management. Therefore, even if he became the 8th palace master, he would instruct others to do it. Since he had become a member of the Xianxia Star, Lin Xian wouldn't be polite. He asked, Palace Master, what did you go to the Void Sea to retrieve? The Xianxia Palace Master said, it's a long story and it's related to you. You fought with the great demon and in the end, you summoned the first generation demon Shadow and used demon swallowing the world to seal the endless starry sky. The Xianxia Star was also sealed in it. In the end, the Xianxia Star's great array blocked it. However, there were still some places that were broken. One of the places was filled with demonic chi and it hasn't disappeared yet. This isn't ordinary demonic chi. It's very difficult to erase. More importantly, there's a sleeping green demonic vine in our Xianxia star. If we remove the demonic chi and alarm the green demonic vine, or if the demonic chi and the green demonic vine fuse together, we'll be in trouble. I'm afraid that the entire Xianxia star will be in danger. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. Green demonic vine, he didn't expect to hear such a terrifying demonic thing here. It was a very terrifying thing. Once it grew up, it could destroy the entire star world. Ordinary saints would have to become nourishment for the other party. Back then, the green demonic vine exploded in the universe. Many star worlds were quickly shattered. In the end, a great emperor took action and forcefully erased it. Only then did the disaster stop. In the end, there were very few green demonic vines in the universe. He didn't expect that there would be one on the Xianxia star. In addition, there was one on the North Demon. So that's the case. What should I do? He asked again. The Xianxia star's palace master said. After some time, the Void Sea will open. It's a place with endless treasures. We deduced that there's a statue of the great sage in the Void Sea. It cultivates the righteous chi of heaven and earth, which specializes in restraining demonic creatures. Take out that statue and use it to suppress the demonic chi on our Xianxia star. It can resolve this crisis. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. The water Taoist stone that you're looking for is also in the Void Sea. Moreover, it won't be long before the Void Sea opens. Many powerful forces and elites will enter. Firstly, this is a trial in the ancient star path. Secondly, it's a treasure hunt. There's an age restriction to enter the Void Sea. Only those under 1,000 years old can enter. Those over 1,000 years old can't enter. Of course, some special methods can be used, but there's a price to pay. Moreover, with young Master Lin's help, we're more at ease. End of chapter 3342. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.